It's gone from 8 down to only 5 here at the very end on the final lap as Will Lyon and Ryan Carwile are going to swap the lead. It's going to be Sanchez on the outside. Can Tyler maybe sneak it past both of them? Will the lap traffic play a part? Big lift from Lyon. That's going to send him backwards. Sanchez tries to find some clean air. They've lost ground to Carwile. Is it going to be close enough that they can catch him down to the finish? What about that lap traffic in front? That's Arribas trying to stay out of the way. He's actually helping Carwile. Carwile's got the draft, and he is going to take the win here at Indianapolis.
Looks like he might try to go around the outside here. Oh, it's going to be tight.
Lepisto wants another win, and oh no! They're gonna come together. They're absolutely coming together, and one is in the barrier. The other just manages to stay off. Lepisto doesn't hit anything other than fair and growl, but there goes a potential win.
Yeah, massive chaos there for those drivers. Here is the replay of that. Yeah, the little tip there from Van Rassel. Ooh, talk about some narrow margins from Stephen Orrell.
I was going to say, there's still a chance that we could see a change of position here. Togo's a little too hot, but Ove Trangrade gets very close. Surely he's going to try and send a go. No, he's covered off as Miko defends the inside down into the Casio triangle. Now he has to be smooth on the throttle to seal the deal, and he is as he comes to the line. Our 7th different winner of the season to tie the record. Miko Makela gets his first ever win here in Japan. Yeah, he's going to have to really dive in to try and take it here. Decides not to. Maybe into the Melbourne hairpin. Ooh, it's a fantastic run. And defending the 183, tries to cover him off. Now he's back to the racing line, sends it in deep. And can he get it done? We won't get to know because we have to go to Tom Layton, who is going to take the win. And with this, the championship for the 2022 Porsche Owners Club Sim Racing Series. Look at that, celebrating because he knows he has gotten it. It's going to be a race to the line. Look at this, a drag race down to it at the end. Will it be Mayorga or Bolton? It's going to be Bolton.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ride around the world.
I'm Mick Claridge, and I'm going to ride around the world on my bike.
My son, he gave me advice at the start of this ride, and he looked at me and just said, "Dad, don't be a moron."
Let me do my animal signal to gain their respect.
How's it going, Sally? Yeah, I'm alright, Mick. How's it going?
Worse than that bit in Lord of the Rings where they go into the top and the spiders in the tunnel. I'm just hoping there's a spider at the top of this one to kill me.
Freezing.
And I failed. I moroned up the ride.
Good morning. A racetrack which, for many people around the world, this is a holy grail. From a track which had once become the biggest behemoth that the world could possibly throw up, the Master Kink, one of the most legendarily difficult sections of track all around the world, this became an icon. This became a legend. And even though the safety renovations came in and changed just how this wonderful circuit was, and time and again there have been small tweaks here and there, nothing has truly taken away from this super special circuit. Today, we take it on an endurance layout. We take it 10 hours on a journey to say who is the fastest around here today. Through LMP2s, through GT3s, welcome to MTEC. Welcome to the Majors in Teams Endurance Championship, and welcome to the 10 hours of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. here on the Global SimRacing Channel. Hello everyone, my name is Jake Sperry, and alongside me for the ride will be Joe Peak. Michael de Turk is also here in the commentary box with us today. Zach Johnson will be our director using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. But a track which in all shades is the every circuit. Can do it for short races, can do it for long races. Let's get an understanding of what makes this track tick with our GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. Less than an hour's drive east from the German border, this Belgian track has come to define racing for many different eras in the sport. It's no wonder it continues to entrance drivers when you look at the stats. The 7 kilometers over the course of a lap includes more than 330 feet in elevation change as it weaves its way through the Ardennes forest. Packed into this is 19 turns, some of which are considered among the most famous in the world of racing. Corners like La Source and Blanchemont have been on the lips of drivers for decades. But by far the most notorious is Eau Rouge and Rétillon. Typically referred to in name by just the first section, it dips low and swings left, then compresses and climbs to the right up a massive hill. The sequence ends with a completely blind crest that sweeps to the left and leads onto the incredibly long Kemmel Straight. The bravery required to be fast through there will pay off towards one of the most popular passing spots at Lacombe. Eau Rouge is exemplary of the rest of the circuit though. Most of the turns are incredibly fast and many include much of that signature elevation change. As jaw-dropping as the track is, you have to remember that this is the modern truncated layout. The old one, raced until 1979, was 14 kilometers in length, yet carried an average speed of 150 miles per hour. Present-day safety measures do cut down on the danger, but even in recent history, the circuit has proven deadly. It's clear why this track continues to be revered and respected by racers the world round.
That's what makes the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps an incredible challenge to go and work around. And Joe, we've been around this circuit for many a year when it's come to the Global Sim Racing Channel. This track does it all, and it's one of the few circuits in the world where you look at every single corner on this place and it just commands respect out of you.
It absolutely does. It's definitely become legendary over the years. And, well, it's because it's got a lot of fast parts to it, and yet it's still a very technical track. So it definitely tests drivers, and it forces them to try and get the balance of the car right and also have a little bit of bravery to try and get that speed out of here. Expect a lot of slipstreaming because of those long, flat-out portions, especially basically up from Eau Rouge to Lacombe and then out of Stavelot until you get to the bus stop, maybe flat out through Blanchemont for much of the race, but certainly wouldn't want to try and go through there too wide. It'll also be interesting because pit stops and pit strategy going to be important. With this being in the endurance version of the track, it's an incredibly long pit lane. So it's a huge penalty if you have to come down through the pits any more times than you expect to. So hopefully you'll be able to stick to your strategy, and hopefully, Jake, it's a winning strategy.
It is a 1-minute traverse along the pits because you have 2 pit lanes connected into one, the Grand Prix pits that morphs amorphously into the endurance pits, which were there long beforehand, and the old start-finish line, which they had running up through the hill in the 60s and 70s to Eau Rouge and Rétillon. But Michael, this is MTEC. This is for an endurance championship as pretty much by the book as a series can get. You've got 10 hours on the clock. Get out there as far as you possibly can. But this has all the hallmarks of making racing very unpredictable.
Yeah, Jake. As Joe said, it's really going to be about limiting that time in the pit lane. You need to get the car through those first, hour, first 30 laps or so, and really make sure you keep it clean. It's going to be tough going through Lake Home the first few times with the GT3 field, just trying to make sure they get through there without any contact. You want to make sure you're in the front of the field so you're fighting for a win, but at the same time, you really need to keep it clean there. And then it's going to be equally as difficult a few laps later when suddenly we have the LMP2 field cutting through the field and kind of managing that traffic. We've seen that slight change in balance of performance for the GT3s and a slight reduction in power for the LMP2s with the last iRacing patch. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays an effect on just kind of managing those gaps and getting your way through traffic.
And we will see how that goes over the course of racing. Qualifying is currently underway here at the circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and it is a rather unique section of qualifying that they all have to deal with. They've got 4 laps in their back pocket to work with and 10 minutes on the clock. And just looking at the times coming through, Paul Darling, the Satellite Racing Blue team, were quickly at the front, but only for the briefest of moments, because the Satellite Red team that have just gone fastest through Gabriel Roos, a 202.895 here, Joe. And we're looking at that, 10 minutes to set 4 laps. We know that this track's notoriously long. It's 4 meters beyond 7 kilometers. But this is also the sort of place where if you don't get your qualifying exactly how you want it, you can very easily run out of all your laps.
Yeah, and that's why it's going to be important if you feel like you really need to get tooled up and warmed up to get that quick one in. And it's also easy to nullify those first laps. We could see drivers without a qualifying time because if you go outside of the course boundaries, iRacing will automatically delete that lap. So they might only have 3, even though they're officially given 4. And like we saw with the clock up there, we only got the first laps in after 5 minutes.
Just goes to show you how far everyone's going to be trying to get things going. There is one of the Lamborghinis out there. We've switched over, though, to a Mercedes, making that dip down the hill over towards the line. Currently, Tin Top Motorsport are the fastest in qualifying because they've just put the fastest time in, a 2:16.5 in category, Michael, and that puts them ahead of the Torque SimSport machine out there, the 107, the Torque SimSport by Wagner Schweiss-Technik out there, and also in 3rd position, the not recommended motorsport team, which I definitely recommend are doing quite well.
They certainly are. They're only just about half a second down from pole position in that class. And we talked about this a little bit in the pre-race. It's really nice to see the diversity in the GT3 field. I know sometimes the balance performance can be challenging to get right, where you don't end up with the diversity. But we've got pretty much every GT3 out here today. And we see Mercedes in 1st, Audi in 2nd, Lamborghini in 3rd, BMW in 4th, and Ferrari in 5th. So it's great to see that diversity in the field and see how they match up against each other over this 10 hours.
Absolutely. Jaden Hopp behind the wheel, running through the Fania chicane, the right then the left, and then you got these 2 rights. The campus corner, of course, the campus of technology on the inside, and then running through this Stavolo corner, effectively connecting over the small villages here in the Ardennes, Joe. You go from what is the Stavolo village, rushing all the way over to the Francorchamps, or the Spa village, as it were, and then up the hill towards Francorchamps, which makes the circuit Spa-Francorchamps, because you used to run between the villages of Spa and Francorchamps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those things that I didn't understand when I was young. Why is it called Spa-Francorchamps? Well, it's because it's the name of the 2 of the places that it kind of goes through, and it really did go through villages when it was at its bigger size. Obviously, it's been truncated a lot, and it's kind of more just adjacent to the couple villages rather than going through them as it used to be, but still is quite the trek up and down these huge Ardennes mountains. And Paul Darling looks like he's doing a pretty good job. He's on his 3rd flyer here. Don't think he's quite going to have enough time to get around for another one. Yeah, because they're running just over 2 minutes, and he's just about under that. So this is going to be his last timed lap, and we'll see if he can improve and get that pole away from Satellite Red. Gabriel Roos right now holds that.
Yes, of course, we're in closed qualifying conditions, which means that when the timer hits 0, that's it. All lap times stop immediately. So this is the last attempt then for the 67 machine out there, the Satellite Racing Blue. They'll be happy that they're 1-2 out there at the moment in qualifying trim. So we'll see how it goes, making their way over the start-finish line on the Grand Prix side. Puts a 2:02.811 on the board. 8:12 on our timing, is there by just 0.08 of a second to go top. One of the quirks that you're going to be seeing here, they'll be starting as they go through, but Gabriel Roos goes faster anyway. The 64 improving fantastically and moving up by 1/10 of a second. That's what I call two very even teams at the top there, Michael, making sure they're going at it one against another, BRT Odin, Kurt Crum has just gone third fastest as well. So it looks like we are in for a bumper crop in your LMP2 category.
Yeah, Jake. You know, what Paul did really nicely there was he knew he was on a fast lap and he was coming up to the final chicane, which is such a challenging corner to get right, where you really want to be late on the brakes. But it's so easy to get just a little bit too deep there and get locked up, or in the LMP2, get the rear end to just rotate a little bit too much under braking. But Paul got it really, really nice and deep on the brakes, got it just tucked in on that first apex and got a really nice clean run out of the corner, and you know, briefly jumped up to that pole position, but Roos just snatched it away at the last second.
Easily done. Not Recommended Motorsport have fallen back into 5th due to NRG supplements and Blue Chew GT Black, but they jump over the Blue Chew team, and the 289 team then move to 4th in category, as the checkered flag will now fall within the next 5 seconds, and no drivers now will be able to improve beyond this point, which is a shame for the likes of Precision Racing Esports, because they're not going to get their lap time in. Let's go through the divisions then and see how it starts. We'll start with the Dallara P217s, your LMP2s, because it's Satellite Racing's then on the front row. Gabriel Roos and Paul Darling leading off then for Satellite Racing Red and Satellite Racing Blue. BRT Odin will start third with Kurt Crum behind the wheel, and Blue Chew Black, Nathan Zhu, will be in 4th position. Paul Gibson will lead the PG13 car 2:056 in 5th, with Christopher Schmeller in 6th place for Blue Chew Blue, with Blake Reynolds in 7th and Richard Watkins in 8th for the Quality Control Racing 079 team. Their team behind that is in 9th with Mitchell Bott, the 063, with Martin Zijeveld in 10th position for the Apex Missers. They hit quite a few Apexes to get inside the top 10, Joe.
Yep, Nate Stewart for Drive SVR is going to be starting 11th. Iker Estefania in P12. Then you've got Andy Teiserst in 13th for the Quality Controls number 074 machine. Dominic Dornenberg for Composite Performance on the outside of row 7. Davidsberger will be in 15th for Recycled NRG. Josh Wolf for Grizzly TFR Sunrise in 16th spot. Then you got David Michael Nichols on the inside of row 9 for Satellite Racing White. Jack Alices, Tin Top Motorsports Prototype 072 starts at his outside. Darian Roy for Precision Racing Esports Blue is last of our LMP2 field. And then on the pole, Tin Top Motorsports starts 20th overall, but first amongst the GT3s here. Michael?
Yeah, we've got Adam Milovic in first, followed by Andre Wolf for Torque Sim Sport by Wagner in second. Behind them, we have Brian Boomsma with NRG Supplements. And next to him is Jaden Hopp in 4th place with Not Recommend Motorsports. Following them in row 3, we have Ian Lake with Blue Chew GT Black and James Whitehouse with Century Sim Esport. In row 4 is Ray Kingsbury with Ryan G. Walker in the Satellite Racing GT3 AM in 8th, followed by Mo Islam in Composite Motorsports 12 in 9th position, and Michael Marlowe with Twin Turn Sim Racing in 10th.
We'll round ourselves through the rest of the grid, like Lars Vila for M-Plower Eisenblut will be in 11th. Keep an eye on Ross Booth as well for Composite Performance 91. They find themselves in 4th, like some Murphy Nichols in there as well. There are a lot of drivers and a lot of teams in that division that will be looking to try and get out and go and get things sorted. And there's a natural weight that's going on from that category as well, because they will all be looking at who will go through. 3 aerokinetic cars will be worth keeping an eye out on in their category, the likes of Kinetic Racing going through. But when it comes to the likes of the final of the field, you can see that all the way back to the 17th row. They will all stack back in that category. But at least for LMP2s, we're going to be getting ourselves then underway with a 19-car division. The 2 satellite cars leading outright, but do expect a lot of changes as this race goes through. They will run past the La Source hairpin because they start on the endurance side, and then all laps after the opening lap will be counted from the Grand Prix pit line. Green flag out in the air. Let's get ourselves then to racing. The 64 of Gabriel Rouge looking really good as they'll go 2 wide up Eau Rouge for the first time in this race, and up the Kemmel Straight, where it's all important to get that run. They settle nicely into a rhythm, and now it's about working out when's the right time to strike and make moves. There's thoughts about it at the front, but they're going to play patient through the first 5 places, all the way back to Richard Watkins trying to think about things. So to Mitchell Bott there, Joe.
Looks like the GT3 is just getting ready to start, and Milkovic is going to bring them to the line. The Tin Top Motorsports car, he is on the loud pedal, and they are on their way. Very good jump from him compared to Andre Wolf there in second place. In fact, they're quite single file by the time they get into Eau Rouge here, which is probably wise in these GT3s. A lot harder to go wheel to wheel, even on this first lap. So looks like this is very calm for the start of those GT3s, but we'll see if it spices up on the way into Lacombe.
Ray Kingsbury for the Penguins RC LLM team was trying to think about a move, but Ian Lake's best defense was to attack Jaden Hopp and the not recommended motorsport car just in front, finding the overtake then, or has he? Because they will now descend down the hill and try and figure it out. Lamborghini against Lamborghini, with a McLaren trying to sneak in the mix in Kingsbury, but Kingsbury's not having everything his own way. He's on the outside of this beautiful left-hander, gets it done. Jaden Hopp slowed through the corner. Suddenly James Whitehouse in the Century Sim Esports outfit finds the pass through then in the Ferrari. So every time you blink on the opening lap, it's the easiest place to gain and lose positions over the course of racing, but you do sometimes have to give those positions up, Michael, to settle down in the early phases.
Yeah, those early few laps are always difficult. You got to pick and choose and make your way through. We saw the Ferrari there take really a wide line through No Name on the exit, and that's something that I have used many times in the past. It used to be a slowdown penalty in iRacing, and thankfully now it's just an off track, and it really makes the exit of that corner and trying to get your first position or two sorted out if you're attacking or even defending down into Puhan really much easier, because you don't run that risk of taking that slowdown penalty and suddenly being way off pace right at the beginning when cars are stacking up behind you. So a really smart tactical decision there, I think.
Yep, some smart decisions on a track which has been very notorious for incident points out there. We have talked about the fact that there's trouble at the back, and it's 2 Audis that find themselves pointing in the wrong direction there, Joe. And that at Blanchimont is one of the fastest places out there on track.
It looks like Quality Control's 261, and then they've got Kinetic Racing Motion's Phil Otto that were involved in it. I also saw somebody cutting through the bus stop. I wonder if it was related, but I didn't quite catch and see in time. But yeah, that was unfortunately Phil Otto in the 266 just getting it wrong, spinning out of Blanchimont.
Yeah, no good for Nigo either in the Quality Control car. So there would have been troubles trying to get through that section, but there are your leaders overall. Satellite Red with Gabriel Rouge, and then Satellite Blue behind with Paul Darling. It's like watching the Jota cars 1 and 2 at this moment in time, but keep an eye out on that race for third. It's getting rather close behind. Nathan Jouet is going to try and make that move for the Blue Tube Black team, but Kurt Crum, who has been around MTEC in the majors for a very long time, understands what he needs to do to defend, and he is leading that slew behind here, Michael, from third place on back. That goes pretty much down to about 10th position, I'd say, before there's a little break between the Quality Control Racing 079 and the 9 Apex Misses team. Ooh.
Yeah, we're looking at a few GT3s with an issue here going into Puhan. And they got to dodge and go out wide. You got to be careful on those bumps on the outside when you're trying to hang it around the outside. It's pretty bumpy on the runoff there. Not sure what started that incident, but
I assume 2 coming together, because that one absolutely went through the entirety of the corner. One of the Kinetics cars there, the Aerokinetics, in trouble out there, and it is the 622 of Cameron White then in trouble. It's the Aerokinetics blue car that's found itself in the wrong direction, and that could be a long day for them ahead as they go through. The McLaren then having to defend on the brakes from the BMW and Ferrari as they run into the final chicane then. Very early stages of this race, and James Whitehouse will find that on his inside will be another BMW. It's Lars Wieler and the M-Plower Eisenblut 200 trying to work out a pass, and is not going to manage it through the last horse hairpin, the on-camber turn. But this is a unique situation here, Joe, where we've got so many different categories or different cars out there trying to work out the brand new balance of performance. This is sometimes why racing on a week 13 often throws up the most interesting endurance racing.
Yeah, everybody's been trying to readjust because the BOP tends to happen on these week 13s, and so they're all trying to make sure that they've got these cars under control. The handling's going to be a little bit different. Let's not forget these GT3 cars saw an update for the tires as well, so they're going to drive just a little bit different, and that's going to throw the strategy out the window as well. They changed the way that the tires wear, so drivers will need to think about that. Now, thankfully, the rules have been changed, and they can do tires and fuel at the same time, so that will alter the strategy slightly, but it will mean that trying to double stint them won't really pay as many dividends as it used to, and it is going to be a little bit more down to outright pace. Sounds like we got a bit of a replay of what happened here at Wuhan last lap, and I think the 102 car was the first to lose it here.
Well, let's have a look then. And this double A, oh, it's on entry. That's a very weird place to have it happen. On entry, and everyone's got to abandon ship out wide. And if you just don't see it once, you are in trouble here. Stays nice, but then a chain reaction comes through. 2 more cars find themselves caught up in it. So this is how quickly it can go wrong. It looks like there, Michael, he just grabs the curb on entry, tries to gather it back around, and it's very easy to do that in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, Jake, you know, it's a combination there, I think, of maybe just using a little bit of the curb for rotation as well as using your downshift for rotation. It's, almost gets away with that wide line, but just the Lambo just clobbers the wall on the outside. But the original incident looked like just maybe a little bit of curb with a little bit of downshift and just getting just a hair too much rotation really early on, semi-warmed up tires, but pretty easy to do there.
Absolutely is, and we saw that in Spates, just how quickly trouble could befall in that. The top 2 in GT3s, Tin Top Motorsport and Talk Sim Sport by Wagner Schweißtechnik are there 1 and 2. Third place on back behind Ray Kingsbury in the Penguin RC LLM car is pretty much where the race is at the moment, with Brian Boomsma, with the likes of James Whitehouse, Lars Wieler. One of the things I love, Joe, about Major Series is that it brings all sorts of drivers together and has that big, strong connection with what goes on throughout the year in the Major Series. And Brian Boomsma and the NRG team as a whole offer that quite a bit, because they were the dominant team when it came to European sportsmen this year.
Yeah, and that's what I do love about this is, like you said, it brings all different regions from the regular Majors series into one series and kind of pits them together on a little bit more even playing ground. Now, obviously, it's pretty even because the Majors is usually all different types of racing, but you can get specialists in there. This is everybody, month after month, running the same class of cars against each other and vying for a championship where you can maybe make the difference if you and the team have really got yourself familiar. But look at how tight it is between the McLaren, the BMW, and the Ferrari here as they come through Fanyes. One little slip up and you're going to lose multiple places in this, especially in the slipstream.
Yeah, Joe, and I'm sorry, Jake. And
no, go ahead.
What we saw before was that Ray Kingsbury was kind of under attack as they were coming up to La Source a couple of laps ago, and thankfully for him, Brian Boomsma behind him actually was attacking with the Ferrari behind him. So Ray kind of got a bit of a gap because he got a chance to just drive his line and didn't end up having to defend because the cars behind him attacked each other, as we're going to see the BMW attack on him now.
That McLaren did not look comfortable through Blanchimont. The back end was twitching and trying to step out. And again, over the AstroTurf then, there's a little bit of trouble trying to get the power planted. Brian Boomsma moves the energy supplements 203. BMW then up into third position. Ray Kingsbury's going to sit in the pack for the moment, as these four will now look to try and settle off and make sure that their racing continues nice and calmly at this stage. But we're into the lapping phase now of racing, and that means that everyone is going to have to be trying to jump out of the way as soon as possible. It is getting busy around the likes of the PG13 car, the quality cars that are out there. You've also got the likes of the Penguin RC Simulations LLM. Joe, we've been talking about specialists just a moment ago. I can't think of a bigger racing specialist than Blake Reynolds.
Absolutely. A black stripe driver. He's certainly very quick in whatever you put him in. He's obviously a little bit more known on the oval side, but when you put him in road cars, he's just as fast. And right now, Blake doing pretty good there, sitting in sixth, but he's having to fight off Gibson, who's got a huge run on him, and he's going to poke to the inside here. I think he's going to have this one easily.
On the brakes. Through the right, they're going to get bottled up behind the CMSRacing.com endurance team. That's David Anderson behind the wheel of that Lamborghini. And they're going to get through. Car off on the left-hand side. That's going to make things interesting. That was Saul Sanchez out in trouble in the World of Sim Racing car. So it looks like he's been caught in the wars somewhere over the course of this lap, and there's one car off the road, and that is Josh Gowan of Gowan Racing Ruby. So, boss, you're in trouble. He's spun it off at the inside.
Yeah, he got into the back of Kevin Ayers, unfortunately, down through Speaker's Corner. That sent him spinning. Thankfully, it doesn't look like he really hit anything too big there, just maybe a little touch to the car ahead. So I think he should be okay, just going to be rattled, and he's got to settle back in and get into the rhythm, which is going to be hard to do since now we've got a whole bunch of those LMP2s lapping for the first time.
Yeah, and this is where the first difficulty phase of the race comes into play. There's another position then going away. Saul Sanchez then falling into troubles in the 115. So that looks like that might be an early trip back into the pits, and the black and orange mechanical flag being shown out there. The BRT Odin car side by side then as they go in towards the final section of the track. Christopher Schmelier is trying to find a way through in the Blue Tube Blue team. This is the race going on for fourth position, and it just goes to show you how quickly positions can be gained and lost, because that was 1.6 seconds almost on that lap, or 1 second it was at the line, that was caught up by Schmelier to Kurt Crum. Traffic gives, Michael. Traffic also takes away.
Yes, it does. It can be the best feeling in the world when you know your opponent's catching traffic, and it can be the worst feeling in the world when you're catching traffic. It's kind of one of those instances where you think, why me? Why? As we see them getting the run up the Kemmel Straight here and headed to Lake Home. And I think there's going to be a pass attempt here heading into the corner.
Yeah, and that pass attempt's going to be key. It's going to move to the inside and is going to find that overtake. Gets it nice and sorted through the second part of Lake Coombe. The highest point of the circuit here is Malmedy, and then very comfortably down the hill through Bruxelles. This corner, Joe, that just loves to fall away, and you're always trying to think of how early can I put the power down through this middle sector, and the answer is no. You've still got to wait a bit longer than you're thinking.
Yeah, you get so much understeer through there, but look at how the traffic's playing into this. Whoa, a little contact between the Blue Tube Blue car and BRT Odin. That's going to allow, no, excuse me, yeah, it was the Odin car. That was another one sneaking through, and no more contact. That was Gibson that made the spot. Now he's going to lose a bunch of them.
Yeah, he gets tipped around in the very treacherous early stages heading into Fania. He was opportunistic to gain that place. He's got to be careful on the rejoin as well, because he'll come out right in the mix with the Grizzly TFR Sunrise car of Joshua Wolf, the tin top prototype of Jack Allesley out there. So everyone just stay calm. But Paul Gibson, PG13 car, I think the first real loser of that racing, mainly because I think the likes of the BRT Odin team didn't want to give it up so early in this race. Would have loved that track position through the first line of traffic that was going through.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Kurt realized that Paul was a little bit checked up there behind Christopher in the blue car. That's hard to say quickly. And I think that just that little bit of checkup from the car in front just caused that contact. I'm sure he didn't want to give up that spot as we see Kurt coming into the pit lane and probably trying to get some repairs for that rear damage. But I think that was just tough.
A, that's repairs, or B, that's saying, hey, I messed up. I'll take my penalty now before anyone else comes and gets me. Or C here, Joe, it's a strategy call early to take the short stint 15 minutes into a 10-hour race.
Oh, well, I actually have some more pressing news. A drive-through penalty for our GT3 Pro leader. They jumped the start. The stewards were not happy with the 147. They were given instructions on the line that they're supposed to follow on where they're allowed to get on the loud pedal, and they must have gone way too early because usually it's got to be pretty egregious for them to throw out something as harsh as a drive-through to the leader this early.
Yep, so for Adam Milkovic, then I guess he was a little bit too full of gusto then on the start, was able to build up a gap to at least third place on back of about 8 seconds, but had kept the Talk Sim Sport by Wagner Schweisstechnik just behind. So Andre Wolf, who is there just behind, is going to inherit the race lead once again. So this is not ideal for Adam Milkovic and the Tim Motorsports team. But the one thing I would say here, Michael, is if you want a penalty, you want it early because it gives you time to work through the race. They'll peel off right and dive into the pits, handing the GT lead over to the other car out there of Talk Sim Sport, Andre Wolf. But if you want a penalty, you want it early so you can deal with it later.
Yeah, this isn't I mean, you never want a penalty, but this isn't the worst time to have it. You know, you're going to come into the pits, you're going to serve your penalty, and you're probably going to come back out in fairly clear air. The LMP2s are going to be past you. You might be dealing with a few of the GT3 cars that got damage early, and because of that, you know, it might be easier to settle into a rhythm and just kind of put down your fast laps.
There's a spin going through the final section of circuit, and one of the Lamborghinis then in trouble. That's Ian Lake in the Blue Chew GT Black Lamborghini then, not finding the easiest place on circuit then to go through, and definitely saw there, Joe, just trying to work out on the steering, do I have suspension damage on my Lamborghini?
Yeah, it's always important. You gotta. There's the racer's instinct is, as soon as something happens, that you're wanting to get going as soon as you can. And there's two dangerous things with that. One, you need a safe return. You can get penalized for that, and also, well, ruin other people's races. The other thing, you need to make sure that the car handles okay. Now, unfortunately, I'm understanding that they actually, yeah, they do have a meatball flag, which is kind of our nickname term for the black and orange flag, which means your car is considered unsafe. You have to pit in within 3 laps and get it repaired until it's in a safe position. Oh, and that wasn't that big of a hit either. So that's kind of shocking that it gave them a meatball. It must have hit the suspension just right.
Well, it's a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other incident, and it was with one of the BMWs that was there, the red and green. You could see they're very festive. They're only a couple weeks away from Christmas, mind you, 2 weeks to be exact. But at least at this point, you know, this is how quickly you can run into troubles. And that was almost a next to nothing, Michael. One car goes slightly wide out of the final corner, is on the AstroTurf and is looking to rejoin back onto circuit. And all of a sudden, there's a car there on your inside as they start racing about in prototypes now, looking at position. That then holding place was Dominic Durnenberg for Composite Performance, the 13, getting past Ike Estefania in the World of Sim Racing team. Just behind that, it's getting busy with the Apex missers right now, with Richard Watkins, Paul Gibson, all there. They're all trying to make sure they've got some room to go out there and race.
Yeah, I'm not sure which prototype that is. They're just hammering the headlights as they come out of the chicane, but he did not seem happy on corner entry. And we're going to see another one trying to get past the Ferrari of the GT3 class here. You know, these LMPs are going to almost all the way through the GT3 field here, and you know, for the most part, I think it's been pretty clean. We're gonna see another pass attempt here coming up into Lake Home, which is gonna go 3 wide, and it's always scary at the start of a race.
Oh, it is. And here, there, and everywhere, Alexander Dobetsberger holding on in the recycled NRG 019, racing the number 9 of Martin Zayeveld, who is there just behind in that number 9. For the Apex Missers. So they hold stations, they descend down the hill, and this is a coordinated dance, I think is the right way to say it, Joe, in the early laps. It gets somewhat easier as the race goes on, as the field chops about and changes in terms of its placement, but this is also one of the few races out there in endurance sim racing that says, no, we've got dedicated caution periods that come out, and I think now is probably the best time to start talking about what happens should a caution come out.
Exactly, and the unique way that they do it in this series, I love this. They've been doing this for some time now, where essentially instead of it being a specific incident that brings out the yellow, they count up the number of incidents. For those not familiar, iRacing hands out what are called incident points. It looks like they're going to have a change of position here coming into Blanchimont between these two, and yeah, going to have to get single file there because the GT car of Andre Wolf, they're going to force the situation, and that's going to go to the Apex Masters 9. But as I was saying, iRacing counts incidents as if your car has a spin, you go off track, you have car contact, you hit the wall, things like that. And once a certain number of those incidents are collected, because race control is tracking that, it will throw the yellow. Now, nobody knows that number except for race control, and it does vary by track to try and take into account, for instance, like here at Spa, it's very easy to get off track, so they probably have a relatively high number here. So we tend to see about 1 caution per race, because that's kind of how they try and aim it for, but they have no control over how clean the drivers are. So it could be 1, it could be none, it could be 2, it could be 3. We don't know, and because of that, you're gonna have to try and really be on top of things so that your strategy is flexible enough that you're not caught out by those yellows and sent down the order and lose track positions. There's Gibson going by the recycled NRG car, so that's going to give Paul 11th place. Remember, he's on a recovery drive.
Yeah, he is. I do want to point out, though, Michael, what's happened in GT, because the GT AM leader, Brian Boomsma, who was up all the way up into 2nd position, had a spin on that last lap coming through Stavelot corner, and now finds himself a lot further down the order than he intended to be in the 203.
Yeah, we saw the previous GT3 leader take a penalty for jump start. Now we've got the GT3M leader taking having a spin. As we're going to look at it right here, there's the LMP on the inside, which just pushes him out just a little bit wide and kind of jumps that curb edge and just barely touches the Armco on the inside, and hopefully got away without too much damage from that. But it's pretty easy to run wide there, even when you're single file and just trying to get that power down as you head down to Blanchimont. But yeah, if you run out past that curb there's a little lip and that bit of gravel, and it's really easy to get the car. The rear axle actually will lift off the ground and send you into a spin.
BMW is made of sturdy stuff, but yes, you do get that massive drop off of the curb, and I'm sure that Brian Boomsma is going to look at that and just try and stay calm a little bit. He was getting a bit antsy over the radio, saying it was unbelievable how some of the lap traffic was trying to make its way through, but at least in the early goings, there is still some work to be done. Now, this is Lars Wieler, 3rd in category in the 200 M-Plower Eisenblut car, has Mo Islam for company in the 212 Composite Performance number 12, which is not confusing at all. Of course, by number, category is decided. You can keep a track by 100, 200 and co, as everyone looks to try and go through. But Mo Islam on the brakes, then sees the M-Plower machine, I should say, in front there, Joe. And we do love it when teams have a little bit of a laugh at the expense of the manufacturer there. And I hope that Lars Wheeler doesn't find himself in ploughing mode through some of the grass here in the Belgian Ardennes.
Yeah, and he really doesn't want to give this up because this is a battle for the Pro-Am lead right here between the 200 and the 212 car. And so I'm not sure what he's flashing his lights at. There's nobody in front of him close enough to worry about. He does have the 105 Century Sim Esport with Whitehouse in front of him. But again, that might be for second in all of the GTs, but it's a different class. That's all just down to rating of the drivers in there. So there's no difference between the cars, hence why we're seeing the Pro-Am as high as third. In fact, we saw the Boomsma up as high as second there because of that penalty for the pro leader a little bit earlier. So he's going to have to hold on tight. They do have another of the pros behind them. That looks like that is Ross Booth that's kind of catching up to the back of them. And he's going to kind of have to pick his battle carefully because, like I said, he doesn't really need to fight them that hard because they're in a different class. But I'm sure he'd like to be closer to second place in his class and get beyond them.
You know, Joe, about the phantom headlight flash there, I have my visor tear off, and I've spent so much time in Formula cars bound to the same key as headlight flash when I jump into GTs. So often I find myself flashing people without even realizing it because I'm so used to just spamming that visor tear off button.
Is this also the point where I say I had a teammate who once bound his headlight flash to the throttle?
I have a feeling that they did not make many friends that race.
They didn't make many laps either, but let's just say that the racing was there. It is looking pretty close up near at the front. This is the race for 6th position overall with Mitchell Bott in the Quality Control Racing 063 and Nate Stewart in the Drive SVR.com LLM car. Nate Stewart, a very good friend of mine. He is a one-time Max Bance champion, is Nate Stewart. Has been racing around in the college NASCAR iRacing series and did very well in that series, Joe, finishing up 4th place overall.
It's been so cool to see colleges get involved in sim racing with that. And some of them have really gotten serious because, again, you have some of the pro-level drivers competing there, which seems like a bit of an unfair advantage. But, I mean, hey, if they're going to college there, then they're allowed to. By the way, we've had a couple penalties. The 115 got a 15-second stop and hold for car contact, but it's kind of a moot point because they've been taking repairs for many, many minutes. But there's been a stop and go for the 84 team. Now I need to double check who that is. That's one of our LMP2s here, or it should be. No, it's BRT Thor. That's
so
strange.
that would be the 88. And we saw the 88. Oh no, that's Murphy Nichols in the BRT Thor.
I'm checking to see what this was for.
I wonder if they've got a case of mistaken identity for which car is which and which should be in. While that's happening, though, let's take a look at the overall race lead, because just quietly getting into position here, Michael, just away from the cameras, Nathan Jua has moved up from 3rd into 2nd in the Blue Tube Black. I'm going to say that surname about 8 different ways over the course of today. But he's got the 14, eyes on the 64 of Gabriel Roos, and has really shown, he'll quietly do it, and there's trouble as they get to the apex, because that's going to be Kenneth Nygo for Quality Control Racing 261.
Yeah, Kenneth does a good job of not spinning back onto the track there and tries to carefully rejoin amidst the LMP2s. Also, a pretty easy place to kind of beach the car on the curbs. Not as common in the GT cars, but certainly doable. Anyway, as we see the Blue Chew Black car, man, that's hard to say. Not as hard as Blue Chew Blue, but Blue Chew Black is not the easiest. Who made it up past the Satellite Racing Blue car. For the Satellite Racing Red, that poses a new challenge because as he approaches traffic, he's no longer going to have that rear gunner who's a teammate. I mean, yes, you always want to beat your teammate, but it's a little bit easier when you get into traffic to have that extra, cushion and barrier of respect from a teammate, as opposed to the Blue Chew Black car, who now has a run on Satellite Racing Red and is going to try to get the pass done before they get down to Blanchimont.
Well, it was Satellite Blue Chew, Satellite Blue Chew. Well, now it's a double-decker satellite sandwich with Blue Chew bread out there, because Nathan Zhu has just moved up into the race lead as they now navigate another time around some of the traffic. This is the Aerokinetics Purple and Blue Chew GT Blue out there. So there's not only GT Blue, but there's also the prototype Blue, which is in 4th position. So that doesn't get confusing, does it? On the brakes at the Lassour's hairpin, they all nicely get through, but a new leader, your number 14 here, Joe.
Yeah, and that's not going to be all that common of occurrence from our experience. Ooh. Wow, that almost was a closing gap there for Roos. That was the GT car of Marsala, who thought maybe he could go to the racing line, but thankfully saw the LMP2 coming through. Will we have a switch back? I think the red car's got a pretty good run here on the Blue Chew Black. No, he's going to lift a little bit. By the way, I was able to dig up that the 84 got a penalty for car contact. Also, there's been a warning for the 88 for blocking by moving under braking. So the stewards are watching for those racing standards out there. You can't just be going willy-nilly.
No, you absolutely can't, and you are correct out there. And we know that the 88 car is out of sequence with everyone else. It's a lap down and trying to actually make places on the GT machines out here at the moment. But this isn't the end of the world for the BRT Odin team out there at this point. They may be a lap down right now, but often we find with the long and the short of racing here, Michael, that it can just open up as racing goes through, and we often see just how quickly a race can turn from being a race of a couple tenths of a second, like we have for the race lead right now, into, hey, you're a lap apart and we're racing. That's endurance racing.
Yeah, and you got 9.5 hours to go, Jake. It's not the end of the world. The likelihood of a caution is there. It's one of the things that adds an extra little bit of strategy to this series. You've got the possibility of one or more cautions coming, and there's wave arounds during the caution period for the GT cars. Other cars are going to be in fights the whole race. You've got a multitude of pit stops coming. It is not the end of the world. It's just a matter right now of just settling in, as we always talk about, finding that rhythm and just setting as fast a lap as you can and just make up positions where you can, when you can.
Speaking of making up positions, there goes Ross Booth in the Porsche, looking to get by, and has got by, the M-Power Eisenblut machine then of Lars Vila. So a pass for position there, that one for 3rd overall, and passing your leader in GT Am out there, or Pro Am at that point. So Ross Booth making a move up, and will now have to turn sights over to James Whitehouse in the Century Sim Esports Ferrari that is a little bit further down the road. Now, Ross Booth is the sort of person, Joe, that I know that you have a bit more of an understanding, has certainly been racing around the American endurance leagues here in iRacing for a pretty long time.
Yeah, and I have a feeling he's appreciative that things are a little less hectic, because I'm used to calling him over in the Autobahn Sports Car Challenge, which is usually an hour to 90 minutes with these same two classes, and it is absolutely frantic. So here he probably feels like, oh, I can stretch my legs out, I can breathe, I can assess how the race is unfolding. And him sitting in 3rd place is actually a pretty good performance here for the 191 team. So they might have 5 seconds to catch up to Whitehouse, but as we just mentioned, 5 seconds in endurance racing is actually a pretty small margin.
5 seconds is, and it will take a little bit of time, of course, but I'd say it's definitely not an unassailable margin at this point for Ross Booth. He knows what he's capable of doing, and he'll just settle down and go to it. But Michael, he is in that newly nerfed Porsche out there at this point in time. Now, in terms of how you would go new to a car which was all dominant and almost everyone was deciding, hey, I really like the Porsche, let's go run the Porsche, and having 2/3 of the field run a Porsche all the time, what made this Porsche such a dominant car last season?
You know, it really did have a fairly dominant run with a very favorable balance of performance. It was kind of good everywhere. You know, previously you had seen that good everywhere state out of the Mercedes, where it was really comfortable on the brakes. It had decent turn in, and the Mercedes could really get on the power. And kind of when they nerfed the Mercedes a little bit the previous season, the Porsche kind of filled that exact same role, where it was pretty good on the brakes. And what the Porsche really did well was it rotated, as we always know 911s do. It had really nice corner entry rotation, and then you could really get on the power, and it would squat and it would just, you know, kind of get up and go at that point. And it was really pretty controllable on most tracks. There were a few exceptions here or there where you might consider, you know, the BMW or the Mercedes, like maybe Mountain Panorama, but for the most part, the Porsche just kind of did everything well. And hopefully with the tire and aerodynamic changes that iRacing has brought in on this patch, we're going to see that balance kind of shift, and we're going to see more of what we have here today, where every make is hopefully competitive, and it's possible for you to run whatever car you want and get an advantage.
You certainly can in LMP2. It is a one-make class, after all, the Dallara P217, as Joey Atterbury will jump in for Joe Peak then to take us through the next section of our phase, 35 minutes through. Joey, Nathan Zhu leading this race outright for the number 14. Blue Chew Black team out at this point. Gabriel Roux still keeping honest here with the Satellite Racing red car, keeping it within a second, but these early stages right now, and with the power that has been taken away from these LMP2s, who do you think that gives more of an advantage to? A driver like Gabriel Roux, who's been up near the front of these sorts of races for years and years and years, or maybe a lesser-known entity, but still definitely just as quick, Nathan Zhu?
I think both of these guys are probably just kind of sorting it out. We've only had this update for a handful of days now, so I think that everybody is still trying to wrap their head around it. And I actually want to throw a third name into the mix. That's Paul Darling down there in the third place. I know that he's just out of frame, but he's sneakily still back there in the third place. And he's always one of those fast prototype guys, but he's kind of been off the horse a little bit. A good thing to see him only about a second and a half out of these front two.
Yeah, just a second and a half behind, and can definitely get involved in this race, especially as we are only in the early stages. But because we have gone over 35 minutes, Michael, we are just starting to knock on the door of, hey, we are getting a little bit close to the pit stop window opening in your Dallaras out there. So LMP2 might be starting to think about track position if you're in a battle and where you want to go. So there are many battles out there. Here's one of them right now, which involves the composite performance number 13 of Dominic Dornenberg, who's got behind Mitchell Bott of the Quality Control Racing 063, and their controller said, we've just lost that position, so we'd rather like that back.
Yeah, and they're going to try to get past this GT car here down through No Name, which is a difficult spot to pass, as it's pretty easy to get a little too much rotation there, and or even not get enough on mid corner and end up washing out into that GT car. But they handled that nicely. They come down through Puan and get a little checkup by that Lamborghini there. But yeah, for a pit stop window for these guys, you know, for Mitchell Bott, he's behind Dominic, and if he thinks he's holding him up but maybe can't get past, right now he'll come back out kind of at the tail end of the GT field, and might be able to get a few clean laps in. So it might be a case of just, you know, taking a little bit of a patience here. We're not going to see any patience. We're going to see too wide headed into Blanchimont, but maybe a little bit of patience and taking a pit stop, getting tires, and coming back out in clear air and trying to undercut him and get those fast laps in.
Well, if you can make the move at Blanchimont, the one place you leave yourself open to coming out of this chicane is this opening sector. And it's one of these dual dynamics that we see so often out there in racing. What makes it so very, very cool to go out there and race here at Spa is the fact that you can so quickly find yourself in these slipstream style battles, as here comes pit stop window time. It's 0:56 that is looking like it's coming in, and that will be the PG-13 Car 2 here, Joey, which will be Paul Gibson. Now, the thing is, for those drivers in your LMP2 category, is they've got the longest wait for their box. They have to go all the way around the hairpin here and continue on their run. They still have the blue cones there for some reason. That's not exactly pit exit just yet, but they have to go all the way down to the end of the endurance pits. You could say they get preferential treatment. I say it's a really long drive when you're low on fuel.
It feels like a bit like cattle, and you're just kind of herded along all the way down through the F1 pit stalls, around the corner, down the hill, into the endurance stalls, and then, yeah, the prototypes all the way down here to the front end of the field. And you're right, if you're low on fuel, you got to be really careful. The only thing that's a benefit, though, is that you could probably clutch in and coast down that hill if you do run out of gas. And I know that these PG-13 guys are engineers, and they're on top of their fuel strategy game, and it'll be curious to see with them stopping early how this plays out in the long run.
It will be interesting, and as you can see, come off the jacks then, so the tyres completely done, but fuel is not. The pit stop now lasting just over 30 seconds at this point as they look to fill that up to full, and 34.7 seconds the pit stop time before getting out and away, and this really unique rise up the Eau Rouge and Raidillon Hill, moving over to that right-hand side, Michael, and then having to flick back left onto the circuit. In come your leaders, and now everyone going about as far as they possibly can. So about 40 minutes then on the tank. That's about as far as your leaders can go.
Yeah, we saw the top four in LMP2 come in there. Actually, not the top four. We saw Satellite Racing Blue stay out one extra lap, and they're going to inherit the lead of the race as Blue Chew and Satellite Racing Red and the other Blue Chew Blue and Blue Chew Black all come into the pit lane together. Joey brings up an interesting point about clutching in that I think is worth noting here. iRacing did a bit of a change with the fuel saving strategy on these cars now, where we're not going to see drivers clutching in down the straights to try to save fuel anymore. Clutching in actually returns the car to its idle state, where it's still burning fuel, albeit a marginal amount because the car is now idling. But just lifting and coasting at the end of the straightaway now puts the car into a decel state where it actually turns the fuel injectors off. And so lifting and coasting is now the preferred strategy for fuel saving, and I think makes it a little bit easier for drivers of all skill levels to do that fuel saving strategy.
Would it make sense then, Michael, with these LMP2s, these Dalaras, that they mess about with the fuel maps then potentially that they have available to them, so that when they are looking to try and save that fuel, go down into the pits, they can save even more by turning the wick down more? So yes, it would still be getting into a state where you're still saving fuel, not much, but you're still getting a little bit more because you're still not putting as much in on the throttle whilst you're going down on the speed limiter.
For me, Jake, it's always been a case of the cars with fuel map settings. They're useful to an extent, but I always find it's easier to manage my fuel saving by looking at the liters per lap and just lifting and coasting myself. That way you get that nice drive out of the corner and you get up to speed quicker, and then you don't have quite as much of a fuel burn while you're trying to get up to speed by using that lesser map, and you're costing time that way. So I always find it's best to just leave it in the full beans map, get your right foot in it, get up to speed, and go from there.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Full bore is the way forward if you're driving a Dallara. But most of the leaders then have now made their call. We've seen the 67 Satellite Blue make its way into pit lane, and now soon following, we do believe, will be here Richard Watkins in the Quality Control Racing 079 that will also take the trip on the right-hand side and go into the pits then to try and make this first stop of the race. So that is where the focus comes in. It's about 40 minutes that we're expecting here, 40 to 45 minutes of the fuel in your LMP2s. We'll keep an eye out though on the Blue Chew Black car of Nathan Zhu, who is here on screen right now, chasing through Blanchimont corner. And Joey, it's going to be a little bit different when it comes to your pit cycle for your GTs, because they can go from anywhere between 60 minutes to 70 minutes, depending on how much they fuel save.
they carry a lot more fuel in those sedan type cars than the prototypes. And you're right, they just stretch it a whole lot further, and you're going to see a completely different fuel strategy game from the GT cars than the prototypes. And I think that we will see them kind of overlap eventually, but one thing's going to be consistent is this constant traffic between the protos and the GT3s, and when you start to throw in those pit stops, it gets even more bejumbled up, especially I think now probably the last of the prototypes are completing their pit stop cycle.
We've just seen Paul Darling come out of the pits for Satellite Racing Blue. He retains third position behind Gabriel Roos, but I would say he's a little bit closer to that second position than they were coming in, so they've certainly done well through the opening phase that they had going through this race. Just to summarize where we are at this point as we focus on our race leader, diving down the inside of the Quality Control Racing 255 of Sean Malley. It is Blue Chew Black who have the lead over the two Satellite Racing machines out there, second and third. It is red over blue at that point for them, and then just quietly getting along in fourth position is the Blue Chew Blue team with Christopher Schmelier behind the wheel in fourth position. So there is still some good work that's being done. Blake Reynolds of Penguin RC Simulations is in fifth, and that makes category, but we talk about drivers who are interesting to talk about and racing that is interesting to talk about. It has been a story, at least in your GT categories, that it stayed relatively close throughout the field. And speaking of close racing going on in GTs, we've got one on right now, Joey, here for about 4th, 5th and 6th. Lars Wieler, M. Plow, Eisenblut. Mo Islam here for Composite Performance 12. And recovering back through is the 203 of Brian Boomsma in the NRG Supplements car, which of course had a spin earlier on when it came to Stavelo Corner.
And I think that you could probably include it all the way up to, what, Ross Booth up there in the third place at the front of this train. It's pretty impressive how close all of these GT3 cars are. And I'm seeing a Porsche, I'm seeing a Ferrari, and I'm also seeing a BMW. So it looks like this new BOP for the GT3 class is working quite well. And one thing to notice here, it looks like he's trying to get a little bit of clean air. It's a little bit of give and take when you're racing so close on each other's bumpers that if one car makes a move, it tends to open the door for the next car in line, and it's just kind of give and take of battling back and forth with your buddies there while you're all grouped together.
Little search to the inside from Brian Boomsma, hoping that there was an overtake there somewhere. There wasn't, so patience personified then, and there's still more to come along as they go through. Now, they are bottled up a little bit here behind the Multi-21 racing car of all the cars out there. It's the 240 driven by Alexander Kusch at this point, but they're going to want to get through quickly, and Lars Wieler's not going to be too happy at the matter of fact that he's held up and is unable to make a pass, and it is bottlenecking them into each other, and this is where Wieler could be under threat here. Islam might have a chance to move to the outside. Boomsma might decide to just throw one up the inside for good measure, and why not? A little bit of contact there, but, oh, hello, pit stop window. They're all diving in at the same time, and that is a lot shorter than I thought they'd go. About 47 minutes here, Michael.
You know, Jake, I would not be happy if I was Mo Islam there. To get somebody to throw it down the inside on you, going into the final chicane there, and then say, "Oh, by the way, I'm pitting in front of you," is, you know, it feels like a slap in the face sometimes when somebody does that to you. You go, "Come on, you know, I know you want the position, but can we just race for it out on track? Don't do it to me into the pit lane like you're Vettel passing, going on to into the pit lane in China." That's a rough one to swallow sometimes.
It is, and you look at how pit stops are really crucial in terms of how you win this sort of race. I think pit phases are often under-practiced and undervalued, and you get the most out of it by being aggressive when you pit. And that sort of move there is one of those sorts of moves, Joey, where you're like, well, I'm doing it for the track position, because if I can get ahead coming into the box, I'm ahead coming out of the box if my pit stop goes exactly how I plan it. And if it's how I plan it, it's, you know, I've got a position, and I may have just made a second making that stop.
I think it's a great move. It can definitely catch people off guard. And like Michael was saying, it's not necessarily the classiest move, but when you're racing those GT3 cars, I mentioned it, you're so close to each other that if you get a run and show a nose, if you get checked up, it's going to open the door for the person behind you. And that's exactly what happened, is that they were almost 3 wide going into that chicane. And you know, a little bit of fender banging, but everybody came out pointed the right way. It's all racing in my book.
Yeah,
and
it all made sense for that move to get done as well, because you know Brian and Mo had the exact same pit stop time, so getting that move done on the entry was really important.
We will be seeing driver swaps as well over the course of racing, and one of the first ones is just taking a look at the Penguin 201. Which is out there at the moment. Had the Kingsburys there, Ray Kingsbury and Matt Kingsbury. But right now it's John Banks who is behind the wheel. So we'll be seeing driver swaps throughout the day. And this is going to be where it gets interesting. At what point do you swap the drivers around? Where is the right time to make it happen? And just in front of Majory Banks at this point, you've got a lovely bit of 2 wide here as the tin stop prototype races out with Satellite Racing White for positioning prototypes, which is forcing almost everybody to get out of the way. The M-Plower car's just got out of the way, and suddenly it's going to find itself full of composite performance, which goes hard over to the inside, has to go the long way around, and is still going to make the move here at Fania. This is an incredible little sequence, and they're not done heading to the campus corner.
Looks like yeah, it's still 2 wide through there, Jake. And I tell you, these GT3 cars, when you get them that close, look how close he gets. He's going to go around there in a really high-speed section. Hopefully, cross your fingers, no contact with the wall, maybe just a little touch, but oh, that could have been bad.
Oh, Lars Wieler's not going to be happy about that. He was going through nicely, but it just looked like he was starting to lose the back end going through that section of track, and that was all the help he needed to go around, and very quickly it went wrong. There is the Century Sim Esports machine, James Whitehouse behind the wheel still. Very good friend of mine, James. Love the way that he drives, love the way that he works as well. Very good commentator as well, from what I've worked with him in the past. But he is still out there and making this race about him, but it's about as well who is out there and who has made those stops. And I've just noticed that while he's out there driving, he's just coming up through this section. The race leader, and they've changed drivers, is now Eric Trosch behind the wheel now of the Talk Simsport by Wagner Schweißtechnik out there at the front. But the gap right now is somewhere akin here, Michael, to about 15 seconds.
Yeah, as we've talked about, it can rubber band a little bit with this multi-class format and the way pit stops are working. And we're going to see 2 of the P2s here just trying to come around and make it past this GT3 car into no name. David Michael Nichols is going to get the run down towards Puhan and make a easy, straightforward, run-of-the-mill pass here as he tries to stay on the back of Jack Alessi of Tin Top Motorsports through Puhan.
Yeah, so that was all there, and we had a change for the race lead overall. So Nathan Zhu has just lost out then to the number 64 of Gabriel Roos. So blink and you miss it stuff then here in this sort of racing. And for Gabriel Roos to retake that race lead, it looks like here, Joey, they're going to play hot potato, because it's going to be on for the race lead now as they come up the Kemmel straight. It's going to be a case of Nathan Zhu's going to think about either A, do I go to the inside, or B, do I play the patience game? It's B, I'll play the patience game, but they are going to be each other's kryptonite the entirety of this race.
You're right. Both of these cars are just kind of rocket ships out front, and it looked like Roos got a good run through Eau Rouge a couple laps ago, down the Kemmel straight, and drafted right on by that Blue Chew Black car, the number 14, now in second place. And it looks like Nathan Zhu is not lacking on any sort of pace. He's right back caught up to Gabriel Roos out front, and it's only a matter of time until that draft and slipstream effect comes into play. But one thing I wanted to note there is that Nathan Zhu had the opportunity to maybe make a pass on Gabriel, but he chose to save fuel and tuck in the slipstream instead. With 9 hours left, saving fuel at any point is always a good idea.
Yep, saving fuel normally is a good idea, and there was just a spin there for the other Century Sim Sports team car out there over this lap. Dale Edwards finding trouble then in the 53 Century Sim Sport car. So it looks like he had troubles going through Fania, and every time you find a new place to have a spin, you go, right, that's not quite where I planned it. And there are your two race leaders who they will be looking to try and get by him at this point, but you don't want to have a spin out there, and of course it does take a little while, about half a lap or so, Michael, to just reset, because when you do have that slide, you do get that hyperheating sensation here in iRacing of the tires.
Yeah, you know, iRacing's tire model has improved so much over the years, and it's so much easier to slide the car now and have it feel like a real tire. But it is still difficult sometimes when you get the tire heated up from a slide or a big lockup, because that heat applies across the entire tire. It's not like it specifically is in that one spot. So you can kind of hyperheat the surface of the entire tire, and it'll take you a couple of corners to let the tire settle back down, get cooled down, get you back into your rhythm. You know, similarly with cold tires, as we've seen a lot of people do their pit stops in the last few laps, it's very easy to get out of rhythm where you go, you know what, I've been on lower fuel, I've been on nice hot tires, and I've got these very specific brake, turn in, and throttle points in mind. And suddenly you come out with a heavy car with cold tires and you think to yourself, you know, I'm going to continue. I've got a nice rhythm going on, and you just get a little bit too happy on the throttle or a little too deep on the brakes, and the car can come around on you.
It certainly can, and I agree with you entirely over the course of what's been going on there. So us two leaders then still going through. Nice dice there with the traffic then for Gabriel Roos. He builds up that gap. Jaden Hopp, 289, not recommended motorsport. They're about to try and find a way through, and we keep talking about cars that are in the mix or out of the mix, but in GT, it looks like Mo Islam's going to be looking behind him at the moment at the not recommended car, as we just take a look at just how easy it is to just dance away through the traffic. And there's just that air of confidence out there, Joey, from Gabriel Roos, the way that he wants to command the space when he drives. You talk about sometimes being a track general out there, that you dictate the flow of how drivers go about racing with you, that you are putting other drivers to where you want them on track instead of maybe being the sort of driver who gets shuffled over, so to speak.
I agree with you. In terms of being a racing car driver, especially with multi-class racing, you have to be able to control what's around you. And sure, you can't make somebody go to a certain area on the track, but where you place your car can dictate where they are going to take their car. And it looks like Gabriel Roos right now is very confident. He's able to carve through the traffic. He's already gained out to, looks like 2 seconds over Nathan Jew just through those couple of GT3 cars. And yeah, the better and more confident Roos is through traffic, the more you're going to see that lead extend, probably.
That's the plan. Build a gap while you've got it. Just a little bit further back down the road, it looks like Nate Stewart in the Drive SVR LLM car has got his eyes on Dominic Durnenberg, and the Composite Performance 13 gets right up behind, is not going to make a move or any contact or anything of that sort. That's about as close as you can get without trying to attempt to pass. I wouldn't try to get much closer, but just tucking up underneath now and just trying to work out, well, okay, let's still settle in and get through. This is our second stint moving through the big right at Bruxelles and down the hill into the left-hand at 90 degrees. Of course, this is a slightly older scan, Michael, of this circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. What they have added over the last year is incredible as they dance around the likes of the Century Sim Sports car and get stuck behind the Multi-21 car just for a brief moment, because they have added a new moto layout to allow more motorcycle racing to be more prevalent around here. And I tell you what, I would definitely not want to go up Eau Rouge and Rally on a motorbike.
Oh, I can't imagine how terrifying it is. I mean, there are lots of tracks where I look at and think, you know what, motorcycle racing here would probably be pretty entertaining. I'm not sure Spa is one of them, but it's been great to see this 80 million euro or so investment that they've made in the track, the new grandstand at the top at Radeon, you know, some changes to the runoff. I really like the fact that they've gone back to grass and gravel on the outside of La Source. I'm definitely, I don't want to say I'm a purist, but I'm definitely somebody that appreciates gravel runoffs. You know, when F1 went to Mugello the other year, it was great to see drivers actually have to deal with track limits in a real, you know, defined type way, not this, you know what, we've got a slow motion camera and we're looking to see if you're, you know, 1/10 of a millimeter outside of the white line. So I love the changes that they've done to Spa. I really look forward to it being updated in iRacing and seeing drivers have to tackle that different challenge.
The counterpoint, Joey, to loving gravel, right, is that you have, in a lot of respects, a lot more safety when you've got asphalt runoff. And yes, it's very unappealing to go and say you've got asphalt runoff here, there, and everywhere, and that certainly doesn't help things. But when you looked at, say, Formula One last year, and you take Silverstone, for example, what happened to Guan Yu Zhou, and the fact that he pitched in with his car, and that's what caused the flipping and him to go up over the barrier, was pitching into the gravel. Surely there comes a point where, yes, you want drivers to have challenge, and you can see it around certain points of this circuit, but at the same time, do you look at maybe how gravel is implemented and where is the right place on circuit for it to really slow down drivers?
I think that last part that you just said was probably most important. Is it's probably, oh no, is that our second place runner back there? I don't think it was our second place runner, but I think there was a prototype really hard off of the track back there that I saw skating off. But getting back to your point, I think it's a case-by-case situation. You were talking about Formula One and having an incident, but you also have to remember vintage cars race there at the same time. So what might work for Formula One might not work for prototypes or GT3 cars. And I really do think it has to be a corner-by-corner, track-by-track, case-by-case situation. And the other thing to remember about gravel traps is that maybe the safety, you could argue, but it can also ruin a race in terms of yellow flags and caution periods just based on cars getting stuck for really simple reasons.
Certainly, Joey. I think there's a middle point. You know, I talk about loving gravel and seeing those off tracks be really clearly defined. I think there's a nice middle point that we've seen implemented on a few tracks recently, where you get curbing and then maybe a little bit of grass or AstroTurf, you know, as like a foot or two outside of that. And then after that, you see that nice asphalt runoff, so that you get that penalty for running out past the curbing, but at the same time, you still get that added safety from the asphalt on the outside, where maybe you don't end up with a race-ending incident, but you end up with a car that spins out and ends up on the asphalt and can rejoin safely.
Agreed, Michael. Once again, I think it's just kind of that case-by-case situation, because I'm like you. I'm a realist, I'm a purist, and put a track limit out there, because when you overstep it, it should be a penalty.
For more aggregate-related conversations, you can stay with us here at the Global SimRacing Channel. We're going to step aside for one moment. When we come back, more action here from round 3 of 7 of your MTEC, your Majors Teams Endurance Championship, here from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ride around the world.
I'm Mick Claridge, and I'm going to ride around the world on my bike.
My son, he gave me advice at the start of this ride, and he looked at me and just said, "Dad, don't be a moron."
Let me do my animal signal to gain their respect. How's it going, Sally? Yeah, I'm alright, Mick. How's it going? Worse than that bit in Lord of the Rings, where they got into the top and the spiders in the tunnel. I'm just hoping there's a spider at the top of this one to kill me. Freezing.
And I failed. I moroned up the ride.
gets a little bit dicey, doesn't it, when we move away from commentary for a couple of moments and situate ourselves. This is the Composite Performance 212 out there, and this is Mo Islam just making contact with Julian Sievert out there in the Multi-21 racing car, which is just trying to bring itself back in by a lap. So certainly a lot to go through. There's been changes up and down the order. The Grizzly TFR Sunrise car there of Josh Wolf goes through, and we got 3 wide up the Kemmel Straight. That is something that I love to see, as Martin Zayeveld now looks to try and push around Mitchell Bott in the Quality Control Racing 063. The Apex missers hit 2 very nice Apexes then, Michael, going through this section of track and looking to try and find places. But at the moment, the 9 car, which started 10th, is in 8th.
Yeah, we see Martin coming down through Rivage into No Name here, and they're going to get checked up just a little bit by this Lamborghini. And there's another GT3 car that slows. We're going to go 3 wide on the way down into Puhan, which, as I've said before, is always terrifying. Oh. And they get the car turned in and nicely through Puhan and settle back into single file.
That was the 289 not recommended motorsports car, and they had an off right in front of Blake Reynolds and the Penguin RC Simulations LLM car. I tell you what, Joey, that might be just the greatest save. There's no other way to describe it. Blake Reynolds may have just had the greatest save.
It's not an easy section of the racetrack. It's very fast, it's downhill, it's off camber, and you throw some other classes of cars in there. And yeah, you got to keep your head on a swivel sometimes, and we're going to get a replay of exactly what happened here with this save, and looks like a prototype is going to be coming through. Look at this Lamborghini dead sideways, little bit of contact with the tire bundle on the back, and then it just continues kind of down from there.
It's sort of one of those where you need your spotter still in front of you, left side, clear all around, and just going through. But that's how quickly you can lose the back end in that Lamborghini. And the Lamborghini, Michael, holds sometimes a very similar disposition to the Audi, not because that they run the same engine, but they have the same issue on the rear tires where they go through a certain area like that. It's very easy to have a slide and to have trouble out there. Just hearing here from race control that we might be getting towards a safety car period soon. So it looks like we're going to have ourselves a bit of conversation in the early goings. Looks like we're all okay for the moment, but at least at this point in time, everyone all getting themselves nicely. But that, in terms of, Michael, rear tires, Lamborghinis and Audis, they really struggle with that corner down there that we've just seen Blake Reynolds go through.
Yeah, both Rivage and No Name are both very difficult to trail break into with both of those mid-engine V10 cars. You know, they've got that big lump in the back, and it might be an all-aluminum V10, but it is still dual overhead cam, and it weighs a sizable amount, especially once you strap the sequential transmission onto the back of it. So a lot of times you'll see either of those cars where you're just trying to trail the brake down into the corner and keep it tight, as we see prototypes going around the GTs here. I'll let you take this away, Jake.
They are not. Because this is for 3rd position. This is Ross Booth. And Brian Booth's like, oh, 4 tyres in the grass. Oh, this is trouble with 4 wide. How on earth is this not an accident? What?
I think it's still going on, Jake. I don't think it's over yet.
So Nate Stewart just drives through all of them, beats everyone in terms of this. Blake Reynolds, the Penguin RC Simulations car, both part of LLM, has to fall in rank behind. Big loser in all of this is Dominic Durnenberg for Composite Performance, and most of it's down because of the fact that it's his Composite Performance teammate in the GT, Ross Booth, who wants to get part or wants to hold off Brian Boomsma, and that hasn't worked. Composite have been massive losers.
I agree with you. You called it spot on, Jake, is that Dominic Dornberg was just being so nice, letting his teammate Ross Booth battle it out with another GT car that ultimately these 2 other proto cars came up through, and it was 4 wide going up the uphill there. It was wild stuff.
Michael, I believe Dominic Dornberg's just lost his lunch money.
You were at a loss for words. I was stuck talking about lumps of V10s and then got confused looking at that just because I couldn't understand how you could try to go 4 wide down into there, and thought, you know what, there's no way this doesn't turn into a huge wreck. And they sorted it out among themselves, and there might have been a loser, but I think the real winner was that no one ended up in the pit lane.
I think that's the best thing for everyone in terms of this race, is that they all still get to race, and especially that is something that you expect in the last 5 minutes, not an hour and 10 minutes here, Joey, into a race like this.
No, but you never know when things can get turned up to 11 out there on the racetrack. And when you put a couple maybe GT battles, a couple proto battles, put them in the same spot on the same corner, and bam, you got a traffic jam.
You do, and you've got to work your way through rush hour, of course. This isn't the likes of Liège-Bastogne-Liège, the famous cycling race that passes the towns of Spa and Francorchamps on their way back to Liège inside the final 30 kilometres of the great triple classic that's there, which goes alongside the likes of La Flèche Wallonne. And as well as that, there is another one. It's not the Amstel Gold Race. It's on the other end of that. So you've got the Flèche Wallonne, you've got Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and you've got one more on top of that where they climb the top of the Mur de Huy. So there's still some great cycling racing that goes around in this section, but we've got some great racing going on at this point, and it's still going to continue on here with 2 very important LLM machines, both sponsored differently, the 1 and the O25. Now, you can easily fall into file and rank here, Michael, as you try and chase down. They're half a minute off of the race lead, but what they've given themselves now is time and the ability to work together, because they know if they start working together, the Blue Tube Blue O24 is not a million miles away.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those points where, you know, again, we've talked about you want to beat your teammate, but this is not the time to try to beat your teammate. This is a time to make it through traffic and just work together, try to save a little bit of fuel, maybe swap positions halfway through the stint so you give each car an extra lap, and really do your best to make your way through traffic cleanly and quickly. You know, that's not the first time that Nate Stewart has seen a crazy multi-wide moment this race. Right at the start on the entry into Eau Rouge and Raidillon, he actually ended up 3 wide and started to back out of it, and actually took a little bit of a hip check there right at the start. He was the 3rd car on the right side on the entry there, right on lap 1, and thankfully didn't end up getting hip checked off the road there. But you know, 3 wide at the start, 4 wide going into Blanchimont. He's certainly having an exciting race here, and hopefully the 2 of them can work together to get back up to that Blue Chew Blue car.
It's starting to get busy here in the mid-pack right now. This is 9th position on back. Now, talk about recoveries here, Joey. This is Adam Milkovic in the Tin Top Motorsports car. These were your pole sitters in your GT category. They got a drive-through penalty for jumping the start, a start infringement at the beginning of this race. Fell right back down, and they're already back up to that 9th place. They've just passed the not recommended motorsport 289 of Jaden Hopp. But just behind that as well, got Ryan Walker for Satellite Racing GT3 AM, and then Lars Wieler as well for the M-Plower Eisenblut. So those 4 pretty much deciding, this is our real estate, let's make a race of it.
It looks like, yeah, you're right, that number 147 machine is kind of clawing his way back up towards the front after that poor start that you were mentioning. And looking at the lap times, Jake, that car is actually one of the fastest GT cars on track. I know that it varies depending on traffic and where they hit some prototype cars, but he's flying out there. Despite that penalty, it looks like they're on their way back towards the front.
Lamborghini then versus BMW just behind, and the M-Plower BMW is looking to try and work a way through Ryan Walker and the Satellite Racing car. But of course, because it is a satellite car, it will see you coming from a mile away or many miles away up there in the atmosphere. No chance then to get past the Scotsman Ryan Walker then just for the moment. There might be a chance into the La Source hairpin, but it is on camber. You do have that ability to just try and drive as much as you can off of the exit. And then once you're down through this section, you are just patient. This is where you need the commitment here. That left, right, left, and just knowing how much limit of grip you have through this section, Michael.
Yeah, and it's tough behind another car. You know, even the GT3s suffer from a little bit of aero wash. It's not like the LMP or the LMPs or open wheel cars, as we're going to see Ryan trying to. Oh, he lets him go. He does not defend it. He lets him go and slots him behind. So it looks like the two of them are going to try to work together and make sure they get back through the field and hopefully catch up to the people in front of them.
No, it's a wise decision there because this is still the early stages of the race. If you know that a car behind you is faster, what's the point of racing right now? So Satellite Racing GT3 AM is going to try and play the strategy card then, try and get a little bit further. And sometimes there are a lot of benefits to following Joey behind another driver. And I think first and foremost of those benefits is being able to see what lines other drivers take, and that ultimately improves your lap time by a little bit because you're taking the same sort of lines, braking at the similar sort of points.
I come from the world of real racing, and I completely agree with you because letting somebody by is never a bad thing. In the world of sim racing, it seems like we block quite a bit and defend all of our positions no matter what because we want to be out front. But it's important sometimes that if a car is faster than you, let them by. Take out your notepad and start taking notes on why they are faster than you, and then apply them to your own racing and your own car, and you'll see your own lap times improve out there yourself.
Please don't do that, though, while you're still driving, because that could get very messy very quickly, Michael.
No texting while driving. It's not allowed, not even in sim.
Doesn't stop drivers from time to time, though, does it?
There has been a few instances of cell phones in F1 cars in the real world. I know I've seen a few in LMPs. So, you know, maybe not in the real world the smartest choice, but in sim, you know, make your own bed and you can deal with what happens from there.
Make your own bed, and if it folds up on you, well, that's a problem, isn't it? Still,
yeah, hopefully no sim rigs folding up. I know we've got some variable ones that people can move around, but I imagine that would be difficult.
It would be, but we've still got great racing here in prototypes in your Dallara category. Running through now the final section of road. This is the race for second, which has just changed. So Satellite Racing started today, 1 and 2. They are now back to 1 and 2, but only for a brief moment. The number 14 taking that big wide outside line then at the last horse hairpin. Paul Darling, who's been in that car from the beginning, is going to hold him in a very nice stead. Now, because of these short runs, that they're only getting 40 to 45 minutes, is how close do you want to be through this section of road? Oh, geez Louise. This is going to be close then from Nathan Zhu, who is really trying to say, how much do you want to race? Tucked up there as they go past Robert Gregoire in the Mad Sim Racing with the Into the Apex podcast team there. Not going to make the move, but, you know, right now, it's how much do you want to race? How much do you want to make everything happen? And we saw a really quick start to the race, Joey, out of the Blue Chew Black team, but they're going to drop back. And with how short the stints have been, it's not going to be surprising if we see double stinting with drivers be the norm, double to triple stinting. I think drivers want to get as much of an even share as they possibly can. Blue Chew Black, they can go to Braden Roseborough. That's going to be their next option. It's going to be a little bit more different when it comes to the number 67 team out there, because Paul Darling has David A. Williams to hand to next.
It looks like Nathan Zhu continues to fuel save, and if memory serves correct, I think the prototype should be hitting their fuel window pretty soon here, probably this lap or maybe the next couple laps. And since he has been fuel saving, remember he was fuel saving behind Gabriel Roos, and now he's fuel saving behind Paul Darling, at least once Paul got by. Can Nathan Zhu stretch it an extra lap or maybe an extra 2 laps over both of these satellite cars, or will he hold station here with track position in 3rd place while the pit stop cycle happens?
Yeah, Joe, I think that was a tactical decision. You know, for me, La Source, even though it is an opportunity to pass, is not where you want to pass, because you end up, you know, just getting redraft past it going up the Kemmel Straight. I think this was tactical. He pitted 1 lap before Paul in the Satellite Racing blue car on the previous set of stops. So I think you're absolutely correct. I think he just decided to drop in, save, and try to gain a lap.
you try and gain a lap, you try and gain a little bit here and there, and you talk about gaining a lap, and there will be some people here who have stumbled across the magical multiverse of YouTube or however it is that you found yourself to here with Global SimRacing Channel and are like, what do you mean by saving a lap? What does that mean? What does that give me in the long run of a race like this? So Joey, in terms of saving a lap, essentially what you're trying to do is you're always trying to count back in terms of how long a stint is. And if you can save 1 lap's worth of fuel, so here it's 7 kilometers and 4 meters worth of fuel by distance, you are trying then to make that final stop that you have in this race a lot shorter so that you save more time compared to your rivals.
Absolutely. You know, you got to think that it always takes the same amount of time to fill up the entire tank of fuel. However, if you're filling up less than the entire tank, that means it's going to take a shorter amount of time to fill up that tank. You know, it's just basic and simple math. And that's exactly what fuel saving does. You can stretch it out there on the racetrack, but it also allows a shorter fuel fill time on pit road while you're sitting there in the stall.
And it's not going to be a case, Michael, when it comes to fuel saving, that you can go half throttle around the circuit because you just simply waste too much time. And that's why there's a, oh, I've just seen a car go flying off. It's Ryan Walker of the Satellite Racing GT3. We just had a look at him right in the Kimi Räikkönen spot from 2007, 2008. That is not a nice place to have a moment coming through Blanchimont there. And look at that Lamborghini. I'll get back to my point a little bit later on. That is about as crab sideways gets.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Michael. Go for it.
He looked like he just grabbed a little bit of the curbing on the apex of Blanchimont, and unfortunately, you know, as you said, Kimmied it right into the inside barrier there. Unfortunately, no wet weather for us yet to play with at Spa, but that left front is definitely badly damaged.
Let's have a look. Global SimRacing Channel replay here, Joey, and this is how quickly it can go wrong. And again, it is what I've been talking about. The rear's just letting go when it comes to the likes of the Audi and the Lamborghini. It's the one thing you've got to worry about.
It certainly just looked like the rear was on a bit of a pendulum and continued out while the front was hooked up, and yeah, he got that loose. And I was going to mention he was just in a really bad spot out there with a really damaged car because pit lane entry is right here. You see him already in entry, so he didn't want to take the toe back, but he was trying to stay safe, and trying to drive a car that's sideways like that is just hazardous.
Yeah, and we are in the prototype pit window as Recycled NRG, Alexander Dobertsberger is in, Ika Estefania in for the World of Sim Racing team as well. So a couple of pit stops coming through. Apex Misses are in, Composite Performance are in, Blue Tube Blue are in, and the LLM Penguin RC Simulations team, Blake Reynolds' team, is in. But oh, it gets a bit dicey, doesn't it? It gets a bit dicey if you're Satellite Racing Blue and Paul Darling. They're very nearly getting shoved off, Michael, by Lars Wheeler on the M-Plower.
Yeah, yes, he certainly almost did get M-plowed there. It's that give and take that we always talk about with the LMPs and the GT3s. The LMP thinks, you know, I don't want to get caught. Oh, we're going to see a Lamborghini again in Blanchimont go off hard there into the barriers.
That's hot. It's the not recommended motorsports. They're going to get themselves going again, but that time it's on the outside. And we talk about this being such an important phase of the race, and with just how short they're going here as well, Joey, they'll be double stinting those tires, and I just think the rears are the ones that are going to start letting go.
I think that this is the experiment that they're all waiting for, is that we just got this brand new update. They really claim all these different tire models and aerodynamic models, and GT3 completely reworked. They're saying that we can't double, triple, or quadruple stint, and I think this is the test bed that we're watching right here, guys.
I think you're absolutely right. Jaden Hopp having a massive incident, which will force him to stop in early as we focus then on the 223. This is Twin Turn Sim Racing. They've been very subtle about the way they're going. They've got to get past the lap traffic of Century Sim Sport, Oliver Evans behind the wheel. But this is where, oh no, and just like that, they're both going to go around. It's all kicking off now in the GTs. Michael Marlowe turns it around for Twin Turn.
Yeah, we're going to see a bunch of Lamborghini tire issues kind of right in a row here. And Jake, you brought it up earlier. Is it something inherent to that platform with the way they trail brake and the way they heat those rear tires up, or is this just a bunch of drivers getting a little too deep on worn tires? I'm not quite sure, but we're going to see the Ferrari behind him drifting through frame there as well.
Yeah, and troubles there for Oliver Evans, who is still trying to recover that car from the damage that it sustained earlier, and are a little ways down the order. So they've got a lot of work to get through, not having as much fun as James Whitehouse is at the moment, second overall in Century Sim Esports at this point in time. And there he is out there at this point and just running a nice quiet race in second, but they have been reeled in little by little here, Joey, over the course of what's been going on, because that NRG supplements car has now got that gap down to about 4 seconds.
You're right, down to about 4 seconds. He's crawling it in, and I'm the technical guy. I love looking at these lap times, and leader 2:17.6, NRG supplements, Brian Boomsma out there 2:16.7 that last lap. So continuing to be a little bit faster than the GT3 cars in front of him, and most importantly, faster than the car behind him. So he's stretching it out from the car behind and closing it in on his competition in front.
Yeah, that's the key. You've got to build the gap to those behind, closing on those in front, and if you can put quick lap times in, well, all power to you. We are in a pit cycle as Satellite Racing Red switched to Ayrton Williams as their next driver. With a name like Ayrton, you're going to have to be quick out there on track for the number 64. Blue Tube Blue still have Christopher Schmeller behind the wheel. When it comes to the likes of the other machinery that is out there trying to make all of that good progress out on track, this is not going to be a guaranteed race overall, but the Satellite Blue team are in the pits right now. They've got David A. Williams behind the wheel, and as well as that, Blue Tube Black still have Nathan Zhu driving for them, so there was no driver change for them out there. Is also down into the pits here, Michael, comes the likes then of Nate Stewart in the LLM Drive SVR car, and Mitchell Bott missing his box.
It's the worst feeling. I need to personally practice pit stops a lot more often, but I always feel like I'm trying to get that maximized, entry into my pit box and get the tires done and get out as quickly as possible, and feel like I jump a guy by a second going into the pit lane, and I can't tell you how often I screw it up. It's so difficult to get it right and actually, get that reliable exit out of your pit box and not exceed the pit lane speed limiter. And there's so many different things to do there that you can get wrong, and it's so easy to pick up a penalty, which thankfully I don't think we've seen anybody do yet.
But Michael, would you say now there are no excuses for drivers to mess that up thanks to iRacing's brand new active reset?
Excuses? Sure, but that's what they are at that point, excuses. The excuse is that you didn't practice enough. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. When you take a penalty on pit entry and it isn't because somebody hit you and forced you over the pit entry line, the only excuse and the only person that you can look at is yourself and say, I did not practice this enough. So a lot of people will complain about active reset, making this more of a video game and not a simulation. And I say, how often do you tow back to the pits? How often do you not, get wrenches out and repair your car? It's another tool in the toolbox. And if you're not using it, you're playing at a casual level where you're not doing everything you can to be as good as you can.
I certainly would agree, and it also saves time as well by not having to go around all the time and set up and effectively put the heat back into the tyres again, as it is Williams ahead of Williams, Satellite ahead of Satellite, but it is red ahead of blue, as it has been over the course of this race. We're focusing on the racing right now between Composite Performance 13 and the number 1 LLM Penguin RC Simulations team. So Blake Reynolds and Dominic Durnenberg out there making their race happen for what is 6th and 7th positions overall in this one. There have been a couple of quality cars, and there is trouble out there for, I think that's the 84. Yeah, that's Murphy Nichols getting caught up in the wrong side of things there, Joey.
I think, yes, that is coming down the downhill, a very fast section, and that can catch a lot of cars out, whether it's single file or not through there. It doesn't have to necessarily be traffic to catch you out. It just fast entry. The car can come around loose on you. I believe, is this our pole-sitting car finally coming out of the pits after the cycle?
Yes, it is. So this is Milkovic, who was in behind the wheel then for the Tin Top Motorsports, and it still is Adam Milkovic as he comes out on track just behind Aaron Beaver in the Aerokinetics pink machine. So just getting that pit stop all sorted. And I would say early for those, because we haven't seen too many, at least on this second stint through. Maybe in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll be due to see those coming through for GTs. But an interesting first stage to the GTs, and we haven't really talked about the leaders in the GT category, as it's we'll stay away from them for a little bit more because we've still got great racing here going through. That was Satellite Blue and Blue Tube Black racing for second overall in category. David A. Williams, well, you're going to have to start by getting the elbows out, because this is not the place you want to be initially going through. Oh, yeah, welcome to MTEC here, Michael. Just enjoy a race for second.
You know, Jake, I remember in the early 2000s when prototype racing kind of stopped having as many mechanical retirements, and suddenly they talked about, you know, every 24-hour race or every endurance race is a sprint race. And Blue Chew Black and Satellite Racing Blue are certainly giving us a show of that right now, where this doesn't look like a 10-hour endurance race. These guys are absolutely racing every single lap, except for the fuel-safe laps, of these two stints so far. I mean, they're just going at it every opportunity they have, and man, is it fun to watch.
Oh, it absolutely is. And as they descend down the hill, this is their 43rd lap of this race already. They will flick up the left and right of Eau Rouge and Radion, and now move up the Camel Straight here. They won't have the ability to use drag reduction systems, not here in this machinery, but at least going up the hill once again, Nathan Zhu is very happy just to sit in and keep in mind where everyone's going and what he wants to do and able to save. And even if he doesn't save a lap, even half a lap sometimes can be big in terms of a save. That's the difference between a couple tenths of a second here and there, and they do add up. It's almost like when you've got a bar of soap and you get down to the bottom end of a bar of soap, Joey, and it's like, well, you could just do nothing and just throw away the last little bit of bar of soap, or you could combine it to make a mega bar of soap.
A mega bar. I love it. And the only fault that I'm seeing with this Nathan Zhu strategy is that he is saving fuel, but the Satellite boys are still able to stretch it further. Nathan Zhu's on 3 laps on his current stint, while this Satellite car in front of him is only on 2 laps. So he's got to be able to figure it out and really either shorten up his pit stop times or be able to extend it that extra lap, because his fuel saving isn't coming into any sort of benefit when the cycles happen right now.
That's a lot of smoke. Oh, that's a lot of smoke. That's Oliver Evans and the Century SimSport car that's again gone around. And troubles then befalling the 53 out there. So Oliver Evans in the wrong place at the wrong time at Stavilo corner, which we've seen so often. Now, it's dealt with mechanical damage because he's found the barriers, but I was just looking at how that Ferrari's gone through, and there's more troubles actually up the hill, top of the hill. So that's one of the BMWs that's in the wrong way, and I'm not quite sure who exactly that was that found themselves the wrong way. It might have been Murphy Nichols in the BRT Thor that could have got there. No, it wasn't him. Oh, no, it was Glas Vila. The M-Plower got plowed.
I know that Lars was in the thick of things earlier on. I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
Prototype.
I think the BMW was coming up through Eau Rouge. Is that what I saw? It looks like we're getting the replay right now. It looks like a prototype down the inside. Oh, no. Just too wide coming into one of the fastest sections of the racetrack, and you see the instant damage on the BMW.
Yeah, he was just a passenger there. Unfortunately, while the P2 didn't want to lose that time going up through there, he just was too far back to send that.
Yeah, and that's the issue as well, is that especially when you've got a GT car behind you there, Michael, it is so easy just to forget, oh, the prototype can go about 70 kilometers an hour faster than me, and I'm not expecting it to do that right now, so I'm just going to take my natural line, which is exactly the right thing to do, except when you got a prototype down your inside, which you couldn't see.
Yeah, I mean, no fault at all to the BMW there. He was online, he was well ahead of the LMP, and, you know, you kind of don't really expect that. One of the things that you're going to see a lot of people trying to manage challenge-wise with the LMPs, especially since they've had that most recent power reduction, is that you're not going to see, hopefully, as many of those intense dives. The smarter LMPs that are really trying to work their way through traffic are going to be backing off early before the apex of a corner and just making sure they get the drive through the corner, maintain that good corner speed, and slingshot past the GT3s on exit.
Well, Satellite Racing, the two Williamses they'll be going through, we're in pit stop cycle now for your GTs. That's James Whitehouse in. There's Brian Boomstra also into the pits as well, and drivers all looking for what they can possibly do. Meanwhile, we still do have that race on for second position overall, but almost everybody jumping in. Adam Preston will jump in now for NRG. James Whitehouse stays in the car. Ryan Robertson will come through, but here comes the look again. I wonder if this is going to be another case of I will sit back and wait and not use anything at my disposal up the Kemmel straight here, Joey. We've seen this time and again from the 14. Doesn't want to make the move. Still doesn't.
You know, not only that, but I've watched them very closely over the last handful of laps. And when Nathan Jew gets tucked up behind the wing of that car in front of him, he saves fuel, and when he starts to drift back, he can get back on the gas and instantly close it back up. So trust me, that Blue Chew Black car has plenty of speed and lap time in it. He's just kind of hanging out right now.
We haven't talked track conditions here today. We're an hour and a half through this race already here, Michael, but it's cold. And it's important to say that it's cold out there today because we're right at the apex of how hot it's supposed to be. It is in sim time, just coming up to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This race is going to get dark at the end, that much we can say, but 73 degrees Fahrenheit, that's also going to be leaning into why we're seeing so many oversteer moments out on circuit. It is a cold track.
Yeah, cold track, you know, it feels good at the start, but as the sun starts to go down and the track cools off, it's definitely going to catch a few people out. You know, that combined with the changes we've seen in the most recent patch, iRacing adding a surface polish, which is going to make things more difficult offline, where the offline rubbering and kind of aggregate of the pavement will change a little bit, can mean that some drivers will feel like there's a little bit less grip as you get out into the marbles, more so than there was previously. And, you know, that patch is only a few days old, so we might see some challenging circumstances for drivers who are trying to make late race passes.
And I think that's important to note, just how difficult it is from a driving perspective, Joey. It is when you do have marbles out there on the outside, because it is supposed to be all of that discarded rubber that's not there, that's not used, that's not wanted. It does build up differently compared to others, as Nathan Jew again gets close, but again sits back and waits at about 270 kilometers an hour, doesn't want to do anything to make the move. But it is important to note just how much rubber build-up is so crucial to the way that racing is formed and how authentic racing is formed, especially when you consider, especially down at a club level, that you get all the different categories of racing putting down their own sets of rubber as a race goes on, as a race meet goes on.
Yes, definitely. I think here in the examples, most notably in pro racing that we see, at least all of the cars are running the same compound of tires. Either they're on Michelin's or Pirelli's, et cetera, and so thankfully the compounds are the same, getting laid down. But you're right, when you enter the weekend, it's all different stuff. As we're taking a look at a McLaren having some issues here, I think finally getting it back going though. And You talked about the marbles, Jake. One thing to notice is that the marbles don't gather up evenly everywhere, and it just happens like that in real life too. It happens in some of these really hard corners where you're just putting all of the stress through the tire and a heavy side load, and I'm not sure if that was a little bit of netcode or if the satellite car actually got into the wall there, and I'm going to quit all my banter because we got a lot of action on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, that's the NRG car. It's the supplements car of Adam Preston that just come out the pits not nearly 2 laps ago and is down at a very awkward place on track. That's just after Malmedy. So that looks to me like got on the anti-cut curb. The world's amount of traffic's just about to go through there. And that's a shame for what was at the time the leading GTM there, Michael.
Yeah, a tough spin there and having to wait forever to come back around. As we're going to spool the replay up here. Oh, we're looking at the McLaren just grabbing the curb on the exit of Blanchimont and just absolutely stuffing it into the tires.
That's a nasty, nasty tank slap. Oh, in the background.
one behind him as well.
Oh, that's a save. That is a save. Oh my word, that is a save behind. How on earth do you hold that? Who was that even that made that save? It's one of the Lamborghinis again that's run into troubles there at Blanchimont. So Blanchimont and Lamborghinis is like oil and water, don't mix. It's going to be the green machine that is there of Aerokinetics. So the Aerokinetics green 422 managed to make an almighty save, Joey.
I think the 270 actually had something to do with that. He came up on a slower Lamborghini very rapidly. And here's the replay of the BMW. We're going to see him probably, oh, it looks like a car's going to go down the inside. He's way out loose in those marbles like we talked about, hits the curbs, and around he goes.
Yeah, and it's such an awkward position because you don't want to turn the car around. You're going to have to be patient if you're NRG at the top of that hill. But you have to give credit when you're a GTM car that you have to wait for the right time to turn the car around and not cause more incident. And that's what Adam Preston was able to do. As that's still been going on, we've still got this race here between Satellite Blue and Blue Tube Black, but they have been dropping time to the race leader overall. It was about 5 seconds when they came out of the pits, Michael. That gap to the 64 is out to now 7 seconds. At this point, the car of Ayrton Williams' Satellite Racing Reds had a bit of traffic to deal with this lap.
Yeah, I think I think when we look at these two and the way they've been sticking together and Blue Chew's been sitting behind, and we've talked about fuel saving, I think that Blue Chew at this point kind of knows that without the help of some traffic, they may not catch the Satellite Racing red car. As we see another BMW off here. What's that?
Quality. It's the 255 of Sean Malley that's gone around there, and that's coming out of Fania. I tell you what, it's almost a give credit to these sim racers. I haven't seen the same incident twice.
Yeah, they've certainly been keeping us entertained with a different incident and giving us a bingo card of spins and corners. So I think a lot of the problem here for some of the GT3 cars may be that they're trying to double stint tires. And, you know, as we looked at what iRacing said about the new patch, is that double stinting would be possible but not recommended. And most of the GT3s look like they've gone for that double stint. And I think maybe we're seeing the not recommended portion of those patch notes.
We certainly have been. 3-car battle, though, in your prototypes. Richard Watkins, Quality Control Racing, 079. Nicholas Davis in the Grizzly TFR Sunrise. And just behind that, you got Lance Loomis, Precision Racing Esports Blue. And just to make the quality sandwich there, you got Tristan Terracciano there for Quality Control Racing 074. So it looks like we've got a quality battle out there at this point in time, and they will both be looking to try and either A, get away, or B, get through. And 4-car trains like these, for lap traffic, Joe, is either A, the most predictable, or B, the most unpredictable.
Yeah, and they're catching the Lamborghini up through Eau Rouge right now. This is a battle 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th that you just highlighted. And yeah, this is the exciting part. A great scrap that's happening within these prototypes, and they all have to work their way through the GT3 cars. As we're going to get a look as too wide here. Looks like Watkins is going to get challenged by Loomis here. They're going to go too wide, and look out for this Porsche in front of him as well.
That's Nicholas Davis making the move, in fact. But look at this, going to come right back down the hill, off the brakes. But hang on, you've lifted off a little bit. I'm just going to sneak around the outside if I'm Lance Loomis. That is just smash and grab sim racing at its finest. 4 now going to try and come down through. I'll tell you what, I didn't want to be Young Park there for composite performances 91. And oh, trouble. And again, it's the Lamborghini. And again, it's not recommended that's in the walls there at Blanchimont.
That move around the outside there and the P2 was really nice. I'm not sure what happened with this Lamborghini, but I feel like from what we've seen, it's going to be touching a little bit of the apex curb at Blanchimont and it just coming around. I don't know for sure. I haven't gone back and checked the replay yet, but it really looks like these Lamborghinis especially are struggling to double stint these tires.
And that would have been a car that's already come in and made a second stop. So this will be a third stop. And that would have been on fresh tyres. Mark my words. Meanwhile, Nicholas Davis will lose out to Lance Loomis, who has gone and gained 2 positions. And then we've got the 2 quality cars going at it. So Tristan Terracciano goes through. And Richard Watkins, you probably won't know what's hit him. The answer is you just lost 3 places in a lap.
It's amusing to watch this scrap here because they get separated out by a GT car and then they're all back together and then it's just this big giant accordion effect that it stretches out, compresses, stretches out, compresses, and it has just been going on for a few laps. It really is great racing for a little bit further back in the pack.
It is great racing here, and the good news is we've still got 8.25 hours of great racing still to come along here from the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Now, we talk about this as something that drivers get used to as we watch the race on for second position overall. Bailing out of the way as Adam Preston wanted nothing to do with that. But what we talk about is day to night transitions. It seems almost a moot point to talk about it now. They've been in for so long, Michael, in the iRacing service, but the fact that you can have a track which not only goes light and dark depending on how much sun there is on the track, but the fact that when it goes dark, and you're reliant on just the headlights around here because the lighting around this circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, is dark to say the least. It's the darkest of the 24-hour races that gets driven around on iRacing. It is a unique challenge racing a track in the light compared to racing a track in the dark.
Yeah, you see a lot of people talk about it being pitch black, but until you've driven this and really understand how pitch black it is, you don't realize that lack of kind of extra ambient light from stars or the moon or just, the sky being a little blue in real life, whereas, in iRacing, it is pitch black, and it certainly poses a unique set of challenges that makes it very, very difficult sometimes to see if a car is off track or to spot that apex, and it's pretty easy to make a small mistake and have it kind of cascade and get away from you. Joey, have you done any real life endurance racing at night before?
Oh yes, plenty. I've raced Daytona 24. I've raced, plenty around North America as well, and the transition from day to night isn't really that big of a deal, at least for me. I actually prefer racing at night because most of the time it's cold. The car is hooked up. It is fast out there. And not only that, but race cars are uncomfortably hot inside. And so when it's nice and cool at night, it's refreshing. It's a pleasant drive.
Pleasant drive, and that was some pleasant traffic dealt with by David A. Williams and Nathan Drew as well as they go past the twin turn sim racing car. Dominic Eisenberg behind the wheel now for twin turn as they've gone through and moved to that final chicane here in the second hour's worth of racing here at this point in time. It's been a little bit topsy-turvy in certain areas of this race to go, but we've still got some great racing there, and twin turn actually is worth talking about here because there's a little battle behind them, but it is, believe it or not, with cars that are many laps down at this point, and then just behind, 2 cars behind them, is Daniel Dennison for the Aerokinetics green. Now they're going to want to get through after the massive Code Brown moment they had about 10 minutes ago here, Michael. They're going to want to get up. They're going to want to gain those places back, but they know there is a lot of traffic that they're going to have to navigate through to get to Eisenberg.
Yeah, and that Ferrari that we see there is just coming out of the pits and is, there's LMP splitting the three of them up the middle. Oh, just terrifying. And we're going to see the Lamborghini there of Marsala Blue Chew Blue send it up the inside on Eisenberg and make sure he gets past him before they get down into Sector 2 here.
Yeah, so that's that done, which puts now these two right next to each other on circuit, and this is a battle now for position and trying to get this sorted. So it's Lamborghini versus Lamborghini. Lamborghini definitely the most populous of machinery out there in the GT category, but everyone's got their own swings and checks and balances that come in, and a lot of what makes that Lamborghini so good is that low center of gravity, Joey.
I think that, you know, it is low center of gravity, but it's also just this whole new model. It seems like the Lamborghini really has found its strength again after the Porsche was just so dominant here in this last season. It's good to see so many of these Lamborghinis running, and we've been noticing that wicked death loose out of some of these faster corners, but out of the cars that are hooked up, it certainly seems like it is fun, and it is stable, and it is fast, most importantly.
It is, and speaking of fun and stable and fast, here comes a move to the fastest corner, the most loaded corner on the circuit at Blanchimont. Thank you very much. That one I will have on toast. So Daniel Dennison makes the pass on Dominic Eisenberg, and just sitting behind is the McLaren of John Marjoribanks, who is going to look at that and say, well, that was an easy little overtake. I wouldn't mind one of those myself in the next couple of moments, Michael.
I'm not one to throw the, I'm going to say it, commentator's curse out, but Daniel Dennison there had a pretty big wiggle going through Blanchimont, and as we've seen, there seems to be some Lamborghinis struggling through there. So, you know, he's on tires that I believe are 20 laps old right now, and he's, what, 8 laps into his current stint, 7 laps into his current stint. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how he manages that tire wear and manages the lap times to both hold that position, but also to make it through this stint and get that next fresh set of tires on.
Well, that next fresh set is going to be welcome. That much I can say at this point. Marjoribanks then just sits behind. We'll have to let Dominic Dornenberg fly through in the composite performance 13, trying to break away from the apex missers, Dallara there of Frank Schmidt. But if you're going to both block the circuit up, lap traffic's not going to find any way through. Try and make it happen around the outside. They fall back to single file, and they're all going to jump through. And that really, really costed the apex missers car of Frank Schmidt, because that's just allowed Blake Reynolds to get back into the mix, Joey.
Yeah, Blake Reynolds is there, but I'm impressed with this Marjoribanks car as well as we jump to this prototype battle. That McLaren had a bunch of front-end damage, but he's still hanging into it as all of these prototypes are still working their way through this GT3 field. Might even get 3 wide in here. They think smart, think better of it around the outside. The Lamborghini gives them room. It's such an ebb and flow, the give and take out there. They can hold you up in one corner, but they can let you through in the next and gain time on that car in front of you.
So there is certainly availability out there to make those moves, but you have to be patient, at least at this point in time. We know where we stand in terms of racing here. We've gone through at least the first stages relatively unscathed. Frank Schmitz, though, in the apex missers, trying to go through, but once more, we look back up at that P2 battle, and it has just completely shut down from the race lead here, Michael. You talk about drivers who just find an extra gear. Ayrton Williams has found an extra gear. He is now 15 seconds clear, and you just blink and it's 15 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like a few laps ago we were talking about, oh, he's 6 seconds out in front, and now we're looking at, you know, almost 16. I mean, what a gap. Certainly some of it is traffic management, but it can't all be. That's got to be, you know, just some outstanding pace. I mean, as we look at the lap time comparison, you're going to see, you know, plus 1 second, an even lap, and then plus 2.3, plus 2.1. It's just an outrageous pace difference. I mean, I don't want to say that's, you know, just down to traffic management, because it's got to be a bunch of driver too. That's just an outstanding performance.
That was really, really interesting going through that section of road between second and third as we watch your overall race leader go through. David A. Williams went all the way to the inside, and Nathan Zhu did not want anything to do with going through. Actually hit the brakes on the run up towards Pouon because he just wanted to stay behind. He wanted to save that fuel, Joey, and I think that, you know, he's doing it in spite of pace. You know, I think the Satellite Blue car doesn't want to be leading anymore because it's going to hurt them on strategy. But, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah, this is... so I always agree with fuel saving, but you have to make the fuel saving effort worthwhile. And right now, I'm just seeing this, like you said, 15-second gap open up between Satellite Red and Blue. It might have to do with traffic, but I know that if I was managing those teams and on the box, I'd be telling David Williams to keep doing exactly what he's doing. Nathan Zhu has no intent to pass you. Breathe it. You know, let second, maybe 2 seconds a lap get between you and your teammate, because guess what? Nathan Zhu is totally content to hang out back there in third place, and we can ruin his fuel strategy if he just hangs out.
And you know what, Joey? This is also playing into the hands of Blue Chew Blue, as they've been turning in their last 5 averages almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Blue Chew Black and Satellite Racing Blue. So soon we're going to see Blue Chew Blue here getting back into the fight with Blue Chew Black and Satellite Racing Blue. And, you know, the loser here could end up being Satellite Racing Blue, where both Blue Chew cars end up jumping them.
That definitely could be the option. You stole my thunder there, Michael.
I'm sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. Christopher Schmeller is driving absolutely fantastically right now, and he is keeping that gap honest. And in fact, that last time around, Christopher Schmeller was a second quicker than your race leader. So he is on the binders right now going, this is my go time phase of the race. I am going to chase these two down. And just look at them, almost too wide as they go through the Fania chicane. It's clear that David Williams has got his blocking boots on, and he's decided, you know what? You shall not pass. I've decided that's no good, as we've got a couple drivers that are down in the pits right now, and maybe a little bit of malaise out there. Not recommended is certainly one of them. Satellite and as well as that M-Plower all in trouble. But here is the look again for second in prototypes, as they will now encroach on the Ferrari of James Whitehouse, which is second overall. And this is not the easiest place to be as GT traffic, but still, how much of this holding up is when are you going to make the move? No, he's just going to shadow. Nathan Zhu, come hell or high water, is just going to shadow.
That's what I'm not understanding. You got to take advantage of what you are doing out there on the racetrack. And in my opinion, David A. Williams is holding you up right now. You can fuel save and still make better lap time than what David A. Williams is allowing you to do by following him. And you guys are mentioning Christopher Schmeller out here. Look at this, 4th place, but he's continuing to close on this battle. Looking at those last lap times, yeah, another 3/4 of a second taken out of his teammate right in front of him.
More time then out of the banks, and it goes from 1.2 to 1.1, and all of a sudden it's fluctuating around a second. Has to get on the power off of the exit. Does get slightly perturbed by Jack Hedgecoats in the Go Win Racing Amethyst lap traffic. Does bring the gap up by a 10th, but now as they're dropping down the hill, you start to wonder whether that's the go signal. Okay, it's playing into your hands. You know, holding back 1 car is enough, but holding back 2, you know, you're asking the will of the world to go and start playing its role here, Michael.
Yeah, I think if you've got a team manager here, the Satellite Racing car is going to be getting the hurry up on the radio. I mean, they were going, you know, approximately a second a lap, 1.5 a lap slower than the leader. And, you know, I'm all for trying to help your teammate out. But when you start to risk your podium because you've got two teammates on an opposing team closing up behind you, it's time to start, you know, getting on the throttle and get going. You no longer can afford to hold that other team up, because suddenly you're going to be fighting 2 cars, not 1.
Certainly are. GT's looking very interesting. Daniel Dennison has lost out now to Dominic Eisenberg, and we see the black and orange mechanical flag is out the colloquial meatball for him and the Aerokinetics green machine. So, oh, that's a big place to have it happen. Up and over the curb. He's lucky he's not collected anyone else.
Yes, you took the words out of my mouth here. Looks like he's going to get a little help from a Lamborghini behind him, maybe. I don't know if this is just netcode, maybe a little bit of contact. Look how close that was. Oh my goodness.
Had a combination of almost getting the car that was going through the chicane or almost doing an F3 flip over the sausage curbs there.
Oh, well, I am pretty sure nobody wants to end up doing what happened at Monza. That much we can certainly say. But that anti-cut curb then left him a passenger and very nearly left him in a tricky position. Now, let's put second, third, and fourth in prototypes. Line astern behind a very skew-if Audi at this point. Actually, no, it's not quite skew-if. The paint's throwing me. It's an asymmetrical paint. I'm being thrown. It looks like the rear wing's like off to one side on the race-leading Audi that's out there, the Talk Simsport by Wagner Schweischtechnik car. Because the way it's got that stripe going through, it looks like the rear wing's skewed to one side.
You know, Jake, the British Navy would be very, very, very happy right now that you just got confused by Dazzle Camo.
I got confused by Dazzle Camo. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. But still, doesn't change that. There is the rear wing, which looks absolutely perfect at this point in time. Eric Trush behind the wheel, driving a simply fantastic race away from the 105 Century Sim Esports Ferrari out there in the Audi. And it just goes to show you that the Audi is still a very, very good car out there. And Joey, it goes to prove it when you talk about endurance circles. The WRT team, which is pretty much Belgium's national endurance racing team, they're Audi runners.
And they are, and I think it's comfort factor for a lot of these teams is that if you spend a lot of time in one make or one manufacturer, you get the hang of how it drives and how it likes to be set up, and that's a good thing. The same thing happens in real life when teams kind of pick their manufacturers and stick to one. And something we're going to jump back to here, this is that prototype battle for second place with Williams leading Jew, leading Schmeller now, and I was noticing that that second Blue Chew car has entered the picture, but he's not really going up there and pushing Nathan Jew at all.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, you're right.
There's no urgency on this. Still got a little bit of time to go and get there. Still got to try and make this move. But the question is when? And the answer is still not now for Nathan Jew. Who's happy to sit right up to about, I don't know, claim which manufacturer of drivers on the freeway, you two, sits the closest there behind you and has the lights on full beam at night. It was about that close, and no, I'm not going to make the move.
In the country where I live, it's Chevy Silverados.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. It was about Chevy Silverado close as they went through, but no chance then of really making a move happen then as they go through. So these three all looking to be up there. And I think now here, as we've just ticked over our 2 hours there, we're going to take ourselves a little look around here at some of the other drivers who are out there on circuit who are really making some good progress. Let's go on board then and listen in here as we watch MTEC with 7:57 left on the clock. Well, there you have it. The move that waited an entire stint for it has just materialized. Nathan Jew in the blue chew black car, knowing that his teammate had come in and made a stop. David Williams had nothing for him. The pass made up the hill into the Lacoum section. Michael, that's about as easy as it comes, but it was also a case of, well, where was this about half an hour ago?
Yeah, you know, I think they heard me talking about how they were having this great battle that we had watched for, you know, the first 38 laps or so, and endurance racing was no longer a long-term, you know, chess game. It was just a sprint the whole time, and then suddenly it just evaporated. I mean, if they didn't have the stream on to do that, to spite my comments, I don't know what they did. But yes, we finally see Nathan Jew get past, and we're going to see how fast he can go for this, you know, we'll call it 1 or 2 laps before he ends up coming into the pits.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of cycle right now here. And Joey, we were keeping an eye out on some cars that have jumped up through the cycle and have done well. We've noted that the 147 Tim Top car, which was 9th when we last looked at it, is now 4th. And one of the most interesting cars out there that's really done not much of note, but has gained a lot of places, has been the Apollo Racing Club, the 242. They've just quietly got about their business and they've done really well.
Absolutely, both of those cars are actually Mercedes, now that you mention it. And looking at this Peyton Schofield Apollo Racing Club car on screen right now, I actually see a little bit of left rear damage that might be holding them up a little bit, but that's not holding them back in terms of their pace. Setting 2:18s in terms of a lap time right now. That is identical to the Torque SimSport machine that's leading. But you also mentioned that 147, Jake, that tin top, our previous pole sitter, 217.7. He is a rocket ship in a GT car right now, and he's continuing his march forward.
Yeah, there is a rocket ship, and a rocket ship that will be trying to soar back up to the leading stages of racing. The 64 Satellite Racing red car has come down in and made a pit stop already. And oh, it's just gone straight on. Ayrton Williams has just gone straight on in the 64 Satellite red. That is a big, big moment in this race where he's just completely switched off and outbroke himself, Michael.
Thankfully for him, he did have quite a gap built up from earlier in the race. So, you know, coming back on and getting it turned around and not collecting the barriers, he did everything he needed to do there when you do make that mistake. So he had, you know, quite a margin and was just able to collect the car up, get it turned, and get back on track.
It's so easily done as well when you're thinking about it, because you spend a lot of this lap on full throttle, especially through that section. You've gone through the tight and twisty stuff. It's just at that moment where the brakes start to cool off because you're not really making much contact. So he's got the Ferraris trying to get to down the inside. He looks for his brakes and, oh no, he doesn't have it. But he also does have that little jump, and that would be a little jolt going forward. You won't feel it maybe too much in sim, but if that was Joey, you in the car, and you had that little jump, God, you feel it. There's not much give in the suspension, is there?
No, there isn't, and trust me, I've sent a few cars flying in my day, but most importantly, here comes Nathan Jew and David Williams into the pit lane. They got that huge long pit lane they got to go to, and to jump back to that Ayrton Williams, most notably, he didn't really lock up any tires. He didn't have any big slides or skids, if you saw. He kept the car going straight, turned it around safely, and get back on track. And I bet you he didn't lose a ton of time from it. Sure, he lost time, but he did a great job with the recovery once he realized he was in too deep.
Yeah, Joey, I think he just got that wheel turned just a little bit trying to get down to that apex. And once he realized that he wasn't going to make it and he was going to wash out, he just opened it up and said, you know what, it's easier for me to just turn around rather than risk going over the sausage curb.
So Ayrton Williams now behind the quality control 063 of Danny Fredericks at this point. They've just made it past James Whitehouse, who is still out there in the run for Century Sim Esports. Now you're allowed between 2 and 8 drivers when you're making driver swaps. In comes the quality car, which will make life easy then for Ayrton Williams to look over down at the pits and see how long the likes of David A. Williams, and now a change for the Blue Chew Black team. Brandon Roseborough is going to come in and take a stint behind the wheel. So the first driver change then for that Blue Chew car. But for Ayrton Williams, we should still expect the race lead to be theirs. It is. As they go up the hill, there is no way that they're going to beat out. But where is the other Blue Chew car by comparison? That's going to be the big key. Patrick McDaniel now behind the wheels, just going through the last horse hairpin. So thank you very much. There goes through the Satellite Racing Red. And we talk about swings and roundabouts, Michael, the driver swap.
Yeah, you know, this one actually I'm gonna throw over to Joey here, because in sim, you know, it's easy. You just click a button and go. But real life certainly has its interesting challenges, both from different types of body size and height and pedal placement, where you end up with a compromise between drivers. So, Joey, tell us a little bit about what it's like to share a car with someone rather than driving it solo and just saying it's set up for me.
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple things that you're talking about right there. Not only the setup and how you drive a car, right? You drive a car your style, everybody else drives it their style, but also you have two different sized people going in there. And for reference, I'm 6'2". My teammate for a long time was Jack Roush Jr., who's about 5'6". He's much smaller than me, so we had quite a few interesting contraptions, but thankfully with me being the taller of the two, I didn't have to put any seat pads or anything like that in. It was all Jack that had to do that. Then he would rip it out as he jumps out of the car and I would climb in.
Well, my question is, would he need a couple Pringle cans to reach the pedals, seeing as he was about 6 inches away from the pedals compared to you, Joey?
So in most of the cars, at least in the GT cars, the seats are still on sliders. So when the first driver comes to a stop, he'll put the car into neutral, make sure that the brakes are on, essentially. The air jacks will go up. The first thing that he'll grab is his belts, undo the belts, and then reach down, slide the seat all the way back. And by that time, the co-driver will already have the door open and the window nets down, pretty much yanking him out of the car. And he's just got to grab the stuff with him as he comes out of the car, so that way I can get into a clean car.
Well, there you have it. A bit more insight into how things go now. Black flag has just been handed to the Tin Top Motorsport Prototype 072, which is coming down the lane. So that is Jack Alice's team, and that's no good for them. Kelly McLaren, she was behind the wheel. And as such, this is going to be a very, very slow pit lane go through to serve that penalty. And to go through, they were in 17th position a lap down. This is going to put them more a lap down in this race, but not exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, Jake, I looked and I don't see a race control penalty for this. So I'm not exactly sure.
That's incidents then.
Oh yeah, it must be incident limit, because I'm looking at the live timing and I don't see any messages from race control. So I know it looks like there's a little bit of damage on the right side of the vehicle, but not exactly sure what happened.
I'll tell you what's happened. You hit 45 incident points, it's a drive-through penalty. Then for every 10 afterwards, it's another one. If you've hit 45 incident points in 2.25 hours and you've got 10 incident points before another penalty, they're probably on course right now, Joey, to have a drive-through penalty every 15 minutes.
I agree. I think that once again, coming from the real world, we don't have 1X or driver incident points. You know, we got race control up there. But at Spa, on the simulator in iRacing, it's so easy to dip a wheel off an exit curb and get a 1X every single lap, and you're not gaining an advantage. It's just how the simulator is set up to help regulate all the driving standards out there. And 45 is not very many for 10 hours, and yeah, 1 or 2 can happen per lap. In fact, 4 or 5 can happen per lap without you really noticing.
I think I once drove here in a sim race, and this is back on GSRC. It's about 5 years ago. I was in a Formula Renault 2.0 league, and within 5 laps, I'd accrued 13 incident points trying to hold a train of about 11 cars back at 5 seconds a lap slower than the race leader. So in terms of how quickly can you accrue instant points, Yes, is the answer. You can accrue them, and you can accrue them quickly. We were watching the recycled NRG car just lose a position in prototypes here, Michael. That was Carlos Hernandez making the move for the World of Sim Racing team, the Iberian team, with Tom Guest effectively being a guest to his own overtake there, because I'm not sure he really saw that coming. He seemed a bit vacant.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Jake. I didn't see that coming. I was watching a different battle in the GT3 cars, and you called it out, and I kind of went, oh, he's got a nice run there, and made it look as simple as possible before they even got to Blanchimont, and just kind of went, you know what, this is my position, and I'm just going to go. And he's opened that gap up a little bit, and I don't think there's going to be a draft and repass here.
No, I don't think there is either, but I tell you what there is going to be. There's going to be some good racing here between John Marjoribanks and Franco Margarella, the Composite Performance 212 and the LLM 201 at it at the moment. I tell you what, that McLaren, not only does it spit fire out of the back, but it's got here, Joey, the Fiend Bray Wyatt on the front of the car. That is a menacing looking McLaren.
It's a menacing looking McLaren, and it's a hungry one, because remember, he ate those tires earlier in the race, and he's still out there chugging along. A few broken teeth, you know, maybe some braces with zip ties on that front bumper, but it's still got plenty of speed roasting the hot dogs out the back.
That much is very true. You can see on the left-hand side your timing tower. That's the gaps out there, and I tell you what, it is an interesting gap, as here comes the move then. The lights fully on to make that move. Apparently lights on means power, means overtake. Thank you very much. Franco Margarella through on the inside and gains the place over the McLaren, the LLM Penguin RC car of John Marjoribanks there, and the pass is done. I'm looking at the gap at the front of that GT field. I was expecting it to be a lot larger than it was. It's 11 to 12 seconds right now, and I think that's really close in this race at this point in time, Michael. I wasn't expecting James Whitehouse to be that close to the Torque Sim Sport car.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Jake, when we were talking about that LMP2 earlier, you know, if they're already at the incident limit for a drive-through, you know, we've talked about how there is an unknown amount of incidents before we potentially get what effectively is a competition caution. And if we have one car already at 45 and we've seen quite a few spins from the Lamborghinis, you know, that 11-second lead is going to get just completely eliminated sometime here in the next, I don't want to say soon, but sometime here in the next 7 hours. They're going to have to race it out. It's not just going to be on pure pace.
It absolutely isn't, and it's starting to get close here between Patrick McDaniel and now Frank Schmitz trying to make a move. The number 9 Apex Missers. We were talking about how some drivers didn't have the best stops. The Blue Chew Black 14 is back in 7th position now after the pit stops, Joey. The Blue Chew Blue car is now back in 4th position, racing. This is the race 4th and 5th. It's the LLM Drive SVR car that now finds itself in 3rd, having started today 11th. And the Apex Missers right now. Frank Smith, oh, looks good, has to have a checkup, because back on the line goes McDaniel there, and he was looking at Jamie Kingscott in front, the Tim Top Motorsports machine, which has dropped now down the order after making it stop. That could have been a whole lot of something. That could have looked almost as much of a disaster as the Raiders were a couple nights ago.
Laying an egg in the 4th quarter. You are right. Looks like Smits is going to take it too wide here on McDaniel through the chicane. McDaniel fights back, though. He's got the clean line. Saw Smits get out there, and all of that rubber doesn't have the traction to put the power down, but Frank Smits in the number 9 machine certainly looking pretty racy out there. And you mentioned it, those pit stop cycles. I would say that Blue Chew Blue, Patrick McDaniel, kind of held station in 4th place, but he actually lost out because a rival car, Drive SVR, Nate Stewart, was able to get around him, and their teammate in the other Blue Chew car, like you said, all the way back to 7th place. So I don't know if the race is going to plan for the Blue Chew team right now, as it also looks like Smits is going to draft up and take it down into the brake zone.
Frank Smits then in the Apex Missers car. Club Benelux there is going to make the pass and is going to jump up the position then and move to 4th overall at this point. An accomplished move then that only took a little bit of patience. And thank you very much. Patrick McDaniel can only watch as Frank Smits makes that pass and gains the place. And they're going to be sitting and watching at who's going to be there. And it's all close. It's about 5 seconds between 4th and 7th. That composite performance 13 is just looming in the background, Michael. You've got Carter Kundinger, who is there and is going to try and get closer in that 13.
Yeah, you know, we saw what was effectively a 2-horse race out in front for second and third position with Satellite Racing and Blue Chew Black has kind of gotten mixed up a little bit here, and suddenly we've got kind of, you know, third through, call it 7th, kind of all in play with each other. Blue Chew had that kind of longer pit stop where they were 29 seconds longer than pretty much everybody else in the pit lane there. But now we've got a bunch of cars that are sitting at, you know, 1.5 to 2 second intervals from each other, and kind of 7th through 4th are all really in play with each other.
They all are, and it all very much could be a huge moment in terms of this race that everyone's going to try and give themselves some time. The number 1, by the way, has had a driver change, and they're going to be, so dangerous through Blanchimont corner. Keep an eye on the 1 and the 056 out there, as there is the 024 of Blue Chew Blue making chase. It was very nearly disaster for Justin Nasser, who was out there racing with Nickel Kotkar as they go through. James Whitehouse comes in for his stop, by the way, 2nd from category in the Ferrari, so making that pit stop happen. But a little look there from Nickel Kotkar to the inside in the PG13 car 2 out there, the 056, Joey, but not there yet. But the prime place is coming up, which is the Kemmel Straight.
This is a really impressive drive out of Nikhil Kotkar right now, that he actually got into this car back in the 11th position and has hunted this down, almost a 10-second gap that he has erased up here to Justin Nasser, as he looks like he's going to draft down the Kemmel Straight, like you were saying, the most popular spot. We'll see if he takes it deep into the brake zone. Nikhil is a very aggressive driver and looks like he's going to clear him by Apex there, and that promotes the 056 PG13 car number 2 up to 8th spot.
Up to 8th, and certainly moving about and starting to gain back into places. And that then, for the PG13 car, will put them down to just -3 on the day so far. So their recovery back through the field will look to be one that they will try and continue on in this race, as everyone looks to try and find their angle in and give themselves as much room as they possibly can to stay good out there. Now, we know that there is a potential caution coming up at some point during this race, Michael. We do not know at what point that is. We're not privy to the number that says, hey, after X instance, there's enough. And we can't even say we know how many instances there are in its entirety, as Whitehouse in the 105 now leaves the pits and is going to go out and drive away again. We don't know how many instances naturally everyone's got. But what we can say, as GTs now make their stops, is when that caution comes around, how important is flexibility on strategy?
Oh, it's immensely important. But at the same time, it's kind of a roll of the dice. You know, you might get lucky and say, hey, you know what, my pit stop's going to line up with that, and it's perfect. And you might go, I'm only halfway through my stint. You know, when the pit lane opens, do I come in and freshen up, you know, top off my fuel and freshen up tires and kind of do a stint and a half here? Or do I want track position and I'm just going to stay out? So it's going to be a difficult call for these teams to try to decide, you know, hey, is track position more important to me here, or would I rather be on fresh tires and ready to attack when we go green again?
Yeah, so you've got that decision of what is the right thing to do. And you were keeping a couple notes, Michael, as well on these cars going forward. And you're looking at the double stinting of the prototypes.
Yeah, I think a few teams have decided to double stint tires in the prototypes, and you know, previously you were able to triple stint tires at some tracks, and that was usually the premium strategy. But with those changes that we've talked about in the most recent patch, you know, a lot of teams are doing single stints. There have been a few that have done doubles, and you know, for me, I would always rather have the fresh tires. I know that Before, when you weren't doing tires and fuel at the same time, there was a question of it. But now that you can do both at the same time, I mean, for me, I would much rather deal with cold tires for a lap or two and then have fresh tires that I can really lean on and push through the stint and attack.
Franco Margarella will find the Penguin car then coming through, and thank you very much. That then is Matt Kingsbury losing out then to Margarella, and Kingsbury gets immediately out of the way, because that then will be the Gowan Racing Ruby car of Nicholas Gowan, who will go through and make a place. So welcome to racing, Matt Kingsbury. First lap's in underneath the car, and already 2 positions then not to the good, and having to check up behind is Zoltan Werner in the Quality Control Racing 079 behind, trying to figure out a way to go through. So this is where you effectively get that trial by fire. You lose 2 places here, Joey, and then all of a sudden it's the faster car behind you that really wants to get by.
Yeah, but I want to give a shout out there to Zoltan Vana. He did the right thing. He was very patient. He didn't push an issue where they got into any contact with a different class car. He's really doing the right thing. And even right there again, he left plenty of room for these GT3 cars at Apex. And that's what you want to see out there. It takes everyone to get along on the playground nicely. And you see it right there out of Vona.
Look, if one child won't share, so to speak, out there on the track, then nobody's going to be sharing out there on the track. That's the sort of understanding you get from racing, and that's why everyone's got to be alert as they go through out there and make sure that this is racing that they can be very happy about. So they've still got all that to contend with at this point in time. Good battle in prototypes goes through the middle of the field right now. This is Patrick McDaniel still, and this time it's Carter Kundinger who's closed up, and just behind Brandon Roseborough has now closed up onto the group as well. Not a place where Rachel Williams wants to be. It's not recommended motorsport. That's a not recommended position very much that was in there, Michael, but now as they go through, how about we make it 3 wide once again?
Oh, how many 3 wides are we going to get on the run down to Blanchimont today? I know it's one of the wider parts of the track, but still, every single time it makes me cringe as they're going to catch up here to James Whitehouse right at Blanchimont and have to time that move past the apex. So thankfully, Carter gets a little bit deep going into the chicane there, but got through Blanchimont and got through the exit past the Ferrari very, very cleanly.
Did so well. And now it's going to be about maybe, do I return the favour maybe in towards the Lassource hairpin? We haven't seen many moves there today, but it's all about getting drive off of that exit, making that challenge. Now up the hill at the Kemmel Straight. So this section of road, this section of track, it goes down here, Erosion Radion, no matter which way you look at it here, Joey, that is a piece of track that goes down in racing history forever, and is also a piece of racing track that will never be designed today.
Agreed. You know, it's gone through a couple of iterations in terms of the safety changes, especially through some of the really bad accidents that we've seen in Formula cars over the last handful of years. And you're right, there's a few areas on a couple racetracks on each continent, but Spa has a few of them in one lap, and yeah, Eau Rouge and up the hill, you'll never see that recreated ever again, and it's just absolutely breathtaking to watch videos of cars going through there.
Now, I might be misremembering my racing history here, but after a series of various accidents throughout the years, in not just at Spa but at other tracks, didn't they put a chicane on the entry into Eau Rouge and Radion one year just to try to slow the cars down?
Was it at the entry or in the middle?
Either way, it was kind of, let's say, questionable.
I'm going to racingcircuits.info right now and having a look at it. You too. There's a race going on.
I believe there was a similar thing done to the entry of the S's at Watkins Glen one year as well. Anyway, Joey, go ahead.
No, you see it happen quite often in tracks, and The one that comes to mind that's the most famous one, that's very amusing to me, we're going to get a little off topic here, is the old Baltimore Grand Prix. If you guys remember the Baltimore Grand Prix with the Indy cars, they were racing along the streets of Baltimore by Camden Yards, and they went over railroad tracks. And it wasn't until after the first practice that they said, hey, maybe it's not a good idea to launch Indy cars over railroad tracks. And so they put a couple tires out there in a really hokey chicane in the straightaway.
If I remember correctly, there's some pretty good photos of cars really, really high off the ground with all four wheels going through there.
Yes, there is, and there is also a complete track blockage on the start there of the ALMS race. Probably why they don't go there anymore.
Now I'm just reminded of the old Gran Turismo 4 Seattle street circuit that gave everybody nightmares and can't be driven now in the real world because someone had the audacity to build a CenturyLink field on top of the track.
Hey, you know what? I'm out here in Seattle, and it would have been so cool to see something like that happen. And unfortunately, I just don't think Seattle is the racing town to have it happen.
No, I don't think so either. But I can tell you that we have worked out where that chicane was. It was a hard left, actually, going through Eau Rouge, which led to an even slower hard right up Radillon Corner. So essentially, 1994 would have been when that happened, and that would have been around the Ayrton Senna incident that happened in '94, where everybody got scared and chicanes went everywhere, Michael.
I mean, I understand the knee-jerk reaction. You know, whether you agree with that is a different story, but I understand where the organizers were coming from with a knee-jerk reaction through a high-speed series of corners. That being said, I also hate chicanes, so...
Well, you hear that first. The first hater of chicanes, you go to Michael. Just don't give him a track with many chicanes, like Monza, for example. That's one that springs to mind in my head. Still, though, we got some great racing going on. The lead out front, then, is 18.5 seconds in prototypes. The lead is certainly going to be a little bit less in your GT outfit because you got now another change of driver for the Talk Sim Sport by Wagner Schweißtechnik. 107 right now. They've got Simon Graf behind the wheel, so they've got a brand new driver in there, and the Dazzle camo that's on the car is certainly working well. James Whitehouse has stayed in the vehicle and is still going. The difference right now is a Blanchimont and a final chicane, Joey. That's how far the gap is.
Yeah, pretty big gap here, but something to note, we'll probably have a full course yellow at some point during this race, so all of these gaps are quite impressive right now, but they really don't mean anything unless you're able to put a lap on the competitors out there. And at Spa, it is so difficult when you're doing 2+ minute laps in order to put a whole lap on the field.
It really is, and we're just getting word in here, Michael, that there's some diffuser damage on the rear of the number 1 LLM Penguin RC Simulations car of Justin Nasir. So rear diffuser damage. Now, it's a very complicated car, the Dallara. It's a baby LMP1, or what is now an LM hypercar, which will be coming in. But essentially what you look at with a machine like this is that a lot of the aerodynamics that make this car work is on the bottom of the car, not necessarily the top.
Yeah, even when if we weren't talking about the Dalaras, even the GT3s, you know, you really got to not take any aerodynamic damage, but especially on the Dalaras. I mean, let's be honest, the Dallara is basically a modern open wheel car that they just threw some fenders and a roof on. I mean, that's really how it drives, and it relies on those aerodynamics to make its corner speed, and a lot of that is driven by the rear diffuser, and the rear diffuser in real life also helps drive that rear wing. So when you take a little bit of damage there that disrupts the airflow, not only do you lose some downforce, but you also gain some drag, and so it'll help you, or it'll, excuse me, hurt you in both the corners in terms of your ability to make it through the corner and maintain that corner speed, and it'll also hurt you in a straight line as the car picks up some drag and you can't go quite as fast as you should.
Yeah, and that's certainly going to be one of the cases to be made. As we watch the race for second, Nate Stewart has decided he's found David A. Williams and the two satellite Williamses that are there. He's going to almost push around the traffic there of Dominic Eisenberg in the twin-turn sim racing machinery out there and flicking through then the Lacombe chicane. That is about as easy as you could have it. David Williams holds the place over Nate Stewart, but it's the same story right now. You're going to sit, you're going to wait, you're going to play your game, and when the right time comes along, the 025, it's going to wait to pounce, Joey.
Yeah, the 025 is going to wait for its time to pounce indeed. And looking at both of these cars, David A. Williams has been in there. This is his second stint, but Nate Stewart is also stretching it out there. And it certainly seems like that DriveSVR.com car has a little bit more speed, but it's that patience game that we're talking about. You don't want to go running in there, especially with those GT3 cars. It looks like David A. Williams might get into contact with one of them as I just talk about that, but look at what happens. Nate Stewart now closed up right on the back wing at one of the most important parts coming up into the uphill.
Oh, Jack Hedgecoats was there. The Go-Win Racing Amethyst machine there was the contact that was there, and that could have very easily have spelt disaster. We could have had a car turned out in front of the entirety of second and third there in the blink of an eye. Nate Stewart gets a fantastic run. It's going to start pivoting a look to the inside, but look how early he hits the brakes. He lifts off at least a good 100 meters before he needs to. Lifts and coasts into the corner, just deciding, you know what, I'm going to take the time, save a little bit of fuel, and then go out then for that next foray, that next attempt that comes through. On the brakes they go into the Lascelles hairpin. There'll be more traffic there on the exit. That's the Apollo Racing Club car of Max Ducklow, who is their 5th overall right now. As this battle goes on, Michael, something that I'd like to touch on is that Mercedes. It is technically new as in like 2 or 3 builds ago, as Nate Stewart is hounding the back, absolutely hounding the back of David Williams, and is not going to make the move then on this straight. They're going to cover each other off and say no. But that AMG Mercedes, it's new in the terms of its 2 or 3 builds new, but in terms of moving from the old AMG Mercedes to the new one, how does that look as we got trouble for one of the prototypes there?
I'm going to touch on 2 things really quickly. First is, do you think that David A. Williams in the Satellite Racing Blue car is sick of having everyone sit behind him and just fuel save? As we see one of the prototypes just kind of dragging a whole bunch of gravel there. Thankfully, it doesn't make it really back onto track as much as it does in real life, but certainly not great for your underbody. Anyway, do we think David Williams is sick of having people fuel save behind him? And 2 is the Mercedes. You know, it's such a stable, easy to drive car. I think it's a really nice addition in them getting the Evo upgrade out for it, in that it really is a good introductory to GT3 car. It's got that big front engine V8. It's very stable under braking. You know, a lot of people love the flair of a Lamborghini or Ferrari, but for me personally, I find them harder to drive. So I think them getting the Mercedes Evo update out and giving another front engine option for the GT3 class for a lot of drivers to use, it was a great addition to the sim.
Well, I'll answer your question of is he sick and tired. The answer is yes, he was sick and tired, but not anymore because he's been overtaken. Nate Stewart now up into second position with the 025 LLM DriveSVR.com team ahead of Satellite Racing Blue. They navigate through the likes of the BRT Heimdall team, Elias Roman, there behind the wheel. The likes, of course, then of the Quality Control Racing 255, Eric Blumenkrantz behind the wheel, and Jonathan Sinton for the Quality Control Racing 261. There is a lot of quality here, Joey. There's at least 6 of them I've seen.
Yeah, some of them are on the back, some of them are hugging, but all of them are out there on the racetrack out there. Yeah, there's a lot of quality cars. One thing that's really cool about these team events, though, is seeing so many competitors come together and not just form one team, but I'm seeing multiple satellite teams. I'm seeing multiple Blue Chew teams, multiple quality teams. It's just really cool, this team aspect, which is what we get in the real world. You know, it's guys working together and gals working together to help make the car better. And that's what I like to see, is the teamwork aspect out of it.
I also like seeing the teamwork aspect of it. But let's take a little look back at what's been going on over the course of this race, to courtesy of the Global SimRacing Channel replay. So this is what happens then at Les Combes, and this will be trouble, I do believe, then for the number 84 and the 2 we're going to look. So that's what happens to the 84. That is an abandoned left. That's a weird tank slapper that goes on at that point in time for the BMW. You don't often expect that out there on circuit. And here's what happens then to the Precision Racing Esports Blue. It tries to get out of the way of a Porsche. And that's the last place you expect to find one there, Michael.
Yeah, that's a strange one on the exit curb there. I'm guessing the Porsche had a little bit of a tank slapper on the way in. Yeah, we see a big slide. Nice MTEC Formula drift, and then unfortunately the prototype just came into the corner and didn't expect him to be that slow. That's a racing incident, but a weird racing incident. The BMW before that was just a little bit of that ice curb on the entry to Malmedy, and it's not as bad in the GT cars and the LMPs, but as it is in some of the Formula cars, but it's still a tricky curb because it drops away from you, and it can really upset the car as you try to turn in there, especially if you're on old tires.
Look, I thought it was cold, but I didn't think it was ice cold out there today. It's a cold track, but that much we can say, that it's still a really, really nice condition to be out there. Focusing, though, as we come up through Eau Rouge and Radion on the number 13 composite performance machine in 6th position. This is Carter Kundinger, who has found himself then in this 6th place. This is the team, by the way, that started with Dominic Durnenberg and was in 14th on the grid. They have moved up 8 places in this race to be in 6th position right now, and their focus is absolutely on it at this point, as we're not surprised in this race right now, Joey. Most of the retirements have been on the GT side. We've had just the one retiree from the race when it has come to your LMP Dallara side, that being Satellite Racing White.
I think one of the reasons why you see the retirement differences is, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the damage model for the prototype can be fixed completely. So even if you go off and wreck it pretty hard, you get your time penalty of having to fix the car, but you can go out there with essentially a brand new, fresh car that feels normal out there. And Carter Kundinger has a lot of time in these LMP2 cars. I know that he's very familiar in some other series as well, and he's always fast out there. He's always pretty clean with the racing, and right now he's starting to hunt down that Blue Chew Black of Brandon Roseborough for the 5th place position. You mentioned the climb up. Started pretty far back and all the way up into 6th, looking for a top 5 right now.
Yeah, that top 5 would be really, really nice, but you have to remember that Brandon Roseborough is making up for lost time here, Michael. That long stop that was there, it looked like was held for an extra 10 to 15 seconds. That could have been anything out there in terms of how to fix the car. It could have been a small bit of aero damage that they were trying to fix at the pit stop. It could have been maybe checking the tires again incorrectly. Could have been a missed box. Could be anything out there that costs that time out there, as that is a well out of the way from Rachel Williams and the not recommend motorsports car. But at this point in time, Blue Chew Black, they've just got to look at the track in front of them and go, drive.
Yep, it's absolutely just forget about whatever took that extra bit of time during the pit stops and just put your foot down and go. If you look at their last few laps, their last lap was faster than the Apex Missers, the number 9 car in front of them, but like their last 5 average is just a hair slower. So that could come down to just a little bit of traffic getting in the mix there. But yeah, Blue Chew Black just needs to put the hammer down, set some fast laps, get into a groove, and really kind of jam out here before the next pit stop phase.
Speaking of drivers jamming out here, you've been keeping an eye on 2nd overall in class here as we watch our race leader overall, Satellite Racing Red, and Ayrton Williams make his way over towards the brakes and the final section of road out then on track through the final chicane, the chicane that actually took this circuit over the FIA recommended guideline for how long a circuit is. It went from just under 7 kilometers to just over 7 kilometers with the addition of that final chicane, even though the lap time was made slightly quicker by the change. But the key is, first position is Satellite Red, second position, DriveSVR.com LLM, have been consistently the quickest car out there, Joey.
Definitely the fastest car on the racetrack consistently. He got held up a little bit in traffic that lap, so the lap time doesn't necessarily reflect it as a 207.2 because his previous was a 205.7. That's approaching the qualifying times that these prototypes were laying down out there. And Nate Stewart has got the hammer down, and he's just driving forward right now.
He's got the hammer down because they are just about ready to jump into the pit window. If there are money laps to be made here, Michael, the 3 biggest laps that you can ever have out there in a sim race is the lap before your pit stop, the lap which has your pit stop, and the lap after your pit stop. Those 3 laps make you money in sim racing.
Yep, as we talked about earlier, you know, a lot of that comes down to the practice for pit entry, hitting your box, getting your service done, and getting out. And, you know, pit entry is something that you don't see people practice a lot, like especially here where you've got that really tight pit entry where you've got to cut down the chicane and then kind of open it up. And then the concrete wall comes at you pretty quickly on the spa pit lane entry. So you really need to get the car turned left. But you still don't need to be on the limiter there. So that corner really is like any other corner on the racetrack where you need to maximize your entry and maximize your exit and then really get on the brakes hard down to the pit lane speed limit line as you do the pit entry there. So, you know, there are seconds to be had if you get that right and a race to end if you get that wrong.
Likes of Patrick McDaniel down on the lane for Blue Tube Blue. Leaving the pits right now as the apex misses. Martin Zayeveld is back behind the wheels. So Zayeveld is going to have to go out then and really make some progress. We're focusing right now on racing action going through with the PG-13 car, which is Cameron Bidwell behind the wheel. Just behind him is second overall in Nate Stewart. And just behind that, which is technically a lap down on the PG-13 car and 2 places back, James Walker for BRT Odin, who are very off schedule, Joey.
Yeah, a little bit off schedule, as well as this 056 of Cam Bidwell, this white and green machine that we caught on the screen. They've actually done their pit stop, so they might be holding up Nate Stewart just a little bit there, but Stewart still has to come in and take that pit stop. And then, like you mentioned, right behind that right there is just another prototype crawling his way back as we see Stewart kind of draft by that PG-13 car with no issues whatsoever. He is going to continue those fast laps out front.
Yeah, those fast laps out front are going to be crucial. In terms of the GT battles, they have all sort of spread themselves out a little bit here, so it does make life just that little bit more difficult between them. They go and pass the Audi there through on the inside. That then will be the Aerokinetics pink machine, Aaron Beaver, getting out of the way there. And this drop down the hill, the middle sector. This is what makes setup, Michael, an absolute nightmare around here. You've got a fast first sector, you've got a fast third sector, and then you've got a middle sector that loves these fast sweeping corners where you need high downforce to be quick at. It is a nightmare to set up here.
Yeah, it is a challenge in any car. You know, for me, it's always one of those things where I go, I can afford to add a little extra downforce if it gives me that driver confidence. I would rather be slow than crash. So I know that seems like a no-brainer, but a lot of people think, hey, you know what? If I'm not competitive in a straight line, I'm not competitive. Oh, that's a big wreck from that Mercedes. Clearly written the left front off, actually written every corner off. I don't think there's a panel on that thing that's straight.
Well, it's scrap right now. That much we can absolutely say.
That's the Apollo Racing Club.
Oh no, it's not the 242, it's Max Ducklow, and that is at the fastest section of track. That is at Eau Rouge. So that is a big off for Max Ducklow. GSRC replay. Nobody around it. Oh, that's a wheel failure. That's a wheel failure. That is absolutely 100% a wheel failure. It just goes hard right and there's nothing you can do about that. That is the most unlucky, unfortunate thing I have seen all race long. And for Apollo, look, you're going to have a look at the steering wheel input here. It's going to be a case of it's going to go hard to the right at some point. It just stays and does not move. That is as much of a wheel disconnection. You can see the hands do not move at all. Someone's unplugged the steering wheel and it's not come back.
You called it, and I also think that's why it took him so long to reset. He had absolutely no control over that Mercedes, and what a shame for that entry of Apollo Racing Club. They were really crawling their way back into contention.
You know, the way my brain works there, Jake, is you said, oh, it's a wheel failure. And I thought, well, that new damage model does have that iterative or additive damage applied to it. I wonder if he took too many curb strikes. And then I realized you meant hardware disconnect.
Yeah, absolutely. It can happen. So there's a lot that drivers have to look around, and it is getting busy in prototypes once again as Ayrton Williams comes out of the pit. This is your new race leader, by the way. For the first time, the LLM 025 has control. That's the 67 in second. And everywhere you look, there is a car that's going to have to be lapped. That is the Talk Sim Sport by 8shirts.de. Patrick Vocal behind the wheel there as they go through, and as they race for the lead, here comes David Williams around the outside. Oh, they're going to tangle, and round goes David Williams in the Satellite Racing blue. He keeps it out the barriers, but too wide at Blanchimont as we're coming to the 3-hour mark. Really?
This was a very, very aggressive move out of David A. Williams, and he just tried to take it too wide around the outside, and I'm not sure who I really want to put the blame on right here being up in the booth, because it certainly looked like there was a little bit of apex room underneath Stewart, but also there was no need to go too wide around there in the first place. So I'm going to call that one a racing incident, but that takes David Williams way out in terms of track position.
It absolutely does. And there is the 025 car in the pits then of Nate Stewart. So let's have a look. This is how easily you can have big moments here around this Spa circuit. Too wide into Blanchimont. They're all fighting for the same piece of real estate. That's the issue that you've got. You've got to stay narrow somehow if you're on that inside. Leave the room. But that is two drivers there, Michael, fighting for that outside of Blanchimont. And there is never a good scenario when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a racing incident, but man, going around the outside of Blanchimont is so difficult. I don't care what car you're in. It's so difficult to go too wide there. And the outside line, especially when we're talking about, you know, an online simulator where there's differences in internet worldwide, going around the outside there is a really, really, really tricky move. I mean, that's so close. Almost two cars getting collected there. The fact that they all got through that and didn't end up with, you know, 2 or 3 races ended right there is pretty lucky.
My only thing that I want to add here is you're right, outside around Blanchimont usually doesn't work, but you go back and really look at that. David Williams was the lead car going into Blanchimont. So yeah, I'm going to have to put that on Nate Stewart. Has to keep that inside line, and he pushed up into David Williams.
Yeah, David was a little bit ahead. I definitely agree with you there. There's certainly some give and take to be had in a scenario like that when you've still got 7 hours to go.
Well, the good news for the LLM team is that if Nate Stewart had a hot head, he's got out of the car now. It's Tommy Joe Valenzuela who is behind the wheel and going forward for it. So for the Satellite blue car, now we'll dive in. That's a late call behind there from Braden Roseborough, who was like, if the car in front of me pits, I'm pitting as well. It's not often that you get to see that. Do what the car in front of me does, Joey.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like they were both working about lap 19, lap 20. So I think that both of them were out of fuel, and Brandon Roseborough just really charged into that final chicane, almost missed pit entry completely, but saw that David A. Williams car and said, oh yeah, I got to go over there too.
And the gap was 9/10 of a second over the line. Cumulatively, he's gained 7/10 of a second. Now, you'll often see some drivers look to try and take advantage, Michael, over the pits, and they'll play with the pit limiter. Some say, and one of the drivers that I looked at in terms of how do you get quicker at sim racing was Maximilian Benecke, of all drivers at Team Redline. And he said, don't play put the pit limiter on, hover it around 60 and flick between first and second gears, because you'll gain a little bit and you'll just play with the top speeds that you wouldn't necessarily have to play with if you're stuck on the limiter.
Yeah, there's a bunch of tricks like that. You can actually do that on the limiter as well. You can stick it on the limiter and flick between 2 gears and gain a kilometer and a half an hour as you're going down the pit lane. But Spa is a tricky one for that, because if you do it on the downhill, sometimes you can bump over that just a little bit too much. You can actually black flag yourself. You know, a lot of people also you'll see say, you know what, I'm not going to use the speed limiter. I'm just going to use whatever my overlay is and say, look, I know the limit is 65. I don't remember what the exact limit at Spa is, but we'll use 65 as the example. And I'm going to hang it on 66 the whole way down. And I'm just going to make sure I brake just a little bit early into my pit box, and we're not going to have a problem. So there are a variety of ways to kind of game the system and try to get yourself further forward. But it really depends on how risky you want to be with getting a black flag in the pit lane.
Good racing going on then with the PG13 car out there. You can't miss it. It's got the fluorescent yellowy green pretty much all over the back of it. Cameron Bidwell. And this is with the World of Sim Racing team. Carlos Hernandez is trying to get up in and personal to move up to what is 8th position right now in this race. So this has been some very clever racing by these two teams right now, just trying to slowly deal with their own battles. And what a run up the hill by Carlos Hernandez. Not much you can argue about it. I'm just going to pull over to the left-hand side, Joey. Thank you very and much.
Pretty easy pass for Carlos Hernandez around Cameron Bidwell there, like you mentioned. And I think I heard that the PG13 car is working a little bit of damage, so they're down on top speed, which would really explain what we just saw here with Hernandez just rocketing by him in the straightaway. But the PG13 car may be able to hang on through the corners here. We'll see as the lap kind of unwinds.
We certainly will. Satellite Blue, by the way, have just made a driver change. They are back in at this point in time with Paul Darling, and that's big because Brandon Roseborough has now jumped back ahead of the blue team. So all of that now brings into perspective that it's a role reversal from where we were on the opening stint overall, with 7 hours and 3 minutes and 40 seconds as they reach their way through the final chicane out on circuit. Really here, Joey, this is the important phase for Roseborough's race. Now he's got a chance to show what he can do leading in terms of this group and not having to defend from behind.
Agreed, and especially looking at the tires kind of around him on these other cars, they're all pretty even for the most part is what I'm seeing compared to Brandon Roseborough. And he has been one of the fastest prototypes on track. He's got the confidence out there, but one other thing to note is that Paul Darling in that satellite blue car is now behind him. Paul was taken out of the car earlier, so he's back into it fresh, and you gotta think that he wants to get around Brandon Roseborough being back into the car and wanting a position.
Certainly does, and you can see how bottled up they get moving through this middle phase up at Malmedy Corner and then trying to descend down the hill. That would have been Alexander Kutch in the Multi-21 racing car try and navigate around and manage that fantastically. But Michael, the opening story of this race has been that we've got two leaders who are happy with the gaps that they have built out there at the front of the pack, but it's not been runaway. It's a big gap, don't get me wrong, but these leaders, they've kept themselves out of trouble. That's why they're ahead. But we've seen calamity fall in a number of ways, and one of them has been with the Lamborghini struggling on the rear tires on the double stint.
Yeah, and you know, let's not forget that the Audi and the Lamborghini are very similar vehicles. You know, they basically are from the same development program, and you know, we've got an Audi all the way out in front in the GT3 category. They've got a nice 30-second gap. So at this point, they can afford to, I don't want to say relax, but you know, maybe dial it back that 0.5% and hopefully not end up befalling the same problems as maybe some of the Lamborghinis have had.
And Joey, we've been keeping an eye out on these prototypes. It's been chop and change up and down the order. We've seen about 10 different teams populate places inside the top 3. And, you know, we've had Drive, SVR, LLM, Apex Missers are up there, Blue Chew, Satellite. They've all been up there. They've all held places up there. but we haven't seen anyone outside of first place really cement their position at the front of this field.
No, we haven't. It's really been Satellite Racing Red up there that has the dominant position. And then you're right, it's kind of been a roll of the dice between second, third, and fourth place, really even fifth now that we're 3 hours into this race. Any of these top 5 cars, I think, have the speed to do it. It's a matter of the track position and where they're going to find themselves on the track, and where battles are going to form over the course of the next 7 hours.
Absolutely, and this has been about just staying important. There is the #1 car out there, the LLM Penguin RC Simulations car, which has been dealing with some diffuser damage out to the rear, racing the PG-13 machine, which has been chasing them down, and it's not far for Cameron Bidwell to go and chase. Both dealing with a little bit of damage, but both now trying to race at this stage. On the other side of this small break that we'll have, you'll be joining Justin Prince, DJ Clark, and Ozian Puhaka over for the next stage of coverage from myself, Joey, and Michael de Turk here. It's been a pleasure to bring you the first 3 hours worth of coverage. This is MTEC from the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and we hit the middle phase of the race when we next see you now.
This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
Welcome back to coverage of MTEC in its third round at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps here on GSRC as we continue to make our way around the racetrack just past the 7 hours to go mark in the middle stages of tonight's action. My name's Justin Pritz. Alongside me for stint 2 of this event's coverage is DJ Clark along with Oskian Puhaka, along with our producer Zach Johnson. As talked about by the previous broadcast crew, so far it's been an interesting race to say the very least. Satellite Racing has outright dominated with both of their cars at one point in the LMP class today. However, DriveSBR.com LLM has started to surge ahead a little bit into the conversation up to second, remember, after that spin seen prior to the break. But don't forget about Torque Sim Sport. They've done very well in GT. So far, so good since that penalty seen at the start of the race for the GT pole sitter set them back, and Torque Sim Sport has led the way since then. Starting things off, DJ, the action making its way towards some darkness now around the racetrack. In fact, this, despite being 3 p.m. in sim time, starting to look a little bit more difficult for some of these drivers to close out the middle stages potentially than about a few hours before the final home stretch.
Yes, indeed, Justin, and part of that is because of the cloud cover coming in over the track here at this point. But the big thing to keep an eye on is going to be that track temperature that you see, 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 degrees Celsius. If that continues to drop down into the 60s as it gets cooler, watch for these drivers to really struggle when tire changes are made. And I think that also could change the calculus a little bit for these drivers when they decide to come down in and take those tire changes. We may see double stints turning into triple stints as they go along. It's going to be a real head scratcher here for these drivers and for the teams behind the scenes.
Now turning towards you, Ocean, so far it's been intriguing to watch the domination of satellite racing with the race cars today. Currently the 64, that is the satellite racing red machine, leads the overall race at the moment. Been keeping an eye on satellite racing blue and their respective angles, now with Paul Darling back behind the wheel. How difficult would you say it will be to try and beat them at this point? They are a little bit slower this run with some of the traffic compared to some of the others, remember, because of, well, lap traffic, take a time.
Indeed, and you have to take your time. Hello to viewers, hello to you guys as well. Pleasure to join you here on Spa-Francorchamps once again. But yeah, it's gonna be very difficult to beat Satellite Racing Red. When you look at the race beforehand, when you look at the race on paper, which it's never raced on, you got one favorite, and that is the 64, and everybody else playing catch up. But in a race situation, anything can happen, and it's not really out of question to see others challenging them as well. Even the 67, even Satellite Racing Blue, which is 31 seconds off the lead, they still got the chance. Paul Darling putting in some good lap times, trying to put the challenge on the Apex Missers number 9 of Martin Sievert, and as well as Brandon Roseborough of Blue Tube Black. So that's a good battle there, and it's something to keep an eye on. But I don't see 64 losing it, and I should point out as well, the reason it is looking so dark, well, it's November at Spa-Francorchamps, November 29th, and that means the sunset time is actually in a little bit over 1 hour. So it's going to be already 4:30 when the sun is going down. So we're going to see a lot of darkness here today.
That's going to be something to keep an eye on as the event continues on here today with the very late in-sim start in turn with the cold temperatures. By the way, you just seen the pass involving the battle for 9th position, the OMP class composite performance. Carter Kundiner, who has driven for teams like AOD in the past, for example, making the pass on Cameron Bidwell. This in turn is going to make it an intriguing night, to say the very least, for these competitors. Keep in mind, it's a bit more spread out in the GT machinery today compared to what we've seen with some of the OMPs where things have tightened up. 3rd through 5th is also fairly tight. You also have the battle for 4th in GTs starting to close up as we take a look across the track this amongst your overall leaders. In fact, Simon Graff behind the wheel, DJ.
Yeah, and that GT traffic, we've talked about it, just a little bit more fluffles down in the GT3 Pro and AM field here at this point, but that Audi leading the way, and I've got to say, it's a real testament here to the drivers behind the wheel of that Torque Sim Sports machine. I wouldn't have picked the Audi to be particularly strong around this Spa circuit. It's notorious for not liking curbs a little bit, and it can certainly throw you off, but it certainly looks like it is the way to go around here. Now, the one surprise that one thing I'm not surprised about is seeing the Ferraris here doing well early on in this race. It's a good all-around car. Oh, we've got a car around. That's the 074, the Quality Control Racing 074.
That going into the opening turn for the circuit again. That was LaSource on their own, it looks like. And as a result, the 074 losing a little bit of time, 13th on the racetrack in the class overall wise.
Yeah, as he finds himself back out and pointed the right way there, probably just a little bit too much speed down into the source. But as I was saying about those Ferraris, a good all-around car. The real concern with it, though, is it does tend to chew up the tires a little bit. So I expect the longer this race will go along, we may see those Ferraris struggle a little bit more. But once again, with track temperatures continuing to cool as that early sunset brings on, like Ozzy talked about, that can certainly help them out. And it's going to be a big talking point to see how it's going to be able to hold on to their tires.
It's going to be very intriguing indeed. And here's the thing too, when it comes to the GT machinery today, I think it's important again to mention for that side some change to how the cars have driven as well with some of the damage models. The LMP machinery today, a part of the new damage model. Once again, a lot of these drivers having to adjust to a lot of changes with the new build as of late in the past couple days.
Yeah, and you say past couple of days, it indeed has been past couple of days. Just a new build rolling out, remember, this week. And we're now living on a Saturday, which means they had, what, 3 days to get used to it. So there's a lot of unknowns still. And a lot of trepidation in terms of how the drivers approach this event. When you think about, okay, little bit of a love tap there, maybe a little bit of contact here. How's that going to affect the car? How are the curb strikes going to affect the car? A lot of curbs you take here at Spa-Francorchamps, you cut a chicane too bad, for example, that curb strike might now bring you damage, and you don't know how much it's affecting your top speed, what things are affecting your top speed, how long does it take for you to repair a car with a condition where you can bring out as much performance as possible out of it without losing too much time at the pit lane. A lot of unknown variables. And if there's one thing I can tell as we are seeing cars coming into the pit lane as well in the GT category, let's see, that is the 208, and that would be the Gowin Racing Ruby with Nicholas Gowin behind the wheel of that car. But yeah, if there's one thing endurance racers and teams hate, it's unknowns. You want to know as much as possible heading into a 10-hour event with a lot of points on the line. And when you just don't know it, you have to do a bit of guesswork. You have to take it a little bit more carefully, a little bit more steadily. And it might seem like a small thing, you know, damage model. That's easy, don't crash. But damage model changes usually affect a lot of other things as well. You get aerodynamic changes, you get changes on how the car uses its tires, for example. We've seen it in this race where the Lamborghini is using a lot of rear tires, so that's a lot of variables. And I think, Justin, it's going to be one of those things which we all are learning as the race progresses.
That's going to be very important as this entire event goes on. For those who haven't picked those up yet, absolutely. By the way, as you may have noted, indeed did note, as Ocean said, pit stop window was open for the GT3s. However, there was a penalty, an in-sim penalty given to Century Sim Esports, the 105 car. They were second in the class at the time of their pit stop. Not so much anymore. That was an in-sim penalty for 45 incident points being crossed already by their respective time. Also, the 212 is still having to serve a penalty for black flag as well. Similar case, Mo Islam behind the machinery for the composite performance car. So they'll also have to stay in the pit lane for about an extra 30-40 seconds during their scheduled pit stop. So a couple shakeups there. The scheduled times for pit stops today about 32 to 35 seconds with a double stint.
Yeah, that looks about what it's going to be there at that point for those drivers as we focus here a little bit farther back, or farther up in the field, rather. This is the number 13, the Composite Performance 13, holding off the Penguin RC Simulations LLM machine as they work their way around. And those pit stops can certainly be thrown off. We've already seen a couple of drivers, a couple of teams opting to go with a little bit of alternate strategy here, maybe trying to work backwards from the end of the race. But Justin, my big question is going to be is when you have these problems problems, when you have those incidents that are assessed, how is that going to affect your calculus? How is that going to affect what you're able to do out on the track? Now, thankfully, some of these drivers are able to serve it with their pit stops, and that's going to make things a little bit nicer for them, frankly. But I've got to be worried here. If you're going to start picking up those incident points, the other thing to keep in mind is the fact that yellow flags are thrown by the number of incident points. If 3 hours into this race, we are already getting drivers with black flags, that may mean that we could have a caution sooner rather than later.
That's the major thing. This is a track that is very prone to incident points, even with the special rules for the racetrack at almost every single corner. So that's going to be important to think about when it comes to that mark. It's also worth noting fuel mileage important to think about. Joe Peak had done some of the calculations. When it comes to the LMPs, you can save some fuel, and we're seeing this a little bit with Paul Darling. Some traffic did break that up a little bit, but he's currently in the midst of having the opportunity to save gas behind Brandon Rosenborough in the Blue Chew Black Machine. That could lead to an extra stop in the end, Ocean.
Absolutely, and when you're saving fuel behind another car, it's really the optimal situation because you want somebody that is around at your pace. But as you just saw, Rosborough having a little bit of difficulty with the tire life here. And maybe Paul is starting to get second thoughts about saving fuel. You know, maybe I should pass this guy instead of saving fuel because I'm losing too much time behind him. That's another thought, and it's the kind of thought you always have when you're behind the wheel because you try to settle, relax, save fuel. As said, it's a long race. It's an endurance, not a sprint. But once again, Darling lifting up early, saving fuel, staying nice and disciplined behind the car in front. And that is such a difficult thing to do when you are a racing driver, especially for those coming up. Staying disciplined and not passing the car that is in front of you. That's like a red flag to a racing driver. But he's doing it well so far, and he's doing an important work for his team. Because, as said, if they manage to save enough fuel, they can maybe save themselves an extra pit stop throughout the course of this race. And it is the long pit lane, it is the endurance layout at Spa-Francorchamps. That pit lane alone, it's gonna be an extra minute, even if you take a splash and dash.
We've seen it a lot, even in the official 24 here at Spa in the past. Fuel mileage, a huge thing. Darling just about losing his drafting buddy, though, this time around with the traffic. Darling may have to push a little bit, possibly, because he had to check up for the Lamborghini in the Precision Racing Esports black car. Nicholas Schwartz was the checkup they just had.
Yeah, and so now it's going to be the impetus here is going to be on Darling to push a little bit more, maybe use a little bit of that very, very precious fuel and try to catch back up because you need to be within that drafting window to really lift and coast down the long straightaways here. Obviously, the long Camel Straight and the run from Stavlo and Campus all the way down into the bus stop, working their way by what looks like one of the McLarens there as well. He's thankfully been able to close that gap back down under 0.6 of a second. That's going to bring him back into that effective drafting range. And to Ozzy's point, that really, I think, shows here just how much speed Darling has and how much he is holding back. He was able to gain in 4 or 5 tenths over the course of just a couple of corners.
Yeah, Satellite Racing, of course, races a lot in some of the top split competitions for the official races at Spa. Usually somebody who in those official races were amongst top 20, top 35 in their class, depending on the type of car they ran. But remember, in the major series, one of the top, if not the top organizations for the roadside for a couple years, a few seasons ago in particular. The talent, very strong when it comes to the reputation for the major series. And of course, you see that here in MTEC competition today with the fuel save being utilized with the Satellite 1.4 currently. By the way, those wonder where Century Sim they just ended up getting up to third moments ago past Tin Top. That was the 147 they passed, the 105. Now looking to close back up a lot of ground to get back up to the 91 of composite performance to get to second again.
Yeah, and here at this point, they're just going to be trying to close in. I thought for a second that we were going to see Tin Top doing a little bit of that fuel saving, but clearly that Mercedes has no intention of sticking around the 147. Remember, that was your original pole sitter that had those early race problems. They are moving their way up forward, now finds themselves in second place. They'll have about 20 seconds to try to gain back up to composite performance 91, but I, for one here, Justin, I've been keeping an eye on that timing as we got a big gaggle of cars running down here into Puhol.
And this has completely decimated Tommy Joe Belusa's gap in the DriveSBR.com machine. They had a couple second buffer. It's all gone. Here comes Roseboro looking up the right side of the racetrack, looking to send it up through Les Funges off towards Stavlon. Side by side, now it's the matter of more checkups, more side by side, two in front of them. That is World of Sim Racing trying to get around Multi-21 as they go 3 wide with him.
What an excellent job. What an excellent job by Brandon Roseborough there. So basically what he did, he took Valenzuela and knew that there were those two GD cars and basically forced him behind the GD cars, behind the slower traffic, and boxed him in, and as a result of that was able to get the overtake done. Now mind you, these are in different classes. The DriveSBR.com is racing in the prototype AM division, whereas the Pro division is for the Roseboro and Darling, but it's still a gaggle that's going on for an on-track position.
And the car that was trying to close up to them Apex Misters just turned the World of Sim Racing car. You may have noticed in the backdrop. It's not been a good day for World of Sim Racing. They are now slow after they got turned around. Multi-21 Racing may have got a piece of it as well.
And that was all going down into the bus stop there. And Ozzy, didn't mean to cut you off, but just a very, very unfortunate situation as we jump back to check out the replay.
No, I was more reacting to the situation. Here you can see it on the replay once again. So they're going to be missing the corner more or less. And you can see it coming up here, prototype coming past, and just no, you can't do that. I'm sorry, you can't do that. If you are going to dive bump inside a GD car into a chicane, make sure you're alongside before they turn into the apex of the corner. There is absolutely nothing they could do there, and that's a very, very, very unfortunate situation. You can see it here from another angle. It's the car 115 of World of Sim Racing, Adrian Subiella, and just getting absolutely annihilated in an earlier situation, in a modern situation as well. Like once again, just spinning around. I wonder if they have damage in the right rear of that car.
Currently, it's Adrian Spill behind the wheel. Spill driver also had troubles earlier. Remember, Sal Sanchez Flores put that car in the wall with the left front at one point. Let's just take a look at the replay. He was in the grass again, you seen just moments ago live. And here comes the Penguin RC car.
I think there, Justin, that was just a little bit of a similar incident like we saw with the LMP2, just diving it in a little bit too deep and coming in late on the brakes. You've got to be careful when you're running in these long endurance races. It's not like a sprint. You have got to be careful. You cannot be throwing those kind of dive bomb moves, especially with about 6.5 hours left to go in this race. There is a lot of time to work itself out. I think you really and truly need to just let everything slide.
So World of Sim Racing, they've been bounced around and running 24th overall and are one of the pro class drivers. Again, to remind those who are tuning in for the first time, how it works for the series numbers essentially is the LMP2s for the pro class today. Those are the single digits. If it's a Pro-Am driver, they have a 0 in their number. GT Pro, the 100s. GT Pro-Am, the 200s. Put it simply on those numbers. Currently, and Williams dominating by 25 seconds for the time being. Keep in mind that traffic has kept the 2nd through 4th train together. Although it's been close with some of these close calls, some of the traffic has come in. It's important to think about though, Ocean, with the traffic, you have to pick it right? When it comes to the timing, you've been on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, I have been, unless you're in the UK or Japan, when you have to pick it on the left. because yeah, you get it. But for the prototype drivers, let's start with the prototypes, because it's always this discussion, isn't it? The prototypes dive bombing to the inside of the corner versus the stupid GD cars getting in the way. That's what you see online, that's what you see on message forums, be it Reddit or iRacing forums or Discord or whatnots. And from the perspective of a prototype driver, the reason you want to dive in is obviously to save time, but also to essentially get an edge on the car behind you. You want to save time, you want to make the pass before a difficult section in the track. So for example, at Spa-Francorchamps, you want to get the pass done into the Le Combe, into the corner after the Kemmel Straight, or you want to get a pass done, for example, like just before a Rouge, for example. So you don't want to sit behind somebody on a Rouge, as we have a great battle here. Valenzuela getting actually past Paul Darling, who got a little bit checked up by the traffic in front once again. Rosborough getting checked up, and here you can see the situation, what happens when you don't dive bomb. You get these gaggles in the middle of the corner, you get this chaos situation. So I understand why you dive bomb to the inside, but there's a difference between late braking and dive bombing. And now some people on the audience might be screaming at me right now, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. The difference between late brake and dive bomb is late brake is when you brake later than the car in front, but you can still make the apex. A dive bomb is essentially the move you see on every online lobby in Monza's turn 1. When you brake late and you cannot make the apex, and you're essentially doing the Ayrton Senna move of forcing the other driver to give you way, essentially jump out of the way to avoid a collision. So that's the difference, and with the prototype drivers you have to make sure that it's not only is it a late brake as opposed to a dive bomb, but also that the driver in front can see you behind. Because if you are going alongside somebody when they're turning into the corner, I can guarantee you the last place they're looking at that point is their mirrors. They're looking at the apex of the corner, they're looking at the possible situations in front of them, the racing line they're about to take. They're not looking in their mirrors. And that's what you need to realize when you're a racing driver, is that you may be solely focused on yourself, but the driver in front may not be focused only at you. They have a million other things to focus on. So make sure that they know when you're coming, and when they know that you're coming, only then commit to the move. Simples.
Very simple. And here's the big equation too, with the BOP model being a part of some of the adjustments. Some of the drivers have noticed, in fact, I've noticed myself, the speeds about the max now OC2 is 175 miles an hour, even with the draft. It's a little bit slower on the marks down the straightaways compared to earlier on the service.
It is, absolutely, and that's gonna be another effect when you are used to a certain closing speed as an LMP driver, as a prototype driver in this case. So you might look at the you're exiting a Rouge, for example, you're, let's say, 0.8 of a second behind the car in front, the GD car in front. In the olden days, that might have been an easy pass. At this point, it's gonna be, I'm gonna get alongside that driver. It's no longer an easy pass, and that's gonna take a lot of adjustments mentally as well, because you're gonna have to think differently about these opportunities you're gonna get, you're not gonna get. Of course, the relative speed difference is still the same in the corners. So if you can't get past, you're still gonna lose the same amount of time in the corner, especially if it's a tight twisty section where you're gonna be sitting on 3 or 4 corners behind the other car. And so that's gonna bring another hatchet in the works where we're gonna see a lot of these dive bombing situations when drivers might be expecting the other to, oh, and Seaved, excuse me, car number 9 is around, and they have actually towed back to the pit lane. That's gonna be the apex missers.
Yeah, they were up to 4th position, or trying to get up to 4th position for the LMP class. So they have had a problem. What has happened to Martin Hildeford? We'll have to take a look. See some traffic on the left side. They have to take the right. What?
Justin, looking at that, I have almost got to suspect some kind of hardware failure. The way that car just absolutely broke away, there's a little bit of a slip there. That is bizarre to see that happen. It's almost as if they slammed on the brakes halfway through the corner, which makes me think that it is a little bit of a mechanical failure in the way that it happened, like inputs were just thrown off.
They just lost power coming into the corner. In that short straight before it, it's just throttle pedal was lost. They were gliding through the first part of the corner, and when you're gliding through the corner in a prototype like that, it's just essentially going to break away from you because you got no downforce and you got no inputs. So was trying to turn in, was trying to glide, and then the car just snapped around essentially because of the lack of. I mean, I can only suspect because you were turning with no power input and at such a low speed, it's eventually going to break away from you. But that's a hardware failure, I think, on the pedal side for Martin Zieveld, and sadly that's going to be the end of a great charge by the Apex Missers team.
Well, Islam is having problems. Also, there was just a meatball flag for Penguin RC's GT entry. The thing is, with the 212, it was the DriveSBR.com car who gave them a ride. This is the Sim RC car, the Penguin RC car, I should say. This is where theirs came from.
And that, Justin, looks a little bit more indicative of something that we've come to expect out of that McLaren, just a little bit of off-throttle oversteer. Now as we check back here on the BMW, oh, that was very, very naughty by that prototype, I have to say.
That's the sister car.
Middle pedal. That's all I can say. Sorry for cutting you off, Justin, there, but like middle pedal, you got the brake pedal. Again, we are talking about the prototypes. They are in a hurry, but you can't go through another car. Pick a side, left or right, any side. Both are working just fine. Left, right, left, right. No, I'm gonna go through the middle and I'm gonna turn the car around. Like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's gonna be a penalty.
So a lot of drivers starting to make mistakes here. In the span of the past few minutes, the pit window is about to open, by the way, for the LMPs. The next couple laps, so we'll have to keep an eye on how things will go for their respective stops. Scheduled stops are underway for those who are a bit off cycle. Tin Top, for example, amongst them. As they speak of Tin Top, there's the 147. Plenty of space from the third spot again. So it's been interesting, the attrition today, to say the very least. It's also been interesting, we'll say, with the GTs. The Lambos and the McLarens in particular. Remember, the McLaren still dominated here a few years ago in the official Spawn 24 top split action, Ocean. Currently today, some of the drivers reporting, in fact, some of our broadcasters, co-analysts, saying some of the drivers are losing some speed and time in Blanchimont.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of those places where you really have to trust the car. When you're coming into what is, with the prototypes, a flat-out left-hander, the Blanchimont corner. So it's always been a sketchy place with especially the McLaren, because as you mentioned earlier, the off-throttle oversteer, it is legendary, and it is still going to be a thing with a car that has a relatively short wheelbase and the engine is in the middle. So it's going to always behave like that. And losing a lot of time at Blanchimont can only mean that they have to take it extra carefully. It's super difficult of a corner too, because it may look easy in like Formula 1 cars these days, but you have to turn in trusting the car already, because it's such a high speed. It drops a little bit, the tiniest bit away from you, and then the exit curb, you cannot go wide because you're going to get an off-track penalty, or if you go wide over the curb's going to throw you off. So you really either have to trust the car and go at it almost full throttle, or you have to really granny mode it all the way through the corner, in which case you're going to lose 2 or 3 tenths in the single corner, which may not seem like much, but then when you multiply it over a stint, it's 10 seconds thereabouts that you're going to lose over the course of a stint just by having to granny it through a single corner. And of course the problem is going to get even worse on old tires and towards the end of the stint when the car is even lighter. So yeah, I'm not surprised by that, and it's something that we should keep an eye on as the race progresses.
DriveSVR.com just pit this time by. Also a position battle, just seen Global SimRacing right in front of those cars we've been keeping an eye on in LMP2. Have a swap, quality control. Drops that spot. You also have the composite component performance car. who already just pit. Keep in mind, World of Sim Racing on the same cycle as Composite. Quality Control has to pit in the next couple laps amongst that train. So now you have inter-class traffic to deal with too.
Yes, indeed you do, and that's really going to throw things off here. It's going to be a little bit difficult when you come up against a car that is the same as you. It's a completely different calculus, even as we talk about some of the GT3 entries when they work themselves around. But this battle here, it doesn't exactly look like World of Sim Racing is able to slip off into the distance. They're held up a little bit there behind that Ferrari. They're going to be able to get themselves down to the inside. Composite Performance taking a little bit of a look down into Puhal. Ooh, that may have been a slightly wide run, trying to be able to find something there. Here comes the 13, trying to be able to get that look on it. That's a brave move into Fanyi's, and that's going to be 2 positions lost there.
And Paul Darling gets a little boxed in behind Zoltan Vona, the driver of that Quality Control Racing 079. Able to zip on by, though. Still, remember, that Quality Machine having to come into pit in the next lap or 2 for their scheduled service. Paul Darling, though, he's been doing a near perfect job on this fuel, it seems, Ocean, today, to be able to save this gas, to be able to make sure he executes that extra lap strategy we talked about. Also, the leader just came in after 21 laps.
Yep, that's the Satellite Racing Red into the pit lane. You saw in background as well the Quality Control Racing 079 from the Pro-Am class coming into the pit lane as well, but this is the man we're focused on, the number 64, Aaron Williams. What a name that lad has, and he's been living up to that name throughout his stint. Now we'll see whether he will relinquish the control of that car or will go for some more racing. You got Gabriel Ross ready in the pit lane, so we'll have to see about that one. Nonetheless, they're making their stop. Meanwhile, side by side on the Camel Straight.
Side by side, indeed, they go amongst these drivers with a bit of a swap around with some of the traffic. Composite Performance now the buffer car between themselves and Paul Darling with Satellite. Carter Container, that respective buffer car for the time being. Remember, the 14 to the 67 pit stops expected this time or next with them.
And here, sorry to break you in, but I just wanted to mention briefly that the World of Sim Racing team, piloted by Carlos Hernandez, the 51, is right in front of that queue right now. And Carter Kundinger, who you saw the Composite Performance number 13, is behind Brandon Roseborough right now. So what he's trying to do is essentially use Roseborough and try and see once that lapped car of Carlos Hernandez falls out of the way, if he can make up another position sneakily by as well. You can see how aggressively Kundinger is trying to stay behind Roseborough for that exact reason. One of the intricacies of sim racing.
Lots of chaos you see in the backdrop compared to World of Sim Racing. They have a lot of space. Not so much now. You see Blue Chew Satellite getting around Composite Performance. Now they're near bumper to bumper. Rosenpearl has a bit of a bumper though. Darling really backing up the gas to be able to save it. How will this handle though for the pit entry? There goes Blue Chew Black. And as we expected, Paul Darling a lap further with the save.
Yeah, that is just good fuel saving there from Darling, and we were a little bit worried that that could become a little bit of a congested pit lane entry there, but thankfully getting out of the way of that. Now, crucially here, as we've kind of hinted at and mentioned over the course of this running, this one lap doesn't look like it's going to do a whole lot here, but if he's able to continue to do this on, we're looking at about 20 to 21 laps here for pit stops for these LMP2s. If this Satellite Racing Blue team is able to stretch that out enough and even get themselves to a point where they're able to do, let's say, a half second of a half pit stop at the end where it's truly just a splash and dash. Yes, it's a super long pit stop, but if they're only stationary in the box for, a couple of minutes here or half a minute here as compared to a minute and a half, that is going to save them an exponential amount of time out on track. So that's the strategy they're trying to go for here at this point. And I've got to say, Justin, it looks like it's working at this point.
Yeah, it's been very much officially been done by Satellite Racing all throughout the race today, it seems, when it comes to the strategy. By the way, if Penguin RC's GT entry gets back on the racetrack, they have been informed a 10-second stop and go if a driver elects to come out after their damage on the car. Apex Missers is also back in the race. They missed 3 minutes worth of laps. They're back to the 10th position as a result of the situation for them. They had just gotten around the one of Justin Nasir.
Yeah,
That they indeed are. And now don't get nervous, Martin. It's just a broadcast camera. It's all right. It's not gonna hurt you. There you go. That's better control. But surely, I mean, it's Martin back behind the wheel of that car, and if he indeed had a pedal problem, which we suspect, you have a hardware issue. That's gonna eat away at your confidence so much because you can't trust the pedals anymore, and it's such an important thing. You're pressing the throttle, you're pressing the brake. You don't need the clutch with this car. It's just 2 pedals, but it's your most important things. Yes, even more important than the steering wheel are the pedals for good driving. Especially these days when fuel saving and light inputs are becoming much more of a realized thing in sim racing. So if you have even a minuscule worry in your mind that, you know, my pedals might slip or there might be something wrong, there might be a faulty connector or hardware issue and whatnot, you cannot extract the ultimate performance out of yourself because of that slight worry. And it's also going to show up on track where you might have moments where you slip up a little bit. You might not be trusting yourself to do the same things that you have spent hours and hours and hours practicing. And it's just going to make you tense up, and it's going to make you more fatigued as well, because you're having to concentrate on so many more things, and you're driving while you're worried. You're not driving in a relaxed state. So it's not just the possibility of another issue, it's a plethora of other problems that might surface as well.
By the way, Paul Darling completed service, and strong point indeed again, Osian in that mark. Paul Darling going 2 laps further. Respective teammates in terms of how they've sliced up. We're keeping an eye on the 9. Apex Missers, the second car, a lap down in the respective class. So things are starting to get towards the calm period, so to speak now, DJ. And based on your experience, you've called plenty of different races, real world and virtual. What becomes that major discussion point? Or if there is a discussion point, what is that main point that a team is looking to emphasize, knowing a lot can happen in the course of a race? What is that mainstay by the 4-hour in, towards the middle couple hours, towards that halfway mark?
Well, at this point in the race, Justin, it's all about rhythm. You just want to find that good way to run, act a little bit like you're running hot laps here at this point. We're not going to be seeing all that many close wheel-to-wheel battles, and it's just about hitting your delta. Now, most of these cars, most of these teams, as we've got a car off there in the background, that looks like one of the Mercedes that took a tow.
Oh, that was Jamie Kingscott, the Tin Top Motorsports car. That was a top 3 GT3. What happened? He was your pole sitter for Pro Class.
We take a look here as he comes down into Buhon, catches a little bit of the curb, I think, and that throws him off. Some pretty hefty thwack there into the outside wall, but that shouldn't have been enough to really need a tow unless they just hit that exactly wrong and got some massive suspension damage. Yeah, you can see just tried to brake a little bit on that outside curbing, and that was enough to throw the car around. I'm very surprised to see a tow here at this point, Justin. I would have suspected they would have tried to limp that car back around to pit lane, but clearly the drivers behind the car knew something was a little bit wrong, and they had to dive on into pit lane.
So Tin Top Motorsports, one of the top drivers in the class, ends up getting involved in that incident. There is now a stop and go as well, potentially coming in for the number 9 Apex Missers. That penalty expected in the near future for that machine. Remember their spin moments ago. So the incidents are starting to build up, and just as we say that, the Torque SimSport BMW, their entry sponsored by 8shirts.de, that's running 35th overall, also picks up a black flag. And so a lot's happening all of a sudden, just when you think it's calming down, DJ. It's time for all the craziness to start again.
It's the beauty of endurance racing, Justin. Just when you thought they were out, they pull you back in. It is absolutely incredible stuff there as we see one of the satellite cars being able to work their way around a little bit of that slower BMW. But as I was saying before, you want to find that rhythm here at this stage in the race. Just run some hot laps and hit that delta that the team has prepared for you that's going to be about 0.5 of a second on either side of laps that you need to run. Now, that's going to be taking into consideration two different things. One, the outright speed you need to have on track to put yourself into good position. And then the second part of that is fuel saving numbers. Even if you're running by yourself, you're going to be able to fuel save a little bit, hopefully. Maybe stretch out that pit stop a little bit longer. Try to extend if you can. And so that combination of things factors into that delta. And that delta is what these drivers are trying to run to, a prescribed lap time each and every lap that you need to be hitting.
Keep an eye, meanwhile, with some of the traffic management for Burton Williams that he's dealing with. There's Rachel Williams in the 289 for not recommended motorsport. And we are starting to approach the golden hour of sunshine. For those who may have noticed, let's take a look at the not recommended motorsport machine. Of course, Rachel Williams, strong supporter of motorsports on the sim. Give credit to that team. They are running dead last in those running. So they're still running on the track, even with the troubles, DJ, at the very least, it seems. 27 laps down.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty big hole for them to try to dig themselves out of. But at this point, I think they are just trying to push themselves along here. You've entered into this race. You've committed the time. You might as well try to see it to the end as much as possible. They're also doing some pretty good lap times here at this point. Relatively competitive as to everything that we've seen. About a 2:17 here a little bit. That would be right in line with really kind of what we're seeing out on track. Indeed, some of the GT3s right now, courtesy of a little bit of traffic, obviously, are running down into the 220s. So 2:17 is a very, very good run here out of Rachel in that very tricky Lamborghini that we've talked about a couple of times over the course of a race. So let's give some massive, massive kudos here to that machine.
Jaden Hoff drove the car earlier. Rachel also sharing that with Ryan J. Sharp tonight. Their respective entry, about 2 hours or so, at least. Approaching that mark for Rachel Williams since starting her stint here tonight. And that's the interesting thing with a lot of these teams. Many of them do compete, of course, the major series. A lot of them do have establishments on the sim. Oh, by the way, the Penguin RC GT has come back out, and a black flag has just been given out. However, it's to Tommy Joe Bounceawela's entry, not the GT.
Interesting there. I'm not sure entirely what happened with that machine. As there is Tommy Joe, that's got to be an incident limit. That's P4 in the prototypes, Justin. That has a real potential to throw around the order.
Remember the contact with the 212? That happened a while ago with Composite Performance? Well, they have a 30-second stop and hold per race control because they gave them mandatory damage to fix. It's a tier higher with that second incident of the race.
Oh, that is absolutely brutal there for that machine. Not at all what they want to have happening here at this point. My goodness, my gracious. I cannot believe that. That is certainly going to throw up the order. That's going to find them falling well down through the field. And let's not forget, that is not only P4 in the prototypes, that is P1 in the Pro-Am category up there.
So they now have that situation to deal with. Blue Chew Blue is now in the prime position to take over the class lead. They are 15 seconds behind them, with Christopher Schmelier behind the wheel of the 024. It's still worth noting, the other black flag on track, Torque SimSport buys 8 shirts still yet to serve the penalty. There is a look at your likely new class leader for Pro-Am in the OMP2s. Lucha's doing a very strong run today, to say the very least, with how things are going. Ocean.
They are, and Christopher Schemlir, I'm sorry if I butchered that one up, is behind the wheel, and you can see them actually just behind Kurt Krum and the BRT Odin, who they are presumably about to lap, or actually the Odin team is running a little bit away from them right now, because they are of course in the pro category, even if they are multiple laps down. You can see the gap live here. Tommy Joe Valenzuela still 15 seconds ahead, but they got that penalty, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's one of those things. The incident limits and just getting flagged for crashing, it's some of the things that you gotta keep in mind, and it's keeping these drivers in check too. A lot of talk has been going on about how 45 incident limit is really harsh for 10 hours of racing. That's 4.5 incidents per 1 hour, essentially, if you divide it up. And per lap, that's not much at all. But on the other hand, as you could see there, the left car of Kurt Krum making it into the pit lane in the BRT Odin team. But on the other hand, at Spa-Francorchamps, off-tracks have historically been a problem, because a lot of those runoffs, they are tarmac runoffs. And I won't get into a boomer rant on what I think about tarmac runoffs, other than they should all be sent into outer space and straight into the sun. But regardless, it's one of those things that's been done to combat the abuse of those runoffs, and you get an extra penalty for each every 10 incident points after that. And mind you, it is incident points. It is not just off tracks. So if you pick a contact with another car and it's a 4x contact or a 2x contact, for example, well, that's essentially an hour's quota of off tracks gone. So you really have to be conscious of when you're using those off tracks. And I think if we go back about 1 hour, in that too wide between the two prototypes. Oh, and we don't go back, because I believe, Justin, that's Patrick Stein in the Mad Sim Racing, and they have picked up some light scraps, let's put it that way.
That car did have damage already to the right front. Well, they've added mandatory repairs to it. You can take a glance. This one might be a bit weird, DJ. This was, again, the run up to the corner looked fine until he hit a curb to Puhan.
Yeah, once again, they're just getting onto the brakes, going into the corner. That change in surface on the right-hand side of the car, that's enough to throw the car out of proportion. You don't have the same amount of grip on the tarmac as you do on those painted curbs, and as a result, when you try to brake, it'll make the car break away there on you. And so that Ferrari
leader, Ayrton Williams, just had to go off into the runoff area. He nearly climbed up the back of the 255 up into the bus stop chicane. That cost the leader several seconds on the racetrack.
Oh my goodness, very, very sketchy moments there for the number 64 in Ayrton Williams, and that just goes to show you that you are never safe around here in an endurance race. You've got to stay on your toes the entire way around for the entirety of this 10 laps.
Take a look, and they have to take the track cut penalty. They nearly rammed the back end of Quality Control Racing's 255 in the braking zone. Speed difference, blinking the lights. Take it away outside.
Yep, and that's Erik Blumenkart of Quality Control Racing 255, and the whole situation was essentially caused by Blumenkart's giving way. Staying to the outside, letting Michael A. Diaz of Precision Racing Esports Blue by, and then returning to the racing line without looking at their mirrors, where Ayrton Williams was expecting the outside to remain open. And that's one of those things where the GD car has to really look in the mirrors and don't return to the racing line if there is a prototype coming up behind you, because that prototype is going to expect that you stay where you are, which is what you should do as a slower car. Stay where you are, be predictable. In that case, that didn't happen. Ayrton Williams had no other way of reacting than going outside of the track, and kudos to Williams of, accepting the loss essentially and going outside of the track, picking up that incident point, losing a lot of time instead of trying to force it to the inside at the last second, which is what maybe a less disciplined driver could have done and would have done in that situation. Regardless, they still lead the race, albeit by a little less than before.
The gap down to under 10 seconds now, looking towards some of the air battles. Well, this one broke it up a little bit. World of Sim Racing Team's 51 car still holding on to the top 5 for now.
Oh, background.
Oh, and that's the car they just passed. That's Daniel Dennison. Aerokinetics Green having some troubles now in the 422.
Oh, yeah. That's an unusual point, DJ.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an unusual point. I wonder if we can check out a replay on it. I think maybe that Lamborghini got itself up over to the curbing, and maybe that was enough to just send it around, got up and on to that outside marbles, potentially, is what we're hearing. Let's take a look here. Just tries to avoid that prototype all the way onto some of that AstroTurf. Brings the car down through the corner. Oh, he caught a little bit of the gravel there on the exit of the corner, and I think that loss of grip just enough was to send him around.
Also, this just happened moments ago. Talked about Rachel Williams keeping that car going. Well, in the final bus stop, just after a mistake, one of the drivers followed the replay. She has a half slide in the middle of the racetrack. Oh boy. Thomas Baker, rather.
Wow, so that's one of those situations where you make that mistake, Thomas Baker, in that case, having a little bit of a clumsy half spin, reversing over the track, which is never, ever, ever a good thing to do, especially when you're not at the dangerous point. At that point, if you're a driver, just go forward, use the grass, and, you know, turn it around. It can lead to another spin if you're not careful, but turn it around. Or take a good look behind you and find a proper gap. In that case, it was just a little bit clumsy, a little bit too risky of a situation. And one of those cases where you're hoping the director will not find the replay. Unfortunately, we got Jack Johnson behind the cameras, and he's the all-seeing.
Absolutely, indeed is. Take a look right now at the 255. That situation we just seen, a 35-second stop and hold is awaiting their penalty box, it appears, after what just happened, which cost the overall race leader at least 4 or 5 seconds with the slowdown.
Ooh. That's a bit harsh. I mean, I get it. As said, it was their fault. They essentially returned to the racing line without really checking, but whew. Does anyone else feel like the stewards here are not messing about? Mind you, I do like that, Justin.
There have been several warnings for blocking, remember. When it comes to traffic management, it is important, DJ, to know where these respective competitors are, especially when it comes to the traffic. You do not want to collect anyone in respective incident, letting by drivers. And what's the saying again? Be predictable. That was a little bit more difficult for the prototype we just seen right there.
Yeah, a little bit more difficult, but that's also a difficult area on the track. The exit of the corner there, you're carrying a lot of speed, a lot of momentum there at that point. So I understand a little bit for the BMW finding themselves just in between a rock and a hard place. But yeah, as you said, Justin, you want to be predictable. If you are one of these GT3 cars, you actually...
Hold on, full course yellow just called by race control. We have hit the incident threshold. Race control has just closed the pit lane. Yellow flag being waved by race control.
And it's waving at the same time that the France versus England football game is about to start. Curious!
Again, there is a threshold that is calculated before the race. We've crossed it in not even 4 hours. So all the drivers have to hit the pit limiter and the pit lane is closed. Our first full course yellow is underway for the event.
Well, and this is going to do a number of things, Justin. Most crucially, it's going to bunch this field back up together. They're all going to find themselves on top of each other here at this point, because that means that we're going to have a lot more action when we get restarted. The other thing is this could throw out of sync a lot of these pit stop windows. There may be drivers that decide to come down into pit lane. There may be drivers that decide to stay out. What is this going to do for this pit stop calculus? This is what makes MTEC so incredible, is you can have these moments like this.
Now the GT3s are being let go on the left side of the racetrack. Now they're giving more commands as well to those respective cars. The prototype staying up to the right side of the racetrack, so a lengthy caution period, remember. Here in the 208 car is out of gas under the caution. The Global Racing Ruby car is on fumes, they are reporting.
Yep, and you can see them here approaching the Blanchimont corner complex just now. They are next to the pit lane entry, and I didn't catch if they were allowed to come into the pit lane or not, but obviously they would have to, and in turn tend to pick a penalty of that. So that's really unfortunate for them if that indeed turns out to be the case. But you can see just going there, just going into the final corner, into the bus stop, and they can't make it around the 7-kilometer track for another time, and they're just reminding the drivers of the issues under caution last time around on the race control channel, and indeed Gowin has to come into the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on that situation for the car 208.
Your Pro-Am class leader, in fact, for the GT3s today. Global Racing Ruby had been up to as high as the top 3 overall, too. So currently, drivers are still getting commands from race control, as most of the drivers have been waved around by this point. Then Williams, again, your overall race leader for Satellite Racing in the red entry. Then there's separation, BRT Odin. Then it's Satellite Racing Blue in second overall on the racetrack. And then it's Blue Chew Black, followed by more traffic management and quality control racing, separating drive SVR from a few separated points. Remember, they had the penalty earlier. They're back to 15th. Then it's all the way back behind them for 4th overall on the track, and your Pro-Am leader in LMP2's Blue Chew Blue. You mentioned the strategy mix-ups here, and the potential of, if it stayed green, for example, trying to cut out a pit stop. Well, those strategists are going to be extremely busy, especially you do the math here, DJ. If we get to this point again, we might get a caution before the end of this one again.
Yeah, we certainly could. As you said earlier, these cautions triggered by the number of incident points that are accrued by the entirety of the field. And so with that in mind, we got this caution at before the halfway point, at about 4 hours into this race, which means that there is a high statistical probability that we could see another one here. But I think what's especially important for a lot of these drivers, particularly up in the LMP2 field, is that this is about halfway through their pit stop cycle. So how is that going to change everything? As I said before, are they going to come in? Are they going to stay out? This is going to be very, very interesting to see what they do, and this could have a big effect on the race depending on what these LMP2 drivers decide to do.
It's going to be extremely intriguing. Ocean, we've seen this implemented by a few different leagues, remember. How would you describe it? Being in this scenario where you have the 4-course yellow in the middle of an endurance race such as this, what's the team chaos like?
Well, if I was driving, I would be bored to tears. Going
okay.
Because you're doing 80 k's an hour around Spa-Francorchamps, and you're just like... You're just basically snoring behind the wheel and going, can it just end? But if you're doing the calculations on the pit wall, it's going to be very interesting. You have to calculate for this exact scenario that there's going to be at least one full course yellow. And if you're looking at, if you're keeping tabs on the incident counts, then you could see it coming. But that's, I don't see too many teams actually doing that. I don't see them, making tabs of the incident counts, trying to predict when it's going to happen. They just know it's going to happen at some point. Try and make the strategy around that. But for most of the teams, and I know this is going to be the boring answer, they're essentially just going to try to use as little fuel as possible while the pit lane is closed, behind the safety car, take the cheap pit stop if available, and then just keep on trucking and make some new calculations.
Seems like drivers now getting commands involving the pit lane currently, by the way. Essentially, the fourth step in the pit lane rulebook process is to allow the drivers to pit at the same time, and then they would later on in the steps maintain, or rather switch around to where the LMP2s will be ahead of all GT entries. So let's see if we end up having the pit lane open this time for these respective services. Here in this one, we did have another top off. Ross Booth had to come in for 35 seconds. They were second overall in the GT3 class. They are the only car not in the line currently. And already they are asking about increasing the pace speed. Keep in mind with how things are playing out.
Yeah, and as Ozzy said there, it is a little bit frustrating. Looks like these drivers are going to work their way around. No pit stop cycle here at this point, waiting for the rest of the field to really bunch itself up behind the rest of these leaders. As there you can see that fleet of LMP2s working their way onto the Grand Prix start-finish line here at this point. And we are hearing that they are going to increase speed ever so slightly here, Justin, but still going to be under yellow for a little bit longer.
So we continue to pace, at least for the next few moments, at 37 miles per hour. More coverage of MTEC coming up right after this. You're watching GSRC.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
A crash under caution. The pit lane had just opened, and Paul Darling, second overall in the race, spins out under caution. Wow.
Justin, I have no words for what happened there. We were on break and I kind of half looking at the screen there trying to figure out what exactly went on, but absolutely stunning here for the 67. That's going to drop down the order. Now, my question's going to be is if they're going to be able to make up those positions, because considering that was passed under, those passes were done under a yellow flag period, although the yellow was not officially ordered. So I think those positions are lost there for Darling. What a strange turn of events.
Now we'll really have to see how they sort this out. Again, they were second overall. They've cycled back in line in 12th, right before the pit stops. Also, race control is giving a warning to the 147 as they passed several drivers trying to close up the gap in front of them. So pit lane is open, majority of the teams coming in, and Troubles under caution. According to his teammate, he was trying to do math while driving.
Yeah, don't do that. So you can see the replay coming up here, and that's Scott Darling, Paul Darling, sorry, coming into the left-hander here, and just, you know, that's concentration. That's lack of concentration is what it is. I watched it from the cockpit view earlier, and so what happens here is he's just essentially on the right side of the track, trying to do some math, probably distracted, not focused at the driving, because again, you're doing like 60 km an hour, you're doing like 40 miles an hour, so you're not really focused on the driving part of it. And then you just hit the grass a little bit, and you can see the expletive at that point when he hits the grass, and then the car is just around, and then you're reminded that, oh yeah, I'm in a prototype racing car on slick tires. Even if I am going slowly around this track, if I hit the grass at around like 40 miles an hour, it's gonna throw me around. And that's exactly what happened. And it's such a silly mistake, and they're now trying to figure out if Paul Darling is gonna get those positions, or if he's gonna indeed be on the back of the queue.
A lot going on as Ayrton Williams retains the race lead in the class. Only 21 seconds in the pit box, 23 seconds for Blue Chew. Back 28 seconds for the blue version of Blue Chew entry for the Pro-Am lead. GT's also coming out. See plenty of traffic for them to navigate. Those drivers will be sorted soon. Torque SimSport, keep in mind, outright dominated this race prior to the point of that caution. Now it gets interesting how that battle plays out, although they have a lot of traffic between them and the second place composite on the race on the pit road exit.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of traffic to deal with here as we keep an eye on our leader, the Satellite Racing Red Machine with Ayrton Williams. And let's not forget something else here that's going to get thrown off. All of that fuel saving that we saw the number 67 be doing at this point in the race, that's ostensibly out the window. Everybody's been equalized here at this point, and I'm not sure at this point if there is enough time out on the track to be able to make up that time for them to be able to gain now another full pit stop on the rest of the field. So their fuel saving may have slightly gone to naught here at this point.
And DJ, I'm gonna have a counterpoint here. It's not out of the window. You can see the original strategy being somewhat out of the window in that everybody's gonna save enough to probably save the initial pit stop they were shooting for. But they are still, they still have the strats down at least. They know how to do it, and technically they also have less of fuel. At that point in time when they came to the pit lane, they had to fuel for a little bit less, making up a little bit more time, which in a full course yellow pit stop is gonna be potentially worth, or was potentially worth a lot more than people at first thought. And also, that's the most important thing, is data. They now have data on how much they lost time versus how much they saved. And that they can extrapolate over the 10 hours and decide on their strategy right now. Whereas if the other teams are going to catch on to that and think, okay, am I going to fuel save? Am I going to fuel save here? Are we going to instruct our drivers to do it? they might be in a little bit more of a land of unknowns, and they're going to be losing some time earlier on trying to essentially figure out the optimal way to do it. So yeah, a lot of it was lost, but it's not all out of the window yet.
Drivers just getting the commands right now to start waving around the field. There are several GT3 wave arounds, but most importantly, a few of the LMP2s get back on the lead lap. Quality Control Racing 079, Drive SVR, who had a penalty earlier, back on the lead lap, but are now off cycle for much of the rest of the way. See Nathan Mon leading the grouping for the time being. They have not gotten the command pull forward yet. Expect the LMP2s to move to the left side to be able to pass around the GT3s that are on the right side, pending race controls command soon. So now it's the matter of continuing to pace around for the next 4 minutes as they get ready for the restart, Ocean. This could be busy yet again with the gaps trimmed right down.
Yeah, it's gonna be busy, and it's gonna be one of those things where you're gonna have to calm your nerves, because these drivers have been sitting for last 15 minutes or so at pacing speed, not able to go very fast. They're gonna be getting anxious. They're gonna be going through all sorts of scenarios and opportunities in their head, and especially those who have lost time earlier on. Like you can see, all the protos are now on lead lap. So those who lost time earlier on, those who had issues, I'm talking at about number 9 Apex Missers, for example. They were right there, essentially near the top 5 battle, at the top 5 battle. Then they lost a lot of time, hardware issue. They have that back now. They're gonna be looking to make up a lot of time. Unfortunately for them, they are right now a little bit behind, but they are still gonna queue up and get into that pack as the race progresses. Now for 64 Satellite Racing Red, what they wanna do is get a good restart, and most importantly, not be passed at the Camel Straight. That's going to be the big thing, because it's going to be a draft fest heading into the Camel Straight for the first time. It's an uphill straight, it's a long straight, it's where you can get draft overtakes easily. They have the superior pace out of any car on track. Aaron Williams right now, he's the fastest man out there on the racetrack. But is it something that he can keep a hold of? Or could we see Dan Neese or Christopher Chemelier potentially try and make a move right after the restart onto the end of Camel Straight and bog Aaron Williams down into a battle that he does not want? That's a lot of permutations just in the prototype class alone, and DJ a lot more in the GT class as well when you're looking at the slow cars, because they too have their battles.
Yeah, they've got their battles as well, and that's certainly going to shape themselves out. But the one problem down in the GT class is there's a little bit of confusion there. We've got some prototypes mixed in with all of them. So that could change up the calculus just a little bit for these drivers, as they'll have to be able to sort of get out of the way for some of these LMP2s. But all in all, this is going to be absolutely fascinating to see how this plays itself out. It certainly is a change in everything as we focus back a little bit farther in the field there. There you see some LMP2s working their way around the GT3s, so that may allay some of my concerns.
Sorting process continuing. Some of the drivers still having to catch up. Of note, all the LMPs who took the wave, DJ, interestingly, they had enough time to take a pit stop just now. All 3 who took the wave just took service.
Very interesting there for them, and they're going to be very happy that they are able to come out and be back on the lead lap, ostensibly able to get that lap back. Good news there for those 3 drivers.
They are almost caught up as well to the line. Race control just giving final commands as majority of the others still sorting themselves out, and some of the GT3s still sorting where they need to be, as well as where the starting line is. Remember, that was an issue at the start of today's event. So that it's going to be something to keep an eye on if you go at the right position, Ocean, as a driver. You don't want another black flag for jumping the start.
No, you don't, and you're essentially waiting for it, and then Aaron Williams is gonna step on the throttle and get going once he reaches that line that the race control just informed the drivers about. So it's gonna be around the start-finish line, which at the endurance layout is on this straight. So we're gonna see if they indeed are able to get back going. I don't think it's gonna happen just this lap, not just yet.
And the interesting is going to be how it gets commanded to. In the race briefing, it was mentioned a pace car for the restarts. Essentially, it's a virtual safety car in this scenario, so we'll see how it's played out for when the green flag flies in this one.
Well, yeah, Justin,
the 191 is pit, yes.
Quick point. It's a virtual car. They all are virtual. It's sim racing.
A virtual safety car?
Yeah, we can go with that. I'm sorry, go on.
The VVSC. I guess. Anyhow, lots of the drivers are sorting out their strategies here for the most part on how the field's going to play out. Pit stops likely going to be around the 5 hour to go mark for the LMP2s, some of which are still trying to catch up. In the GTs, keep in mind, they have gone about nearly an hour or so in this run. So the last of the LMPs catch up to the field. By the way, the 191 entered the pit lane just now. Picked up some more service. Composite performance number 91.
Yeah, and it looks like here that teams are having a little bit of conversations with race control on just trying to figure out exactly where that start line will be. So getting all of that clarification here at this point, looks like we're picking up a little bit of pace up at the front of the field. Satellite Racing Red with Ayrton Williams behind the wheel of the car. As we've said, starting to pick up a little bit more pace here coming down through Puhan. I wouldn't be surprised to see if we go back to green here on this lap around it. Indeed, drivers are asking for clarification on that here at this moment.
See what race control determines here. To reset your top 10 for those just tuning in, with the caution coming out just before the hour mark after pit stops. Satellite Racing currently with the red car in the lead. They used to have 1-2, and then field calculations under caution happened. Blue Chew Black is in second. Blue Chew Blue is in third. World of Sim Racing team is in fourth. Then it's Composite Performance in fifth. Quality Control Racing is up to sixth, with Satellite Racing Blue sorting themselves on seventh towards the TFR Sunrise, rounding up the top 8 overall in LMP2 so far in this one. Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schweintebank Nick is currently the class leaders for GT3. Composite Performance is way far behind in the traffic in second in class, and Gowan Racing Ruby, top Pro-Am driver, third overall. Precision Racing Esports Black, Twin Turn Sim Racing, CMSRacing.com Endurance, Century Sim Esports, and Aerokinetics Pink, rounding up the top 8 grouping on the racetrack. Drivers have been told that the green is coming this time by, so Ayrton Williams gets ready for the command. Currently coming up to 5 hours and 38 minutes to go. And Satellite Racing continue their control of the field. Well, to find out, Satellite Racing Red hits the loud pedal. We're back on our way from Spa.
Looks like a very good getaway there from Ayrton Williams. He's going to be able to bring the car down into La Source here. Wow, spin there behind for Blue Chew Black.
Danny's around.
From second, and there's several GT3s who had an incident in the bus stop off the launch. All sorts of mistakes off the going. Blue Chew stuck in a bad spot. Their counterparts in blue got away. Several of the GT3s held up in the bus stop, but a big mistake just opened up Satellite Racing Red to a more than 2-second gap.
Wow. What a stroke of luck for them, as you can see the gaggle heading out towards the Lecombe corner, and hopefully they can all make it out easily there. Mitchell Bott, no, he's around into the grass in the Quality Racing Team 063 Pro-Am entry, doing a nice 360, and he's able to get back around and going once again just in front of the CJ White and Jack Alice now challenging them on the inside. Oh, and trouble in front of them, yes.
Travis Henderson gets hooked around by Flynn Lazier. Flynn Lazier nearly hooks him around, significant damage. He had just got him bounced around like a pinball, Henderson did. Now near 3 wide with Recycle Energy having a check out. Quality Control Racing uses them as a leaning point. And Mitchell Bott, just like that, picks up some spots. More trouble.
That's Gary Thomas, Recycled NRG 019, picking up some heavy damage, and the other car involved as well in that one. You can see Travis Henderson, Grizzly TFR Sunrise Team 043, that's another Pro-Am entry, and the 072 is around as well. So absolute chaos after the restart heading into the Pujon corner. That's Jack Alice, Team Top Motorsport prototype 072. He's around and is waiting patiently for a turn to get back going, which they will after the last of the GD cars have passed. It's the last of the GD cars, last of the summer wine, and I'll tell you what, more trouble as cars are going out of the racetrack, sadly, damaged after those early incidents. So yeah, Justin, a lot happened.
Oh, and by the way, the 212 has an air black flag, Mo Islam, and they're already off the track. It has been a wild restart for those who just tuned in. After her first full course yellow, Lu Chu was in second with their entry. Not anymore. The Ram Pro-Am car is in second. On the bright side, they pulled away by a second because of what you see in the backdrop. Paul Darling's up to third. Remember, they've had to make up a lot of spots from the spin. They've made most of them up. Now it's World of Sim Racing Team behind them in fourth.
This is an absolutely remarkable run here from Paul Darling, and I really think it goes to show you, Justin, just how much fuel saving they were doing as they are running at full tilt here at this point, absolutely pushing ahead. And all of that fuel saving that we saw them doing earlier on was severely limiting their pace, which they hope to be able to gain later on in the race. But my goodness, being able to gain all of these positions here, and I think it's only a matter of time before they're able to get by the 024 of Blue Chew Racing.
Yeah, their pace is picking up and quick. They were already a second faster than Blue Chew Blue last time by. That's how quick Satellite Racing is currently on the racetrack. But the tempo they are currently carrying. Looking at some of the other drivers as they sort things together. We've seen a lot from these colored machines today. This is Flynn Lazier. He had a very active start. Remember, real world race car driver. He is the son of Buddy Lazier. His grandfather, of course, Bob Lazier. Someone with experience in Formula V, Formula Enterprise, Formula Atlantic, F4s, and US 2000. In other words, a lot of real world experience, DJ, getting involved in some of those stack-ups we see.
And it just goes to show you that absolutely anything can catch you out here, no matter how much experience you have in the sim or how much experience you have in real life. You have got to stay on your toes 24/7. If you try to go 3 wide down into Pujon, that's exactly what can happen to you, as that was really and truly an incident that just had disaster written all over it by the time they dove down into the corner.
In turn, one machine still in 7th, but 9 seconds behind the leaders. Remember, they are dealing with rear diffuser damage after a bump draft earlier. Looking up the road. Here comes the run. Satellite Racing Blues, Paul Darling makes the pass on the right side.
Wow, that's a nice move. A very typical Spa-Francorchamps move. You make a pass on the inside into Lecombe, the best overtaking spot on the track, but Paul Darling now, he is getting, oh, and they got a GD car, Jack Hedgehogs, Going Racing Amethyst team that they were just able to avoid. Yeah, going back to Paul Darling, he's now able to start catching properly to our race leader, Aaron Williams. So the 67, who suffered a little bit under the caution, who Paul Darling made an unusual error, let's put it that way, spinning under the virtual safety car, as we call it now, is is now able to perhaps make some amends for that mistake, and more importantly is able to directly measure his speed against Ayrton Williams. It might not happen this time around yet, because he's lost a lot of time in traffic, but stay tuned for the stint. We might see the 64 and the 67 glued right next to each other, or glued right up to each other, as the stint progresses towards its end. It's gonna be a very, very fascinating battle, as we see the 209 now of the circuit.
Same car we've seen before. Jack's not having a good time right now with this traffic.
No, not at all.
Oh, and M-Plower just picked up a black flag, the 200 as well. Everybody gets a black flag in these restarts. Let's take a look at some GT3 battles. It's getting a little bit bunchy. Josh Gowen trying to pull away a bit from Ross Booth. You also have that send there. You've seen up the road a little bit with M-Plower with the black flag. So a lot of specific battles popping up around the racetrack. You're only going off the restart, and some of this is lap traffic they have to deal with.
Yeah, Justin, and this is what I was talking about at the restart, is that the GT3 field is far more jumbled up here than the LMP2 field was. Is pretty much the entirety of the LMP2 field, not pretty much, the entirety of the LMP2 field was able to gain their lap back. Not so true with the GT3s, and so that's going to slow things down. But oh, as there's a spin coming through Blanchimont, that's Gowen having to get out of the way. My goodness gracious, that was very close running.
Gowen nearly losing the Pro-Am lead for that, able to dodge Joshua Easy, the M-Plower car. So the Eisenblue black back machine having troubles after already picking up incident point black flags. Well, insult to injury added.
But hey, at least they're living up to their name, M-Plower, going through the cross.
And in turn, into the pit lane they go. Seemed more so very loose than plowing tight around the track.
Which is a bit of a surprise for that BMW there, Justin. That car is normally known as a little bit more of an understeery type car, so clearly the setup here very, very trimmed out, as you would expect it to be at Spa with the two long straightaways. When we take a look, though, back up at the number 67, that Satellite Racing Blue Machine, back into position where they were before their spin under the restart, or under the yellow flag, rather. They do have about 3 seconds to try to gain up to their teammate, but I wouldn't be surprised here if there's a little bit of conversation going on between Ayrton Williams and Paul Darling. We know this 67 wants to save some fuel, and I think if these two are maybe able to bring themselves in close to one another, start using the draft together a little bit, that could help them out in the long run. Now, the only concern with that is Blue Chew Blue and Christopher Chevalier behind them. They're about 9/10 of a second back, so if we see a big lift here from Ayrton Williams, it's going to make this a three-car fight for the lead.
There is that strong chance. Oh, running down the straightaway, they picked up a couple tenths up the Kemmel run. So Darling currently trying to break away from the toe being held onto from behind by Blue Chew Blue up at the very front of this respective pack. Remember, Blue Chew Blue had a longer pit stop service. They've broken up to the 1 second. And by the way, to answer the question you just had, DJ, they say no, we don't talk to them, per David A. Williams.
And I'm gonna comment on that. I was thinking it's maybe one of those things where you're trying to 200 IQ something that doesn't need to be 200 IQ'd. You think that, okay, yeah, I mean, you could wait up, allow your teammate to save a little bit of fuel, work together, and sure, I mean, if the next car was like 10 seconds behind, then you could do that. But while they are racing under the banner of the same organization, while they are representing the same team, I don't see the Satellite Racing boys doing that. If anything, it's gonna be one of those situations where if Paul Darling were to bring that up, I think the reply from Ayrton Williams would be, and I don't know Ayrton Williams personally, I just think a racing driver's reply would be, well, catch me and then we can talk.
I mean, as someone who also races in organizations on the oval side, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
So Yep, so that sounds about right. By the way, Jack Hedgecox has been the car again, so is this driver. That is the run up to Bruxelles, and that's Mark and Nister nearly getting rammed.
Yeah, that was a little of an overambitious Ferrari there coming up behind. I believe that's one of the Gowan Racing entries that came up behind him there, looking for a move down into Brussels and just not playing itself out because of that 278 Lamborghini, the CMSRacing.com endurance machine. So clearly here back out and on their way with not a whole lot of harm gained, but they will find themselves a little bit farther down in the order.
So some time lost indeed there in that exchange of a spin around the tires. Already, keep in mind, some of these drivers keeping very bunched together as a result of some of the traffic jams and some of the checkups. It's also essentially the draft lock train, you can really say, that we see a lot in these types of races though, DJ.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a lot of that we see playing itself out here as drivers continue to circulate around. We keep our eyes focused in this very, very close GT3 battle that we are in the midst of right now. Energy Supplements leading the way over Quality Rate Control Racing. Then that's CMSRacing.com Endurance Machine and BRT Heimdall also involved in this as well. This is really our closest battle out on track right now. Very, very tough. Looks like one of the BMWs trying to get down out of the way, maybe break a little bit of the draft, maybe even go for a little bit of a move there up at the front, just in contact.
Oh, there goes Jason Lockridge, the Energy Supplements car sent off the circuit. They appeared to move over there, and apparently that was not enough room.
Yes.
We might have to take a look, Osi, and that almost... They tried to move to the left to let him go, but they didn't get the pass, it seemed, at the right time they wanted.
Yeah, so let's see. This is happening right now. So trying to move out to the left side of the racetrack and just trying to let the pack go, trying to let it go. Oh, and just moving under braking. No! If there's... Okay, once again, Racing Driving 101. And this is gonna be the Finnish guy going on a boomerang once again. But let's go. I already started it, whatever. You can see it there. You have a car next to you. Don't move under braking. That guy is gonna have no room. The 203 did absolutely nothing wrong. They were right there, like giving all the room in the world. Staying on the left side of the racetrack, saying, go ahead, go on by. And then the guy is saying, thank you, and by the way, you're going for a spin. It's one of those situations where you're trying to get that extra turn in. You're trying to make the next corner a little bit easier for yourself. I get that. You're trying to use all of the available space on the racetrack. And you're maybe expecting that the guy is going to lift off right next to you. And probably the driver is going like, why didn't you lift? Why didn't you give me that room? But it's not a responsibility of the driver who is staying out of the way to also lift off for you, because there's cars behind you. You don't want to be unpredictable. You want to be predictable. You want to be close to racing speed. Take the inside. Be happy about it. Pass under braking if you want to, but don't move under braking. That's a good rule in general. Doubly so if there's nothing on the line, really. It's one of those traffic situations. There's absolutely nothing to gain aside from maybe 2/100ths of a second by taking a slightly easier turn in. And that's just a mental lapse, and that's just a silly error, and I'm sorry, but that's not something I like to see at all, and it's gonna have to be cleaned up. But I hope it's a good learning experience, and we probably see the stewards getting back to work once again, and they are 3 wide heading into the bus stop corner, and that's not gonna end well.
There goes Michael A. Diaz. Up that right side of the track, guess who? Flynn Lazier wanted to go. That was for position, and it's still for position. So the 2 loses tons of ground with the slide on the outside. By the way, as you notice on the pylon, Flynn Lazier has found a way around the car he wanted to pass. So it's not been a great day for Precision Racing Esports Blue. For a team, DJ, that we've seen in for a league that has strong depth in their organization, it's been a rough one for this car.
Yeah, it certainly has, Justin, and unfortunately that's just kind of one of the days you can have when you're out racing in an endurance race like this. If you find yourself off in the order a little bit, you find yourself off of that rhythm that we talked about, it's so very difficult to gain it back. We've got a good battle on screen, though.
That was that draft back. World of Sim Racing team able to get the pullback on Flynn Lazier, and Apex Missers now, DJ, is right in that mix too.
Yes, they are right back into it. Apex Missers in that number 9 machine with Martin Zierveld there trying to close in on the back, trying to see what he is able to do. He loses a little bit of ground there coming down through No Name, but he's still within about 0.5 of a second, which means he's going to be able to get a nice helping of that draft.
Now having to work around the traffic, Sean Malley. Have to see how this works out when it comes to Flynn Lazier. He's been amongst one of the drivers charging a bit this run. Speaking of charging, remember how Satellite Racing Red had a 2-3 second gap? Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Paul Darling has closed it to half a second. He gained more than a second this lap.
Yep, and Paul Darling right now is on an absolute mission to catch his teammate. Well, if that communication indeed happened, that, you know, you have to catch me, said Aaron Williams. Paul Darling right now going back to the radio, beeping in, here I am. And you could just see them going by Mark Nistor, but Darling is so close, and he's in such a prime position. He has choices now. Will he save fuel behind his teammate, which he can absolutely do? Or will he go for the hero move? Will he pass at the end of the straight? Kennel Straight coming up. Paul Darling picking up a great run. And we'll see, Justin. Just scenes here for the lead of the race.
Oh, they want to fight. Darling wants the run. Up the right side, Williams lets him have it. So Williams will get the chance to save fuel. Plenty of traffic in front, including Gowan and Robert Gambill to deal with. So now a swap for the overall race lead. Satellite Racing still 1-2 again.
Yeah, Satellite Racing 1-2 now just switched around here a little bit. The question's going to be with Paul Darling what he decides to do. If he continues to go on this outright push pace that we've seen him really put down over the course of the running since the yellow flag fell, or if he's going to choose to cool it down here a little bit more, calm things down, let the race come to him a little bit more. We will have to see. That's my big question for him, Justin. We've seen both sides of the spectrum. A lot of fuel saving, a calm, controlled race, and one that's a little bit more frenetic as we jump back into that battle for about 6th in the prototypes. This is getting feisty.
And Lazier gets a squeeze. There goes Apex Missers taking a spot from the traffic. Quality control still in this conversation as well now. That was Kenneth Nygaard they had to deal with. More traffic now, a bit of a slide for World of Sim Racing. Patrick Vogtwal, they moves to the left side and let him go.
So that's one of those battles where you have a lot of interesting drivers involved in the mix. Because leading that pack is Iker Estefania, a very experienced prototype driver. I know him from back in the days when I used to drive the HPD. So that would have been around 2017, 2018. I know he was involved before that as well in a lot of endurance, different leagues, different events. Seems to have settled well into that World of Sim Racing car, but he's been going a little bit backwards toward this stint. And I wonder if that's down to his pace or just wanting to take it a little bit easy, which I cannot blame the man for doing. You got Martin Zierveld behind him, the Apex Missers that we tipped out earlier on, that hardware issues. They had hardware issues, but they were on a top 5 pace before that unfortunate incident. They've been through a lot. Now they're back here in the fight. And then you have Flynn Lazier, who's been absolutely on a charge, been involved in some incidents, not all of which were fault of his own, but nonetheless, he is the kind of man who wants to race. And here you can see him racing. They're threading the needle, going 3 wide momentarily, and not quite able to get it done on Martin Zierveld. But that was great awareness by Sasha Milosavljevic of Team Top Motorsports in that 147. Staying out of the way as the prototypes look to make it 3 wide, and they got more traffic incoming. Iker Estefania. Now, maybe he can eke out a bit of a lead here. for himself as these drivers behind are looking to battle, but so far doesn't look to be the case. Martin Zieveld is right in the middle of this fight, and he's looking to as much want that 6th place as he wants to defend his 7th.
Keep in mind, World of Sim Racing's been doing all this with that damage they've dealt with for a long while on that right front. They've been driving with speed like they haven't had the damage on it. See the slide up the track. Here comes more traffic. Ross Booth gives them a little space to run. This has all allowed CJ White to charge up to make it a 4-car scrap. Great launch on the corner exit with the traffic for Apex Missers. Using a bit of blocking now. Estefana having to hold on to the left side into Blanchimont. Lazier backs up. Chris White, CJ White closes up in the back mirror. World of Sim Racing, a huge block on Apex Missers on the run.
And here is going to be the move there for Penguin RC. They're going to get it done down into the corner in contact.
Oh! Apex Missers turned around in the middle of the corner. Contact with quality control. And it's a major stack up with the GT3 traffic.
That for a moment, it looks like southern Finland when the snow first falls down. That's exactly the thing that happens on the highway. But yeah, that's just a huge stack up of cars heading into the bus stop, and a very unfortunate situation where you had the worst of it already over. CJ White trying to sneak in a pass on Martin Zieveld, who was already passed, and just ending up with a contact down to the inside in the second part of the bus stop. So that's one of those things where you don't kind of expect it, being the driver overtaken. We see a replay of that, and it better illustrates what I mean. Keep an eye on the number 9 Apex Missers car. So they're gonna lose a position to Lazier there, and then they're kind of focused on that fight. Not probably hearing the spotter car on the left and still not clear, and thinking that's gonna be the car ahead of them instead of the car behind, who went for an opportunistic move. CJ White, who was within the rights to make that move. Absolutely, you can make that move. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that the driver in front wasn't expecting it. And when you spin at the exit of the bus stop, which is, let's face it, it's a little bit of a tight spot. And then you see the 102 spinning behind them, Andrew Parent as well. He spun around in a separate incident as they bunched up, and then for a moment it was just a mayhem.
As a result of the mayhem, one driver, mandatory repairs, Blue Chew GT Black. They are out of the race. They had been one of the teams trying to recover from earlier troubles, running 42nd overall in this race. So after that stack up, so 15 more minutes to go in the hour, keep in mind. And still battling Estefana and now Flynn Lazier looking to jump ahead. A little bit of a slide for Lazier coming down the front stretch.
Yeah, a little bit of a slide for Lazier, but crucially here, what he needs to get the good run is going to be right here in La Source. Let's see how he's able to do it now. He's got to time this right. Coming up the hill, you don't want to be too early in the way that you make this move. He's about, let's call it 3/4 tenths of a second behind right now. I think this could be the perfect amount. It's a little bit, you mentioned earlier, Justin, oval driving. It's a little bit like oval driving in terms of timing a pass. Here he comes like a train with a full head of steam. I think he's got this one done. He's going to look to the inside. Here we go.
Here goes Flynn Lazier. Estefana lifts up, lets him have it. Spot is his. Looks like some crashes up the road though. World of Sim Racing as well as Kirk Cross BRT Odin car getting collected.
Oh, and that's the 88 that was on such a great pace. I was watching Kurt Krum, the BRT Odin car, that was the prototype that was around. I was watching them, they were on a great pace, and they just got caught up in this incident. I'm going to be very interested to see the replay of that one, so let's wait for that before we go to it any further. But yeah, Adrian Subiela and the World of Sim Racing GD entry 115 and the BRT Odin entry number 88 were involved in that one, and you can see having to wait a lot of time is Adrian Subiela before they can get back to the track. Looking for the traction as well, which on the grass is less than it is on tarmac, as we all know. So
they might have broken a wheel too.
Yeah, they might have.
Yeah, that chassis completely demolished. Mandatory repairs on the World of Sim Racing car as to be expected. Looks like Sabila just trying to park it. And that is not how he wrote it up, but he looks like just trying to figure out what to do here to get it off the circuit. So again, another issue involving World of Sim Racing today.
Yeah, and you can see the replay of this one coming up here. So Adrian Subiela at 1-on-5. They're going to be coming at the exit of the Lecombe complex, just losing it on their own in the middle of the corner, trying to bring it back, hitting the wall, and tears Kurt Krum. Just getting absolutely run over by Subiela, who, let's face it, was fighting for the control of the car and just overcorrected, snapped to the right, and Kurt Krum, nothing he can do. You can see another angle of this replay here, just minding his own business, trying to put in the good lap times he has, seeing the car in front of them, crashing out, oh, I'm gonna make it, oh, I'm not gonna make it, getting around. Now, the good thing is here for Kurt Krum is that he didn't pick up any too serious impacts. There was that one to the rear corner and a lot of time waiting, but that car might be in a half-decent nick. They might still be able to keep going in this one, but yeah, a very unfortunate incident. And I tell you what, DJ, watching that back, watching Adrian Subiela trying to bring that car back to the pit lane as he's still doing, now I know what my friends feel like when I'm trying to date a woman.
What?
It's like a train wreck in slow motion.
I got it.
I mean, here comes the overall leader. Oh boy. Yes, Sabila still wants to get to the pits. He's trying. Oh, he nearly comes up right in a blue chew blue.
Justin,
Yeah,
I've got to say, this car needs to tow. This is a danger out on track right now. This needs to be a tow. That car is uncontrollable. That is not the first time he's almost made contact with another car. I understand the impetus to try to limp that around back home, but he needs to tow.
Someone needs to tell him your rear tire is at about 10 degrees camber and about 20 degrees tow. It's not on. That left rear tire, can we zoom in on the left rear tire, please, Jack, if at all possible? Thank you. And there we go, just ending up in the wall once again. Now, you're so close to the pit lane, but that's just a danger to anybody else because you have no idea what the car is going to do. One of the driven wheels is pointing at the wrong direction. There's no amount of traction control that is going to help you here, and just actually going off-roading off the track is the world of sim racing. Number 115, just probably taking a shortcut through the bus stop and making it to the pit lane. And I tell you what, if they actually get that car to the pit lane, I think the stewards are going to have a hard time to decide whether to applaud them on that effort or whether to smack them right to the cheek with a hefty penalty.
Well,
and I'm gonna lean on the latter, to be honest.
Yeah, Gowan racing it with Jack Hedgecock. You can see it coming, just got a black flag, by the way, in Bad Sim. And pit stops are starting to get underway already for BRT Odin, who took the wave. So let's take a look at some of these drivers. This is Jack Hedgecock, 34th on the racetrack. Remember, had the several spins in one section as PG-13 Car 2 gets backed up behind him. Also moments ago, Quality Control did have their highest running car spin out the 079. They are now in a battle for 6th spot. As a result, they lose the top 5.
Yeah, they lose the top 5, and they're running right now about 3 seconds behind Penguin RC Simulations and about, let's call it just a couple of tenths here above the rest. Let's take a look, though, at this is the 074 coming down into the corner. I think there was another spin here that we had. Little bit too much speed down into the bus stop. A very easy mistake to make there. Those rear tires just not wanting to grip up. You see them backing up, getting out of the way, and getting a safe rejoin there. So a tough run there for the Quality Control 074 as Satellite Racing Blue is showing up as out. Is that a connection issue, or is that a bigger problem?
That's a connection issue for Paul Darling. Yes,
no.
Paul Darling, who had been in the lead, has a technical issue. It's now Williams scored as the leader.
How unlucky is that one man? Okay, let's face it. The spin under this virtual safety car, maybe not unlucky, super unlucky. David A. Williams is now in that car, waiting for it to be towed around. But still, you hit the grass a little bit and you're gonna spin out, lose a lot of position, stay clawed all the way back, even through the penalty. Got into the lead of the race, and now you have a connection issue. I'm gonna be curious if it's something like a black cat walk under the ladder and then just yanked out the Ethernet wire, or something across those lines happening to poor Paul Darling. Nonetheless, David Williams now waiting for their turn, gonna take a full set of fuel, some new tires, and get back going, but obviously having already lost a lap and will lose some more, Justin.
A big change of how this race is going, to say the very least. See things battling and heating things up a little bit for 9th, by the way. And, is it happening again?
I think it is, Justin. Blue Chew Blue being shown as out here on my timing screen.
Another technical issue just hit Blue Chew Blue, the Pro-Am leader, from 2nd. What is going on?
Okay, so let's see. The prime leader from the 2nd place, the O24. Yep, they are classified as out. I think it was Christopher Shemlil from Florida driving behind the wheel of that car. I'm just gonna try and figure out if it might be a regional issue, more or less, but I don't think that is the case, because Satellite Racing Red and Satellite Racing Blue, Paul Darling's from Michigan, so it's obviously not a regional issue, but it's still something weird that's going on right now in this event. Or it's just one of those times when ISPs, I suppose, are really feeling like being jerks. Which, in fairness, happens a lot.
So this entire race just flipped upside down for some. Satellite Racing Red now the overall leaders. Quality Control you see coming into the pit lane, one of the YAM cars. Their 079, who had the slide moments ago, is now leading the class because of what's happened. And
Can you just imagine ISPs being more tuned into sim racing and being like going full villain arc? So somebody's gonna be calling you from, and this is not a slide on any particular company. I'm just gonna name an example company here. So example ISP is going to call you in, one of those telemarketers calling you, and gonna go like, hello, how much is this race been worth to you? Because I got my hand ready on the button right here, and unless you pick up our new deal, then your connection is gonna drop. Just, say, it will be a hilarious situation. Also sad, but hilarious.
I don't think the driver's gonna find it hilarious.
No, and I don't think I would be picking up the phone in the middle of the race.
Some people will.
Has that ever actually happened to you? Have you, because I know you do a lot of oval racing at a very high level.
I tried to paint a race car during a caution one time.
Paint?
It's not recommended.
No, and we also have the not recommended racing here in this race as well.
Coming up to the top of the hour.
Yes.
And a perfect example, Giancarlo Lenzi, this is coming from Joe Peak, apparently had something happen in his event where he picked up his phone because it kept on going off. Not drive and text. It's for your own safety and for the safety of others, virtual and reality.
Yeah, I know some people used to do distracted driving in sim racing. I know there was at least one driver in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix series. The old IVCS GPS or whatever was the acronym for that, hilariously named. I want to say it's Max Delorco, but I'm not sure. I'm sure it was an Italian guy, as we see a battle out turn to track, a quick position change there, and the number 13 composite performance is being overtaken by the Penguin RC simulations. But Max Delorco used to smoke while he was driving. Like indoors, actually smoke cigarettes while he was driving. Now don't smoke. That's one of the things. It's bad for your health, it's bad for everybody around you, just don't do it. It's really expensive too. But he used to have actual videos of, you know, streaming his driving, having a smoke while driving a virtual Formula 1 car against the best in the world. So that's one of my favorite examples of distracted driving. And I know also, Justin, that on the oval side, there is this practice of under caution that you sometimes may need a bathroom break.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not really distracted driving, but it's one of my favorite things is on long oval races. It doesn't happen on the roadside, but on long oval races during caution, somebody essentially parks up and runs to the bathroom and comes back and picks up their spot in the line later on.
Yeah, let's put it that way. That's extremely difficult when you have to do that in 13 seconds, though.
Yeah, but under caution.
Even if it's under caution, if you want to keep your track position, right?
Yeah.
You know how quick you need to be for that, right?
Yes, but also I'm not old.
Okay. Flynn Lazier is in for the pit stop from third.
Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, people, you know, in like, I'm going to finish that train wreck. Let's go ahead. Because, so, like at Daytona or Talladega, you will pull up on the backstretch, for example, when you're doing pacing speed, like 70 miles an hour. And you run to the bathroom, you get back, and then essentially get back going. But you can do it under caution. And I know people have tested it, and they have done it under caution. I'm not sure if you can pick your spot back on the line, but you can still sort of kind of do it.
I've seen people get the spot back in the line of the oval side, I will say. I've also seen Roger Caruth take the bus stop every time we paced on the racetrack. Again, we discourage, and iRacing, of course, discourages those doing that on the racetrack for obvious reasons. How about we go through the top 8, shall we? And Satellite Racing Red is currently the class leaders with Composite Performance in second. They've gained a second in the past 10 minutes. The top driver in Pro-Am is Quality Control Racing. In the midst of this pit window, they're currently third. Their fellow's car, the 074, is up to fourth. They're due to pit at this lap. Blue Chew Black is amongst that pit roads grouping with Penguin RC also down there. You have Drive SBR down there. Global SimRacing also down there. Apex Misters and PG13 about to join them. Let's now go over to GT3. Those drivers also are starting to reach 20 laps. For those who are tuning in, Torque Sim Sport has led just about the entire way. Their car currently leads by a sizable margin still. That currently a gap, as you can tell on the pylon, about 26 seconds over. Composite Performance yet again. This time to 191. Galvin Racing Ruby just came into the pit lane as the AM leader. Precision Racing Esports Black cycling in front of them for the time being. But Twin Turn Sim Racing Century Sim, CMSRacing.com Endurance, and also amongst that top 8 grouping for now is BRT and all, but that pit window is underway. Again, for those tuning in, we're coming up to midway through what's been a wild running of MTEC. Glad to have you with us for the third round of the season for GSRC here at the Circuit de Spa Francorchamps on iRacing. With that, it's time to hit the top of the hour and take a break. More coverage coming up right after this.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ride around the world.
I'm Mick Claridge, and I'm going to ride around the world on my bike.
My son, he gave me advice at the start of this ride, and he looked at me and just said, "Dad, don't be a moron."
Let me do my animal signal to gain their respect. How's it going, Sally? Yeah, I'm alright, Mick. How's it going? Worse than that bit in Lord of the Rings where they got into the top and the spiders in the tunnel. I'm just hoping there's a spider at the top of this one to kill me. Freezing.
And I failed. I moroned up the ride.
Welcome to Darkness Land. Yes, it is only about 4 o'clock in the sim, maybe 5. MTEC continues now into full darkness, just about here at Spa. Justin Pertz with you alongside DJ Clark and Ocean Buaka. Welcome to November. It's 5:19 in sim. That means one thing, DJ. Racing with lights on.
Yeah, exactly.
Even more fun.
Exactly, and we've already seen plenty of problems with these drivers when we've had a little bit of clean running and clean air out on the track and not having to just judge everything by the headlights. Rest assured, this is going to get trickier and trickier for these drivers. There are the normal things that you talk about when you drive into the darkness. You've got to learn to be able to change your braking markers a little bit. You've got to make sure that your vision, you don't get into tunnel vision, that you still have that wide periphery lens. But if you are this big group of cars coming up on some lap traffic, that is going to change everything for you because you are only judging what you can see based off of the very, very narrow margins that your headlights provide.
Lots of near contact. A lot of these drivers in this group are not for position, interestingly. Here comes PRT Odin, who gets around him, as well as the Quality Control Racing 063. So plenty of traffic management now with Blue GT Black also on circuit. Of note, the Pro-Am leader for LMP2 just received a black flag. Richard Watkins having to bring his car in right now as a result of black flag. So plenty of chaos going on involving some of the quality control cars.
There is, and that's gonna throw a hatchet into their works. They're gonna serve that black flag right way, it looks like. Yep, they're on the pit lane, and as a result of that, that's going to promote their sister car, the 074 Quality Control Racing vehicle, to the lead, with Tristan Terracciano piloting that one. And I know it's dark, but those liveries are still gonna look absolutely wonderful. Meanwhile, we are on board with the number 208, I do believe, Nicolas Gowin Racing Ruby, who is just taking the fearsome Rouge Radion complex here out there on the racetrack. They are right now classified as 4th overall in GD and 2nd place in the GD-M category, which are, of course, those numbers ranging from 200 and upwards. Now, as this is an endurance race, we have a lot of things to talk about, and let's not talk about the train wreck of stopping in the middle of the circuit again, because that one wasn't fun. But instead, Justin, I want to get your take on the how they've implemented this classic Pro and Pro-Am class division in this series, as we see a big situation there for the 255 of Erik Blumengartz in the Quality Control Racing 255. So you got Pro and Pro-Am in both prototypes and GTs, and I think with the same machinery, of course, so no real differences in the machinery, just in terms of the perceived driver quality. Do you think that's the right way to do it? Because for my take, that's one of those things that I really like about this series, is that you have classes within classes.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing again to consider. Remember, when drivers enter the series who don't have a history of competition, MTEC or the majors, as per the rule book, there are various iRating levels that they sort them by. If you're below 2,000, for example, you're a bronze driver. If you're in the 2,000 range, you're silver. Gold, you're up to 4,500. You're considered a gold from 3,000. Anyone above that, you're considered a platinum driver, essentially, when it comes to those classes. But keep in mind as well, it's also with the team entries and as well those in-turn team makeups. When you consider that on, is your team all silver and bronze drivers? Do you have a platinum driver, etc., Ocean?
Yeah, and that's exactly the thing, and I really like that, because of course in motorsport, in physical motorsport, traditional motorsport, you have that as well. You have bronze drivers, silver drivers, gold drivers, and platinum drivers. And a lot of the bronze drivers are so-called gentleman drivers, who are essentially most likely funding their own drive and not expected to be of professional quality, but still drivers who can absolutely do a good job. But for them, essentially getting up to silver would break their career. Now, I wonder if in iRacing we got the same deals where some drivers are hoping that they encouraged not to do too much official racing in order that their iRating doesn't rise too high, and so that they can't no longer be classified as a bronze level driver. And I'm just gonna have to actually bring up the rulebook here for myself to see the exact formula of how much do you need to remind myself of the formula on how much do you need to drive as a bronze driver, as a silver driver, and so on. Yeah, we got trouble on the racetrack as well.
That's the 292 Mad Sim Racing. Remember, we've seen that driving team go off into the wall at one point. Tower Beeman has gotten a lot of the damage, I believe, fixed since the last time we've seen a Mad car. It was the same sections earlier, but on the inside line. Still going, though. It's that 292.
Yeah, still able to continue on here at this point, running in a little bit of an area on into themselves as of right now. They've got about 49 seconds up the road to Multi-21 Racing, and their closest competitor behind them, M-Plower Eisenblutz, looks like they are categorized as a full lap down, so they've got plenty of space in between them as they run. But still, that little bobble there not going to help them. They're currently running back down farther in the order. Little bit of LMP2 action here with DiveSVR.com and Quality Racing 074 up at the front of the field.
It looked like the Quality Control 074 really slow coming through that section. Wonder if there was a potential of the course cut? That was for the AM lead. Keep in mind, the Pro-Am lead, what happened for Terraciano? Remember, they already just had to serve a penalty, and then the section looked fine, then they just slowed down.
That's very, very strange, Justin, because it's not like they would have picked up like
that part.
All right, just enough on the entrance there to Eau Rouge. Very, very infinitesimal margins. And there you see them having to bleed that speed away as a result of that. So it may not have seemed like much there, folks. That was just enough to give them that slowdown.
That means AM has a new class leader, and it's Tommy Joe Valenzuela who is now leading that respective group because of that slowdown situation. And remember, Valenzuela was coming back from a penalty in him himself, as you see the traffic zipped around Yum Park, that time letting by the 074.
Yep, and you can see the 070, yeah, the 074 there out on the main straight. They're not too far behind though, so I wonder if Terraciano can find it in himself to bring back Tommy Joe Valenzuela and drive for that class lead. It's a very interesting situation and very intriguing situation with 4 hours and 45 minutes still left on the racetrack. Mind you, they haven't got the apex missers too far behind the meter. Now they are in that pro division of the prototype class, so they're in a different subclass, but it's still a position out there on the track that they're gonna have to navigate. And you can really see Frank Smits just essentially using that draft to his advantage, catching Terraciano a lot on the straight line, and he's gonna be someone who they're gonna have to be very wary of in the situation, in that he's in a different subclass, but he's still around them. So do they just let him go if he's faster, or do they treat him as another driver involved in this fight? That's one of those situations that you have to make in the heat of the moment. And also one of those things I like, again, about subclasses within classes and pro versus pro-am and so on and so forth. Mind you, just because a driver is in pro-am doesn't mean they're any worse than any of the drivers in the pro division. It just means that their team has to have at least one silver rated driver who has to complete at least a set amount of race distance, which in this case, in the LMP2 Pro-Am, they have to complete a specified minimum drive time, not distance. So, and also any platinum drivers may not complete more than 45% of the race distance. So you have a minimum driving time for the silver rated, the drivers who are lesser rated at the start of the season. And one more interesting thing, Justin, I'd like to pick up before we go back into this battle, because it is an intriguing battle. Interesting thing about these classes is that there's also a couple of drivers who are essentially deemed worthy of platinum rating straight away, even if their I rating may not be that high because of their past accomplishments. So it's really a dynamic system that is not only rigid to the I rating, but it's also, there is some thought that goes into it. If somebody at 3000 I rating is performing like a platinum driver, well, guess what? They're going to get the platinum rating.
And a lot of those details in the rule book, a lot of these teams have to be able to navigate that, just like Apex missers. Frank Smits navigated the whole way around the circuit, waiting for the chance to make that one leapfrog move. Gonna buy quality control. The Koala-themed machine dropping back to 9th overall. Now losing a fair bit of time, in fact, to Tommy Joe Valenzuela. Valenzuela starting to, even though they lost time last time, overall-wise, I was about to say that they were starting to pull away, but they nearly wrecked the car, DJ.
Yeah, got a little bit squirrely there on the exit of the corner, and that is now going to allow for that Apex Misters number 9 machine with Frank Smits behind the wheel of the car to be able to close on in. A little bit of a wider run there through Puhal that allowed him to carry a little bit of momentum, but he'll find that blunted by the time they dive down into Fanyi's. Here they go. I got to say, Justin, this is turning into a pretty good 3-car battle, and Smits in particular is not going to be able to keep his eyes clearly fixed in front of him, because he's got to be watching out from behind here from Terciano. And when your head has got to be on a swivel like that, that can really throw you off and force you into a mistake or two that you don't want to be making.
And we'll see what happens here. Well, last time by, as mentioned, 1.4 seconds off. Here comes Smits now, a really good run. No defensive move. In fact, Smits waiting to be patient to Camel straight. And it seems to be the only spot he seems to be the most comfortable at making moves. No major dive bomb seen since, well, you've seen what happened the last time they were side by side of the bus stop. And now the fuel save's on too.
Yeah, the fuel save is on, and behind them I'm watching also, we see glimpses of Tristan Terracciano behind them in that 74, who is the third car on that pack, essentially on the back of that pack. And as you can see, Frank Smits doing the interesting thing that DJ talked about earlier, getting out of the draft to not be too close on the Camel straight, but Terracciano was also apexing a little bit too early, trying to get into his rhythm and get into that groove of driving behind 2 cars, as we see Smits looking to the inside but realizing the move is going to come too late, and as a result of that, backing out of it. And I mentioned this earlier on, I'm going to mention it again here, because these are in different subclasses. Essentially, you got the 25 in the Pro-Am prototype class, and you got the 74 as well, the 074 in that subclass as well, and you got Frank Smits in a different subclass. So I think Terracciano is going to be very curious as to how this battle unfolds, and see that when Frank Smits goes for that move, that he can maybe try and catch Valenzuela with his pants down and take the position in an easy manner, so to speak. So there's a lot of permutations that go into a simple battle. It's not just about taking the position and running away with it, having a fight, but there's also a lot of thinking that goes into a situation like this, especially as they have a lot of time to play with. It's not a short sprint race where you have to go for every move. You still got 4 hours and 40 minutes left.
Speaking of moves, though, after the checkup from the GT3 overall leader, side by side again. So the Pro-Am leader still not yielding the spot overall-wise on the track. Smits having to regroup yet again. By the way, another black flag. Global SimRacing's GT car has picked up, I think, the track record for them at this point, or close to it. They've picked up in the past 5 minutes an in-sim penalty and a race control. Back single file for the LMP2s.
Back single file here for this battle, but let's see what that Apex Misters number 9 machine is going to be able to get the run off the corner. We've seen Smits likes to make this move going up and over Radion on the Kemmel Straight, but I've got to say here, about 0.5 of a second, I think he may find that a little bit too much of ground to make up here, Justin. Let's see, though. Gap's starting to come down. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit too far back here at this point, so he's just going to keep himself in line, lift off that throttle a little bit early, sip the fuel a little bit, and now just keep it in line. His next good opportunity is going to come down into the bus stop, but he's got to just make sure he keeps this together. Now, thankfully, he's been able to grow the gap a little bit here between himself and Terciano, and that gap is now hovering at about 8-9 of a second, so he's going to be doing well in that regard. But as he tries to just close in up ahead, it also looks like he's losing a little bit of touch there up to Valenzuela.
Take a look, meanwhile, Satellite Machines. This is Satellite Racing Blue. This is for position. Keep in mind, after the technical problems seen for Darling, David A. Williams is 5 laps off cycle to the rest of the field. That's going to make things intriguing towards the end of the race, how this works strategy-wise. It's Dominic Dorenberg, who is trying to find a way around for Composite in traffic with the squeeze. That was Hedgecock. There it goes. Composite to the outside.
Very nice move, and you can see, you could see David A. Williams just braking a little bit too late, having to avoid Jack Hedgecock's. Oh, yeah. Contact here in the middle of Arouge, actually on the right on corner. Somehow they were able to get away with that one, and the racing proceeds. There, Dornberg now defending inside, David A. Williams going to the outside, and Dornberg, I think, might have had a penalty. Yeah, he's had a slowdown, and as a result of that had to, well, slow down quite a lot. Whoa, so that's gonna bring another hatchet in the works there. As I was about to say, David Williams, when he went to that pass on La Source, just losing the rear end, which is so easy to do on the prototype machinery, because the car is gonna be it's gonna be fine, but if you brake too hard, it's just at the end of the braking, when all that weight is off the rear tires as you turn in, when you lose the car, and that's exactly what happened. But we've seen a lot of prototypes here, Justin, just losing traction a little bit more as the darkness falls, as the tires are starting to wear. The track temp is going down, but they're still losing a lot of traction. They're not quite finding their groove as easily as they did earlier on in the race, and a lot of them now have to be a whole lot more tentative in their approach to racing. And mind you, this race still has a very strict incident limit, so you can't really use that tarmac runoff either to your advantage. You can't just easily, you know, okay, it's not gonna turn, I'm gonna turn the wheel straight and take the tarmac runoff. You can't do that too often, so it's a really, really difficult race for these drivers, even if it looks, well, it doesn't look easy on the surface, but it's even more difficult now than it looks.
Well, to say, real quickly, in terms of those incident points, our Kinetics Green currently is having a black flag. They have to serve BRT Thor. For Ryan Cartwile, just served one recently. Blinky Blinky. Apex Misters wants to go again. Will they get a run they like? And it looks like Valenzuela gives them the outside to deal with. However, the Aerokinetics green car is in front of both of them. That checks up the 025. Better Apex, Frank Smits. Final clear in the pro car.
He's finally got it done, Justin. He's been working on that one for a long time, but now I've got to raise the question of a little bit of a fight back for that Drive SVR machine here with Valenzuela. If he's able to get a decent enough run here out of La Source, oh, I lost too much time there. 0.7 of a second dropped already. Smits able to get that move, and I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I think he's going to be able to hold on to that by the time they dive down into the corners up ahead.
See if there is indeed the attempt to pass back. There's a massive difference in speed. Valenzuela did not take the chance to go side by side into the corner off to the come towards Malumdi. So it looks like Valenzuela losing some time. By the way, another black flag for World of Sim Racing after just serving one. The 115 camp is not having a fun time. They've had 3 straight laps with black flags to serve.
Yeah, and our director, Zach Johnson, posited an interesting question here, which I may think could be right. That could be a problem with pit lane exit here. Now, we are running the endurance layout, which means that pit exit actually comes up and over Radion. You've got to keep that car off to the right-hand side. Here you can see it. We're going to ride on board with them. Let's take a look here and see if that is what caught these drivers out. If you stray too far over the line here, it will penalize you, as this is a very high-speed portion of the track, very dangerous if you go offline. So let's keep our eyes here. Comes up and over. Looks good there. Oh, hit into the wall. And did they drift over? Didn't look like they drift over, but definitely hit the wall there on the out.
Yeah, I think they drifted over earlier on, right off the exit of the pit lane. They drifted over the white line, and I'm sad to report that on the live feed too, they just had an accident as well. You can see it here.
Oh!
Yeah.
It has not been this team's
And this is live. This is another crash, mind you. This is not the earlier one. They had a crash earlier on in this lap, and they had a crash just again.
Oh my.
And this time they don't have to limp around the whole track, but still managing to make a bit of a problem for other drivers. And I'm just gonna say it right now. May seem a little bit harsh, Justin, but maybe just park.
They have not had a good year with the GT3 program in terms of finding ways to keep it clean, it seems. This is the second time in the past month they've had circumstances involving this class of car. Let's take a look at some battles. For traffic, that's composite. They did get around Satellite Racing Blue for position. Dominic looking to try and pull off. However, we do know, of course, Satellite Racing Blue likes to save gas.
Yes, they do, and they'll maybe be looking to do it here at this point. Obviously, with what they have gone through in that strange disconnection error that they suffered earlier on, I think doing a little bit of fuel saving here at this point may not be that crazy to try to put them into an opposite position. We're going to take a little bit of a look on board with them here. David A. Williams behind the wheel of the car. They're going to come up behind a little bit of lap traffic. Let's see how that's going to affect the composite performance. Number 13 up in front of them. Looks like being predictable, as we said earlier, as they work their way on by them. That's Margariella that they're able to get by. Now up ahead of them is Dominic Eisenberg and I believe Stu Noonan. The next couple of drives that they're going to have to do. It looks like there the composite's going to be able to clear by that Ferrari by the time they get in. I don't think David Williams is going to have the same luck to get by that Lamborghini.
Dominic Eisenberg's twin-turn sim racing car. To the right, there is a bit of a checkup. Century Sim nearly squeezed off a touch bit, having a lift. But indeed, pulling off and away. So we continue to follow along with them for the time being. It's worth noting the 025 did have a spin in the bus stop. So more troubles involving your Pro-Am lead. So in our words, keep an eye on Williams. See where the traffic giveth, traffic taketh with the squeeze.
Yeah, not going to be able to make the move there into the Jackie X corner, so having to wait out a little bit, and that's the time when traffic take it away once again, and you're going to get so frustrated as well when you see the car in front of you being able to make that easy pass, getting all the luck, so to speak, and you're just going to have to follow on and wait behind. It also has a mental effect, absolutely. You feel like the world is against you, that the luck is against you, and that's one of those things. I know racing drivers love to complain. Back when I was active, I loved to complain too. But once you move over to the pit wall and the race engineering side of things and listening to those, it can be a little bit jarring hearing about, you know, why is that guy getting all the luck? Why am I getting no breaks? They were able to win a second once again. We're trying to catch somebody up, and it's one of those things that it's interesting to watch racing, and it's interesting to relay that information. I'm not saying David Williams is about to go on a tantrum or anything behind the wheel of that race car. I'm just saying that, you know, it's one of those things that happen, and one of the many things in endurance racing, Justin, that I kind of enjoy taking a look behind the scenes and also, you know, talking to other people about.
By the way, the car you're looking at Venezuela and all this at the moment, remember, we just noted moments ago, they had a spin that has now cost them the Pro-Am class lead. PJ13 was able to zip by because of this mistake. This will be in the bus stop just after they cleared by traffic. And keep in mind, they had a sizable advantage in the class. They burned it here.
And Justin, that looks like a pretty simple error there coming down into the corner. I think a little bit of rear brake lockup, just sending them around before they even got to the apex of the corner. Credit there to them, though, for getting out of the way and staying out of the way of some of the other drivers and not causing too much of a track blockage, as we've seen that happen more than a few times here going down into the bus stop over the course of this race.
So PG-13 car 2 took over the class lead. Nikhil Kopakar taking advantage of that. He was the first one to pass by on that left side of the racetrack. And now he has a bit of a margin, to say the very least, about 5 seconds over Blue Chew Blues recovery drive from their technical. Troubles up the track goes the 056. They hold on to it. That could have been very big again for that class lead. That's changed hands a lot due to mistakes recently, DJ.
Yeah, it really, really has. This lead has just swapped back and forth over the course of the entire running here as we continue to follow them as they work their way around right now. That PG-13 car just goes to show you here, Justin, you cannot take your foot off of the proverbial throttle. You have got to keep going, got to keep working, got to keep pushing this entire time. If you let up and have that lapse in concentration, that lapse in mental focus, it'll come back to bite you.
And keep in mind, again, the driver they're going to have to potentially think about strategy-wise, or absolutely think about in terms of how things could fare out. We talked about Blue Chew Blue. They dropped out technical-wise from top 3 overall and from the Pro-Am lead, the 024 I'm referring to in that case. So we take a look at one of the other Blue Chew cars, their black entry. The blue entry for this team was leading the Pro-Am class.
It absolutely was, and now Patrick McDaniel is down in 9th place, as established before. We are, meanwhile, watching on the Kemmel Straight, in that long straight, Nathan Chu, Blue Chew Black, as you mentioned, in 6th place in the Pro entry, and just getting past Young Park in the Composite Performance 191 entry. And it's really, I can't underline enough how difficult the conditions are out there right now, because the track is all the time, it's cooling down a little bit. You can't see the marbles as clearly as before, but also another thing, you can't really, in the darkness, I know those headlights are good, but you can't really see your reference points in a similar way that you could in broad daylight. And when you combine that with the tiredness, that is the human, essentially the human reflex to darkness, we start to get tired. And you start to have these little lapses in concentration in long stints, and in the darkness you have even less of leeway in that aspect. So combined to that, add to that the changes in the car's handling and the way the traffic's working and the way this race has just been chaotic, essentially. Well, I would hedge a bet right now that we're gonna see that second safety car, and we're gonna see it before the 8-hour mark, before there's 2 hours remaining. I think it might fall on our commentary stint, Justin.
Absolutely going to be intriguing. By the way, David A. Williams just pit as we keep an eye on some of the various onboards across the circuit and just see sense of serenity some of these drivers are dealing with just the headlights to focus on this mark. Once again, it's going to be very interesting, to say the very least, the run. Imagine if GSRC had an endurance entry.
Because I was thinking that earlier when I brought about the bronze and silver, and when you talked about as well the bronze, silver, gold, platinum class limits. Justin, how much is your road I rating? I'm not gonna throw you under the bus, I'm just gonna ask the question so we can settle the class.
963. I would not fit the requirement.
Right, you're gonna have to get grinding, DJ?
I think I've got about 1250, 1300 if I remember correctly.
Right. So anyway, the GSRC endurance team is now dead. No,
well,
yeah, go on.
There used to be a team back in the early days. Remember, right? And Joe Peak does come in and say there was an endurance team in the past. John Ambrose at one time was the crew chief. A lot's, of course, changed over the years. And, of course, there was the commentators race, which brought plenty of entertainment. I'm trying to think how that would be even layered with who is a part of today's GSRC.
Well, I'm gonna...
Outside of Christian.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Christian Challenger. He's gonna be probably involved in that one quite heavily. And 10 we can maybe bring in somebody, one of the other guys. I'm just gonna have to wait and see who is actually active these days. I mean, obviously the man who you heard earlier on in this very broadcast as well might be involved in that one. I forgot his name.
There's Michael W. Johnson, that's also a part of the group that might come into play, etc. But
Joey Atterbury, he does racing in real life as well.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. He's raced with some of those drivers, including David A. Williams. Here's the reason to mention his name. Oh, there's a crash.
Oh,
it's not involving David A. Williams. It is a GT3. David A. Williams, however, has a black flag.
Oh.
So, more troubles.
Thank you. At least we don't have to talk about the GSRC endurance team.
You said it doesn't exist?
It exists in my dreams.
Well, David A. Williams' recovery drive, again though, just hitting a snag, so his chances may have gone to non-existent. In that regard, he was, in just checking the pit exit, very close to the white line a couple times. It's either that or incident points. Again, with how tight the incident mark is, let's take a look at David A. Williams. Or rather, let's look at the replay first with the GT3.
Yeah, Tyler Beamon of the Mad Sim Racing, car number 292. And you can see him getting out of the way, just a little bit wide onto the marbles, losing it on the exit and onto the outside wall, just couldn't recover it. That's so difficult to do too, because you got the ABS and you got the traction control, which is all fine and dandy. It's meant to keep you on the road. But when you got the traction control on and you go into an overslide, so to speak, you lose the rear end regardless due to reasons other than too much throttle. It's gonna be very, very difficult to recover from that situation. Essentially, you just have to either do the 2-foot magic save, slam both the pedals, or just hope for the best. And in this case, it was the worst. It was the wall.
You just seen it right there, similar penalty to what we've seen before, cut the left side of the pit lane. So 2 drivers getting bit by that in the span of the past couple minutes.
Yeah, and that's another problem in the darkness. You don't see that white line so easily from the cockpit, and again, your reference points may be off because you're, especially that pit lane, it's so dark, that pit lane exit. When you're heading up the hill to Radion, it's so dark, it's so difficult to see that, but it's still such an unfortunate error to make. I know when you get past those cones, floor the throttle, don't lose any extra time, but it's a silly error, and it's one of those things that never should happen, because again, the black flag, they're gonna lose so much time due to it, and they're gonna have to make another pit stop, and that's gonna be their charge over. I'm curious to see, we got the number 9 on the pit lane as well, and we just watched Iker Estefania in the 51 head to the pit stop. We have the number 9 Frank Smeets of Apex Misers in there as well. I wonder if those guys are going to handle that pit exit a little bit better.
Only 19 seconds apiece, or 19 laps rather apiece for their respective stints before their pit stops. In fact, everyone who just came in only made it 19 laps for their cycle. We'll see if Alex Gall, the race leader, goes in. Nope. He's able to go to at least 20, so he's done some saving. with a 30-second lead now for now.
He's such a quality driver, DJ.
He just clutched alone right behind the lap traffic even, and, well, he elects to try and dive in on the corner exit. Jack Hedgecock again gets a love tap.
Did I not just say he's such a quality driver?
Yeah, that 209's been a pinball, it seems, today, but I will say, the leader's still okay.
Yeah, leader continues on around here. And the point I was going to make, Justin, I'm a little bit surprised here that these drivers are coming in as early as they are on lap 19. Now, the longest pit stop that we've been able to see done on the day was actually 22 laps. Now, that was done, granted, I believe with a little bit of help from some of that safety car, but 20 to 21 is about the average of what we are used to seeing. So not entirely sure. I think drivers at this stage in the race are just pushing, and we're not seeing nearly as close driving as we saw earlier on in the race, where drivers are really able to clutch and coast behind another driver. So I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing these shortened fuel windows. And if this LMP2 field continues to be relatively spread out, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see those shorter pit cycles.
And that's the crazy thing when you think about it in comparison to the GT3 side. Torque Sim Sport has just been on another level. Speed-wise, they are up to 3 seconds quicker than some of the drivers in second, third. They are in clean traffic 1 second a lap quicker than the field tonight. Ocean.
They have, and the full name of the team as well, Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schweischtechnik. So that's a lovely full name. Now that's a sponsor behind it, but it's still a great drive from them. And Andre Wolf behind the wheel, just looking very confident, like he has no worries in the world, doing a very good job in that Audi, and just so consistent. Look at his lines. This is a man who is right now on the groove, and you can tell the way he's turning into the apex, just inch perfect, using every inch and not more of the track, following another car as well. That would be the 147, which we have talked about before, of Tin Top Motorsports, with Sasha Milosavljevic behind the wheel, and about to make a lap put them another lap down is Andre Wolf. But yeah, Torque Sim Sport, they haven't really got enough spotlight here today. Teammates of Andre Wolf, Erik Trösch and Simon Graf as well. So a Central European team, certainly with a very BH flair, as you can also tell by the sponsor of that, and doing that German precision engineering, only translating it to driving. Just very consistent. And it's an important thing to note as well. In driving, when you're doing long stints, 2-hour stints, 3-hour stints, you can sometimes fall into that groove as a driver, and when that happens, it's the best feeling ever, because you're just not thinking. You're not thinking at all. It's just all happening in automation, exactly like you were driving a long stint of practice. You're not thinking about any pressure. You're just putting in the lap times and being very consistent. And when you look at the lap times, even with traffic, we must factor that into the equation. There's been only a couple of laps which have been over 2:18s, otherwise it's low 2:17s all the way around for Andre Wolf. And that is very impressive when you factor in again that they have to sometimes jump out of the way, sometimes prototypes coming very fast, sometimes lapping another car in the GT division.
Keeping an eye on Wolf as the overall leader of this team, and leading just about the entire way after the pole sitter that they just lapped there ended up having the penalty early on in this one. So these drivers continue to zip their way around the circuit. 4 hours, 15 minutes to go in this run. Remember, 3 hours to go, the final broadcasting stint rotation featuring Jenks Berry, as well as Joey Atterbury and Joe P. Expected to switch on in around 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Keep an eye on that, and keep an eye on this action as it continues to develop here. You see how the pylon showing just the dominance by the team, currently 58 seconds, with how things have played out. speaking of how things are playing out, with so many drivers having incidents, DJ, and us losing an extra 5-6 cars at least, some teams reporting that they think the second caution might not happen now.
Yeah, it may not here at this point. I mean, we've kind of entered into a sense of calm here in this race. It is by no means as frenetic as it was earlier. Now, granted, we have seen a lot of, well, as my colleague Calvin Fish would say, argy-bargy at different points in the race. But I've got to maybe think that we may not see this second caution as we predicted a little bit earlier on. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a second caution before the end of the race itself. I think seeing another caution here in the next about hour and 10 minutes or so while we are on the broadcast stint, probably not going to be happening there at that point. But I wouldn't throw out the complete possibility of having a caution get thrown at some point a little bit later on.
So you're saying there's still a chance?
I am indeed.
I mean, lots can happen, let's put it that way. And don't forget, when it comes to the Pro-Am side, when it comes to how things have fared out today in the LMP2 class, PG-13, they've been running around the spot officially, if not lower down for much of the run. They've fallen, they've now jumped ahead, and it's been a crazy race for others. The car we're looking at, this is BRT Odin, who is nearly spinning it around, keeping the recovery drive up. You like they just spun moments ago, though, so that cost them some time. Still going, though.
Yeah, and a spin like that we're going to take a look at right here. Let's see what happened exactly. This is coming down into the bus stop, trying to get around some of that slower slower GT3 traffic. Just too much speed into the corner and loops it around, Justin. And part of the reason you're seeing a little bit of that flailing coming down into turn one like we saw, I think, is a result of a little bit of overheated tires. You're skidding across the racing surface when you spin like that, literally skipping the rubber over it, and that's going to superheat those tires, and that's not exactly going to be what you want. Even in these cooler conditions, down to about 71 degrees Fahrenheit out on track, it's still not the position, but we've got a very close battle right here.
Very close with a little bit of blocky block. Bit of a run for Tommy Joe Valenzuela. That is Terziano. Quality control machine trying to go around the long way. Gets the preferred line now for Malmedy. They head off to Ribillage. There goes the run for the 0.25.
Yeah, and that was a continuation of their battle earlier on in the lap. Terracciano was able to get past Valenzuela into La Source, turn number one, and now Valenzuela getting that position back in a long fight, and I must say a very clean, respectful fight from both sides. Valenzuela giving enough room to Terracciano doing the same back, and they clearly want to keep these machines going, which is great to see, but they also want to battle. They're around the same pace. The Quality Control Racing 074 and the Drive SVR.com LLM entry 025 and 074, and we've seen them in a mix for the class lead earlier as well. Now they're not there right now. They're some 1 minute behind the PG-13 entry, but they are still having a good fight. And in front of them, coming into the bus stop, you can see Paul Gibson in that PG-13 car, just trying to navigate his way through some traffic. Behind them, the Precision Racing Esports Blue, currently in 16th position overall. And in front of them, of course, you got Patrick McDaniel in the Blue Chew Blue 024, who is leading the Pro-Am class in the prototypes.
And what a recovery again from their issue. That's seen them lose several minutes on the racetrack, remember. They were just able to get on through because of the help a bit with the traffic. Now can McDaniel run off and away?
Well, let's see if he's able to do it here at this point. Looks like he's been able to keep that PG-13 car, 2 car behind him for the moment. Paul Gibson not able to quite close in there. And now this is the moment in the racetrack where that Blue Chew Blue car is going to be able to sneak away if at all possible. Going to be able to get some good power on, going to be able to move themselves around and try to break out of the draft if at all possible here at this point. But I've got to give credit here to Gibson. He's keeping this nice and close behind, about 0.4 of a second as they run down the hill towards Puhal. This is a very, very good run. Now he's going to lose a little bit of time coming through the arrow wake.
See that drop back a little bit, and they have more traffic to deal with as well. So we'll see how that goes. By the way, technical issues starting to pop up for the overall race leader, Alex Gall. There had just been a technical warning issued to at least one other car, so some of the drivers may notice drivers have been warned over the radio. Here comes Paul Gibson trying to get the run again. Up to Blanchimont, forced to lift. McDaniel able to hold on single file with that lift. Gibson nowhere to go.
So close, Paul Gibson right now, getting a better exit, but Patrick McDaniel doing the wise move of taking just a little bit of a slower line through the corner in order to maximize his exit onto the main straight, and is able to hold Gibson back for now. And Gibson just, I think he's better off lifting just a little bit here. Let's see if he does it. Heading into the Rouge Radion complex and 10 on the Camel Straight, being able to pounce on the exit of that corner. So full throttle here, just get that good exit and get the run that you cannot be denied. There we go, Paul Gibson to the outside of Patrick McDaniel, and it's easy does it heading into Lacombe. Can McDaniel fight back on the inside? The answer is he's holding on very well. That car has very little wing and he's able to brake later. So Paul Gibson did everything right, then ran just a little bit wide, entering that corner as well, getting to the grass and not able to get that job done. So all good. The setting up, it was good. He set up that pass perfectly. He pulled alongside at just the right time, obviously. Going to the outside, doing a good job, but just then that 056 car just didn't have enough straight line speed for Paul Gibson to make that pass comfortably. So once they came into the corner, Patrick McDaniel was able to get it back, as Bradley Holly in the 217 is now round steady once you get back and able to get at least onto the gravel. Interestingly, also the place you don't want to end up, neither in racing nor in golf.
So Bradley Holly, the multiple-time PRL Stock Car Racing Champion, going around that time, running in the Precision Racing Esports Black Car. That was again on his own. Able to get himself out of the potential of the trouble, though, at the very least, after that circumstance. Coming up towards the top of the hour, that means more pit stops expected. Some of the drivers in the class are coming in already. Will that include Holly? No, it doesn't this time by. Black flags are starting to become very common again. And stuff like that is why. That is a quality control car. Their team had been pitting this lap. That's 261. Jonathan Sinton.
Yes, indeed, and he is going to come down into pit lane as they go in right there, and having that damage. Looks like some pretty hefty damage to the rear wing of the car here at this point, bringing it down on in as we take a look at one of the Lamborghinis also parked down into the pits here at this point, Justin.
Yeah, Dominic Eisenberg, I believe that might be in the Lamborghini you're referring to, meatball flag, so mandatory repairs having to be done to the 223 just now, after they had an issue in the bus stop chicane. So some of the drivers in GT3 starting to have a lot of black flags pop up and meatball flags for mandatory repairs. But one team that's been on the prowl with all this, they gained time but then lost time a bit in this pit stop strategy for the prototypes. Flynn Lazier was quicker than Alex Gall until they reached traffic and it went back towards Satellite Racing's direction momentum-wise.
Paddy did, and now Satellite Racing is just able to do the thing they do best, which is putting those good, consistent, very, very nice lap times. Still 4 hours left, of course, but it's at this point, DJ, in a race that you usually try and get into the cruise control mode, so to speak.
Yeah, it very much is. It's that rhythm that I keep talking about, finding that delta, just hitting that in here at this point. Now, obviously, the lap cars out on track are going to unintentionally throw you out of that rhythm a little bit, but this really isn't the portion of the race where you're going to be looking to be fighting side by side. Indeed, a lot of these battles that we've seen with side-by-side running, we've seen them dissipate sooner rather than later, and that's because the drivers really and truly don't want to be duking it out at this point. There's a little bit of close running there coming down into the corner, but they don't want to be duking it out at this point. They want to be positioning themselves. They want to put themselves into position at the end of the race, and so they are looking to the end here with 4 hours left to go of what are our realistic goals, of what we can achieve, what can we hope to achieve, how close can we get to that, and what do we need to do in this position to get us into that spot to achieve those goals. And 9 times out of 10, getting into that position to achieve that is not going to involve a fierce battle. It's just going to involve getting you into the last 2 hours of the race, where then you're able to get your elbows out and really start fighting.
Absolutely at this point. Still keeping an eye on Finn Lazier. We've seen a lot this respective team today in terms of battles, in terms of some of the contact they've dealt with, in terms of what some cases they've had to overcome as a group. Of course, Blake Reynolds started off with this car, part of the partnership with this respective car. Keep in mind, Blake Reynolds, when he retired from eNASCAR competition, interestingly enough, he had decided as a driver, you know what, let's start a sim racing league, and became a road course racing and oval racing league owner in the span of about 2 weeks after the season ended.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Once you're active enough in the sim racing scene and in the communities, you can't really step down, can you? I've seen it a lot around my friends as well, you know, some people thinking that, okay, I'm done with active sim racing. I'm done with the competition aspect. It's taking too much time. I don't feel like I'm in my prime anymore. Life has changed, whatnot. It's gonna take about 2 seconds flat before you're asked to either provide commentary for some event, or you're gonna get asked to help run a league, do some stewarding or whatnot. So it's a very, very, very interesting point to bring up, and the fact that he did so on his own and is doing a very good job of it just speaks volumes about his characters. Because I'll tell you what, I've tried my hand at it. It ain't easy running a league. People often like criticize them for doing things wrong, or not having enough marketing, or having too much marketing, or making some decisions people don't agree with. But I tell you what, it's not easy. And yeah, it's without even getting into the finances, it's not easy.
Coming up towards the top of the hour, let's run down how the top 8 is faring out as we approach the 4 hour to go mark in this race. Satellite Racing Red continues to dictate the pace over the Penguin RC Simulations car. Then it's Composite Performance, World of Sim Racing Team in Blue Chew Black, the top 5 all-pro class drivers. Then it's Apex Misters in 6th. The first Pro-Am driver is Blue Chew Blue in 7th. They've pulled 6 seconds over Paul Gibson's PG-13 car since the pass we had seen. Compare that to how GT3's going. As we talked about, Andre Wolf is dominated in Torque SimSport by Wagner. MTEC is there coming into the pit lane right now. Composite Performance is currently 2nd. The top running Pro-Am car is Gowin Racing Ruby, with Nicholas Gowin behind the wheel. Sizable gap over Precision Racing Esports Black. Twin Run Racing just got mandatory damage repairs about 5 minutes ago. They had been in 5th. They no longer will be in 5th. They were a couple laps down, hence why they're still in 5th. Century Sim Esports 6th, and it's CMSRacing.com, Endurance, and BRT Heimdall, the top 8 on the circuit. Top of the hour, let's take a quick step aside. Coming up to the final stretch, you're for MTEC.
This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
Welcome back to GSRC's coverage of MTEC. We're around the season here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and what's been an up and down race for many teams today. Justin Pritz, DJ Clark, alongside Osia Buhaka and producer Zach Johnson, as we approach the final stages of this race. Satellite Racing Red still dictating the pace, but several battles starting to form up. Lots of traffic to deal with in some of these cases. In other cases, things getting munched up in a couple spots. Traffic's going to be extremely huge the rest of the way. You'd have to think that helped a little bit with quality control racing to pull away.
Yeah, it certainly has here at this point with them being able to get out into the front here. But I'll also say a little bit of an error there from Drive SVR going down into the final bus stop as they missed the chicane and had to give up a lot of time. As now they continue to battle it out here. We've got a little bit of close running up the front of the field.
Lots of weaving and bobbling too. No move coming in though, coming up through the turn, so back to single file. Black flag for the 286 now, BRT Heimdall just picking that one up. Also, Alex Gall bouncing off a lap traffic as the leader was able to keep it held together. So, contact and incident points for a lot of teams too, OCN, with every time you hit 40, after you hit 45, it's every 10. Panic button time if you are plenty of these teams.
Yeah, or avoiding the panic button time for a lot of them as well, because you don't want to panic, you don't want to make any mistakes, you want to keep it smooth sailing and consistent from here on out. Easier said than done, as we are watching this pack proceed towards Rivage. Ryan Carval, BRT Tor, then you got Tomicio Valenzuela, Tristan Terracciano in that in like that eternal battle, once again changing positions, and they're fighting for 9th overall and position number 3 in that Pro-Am class of the prototypes. Terracciano trying to chase down Valenzuela, not quite able to pull it off. Darren Roy behind them in another prototype. He's not in the same lap, but he's still involved in the pictures. And that's a bit of a cut from Valenzuela. That's not something you want to do. These prototypes run really close to the ground. They don't really have enough ground clearance to take a lot of those curbs in that way. Just turning in a little bit too early, picking up a little bit too much of the curb, and going skateboarding for a moment there, which I'm sure was an entirely calm and relaxed of an experience. But this should be interesting, Justin. They got a lot of GD traffic coming up to them. James Whitehouse in the SimRacing Esports, 22nd overall in that 105, running 5th in that GD category, giving room on the inside to one of them, then to another one of them, and that's going to be another prototype coming soon past on the main straight. You know what the worst nightmare would be? A GD car coming up to you at a rush. That's something you never want.
It's happened a couple times in this race. We already seen at least one close call with that, but that has allowed Valenzuela to build a pretty substantial buffer, nearly a full second, over the 0.74, as a result, able to start to run off and away. So this battle is amongst those to keep an eye on, all while too, Alex Gall having to deal with same traffic, has had one or two near close calls this run, but outside of that, again, they've been able to minimize their mistakes compared to their counterpart, a little close to Mark Nister on the swerve out.
Now, a little close there as he came in, but you're right, Justin, all about just minimizing those mistakes here at this point in the race. That's about what you've got to really focus in on and what you've got to hope you are able to do. If you can just minimize any of those mistakes, the chances are you're going to be able to set down faster and better lap times as the time keeps rolling on in. So if you can just focus on driving the best lap that you can here at this point, that's going to be enough for you to put yourself into a good position by the time the race ends.
It almost came off as a motivational speaker speech.
You know, that was really the goal underlying all of it. It's my true calling, is being a motivational speaker.
James Whitehouse is in front of me yet again. Give credit to Century Sim Sports as more trouble. This is Jaden Hopp. They had just served an incident point penalty about 10 minutes ago.
Let's see, it's at the exit of Blanchimont corner, so I have my suspicions on what has went down here. But we'll have to wait and see to make sure. Not gonna relay it off the screen, gonna wait for everybody to see it. But Jaden Hopp, not recommended motorsport. Their race has been unoptimal so far, being about 20 laps behind the leaders. Here we go, seeing a replay, turning into Blanchimont, turning in too early, catching that inside curb. Trying to fight it back, wiggling through the corner, just so much speed. But I'll tell you what, he did, even if he lost control of that one and had to spin out eventually, he did a very, very good job of actually not hitting anything, then waiting it out and not just reversing back onto the track. Like, yeah, you lost a lot of time, but usually when you spin out at Blanchimont, there's gonna be evil walls waiting for you at both sides, and you're doing 250 kilometers per hour there. You're doing around, what, 150 miles an hour. That's not the kind of speed where you want to have an incident of any kind in.
We talked about earlier the difficulties through Blanchimont if you're in a Lamborghini. Seen some of those difficulties start to pop up into play right there. Jaden Hopp currently running 41st overall on the racetrack. That is the last car running in either the overall race or in the class, 24th in the class. Looking up the road a little bit. We mentioned Bradley Hawley going off the track a little while ago. Bradley Hawley, quietly, is still in 4th in the class. Hawley doing a solid job with Jeff T. Evans and Nicholas Schwartz in for this Pro-Am entry. 2nd in this class, trying to find a way to get up to Gowen. Or Gowin is the better way to pronounce it.
Yeah, and I really think here, Justin, that's a testament to just how quick Bradley Hawley has been. Yes, this isn't exactly a perfect running there for this car with that spin, but this car has clearly had some good speed and good pace, and being able to keep the Lamborghini around here and really only having that one sole issue that we've seen them have today, I think I would be walking away with my head held high if I was Bradley Hawley and this Precision Racing Esports team, and there's still a lot of this race left to go.
Talked about Hawley and his success in stock cars. Slowed down a little bit in terms of success over the past year and a half with the rise of several organizations such as the private label Team Hype-backed label in other camps. So far, keeping the car on the track throughout his stint despite the one spin earlier. Looking at some of the other drivers line up behind the two. That's Frank Schmidt. Little bit of tight call. Hawley just gave enough space. That's a difficult thing you have to think about too. You have just the headlights to see in the backdrop. If you don't notice those headlights or don't have the same graphical settings in theory, Ocean, you better hope that you have a good spotter.
Yep, and for a lot of these teams, they're not, I don't know how to word it without sounding too rude. A lot of the teams, as we evidenced earlier on with the driver trying to do the math themselves under caution, a lot of them don't have separate human spotters. So it's the iRacing spotter or an external program doing the spotting for them, as we see at GD3 they're having a bit of a difficulty after the exit of Buchon. That would be Jack Rattray White in the quality control racing 261, currently in the 18th overall position and in the top 10 within their class. Never mind, actually in 18th in the class, yeah, 35th overall. So, as I was about to say, they don't have human spotters, so that means they sometimes have a teammate to talk to, sometimes they may not have a teammate to talk to, and you just might get distracted over the course of a long stint. You might not see a driver coming up behind you, seeing these surprising situations that a human spotter might inform you of. For example, if there's a battle of two LMPs, two prototypes behind you, and you're in a lone GD entry, if you see them battling as a human race engineer, a human spotter, what I would say to my drivers is watch out, these guys are battling, you know, keep an eye on the mirrors. Just give them a lot of space, give them a little bit of extra, because you might get bored of them at the same time, you usually would. But if you don't have that opportunity, if you don't have that human in your ear, keeping you in check with those things, then some things that we may see as obvious, okay, he should have given space, because we're watching it on the TV screen detached from the act of driving itself and being locked in that cockpit view, is suddenly going to be for a driver, well, what you going to do if you can't really see the situation coming? And sometimes you just kind of lapse and don't look at the relative screen, for example, which is showing you the drivers in front of you and behind you, for those who are unfamiliar with the term. And you might not be looking at the mirror so closely, you might not see two drivers coming, two sets of headlights coming. A lot of things that can go wrong when you don't have that extra human behind you. And that's really the difference between teams that are up there, in that they're able to do well in a series, in a lot of leagues, and are having entries occasionally on the top splits of iRacing official special events, and teams that are operating right on the top, where they are fighting for wins in each and every individual event they enter, be it of any class, basically, fighting for those official Spa 24 wins and whatnot. They have human spotters, they usually have a set of race strategies, A, B, and C, Excel sheets, and just making sure there is always a non-driver at hand and ready to give you advice. It might sound like a small thing, but it's such a huge advantage in being able to take that mental workload off your mind and making sure, and this is the most important thing, making sure that the driver can focus solely on the driving.
That's a good point in terms of that, absolutely. As we take a look, as Valenzuela a little bit loose. There is Terciano making the move in the 074. So the DriveSVR.com machine, another mistake coming from Tommy Joe.
Yeah, another mistake there coming out, but able to fight back here at this point for Tommy Joe. He's going to be able to tuck behind in the draft as they're going to go 3 wide down the Kemmel straight past. I believe that's going to be Brendan Hageman as they're able to sort their way out. Is Tommy Joe going to be able to hold on to this? No, he's going to be smart back out of it there a little bit, so a mistake there, but I don't think that that Drive SVR car is certainly done by any stretch of the imagination.
We know it has pace. Just take a little bit of time to regather things back up. They are at risk of losing another lap, though. The overall race leader is a few cars back. Of note, black flag for the 212 again. And Quality Control Racing's 261 from that hit did get mandatory repairs. They have not fixed them yet. So a couple of the updates on some of those situations going on as we keep an eye on how this fight could play out here. And this is amongst your Pro-Am drivers. Here comes Alex Gao. Seems like right now that 025 just needing to get things regathered might take some time here. Not going to be as easy with the overall leader breathing down your neck, DJ.
No, I don't think you are as well, and certainly here at this point is, speaking of that, the overall leader actually going to be coming down into pit lane here at this point, or at least the overall leader in class. But as you said, Alex Gao coming up behind them, that's going to change things up a little bit here at this point. Gal going to try to work his way on by. He's going to be cognizant, though, that there is a battle taking place in front of him. So hopefully Gal is going to be very, very cognizant of that, not throw a late braking move down into the corner. Maybe be a little bit happy here to just kind of hold behind a little bit. We've seen those satellite teams be happy to save some fuel. Maybe he wants to do that here behind some of his fellow LMP2 drivers. We will have to see.
Pit window is open indeed for this running of this run. With Blue Chew Blue and Penguin RC coming in. Here comes the run. Drive SVR. Dealing with the leader. Now making the move. Terciano trying to make a move on a GT. That forces the 64 to switch up their lines. Patrick Vogtwell able to stay out of trouble, though. Pretty easy move, albeit nearly off the track for a second there on that exit.
Yeah, nearly off the track there for a second, but able to get it done. Now Gal finds himself splitting this battle a little bit here as he now tries to close down a little bit on Tristan just up the road from him. And this is going to be a big, big separation in between that Drive SVR car and the Quality Control Racing 074. As I did mention, by the way, the Blue Chew Blue coming down into pit lane, your leader on the Pro-Am category. It also looks like Penguin RC Simulations also coming down into pit lane. They were in second in the Pro category in LMP2.
Blue Chew GT black flag. They've reached the incident mark. So more troubles going on. As things settle down a bit, give credit to where credit is due. All throughout the race, the 191 has held on to the second overall spot, it seems. Composite performance. Seen some troubles for the other cars, but Young Park's done a very strong job with Ross Booth throughout the runs today. They've been swapping every couple hours on the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely a splendid job by them. Holding on to that second place, just keeping that car going. Good, consistent driving. I know I say that a lot, but really consistency is such a key in these long races. And they've been able to mix their workload in. They just have the two of them. I'm not sure if they have a spotter or not, on the server or somewhere else who can maybe ease that workload a little bit, but if not, it's even more impressive. Right now behind Gregory Barwick, Quality Control Racing 255, but that's a car that's not a lap down. So just being able to keep going is one thing, but the fact that they started 33rd position in this race, which is of course 12 positions behind the GD overall pole sitter, that's the Torque Sim Sport. So they started over 10 positions down behind the lead, way back in the midfield. And DJ, you know how difficult it is to start in the mid-pack of the race. There's so much chaos, so much calamity going on. And by the qualifying times, you know that you're not going to be the absolute fastest drivers here on the grid, some 1 second slower than Torque Sim Sport. And despite that, they've been able to keep their nose out of trouble, keep it clean, and most importantly, they've had the pace to back it up too. Once they've gotten to clear track, and over the stints, over the race distance, they've been able to keep going so well that they are right now on course for a very well-earned podium.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, Ozzy. Starting in that mid-pack, it's really a twofold situation. One, you find yourself right in the midst of a lot of the calamity that we see firing off. I mean, how many track blockages did we see earlier on in this race that they're just lucky not to be a part of? And so starting in that mid-pack puts you into that position. The other side of it is that you get a little bit demoralized when you don't start really up in that top echelon. You sort of feel a little bit down on yourself. You're not as happy with your qualifying time, and that can mess with your head a little bit. That can throw you out, and so that can be a hard thing to have to buckle back down and kind of pick yourself up by your own bootstraps, for lack of a better term, and be able to just go ahead and push out on track. And that's exactly what these guys have done here today in the 191, and it's really pretty remarkable. It is a very, very determined drive. It is a gritty drive, and it is one that we should not gloss over.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just briefly gonna bring up one more point to elaborate on that demoralizing aspect. When you're doing a qualifying lap, you're putting everything you have into that one lap. It's the one place where in an endurance race you can show your out and out pace, that one lap speed. It can, sometimes people think, okay, what does it matter in a 10-hour race where you qualify? Because you have so much time to make up anyway. But that's the one point where you can show how fast you are. You have that confidence you gain from a good qualifying lap, qualifying high up, and you know that the guy who is, for example, you're fighting with, you know, okay, they were 2 or 3 tenths slower in qualifying. I should be faster than them. It gives you that extra confidence boost and just makes you feel good. And now, on the contrary, when you qualify somewhere on the mid-pack, it can be a little bit demoralizing, especially if you had a good preparation for the race. If you've just been, you know, on it, preparing for the race, practicing a lot, getting that setup dialed in, having time to do some qualifying practice as well, and you think, okay, now I'm gonna get that top 3, top 5 starting position. We're really gonna start the race off on the right foot, and then we can just get into that lead pack, which is so important, and follow the leaders, be able to run our own strategy, and so forth. So on and so forth, and then you end up starting from like 12, 13, 14, then you're gonna be like, man, what went wrong? And then you have to quickly reset the situation, get into the race start, and remember that no matter how low down you start, you can't make those positions. You cannot win the race on the first lap. You have to be kind of more aggressive than you thought, but you can't really beat that guy who throws the race away on lap number 3. Justin, meanwhile, you have some news related to the number 9.
So Apex Missers, initially when they came to the pit lane, were given a black flag, but race control actually believe, if I heard right, just waved it off. They originally had the potential of a 30-second stop and hold after earlier contact. Instead, it appears Apex Missers still going to have a scheduled stop, race control waving the black flag prior to them reaching the pit stall. They do have a longer stop, however, regardless. So, either way, some of the concerns still popping up for a couple of these competitors right now, as you see some of the traffic and some of the sliding for Alex Gao, the overall leader still. Pit stop expected this time. And even with the traffic, they've gained time with how efficient it's been. And that's the key thing, right, DJ? If you don't get things done efficiently, drivers are going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. If you show a driver a millimeter of the loophole, they will dive on in and take that to the utmost. That is just the competitive sort of mentality of racing drivers. They will try to exploit every little thing that you can get. It's not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. It's led to some of the most brilliant driving and brilliant car designs we've ever seen in history. It just sort of goes part and parcel with the sport of racing.
Such a quick run. Go ahead, Ocean.
Yeah, sorry, we butted in at the same time. I know it was your turn, but I just had a thought. We could actually talk about that. We have the time. Justin, if you're fine with it, I mean, some of the most brilliant things we've seen in the world of racing, some exploitation, and we're not gonna bring up sim racing examples because we're not gonna teach people how to cheat here or bend the rules, but some real-world experience from some rule bending, because I think one of the most brilliant cases of a rule bending has to be the Brabham fan car, DJ.
Yeah, without question. I think you've got to mention the Brabham fan car. You also have to mention Audi deciding to run diesel back in the day in World Endurance and in endurance races to be able to save them a little bit of fuel. I think that's certainly one to look at. Also, McLaren's infamous third pedal, their brake pedal that they had on their car to allow for separate locking of the rear tires. All of those, to me, are probably the three best that I've seen up there.
And then there is the 1979 Le Mans. Which happened on the 1979, and the story of Whittington brothers, Bill and Don Whittington. It's on YouTube. The guy who tells the story does it much better than me. But long story short, these were guys who had some mysterious money, and they decided to enter that race back in 1979, and they entered in a Porsche, Kremer prepared Porsche, and well, where the cheating comes in, they won the overall against prototypes because it was raining, and their main driver was brilliant, Klaus Ludwig. But where the cheating comes in is that they allegedly paid the guy who had the stamps, the official stamps, how you essentially make sure that all the fuel rigs are the same. So they paid the guy a lot of money who had those stamps for their stamp and modified the fuel rig, and were able to refuel in about half the time compared to everybody else.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. By the way, Apex Masters may have gone the black flag way by race control. They still picked up one for incident points right after they exited the pit lane. So they had to serve a black flag anyway.
Living up to the name.
More pit stops. Quality control going the furthest out of anybody outside of composite here. Those koala bears, they're able to save a lot of fuel.
Yeah, they certainly are. And as we've talked about a little bit earlier on in the race, Justin, even if they aren't able to eke out a second pit stop over the course of this, which that plan was really scuppered by the first safety car period that we had, if they're able to come in and be even 2 seconds shorter on their final stop because they were able to save a little bit more fuel, that's going to help them. That's going to be time on the track that they don't have to make back up, and that's going to put them into better position. So a lot of credit here to the whole quality control team.
It's been an interesting night, let's put it that way, with how things play out as we take a look at Eric Trojich, Dork Sim Sport by Wigner, finding a Technic machine. They did make the driver swap on their last stop a while back. When you have pace such as this, the morale you have to talk about, honestly, in a little bit, has to be very high. But of course, you can't afford to back off, right? You back off, you let them back in.
Yeah, you cannot be complacent is, I think, the key here. I don't think that's gonna be an issue. They've been so professional so far, so dialed into this race that I just don't see them doing it, honestly. But at the same time, when you look at that Torque Sim Sport entry, you have to find, I know we have to find some way to bring other drivers and other teams into competition here, trying to figure out a way for them to essentially lose just because they have 1 minute and 20 seconds of a lead here that they're working with. But I don't see it happening. But the way you maintain that composure, the way you make sure that you're not complacent, interestingly, I think from a few years of endurance racing experience and now working with a high-level endurance racing team and sim racing team Havu in Finland, is that I think driver ego is the best way to prevent complacency, where you have Erik Trösch and a very good driver, mind you, and he goes in after Andre Wolf, after Simon Graf, having done the second stint after Andre Wolf already. And he's gonna see those lap times that are comparable. He wants to match those lap times. He doesn't want to be the guy who is slowest on his team. And at the same time, he also wants to do well and just concentrate on what he does. So that's I think the ego of not wanting to be the worst guy of his team is gonna be really the saving grace of just going, Sprelele, we won it already, it doesn't matter, we can just do whatever. I know they wouldn't do that, but I also know that there is a lot of help in that ego department and in that department of being a racing driver and wanting to compare yourself against your teammate. Mind you, I've seen that go wrong too. And Justin, it's even funnier in a way. I don't wish it on anybody, but it's even funnier in a way to see, for example, a guy who is on the last stint going for the fastest lap of the race for no reason and ending up winning it and losing them the race.
Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing is, too, more so an over perspective I think you touch upon, is the interesting thing in a lot of cases on the oval side, the thought process is don't wreck your teammate, don't block your teammate, race your teammate clean. Those are the major things, but at the same time, you think of the individual mindset. I'm not going to lie, my thought is, I want to lap the field. I want to try and lap the field. I don't know if that's normal, that your thought is, let's lap the entire field in 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, if you're racing against bots, then yeah. That is going to be the thought process.
I've done it before. They were mad because they said it was like 1973. And the Lucky Dog was third place.
So, what happened in 1973?
I think that was the year Benny Parsons won the title.
Because I'm not really great with my NASCAR history. All I know about old-time racing is that the gaps tended to be big. It wasn't a surprise if somebody won by a lap. And that when people look back at old-time racing, they think of all these amazing battles that we had twice in every 10 years and thinking it was all like that, and now health and safety has ruined it all.
It ruined it all?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's more commentary on, I think, Formula One fans, because people look at the back in ye olden days. And again, me going on a bit of a ramble here. Plot twist. I have gone back and looked at a lot of old-time racing. It wasn't all Arnoux versus Villeneuve at Dijon 1979. It wasn't all that. A lot of the races were boring. There wasn't really that much more overtaking than there is these days. And so we should be happy with what we got these days. Even if there's some issues, we should be happy with what we got. But anyway, sorry, do go on. You had a point about oval racing, lapping the field, and I mean, that as a goal.
Absolutely. I think I've lost where my point track is. But
I'm sorry.
It's okay, because there's a lot of agreement when thinking about the past. Glory moments compared to the grand landscape, etc. By the way, Multi 21, black flag, incident points, again. Pit stop window was also opening for the GT3s these next couple laps.
Yeah, and that should be changing things around here a little bit for these drivers in the GT3 field as they all start to come down into pit lane here, working our way closer and closer towards that window closing, as well as our time to hand over here. We're only on for about 20 more minutes, and I've got to tell you something, Justin, that this has just been an absolute really, really great race to be able to cover. We're in a little bit of a lull right now, but still some good stuff, although it does look like we've got a little bit of a battle starting to brew for 4th place in the LMP2 Pro category. World of Sim Racing Team and Blue Chew Black starting to get a little bit close to one another.
Yes, indeed. That gap closing down with Blue Chew Black closing up now. 1 second nearly the lap. Some lap traffic management to deal with, though. Gregory Barwick, trying to give some space. Newey spins it, trying to let him go. Dan Neese on the charge.
Here he comes as they come through Blanchimont here, trying to see if he's going to be able to get the run. It looks like that Blue Chew Black machine with Nice is going to try to poke his nose down to what will be the inside. Can he keep it going around side by side through the bus stop?
Makes it look easy. World of Sim Racing, plenty of space given by Esterfoot Bania. So the 51 drops back to 5th, up to 4th again as Blue Chew Black. Their sides wide earlier on in this race. Blue Chew again, how about a solid night as a group despite the issues, Ocean?
Yes, they are, and they are also, interestingly enough, sitting in 2nd place on the LMP2 Pro standings if we after round number 2 of this series, and they're only, I will say, only 16 points behind BRT Odin. And now BRT Odin hasn't exactly had the greatest of nights here at Spa-Francorchamps. They're sitting in 13th place, the number 88. They had some issues, Kurk from behind the wheel, going very fast still, but they're not going to be able to finish on the podium, barring an absolute catastrophe on the last laps, because they're already 2 laps down. It's just not going well for them. But that means that Blue Chew Black might be looking at a championship lead once all is said and done. They are sitting in a good position. They're sitting in 4th place. They haven't got too far, too much up to composite performance number 13. They're just 17 seconds behind, so they can still make up that gap and in turn find themselves on the podium out there today. Danny's doing a very, very good job of that. So we'll have to wait and see about that, but certainly even at the early point of the season, championship permutations at play as well. And who wouldn't want to go to the holiday break, Justin, in the lead of the championship? That's just what you want to do.
Gives you a bit of a smile to have on your face, to say the very least. And the 025, Repinto, just picked up a black flag. Another incident point issue for the 025. Pinto had just gotten in the car after the pit stops, and now the team has to serve a black flag.
It just goes to show that even in this stage in the race, when we are in the slower sections and things are calming down here, Justin, that you have got to continually stay on your toes. Because with that other black flag being issued, that of course not being one handed out by the stewards themselves, but those incident points that they keep accruing here by running off track, a little bit of car contact, maybe losing control of the car, you can get 2 from that way. So certainly not what you want to have happen here for these drivers, and you've just got to stay on it the entire time.
Be major to keep an eye on the rest of the run, absolutely. What if Sim Racing Team not backing off Dan Neese, though? We've seen how the rough conditions were for their GT3 entry for What if Sim Racing Team. The prototype team, as you can see, though, they usually tend to be pretty quick and look to try and pounce here. Oh, and some more trouble. Another GT3. So another incident. And
Yeah, that's
now they're
Brandon
stopping. Hegeman
Yeah,
now
that's-
stopping.
Yeah, they're coming into the pit lane. BRT Helm in the BRT Heimdall team, the 286. I wonder what happened to them. Oh, we're gonna see a replay of it probably soon enough because it's something we've seen a couple of times today, but certainly a very awkward pit entry. And here they come to the Blanchimont corner, and yep. Just turning into the corner, and the rear tires just went nope. He had a wiggle, and unlike earlier on when we saw what's his name save that situation, avoiding hitting any walls, well, I think Hageman just ended up overcorrecting it here a little bit, something that happens so easily because your instinct as a racing driver, when the car goes loose, when the car wants to turn left, you want to turn right. If it oversteers, you fight it, and eventually he just lost the rear end completely over the AstroTurf. One correction too much to the right once it gripped, and then nose first into the wall. And as he was still doing 160 km an hour, that's 100 miles an hour on the dot. When he hit that wall, well, some front end damage is unfortunately to result. And I'll tell you what, even if that BMW front end isn't exactly the prettiest thing ever made, it's still not going to be helped by hitting the wall at 100 miles an hour.
In turn, some more troubles for some of the drivers on the racetrack. See them come down to the pit lane. Meanwhile, you still see the overall leader for the GT3s riding along on their lonesome outside of the drivers, zipping around them in the LMP2s today. We are in the pit window on 18 laps. Some of the drivers going as far as 20 in the class today at the moment. So currently, just trying to keep that execution down. They have lapped all but one car, although there have been pit stops that seem that reflect that a little bit differently. I do want to say with that team that's now in first, Blake Reynolds is starting to chip away some time a bit on the pylon. Up in the LMP2s as well. And remember, we talked about him a little while ago. One of his major strengths, even in NASCAR competition, DJ used to always be road course racing. Some of his best results of the year came going left and right.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen that really transmuted on here into MTEC the past couple of seasons. He has been a very, very good competitor. I mean, let's not forget some of the epic battles that we saw with Blake, whether it was at Watkins Glen or Coda last year, just lap after lap after lap, side-by-side action with him. He may be known a little bit more as an oval racer, but Blake Reynolds' roadcraft and road racing ability is really second to none. He is a fantastic driver at those right turns sometimes when they come at you.
Tough thing right now is making sure to keep closing in the marks. He only picked up a 10th last time. Traffic is starting to become a bit of a factor for Reynolds. Working again, Flynn Lazier today with some of his connections through the sim racing world. Looking at some of the other cars. See how things are going. This is Precision Racing Esports Black. Nicholas Schwartz jumping behind the wheel a few moments ago after their scheduled pit stop last time by.
Yes, and a little linguistics joke. His surname in German means black. Schwartz. So it's very, very appropriate.
Let's take a look at what happened a second ago. They did have a moment, though. Again, welcome to the racetrack again, Nicholas.
Yeah, it's... Where has the racetrack gone? It's night. Oh my. It's one of those moments, and it's it's the thing you don't want to have when you're getting into the car as the fresh driver, Justin, because it can be a nerve-wracking situation. You remember what you did. You've been practicing, of course, like Nicholas has been. I'm using the Royal U here, by the way. So driver has been practicing and doing some stints earlier on in this race when it wasn't quite so dark. He went from lap 60 to lap 100 around after Jeff Evans. Now he's back behind the wheel of the car. Well, it's lap 165. The race has progressed. The track has evolved. The car feels a little bit different probably. It's colder, it's darker, and that has changed. So your memories are still in that earlier stint that you did, and it's still a little bit of an adjustment process. And first lap out, coming out of the pit lane, well, you're trying to get used to the new conditions, trying to figure out what's what. The car's heavy, it has new tires, but it's also really, really heavy, so it's not going to be as agile as before. And just essentially missing the braking spot and going a little bit wide can happen easily, and thankfully it didn't lead into any further troubles, as in front of him you see Tobias Bugner going very wide at the same corner and going wide again in the background, and actually tapping that wall just a little bit is the 282, thankfully being able to make it out of that situation.
They actually just let that 282 go, believe it or not, before the slide. Well, this is a car that also had technical issues and black flags for incident points earlier on. And now it's blinky blinky light time from Zoltan Vona, who gets blocked in.
Yeah, he's going to be flashing the headlights there. I think a little bit upset to not be given preferred line through Blanchimont, but I've got to say, as you come through there, there's not a whole lot you can do to really get out of the way if you are that GT3. You're full commit coming through that corner, and trying to take it too wide, even in an LMP2 with increased downforce, is not exactly the way to go, but nevertheless, the headlight flash is resolved, and the LMP2 back and on through and on by the 282.
That progressed forward the overall leader for GT3 pitting. You now will take a look at fourth on the racetrack, Lu Chu. Currently, they've lost some ground with the cycle for the time being over composite. About 15 seconds back now for Nice after how things have cycled, albeit they are a bit off cycle compared to some of the others. Nice, he's done really well when we've seen him in the stints today. Remember, Brandon Roseborough brought that car in contention, trouble in the bus stop. 23rd GTE, or GT3.
Yeah, I think it was Ryan Sharp who had a little bit of a moment there for not recommended motorsport. One of those clumsy half spins that we saw one of the other drivers have as well earlier on. I think that was that would have been Jaden Hopp who had that problem earlier on. Now Ryan Sharp. Thankfully, just no harm done. Losing about 5 seconds, which in their recovery drive isn't really hurting a whole lot, and then getting back to it. As on our chat, one of their other drivers, Rachel Williams, who has also joined us frequently in the commentary booth here on the GSRC as well as other broadcasting networks, was telling stories about her stint and how it went. So yeah, doing a bit of a recovery drive, crashing at Stavolo 2 and whatnot. And I would really like to extend an invite to everybody who's watching this race, if we still have some people watching this race. It's been a good race, so absolutely do watch it, but especially if there's drivers or teammates of drivers or team crew chiefs and whatnot, just tell us your stories, share your stories in the chat, tell us how your race went. Did it go well? Did it go poorly? Did you have to drive a banana of a race car 2/3 the way around Spa-Francorchamps? Tell us about it. We would love to hear, and if possible, we would also like to ribbon it.
Thank you very much once again, and be sure to keep an eye on how things go on as the action goes on the rest of the way. And again, if you're a respective team, have that opportunity. Meanwhile, blinky light time on screen. with more of the traffic. Still, we're coming up to about 10 minutes away from a roster swap. Jake Sperry, Joe Peak, Joey Atterbury will jump in for the closing stages of today's action in what has now calmed down for the final few hours of this race and how things are going on the circuit. So the strategies we've talked about taking a bit of a twist now because of the competition caution earlier tonight, DJ. Now, even then, the strategies are not in sync for a lot of these teams, more so with the incidents tonight.
Yeah, so many of those incidents have really made these drivers adjust their strategies on the fly. And to the point that we were making a little bit earlier, when we saw that Satellite Racing Blue Machine have their problem and go off track under yellow, that is where having a team working behind you can be so beneficial. If you're having to make these calculations on the fly with one or maybe 2, 3 drivers that you're working with over the course of this 10-hour race, that puts a lot of mental load on folks that frankly need to keep their minds on the road and keep their minds on racing. If you have a crew chief, if you have a virtual engineer, and by that I mean a human who is doing the computations for you, not an app like Ozzy was talking about earlier. If you have some... Oh, exactly. If you have someone like that, that's going to help you to be able to do that. And that's why I think we're seeing some of these more powerhouse teams move their way on forward.
Seen that throughout the night in both Pro-Am and Pro classes, absolutely. As we take a look back at the Pro-Am leaders, Blue Chew and PG-13, once those PG-13 in second should say. And this is also at the same time, Ozzy, been the race where, in a lot of cases, recovery drives have been huge.
Yeah, exactly. So they've been. It's one of those races where you have time to still make a recovery drive if you're out earlier on. It's not the optimal situation, especially as you have to do some risk management in terms of the off-tracks and incident points and whatnot, as we are seeing more cars coming into the pit lane. That's Tobias Bugner in the Torque Sim scored by hchurch.de, the car 282, coming to the pit lane. But yes, you still have time, and recovery drives, I'm not too surprised, to be honest, because these are exactly the kind of conditions. We're watching a race in difficult conditions, we're watching a race of attrition, and it's exactly the kind of conditions where certain drivers with a certain mindset that are able to fully focus on what they do and have a good support around them are just shining and able to truly make a name for themselves. And in a way, it's a shame that it's not in front of a larger, it's a major series, not in name only, but also it is a major series in the sim racing sphere. But watching some of these recovery drives, watching some of the heroics that some people are able to put on out there on the racetrack, it's a shame it's not in front of more people, so these drivers could really, bring their name in the spotlight. Because for some people, that is such an important thing. Not only doing their best as a driver, but also bringing the spotlight down on themselves and really take the opportunity to shine on the large stage.
So in your opinion here, DJ, with the closing stages here, as we keep an eye on some of the drivers that zip around the circuit, we mentioned Satellite Racing, of course, being a contender with Red. Who else do you think can get up there if anything was to happen, per se? Who do you think's in the best position?
Well, I certainly think that what I've seen here out of Blue Chew Black, they're potentially a car that I wouldn't sleep on. They're a little bit far back here about this point, about a minute and 20 seconds behind, but I've seen some good pace out of that number 14. I also think it's, well, pretty easy to say, the second place car, the Penguin RC Simulations machine with Blake Reynolds behind the wheel of the car. We've been documenting just how good Blake is. I think that car's got some real potential up at the top of the LMP2 field.
Your opinion, Ozian or Ozzy?
Yes.
Okay, good counterpoint. DJ, meanwhile, we talked about the dominance in GT3 with Torque Sim Sport. However, who else has caught your eye in that class?
I think, it's hard not to talk about Torque. I also think I've been impressed by Precision Racing Esports. We talked about them a little bit over the course of this running. Bradley Holly in the wheel of that car, trying to be able to recover from that little bit of an earlier spin. They're putting in just some good, solid, and consistent laps here, and up in the top 5. They're the closest ones to the driver in front of them, Going Racing Ruby, as they run. They're only about 28 seconds behind them. So trying to be able to get some good speed, they're ones that I'd keep my eye on here. Don't think a win's going to be on the books for them, but I'd certainly keep my eye on them for a podium.
Let's talk a bit more about the LMP2s then in that, Mark. Ozzy, who do you think who will be one of the major spotlights outside of your main contenders in that respective class from what you've seen tonight?
In the LMP2s, if you're talking outside of the major contenders, I have to bring up the number 9 Apex Missers. Now I know they had a very, very, very difficult race, but when they've been on, the pace of Martin Zierveld and Frank Smeets has been excellent. They've been one of the most entertaining cars on the field, which is not necessarily a good thing, but in their case, they've been able to put in some good lap times. I like what they're doing. They keep soldiering on, they keep fighting on, no matter what goes wrong, and they've been up there in contention for top 5s, despite only starting 10th. They're right now in 10th place, exactly where they started, but they are very much a good team. Now, another team I would like to give a shout out to in the LMP2 class, I'm not sure if we can ever discount World of Sim Racing team in terms of if we talk about outside of major contenders, because they are always up there in the mix whichever race they enter. But they had a difficult race. Another team that has some difficulties in the race has picked up some damage. They're still on the lead lap. Ike De Stefano has been doing a great job of just keeping the car on the road, avoiding too much trouble. He's an experienced hand, able to hold down that 5th place, and just doing a good job overall of endurance racing. He may not be the fastest guy out there, once again. They qualified only 12th, but they've been showing that with consistency and not getting too fast about raw pace or individual lap times, you can bring in great results even when a lot of these drivers have suffered difficulties, even when it's a race of attrition, especially if it's a race of attrition. So another good performance. And for that 51 World of Sim Racing, an additional note, I would really, really, really love to see what they would be able to do if they brought in one fast driver, sort of a semi-wild card into the mix. A driver that is more focused on hot lapping than maybe, consistent performances. Because I think that what they need in order to take that next step is that guy who is very fast in qualifying, and you can then work with them in terms of racecraft, in terms of consistency, in terms of their ability to keep an endurance team together. So go look for an open wheeler guy, go look for some guy who is showing pace in shorter races, recruit them, because then you got a couple of experienced hands who don't make mistakes, and that one guy who can be the lightning in the bottle. And they have the recipe for a championship team at that point.
So on that note, let's take a quick rundown of top 8 drivers currently in the midst and a couple cases of pit stops. But for the most part, we approach the 3-hour to go mark with many drivers setting to their strategies. Satellite Racing Red currently controls their destiny over Penguin RC Simulations, then Composite Performance, the top 3 in LMP2. Then it's Blue Chew Black and World of Sim Racing Team, with Blue Chew Blue currently slipping back behind them, in fact, because they just pit. Then it's the Koala Control Racing cars that, in turn, expect to slot up into those 7th and 8th spots with that pit stop from Blue Chew Blue. Then for your GT3s, currently Torque Sim Sport by Wegner, Schweider Technic is currently up in the class lead over Composite Performance. Composite Performance looking for a double team podium. Then Precision Racing Esports Black in 3rd. Then they're followed by Global Racing Ruby. They pit just a few moments ago. Then Century Sim Esports, CMSRacing.com Endurance, Force Aerokinetics Pink quietly moving up, Quality Control Racing Car amongst your top 8 or 9 on circuit. With that closes out the middle stints of tonight's action. It's time to switch things over at the other side of this break. With you for the final 3 hours, Jake Sperry, Joe Peak, Joey Atterbury. You're listening and watching GSRC for MTEC competition.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ride around the world.
I'm Mick Claridge, and I'm going to ride around the world on my bike.
My son, he gave me advice at the start of this ride, and he looked at me and just said, "Dad, don't be a moron."
Let me do my animal signal to gain their respect. How's it going, Sally? Yeah, I'm alright, Mick. How's it going? Worse than that bit in Lord of the Rings where they got into the top and the spiders in the tunnel. I'm just hoping there's a spider at the top of this one to kill me. Freezing.
And I failed. I moroned up the ride.
2 hours, 55 minutes and 19 seconds remaining, and issues out on circuit for the 822 Aerokinetics pink machine. Thomas Baker behind the wheel, getting it wrong at Stavelot corner and getting air up over the gravel. Jake Sperry, Joe Peak and Joey Atterbury here. It's the 3 J's to bring you home here as 3 sort of musketeers. We get a GSRC replay here. Joe, this is how quickly it can go wrong. Leaves the space for the lap traffic to go through, gets in the gravel. Oh, just the splitter, the front splitter there, just hitting on the asphalt, and then just like that, speared out to the left-hand side.
Yeah, even though you've got the gravel and that dirt runoff and everything, just like in real life, there's going to be bumps and little things that you got to be concerned about. And sometimes it pays to be maybe a little exploratory in some of the practices on iRacing just to see what's where. Because, yeah, he would have been fine if the car hadn't have gotten air like that. But just getting chucked up meant that they had absolutely zero control.
Zero control of their situation, and that's how quickly it can go from hero to zero around the racing action that we've got. It's been topsy-turvy last 4 hours or so. Joey, you've been keeping an eye out on the storylines that have been developing. It has been very much a case of the same 2 as we left it over on hour 3. Still hold their representative race leads, but one more in control than the other. It's Talk Sim Sport by Wagner Schweiss Technic that have been really, really good. Satellite Racing Red have had more of a dogfight to deal with.
They have had a little bit more of a dogfight to deal with, but it seems like once the sun has set out here, the gaps have kind of opened up, and it's just been a rhythm sort of night. Staying out of traffic, I noticed that there's been a couple GT cars through Blanchimont that are still having issues with the apex curbs and just overall mixed class dealing with prototypes versus GT3s as we see that Audi still get loose. I think he's dealing with some damage there from that off track that we saw a little bit while ago, but you're right, it's Satellite Racing Red's team or race to lose right now. They've dominated all race and continue to be the fastest car.
The 289, not recommend motorsport. I would not recommend the way they took the absolutely massive right at Stavelot corner. They had an almighty off, which might have just put their race into a bit of disrepair without any fast repairs, Joe. It was an almighty crash.
Yeah, that's the second one in quick succession. We've actually third one, because while we were off air, we saw another spin over there. So I don't know what's going on in that corner. I mean, I don't think there's any sort of slickness or something that has been put down, because while they don't have oil, there could have been maybe some dirt or something put on track. But it seems like in the dark, there's a few cars that just can't seem to get that one right. And it is a little bit similar to corners like Blanchimont and Pouin, because it's a pretty quick right-hander that you got to get just right. But boy, did he get it wrong.
Oh, and then some. Lucky the car didn't flip over, spun out, of course, didn't come back onto circuit the entire way, which would have been helpful for all those drivers. But that is heavy. Now, let's take an on-board look at this, Joey. And as a driver, you can see he just has the understeer. Car doesn't turn. You just pray at that point that it's not going over.
Yeah, you pray. It was all set up at the beginning, though. He didn't get the turn-in needed, and I'm not sure if he got this car slowed down enough or he just didn't get the lateral grip that he was expecting, but ultimately, he was way far out. Drivers left, hit that same sort of curb that we saw the Audi hit, and oh no, looks like we got a BMW or a Mercedes around in the background there out of the chicane, but yeah, once that car was around, there was no saving it into the wall.
That's a Merc. That's Mitchell Houghton in the Tin Top Motorsports car. They were the pole sitters in GT, and they got some help from behind. And crucially, it was Jake Roll, the Gowan Racing Amethyst team that find themselves caught up in that, who started 51st on the grid. So they found themselves with a nice round you go at that point, and that's how quickly, you know, you get into the dark, small mistakes start creeping in, and there's a tiredness factor, Joe.
This just goes to show that qualifying is a very small part of the battle in endurance racing. Like you said, they were on the pole and looked like they had a pretty decent pace there, but they're now down in 19th, and I believe they're something like 15 laps off the leader in their class. It's just not gone their way, and I think it's highly unlikely that they're going to do much more than maybe gain a few spots from attrition of others.
The Apex Missers car, the number 9, has just dived into the pits. Martin Zayeveld is behind the wheel right now and looking to make progress. We're focusing now up the hill and watching your race-leading GT3 Pro out there right now, Joey. This is Eric Trusch out there for the Torque SimSport by Wagner Schweiss-Technik. And they've been running a really, really nice race. They've got a lap on everybody in the field except the Composite Performance 91 with Young Park behind the wheel, who was right behind the incident that we just saw with the Mercedes then of that being Tin Top Motorsport. So for Composite, they're having a really good run, but the chase of Torque SimSport has been difficult to deal with, and the entire team has worked really well. Andre Wolf, Eric Trusch, Simon Graf, they've been in pretty much a fantastic formula.
They've been in sync, if you will, and it doesn't seem like they want to relinquish the lead much at all. Like you mentioned, they're a full minute and a half ahead of Composite Performance there with Young Park. And one thing that we always talk about with the GT3 class, I know that Torque SimSport is racing the Audi, Composite is in the Porsche, and then guess what? Third place Precision Racing Esports is in the Lamborghini, and then fourth place Gowan Racing is in the Ferrari. You love seeing the diversity of the manufacturers. And one other thing, it's the somewhat new build on this BOP. It's good to see that old Audi have some speed again.
It really is. It's nice to see the old Audi. Of course, there are Audi Evos out there, which would be really nice to see on the iRacing service. But at least for the moment, the old Audi is still proving that it's got what it takes. And
he just had a problem. Our GT leader is spun off in the wall right now.
Oh, you are kidding me. Absolutely the worst place to have it happen. And it is, guess what? It's the trouble corner, Joe. It's Blanchimont.
Oh, yeah, we've seen a lot of cars get that wrong, clipping that inside. And unfortunately, they're going to have to come in and repair that. Even if the car is driving okay, they're not allowed to stay out. So this is probably going to throw off their pit strategy by a significant margin. So it's kind of a double whammy. You know, they got to try and make sure that the car is okay and get back out there and run a decent pace. But they're also now not going to be able to run it how they had planned to run it. So hopefully they're able to think on their feet and try to adjust in a way that is less to their detriment.
We talk about how the Audi is not necessarily easiest on its tires. It was just a little bit narrow going in, and you just have a look at that and the violent way that Audi span out from there, Joey. That is an almighty amount of contact. And look, there was 2 attempts to bring that back at least, and then the car was like, no, this is where we've got grip, we're going this way.
You're right. Now, I was watching the replay there, and I thought that he might have got up on the apex curve more than he did, but no, he just barely touched it and tried to save it. And when you're trying to save it at 140 plus miles an hour, man, things can go wrong in a hurry, and that was a huge hit. Thankfully, it's here in the virtual world.
I absolutely agree, and that huge hit will give Composite Performance number 91, the 191 car, the lead overall in category. And they'll be really happy about the way they've been going. Just a little bit further down, actually, into the pit will come the NRG Supplements car there of Jason Lottridge. So they will go and make their stop. We were keeping a lot of focus on cars that are in and around about a lap down. There is the car which is in second position, or was in second position, but is now about to take the race lead next time they cross the start line, and it is that Composite Performance 191. So they will now have control of their destiny here, Joe. And knock wood, they've got 2 to 3/4 hours to bring it home.
Yeah, and this is why you never give up an endurance race. You just don't know when these things are going to happen or if they're going to happen. So for them to be pushing as much as they have and make sure to keep the pace up and keep the car clean and whole as well has been critical, because they were there to pick up the pieces. Kind of curious to see whether or not the 107 will lose second place as well. That's how massive their lead was. They still have about a minute ahead of Precision Racing Esports Black, which, by the way, that's the Pro-Am leader. And they're about to get second overall in the GT class.
We've seen already in the early stages of the race how Pro-Ams had moved up to second in class, but now this is where, in the crunch time of the racing, they're now starting to get themselves up from 49th on the grid to be 19th in this race. That is rather impressive. It's worth keeping an eye out on the battle as well between 4th and 5th positions overall in your prototype category, Joey, because the World of Sim Racing team, well, there's their target right in front of them, and a lot of traffic in the middle. Carlos Hernandez has now got to chase his way up to Dan Neese in the blue tube black outfit, and the number 14 is suddenly looking around and thinking, oh, traffic's not nice to deal with out there overall. So every single car that starts flying on through, extra car that you're going to have to worry about come the end of the race for the cars behind.
This is a great point of view right now as we're riding along board with Carlos Hernandez going the inside of a GT3 car. You mentioned he's trying to chase down Dan Neese in the Blue Chew Black machine, but Dan is actually a few cars in front of him. He's got to deal with several lapped prototypes, including David A. Williams, which is the car directly in front of him. And look at this, even more GT3 traffic as we round up through these next corners. And from what I see out the windshield, it is constant more GT3 traffic. You have to be on your toes. And look at this, just like this, the ebb and flow and accordion can help promote you up past some of these lapped cars, and looks like Carlos Hernandez is taking advantage of this and getting through the GT3 cars pretty efficiently right now.
Oh yeah, this is efficient, and just trying to work through one at a time. The Apex misses car just in front, and you'd have to feel you're going to have to give that room unless you feel you're absolutely 100% quicker. And those two cars, of course, Apex and Satellite Blue, they're racing for position right now behind them as David A. Williams almost runs into the back of Martin Zayeveld. So those two, 4 position on track, well scouted, well navigated by Carlos Hernandez. Yes, it was going to cost them time. It was always going to cost them time, but they've done well. Just notice as well, Lance Loomis and Precision Racing Esports Blue coming into the pits, Joe. They've got themselves a drive-through penalty on incidents.
You know, I found it interesting that there have been some drivers that I've been seeing a little bit irked with the stewards about how things have been going, especially between the classes and some of it. And the stewards kind of flatly told them, you know what, it's you guys' responsibility to race clean. So if don't be mad at us, that's all on you guys. So, you know, I kind of like that though, because it's like, yeah, you can be upset, but you know what? You only have to look in the mirror here. So it does seem like it's gotten somewhat cleaner, but still, obviously, we're seeing the 16 and a few other cars falling victim of just trying to keep it within the very narrow boundaries that they've set with the incident limits.
And this is a notorious circuit, Joey. This used to be a track that was a lot stricter on track limits in the past. You know, you'd breathe next to Eau Rouge and Radion, and you'd get a 1x instant point in the past. It's a lot easier in terms of reality on how this track goes. And in fact, it was the official racing series, the Spa 24-hour on iRacing, that actually changed how the penalties would go and where the limits were, because drivers would just take it to the absolute extremes. They'd go and maximize their instant points every single lap with a no instant point limit. So that meant that they were getting over the overflow of what was the iRacing website allowed for instant points. And you had drivers who are A and Pro class licenses go back to D class licenses, and suddenly you sat down and went, huh, Skip Barbers really are the most competitive series on iRacing.
Exactly. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen some of the races where suddenly a flood of those guys are there to try and work their way back up for safety rating. But this has been a fascinating battle down here between these two, the Apex Missers and Satellite Blue, for this 11th spot. Really one of the closest battles we've got right now, just outside of the top 10. And it's, you know, one thing that we should mention too, 2.5 hours, a little bit more than that left to go. We're now starting to get into the twilight, well, literally the twilight stages of this race, where you're going to have to start thinking about the end game here. What's the ultimate goal? What do you need to try and do to get the best out of this? Because you're not going to have a whole lot of time. And when you have almost 3-4 wide situations like that, they can go south. David Williams is going to be able to get ahead, but not without a serious scare.
Well, that was 4 position, and Joey, you know, you got 4 wide, then it's 3 wide and everyone wants some space, and somehow, some way, that doesn't end up with car number 2 Oh, sorry, not car number 2, sorry. Car number 67, the Satellite Racing blue car. It doesn't see it facing the wrong way up the fastest straight on the circuit.
David A. Williams is a pretty aggressive driver out there, and I agree. 3 wide up through the fastest part of the straight, especially using a GT3 car. Very aggressive when you could have collected a car that is up there on the lead lap as well. And but thankfully, everybody's pointing the right direction, and that's really all that matters in the end of it.
Yeah, that's the good news, is that everyone's still in this race and they have still got a ticket to the end so far. Nobody's taken that away from them. I'm sure someone in an orange suit stood around this circuit might be deciding, you know what, I kind of like that ticket to the end. I think I might take it for myself if I find your car parked up and I'm unable to do anything. So there is always that does just sit in the back of the mind of drivers who want to go out and want to try and push, as focusing now in towards this final chicane out on track is always going to be a nice place. Now just build that gap. 12th position. Focus then will be to try and catch, well, now 11th position for Satellite Racing Blues. They cross the line, is to find the drivesvr.com LLM machine, which is the final spot in the top 10. Lead gap at the front then, Mr. Peak, is 47 seconds. It's down to 43 seconds on this lap. Alex Gal, Satellite Racing's had a hefty amount of traffic try and navigate through, and Alex Gal is sort of that driver that pops up everywhere, that you sort of hear a whisper in the wind of, oh, Alex Gal might be racing, and then suddenly you see Alex Gal racing and it's like, wow, Alex Gal is racing.
Yeah, exactly. And those satellite drivers are usually pretty darn quick. We've seen Alex over in the Camel GT series that we cover usually on these Saturdays do an incredible job. Not easy to win those races, and he's got a number to his name up there as well. So don't count out Alex on this one. He's a good pair of hands. It's mostly just going to be, I think, keeping out of trouble, and then dependent on if we get another one of those cautions, because a 42-second gap, he's well in control of things, and they're on the same pitch. Well, no, not quite on the same pitch strategy. It looks like they're about 4 or 5 laps apart. So that could come into play, but ultimately, I think it's looking pretty positive for the 64.
Speaking of things that are pretty positive, the race now for second and third closes down to 11 seconds in your GTE battle. You've still got the GT-AM leaders in precision, or Pro-Am leaders in Precision Racing Esports Black. They're second overall, but they do have the Go-In Racing Ruby team behind. Eugene Maltsev here, Joey, has been trying to close down Nicholas Schwartz, and just on that last lap alone, the difference was about half a second.
Yeah, 219.0 compared to a 219.46. You're right, the second place Pro-Am car, that 208, is slowly closing it in. He's still got a little bit of ways to go. You mentioned it's about 11.5 seconds up to him right now, but this is kind of the part of the race where it's you, the race car, and the racetrack out there, and you can start to push a little bit harder, a little bit faster, and before you know it, you're making up tenths of a second in sectors, and you can catch a car in front of you, especially if they're not comfortable with their own car on the racetrack.
That's the difference between first and second in GT3, and it is a second a lap consistently that Young Park has been finding over and over again for composite performance, and Young Park's been doing that for quite a bit. It's had Ross Booth for company. Ross Booth started the race. Young Park has jumped in there and made something happen, but Young Park's really done a lot of the bolt work since lap 127 when he jumped back into the car. He's currently on his 183rd lap, which by my bad maths, I think is his 66th lap of this race, Joe.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty good for Composite now, since they've got just about a lap ahead of their rivals. Need maybe about 30 more seconds there up there. I'm very curious to see what the 107 team is able to do now that they're back out on track and they're so far down from the leader, because they got about 44 seconds to make up to Century Sim Esports. I'm checking to see. Okay, yeah, we got a competitive time in for the 107, a 118.7 Compare that to, well, that's not going to help. It was a 3:35, so that must have been a pitting lap. But I am seeing 2:18s and 2:17s there. So I don't know if they're really going to be able to catch Century Sim Esports at that rate. That's pretty close on pace. They need a good chunk to try and gain on them in these last 2.5 hours.
That, and you have to remember, they've had to recover some damage, so we have no idea whether they're good. The 209 car they just passed just came in for drive-through penalties. Jake Roll behind the wheel there as Andre Wolf comfortably made the pass. Now, I can tell you something about the front of that Audi that we're just looking at right now. It doesn't look too healthy. It looks like it's eaten a wasp or something here, Joey. It looks like it's chewed up and mangled.
It looks like it's eaten a wall, is what it's looked like. And,
it's also done that.
And yeah, I think that's exactly representative. But there is some body damage on the car. But like Joe was saying, it's out there doing somewhat decent lap times. Not ideal, but out on track doing laps.
Yep, doing laps. That's the key. Just get some laps down. And this is one of the few things that you love about endurance racing is that, you know, if you have an incident in a normal race, a sprint style race, Joe, your race is over. There's no point going to continue. You're not going to get anything out of it. You look at something like this and you've got a 10-hour race. You can have the car in the pits for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, sometimes even over an hour. You're still in the race. And it's that spirit of we've got to find a finish.
Yeah, you'd be impressed to see how many positions you can gain just by attrition and other people falling aside with their own issues. Because the thing I do love about endurance racing in the sim is, yes, it tends to be a sprint up at the front. You have to be almost flawless. But like you said, you can't give up because for most of us, Joey notwithstanding here, we're not professionals. And we're going to make some silly mistakes out there. So you can expect that your rivals are going to slip up at some point, offer you a crack in the door that you can maybe step back through. I remember multiple Daytona 24s where our endurance team was almost in last place after the first hour because we got involved in a wreck, and we wound up with a top 10 finish at the end just because we kept at it and we were gaining spots lap after lap. So here we've always liked to call it the Dory Award. You know, you got to just keep swimming and stick with it.
Absolutely do. Satellite Racing Red out there in control. Alex Gow behind the wheel, of course. Ayrton Williams had a long stint. Gabriel Roos started things off for them. And this is where you start looking around at team composition, Joey. And there are certain drivers, of course, you're a driver who loves it when you're driving the car at night, but you also segment drivers off, but especially in sim racing, to who's actually available. What time can you get in the car and drive? And how much do you want to actually affect your lifestyle and schedule to go out there and race this sort of race?
I agree with you. Yeah, in a 10-hour race, when you're putting it together with your teammates, that is a factor. You know, you're not all at the racetrack together and can schedule something just on the whiteboard. You got to say, hey, what time zone are you in? Are you even on the same continent as me? When can we get in the car and what works best? Because you're right. You could have a 2 a.m. stint on, let's see here, Saturday morning, and that's not too ideal sometimes.
Certainly not. In comes Precision Racing Esports Black to make their pit stop. Then they will traverse their way all the way down towards the very near end, or they would have done if they haven't already made their stop. So as they go through, they'll be out and away again. One thing to note, because they've got the 49th grid stall, they've got a really, really early pit stop. And sometimes that's really good around this place. Sometimes that's not so good. Drivers love to drive to the end of the pits because it gives them that advantage, Joe, of being able to just put the power down on the exit and go. They don't have to wait on the limiter and effectively wait with elevator music to try and get going again.
Yeah, and if we have yellow flag pit stops, it's especially helpful because if you and your rival are pitting at the same time, you can just hit that throttle and go and not have to worry about the limiter. Yeah, it's a distinct advantage. But we've also seen, I think, a lack of practice with a number of people. How many drivers have we seen get black flags because they pitted they exited the pit and went over that white line. It's caught a few of them a foul. In fact, I think there was one that we saw that went around 3 times before they got the message because they kept getting black flags. So got to do your practice on all aspects of the race. Got to do your research and make sure you know where you can and can't put the car, because it's those silly little things that can ruin the race.
The 84 machine is down in the pits with a penalty going through, and also with a penalty is the 019 of Tom Guest, so there'll be another one who'll be due to come down into the pits. And here's just an illustration of what makes this pit exit so unique. You're up the hill through Eau Rouge, and then you're on the runoff area on the outside, and you've got to stay in that runoff area lane. You want to cut it as much as you can. You've got to wait for that blue commitment cone, Joey, to say you're back on track, go racing.
I want to talk about Joe's point of practice, and I always have good practice on pit exit. I know pit exit like the back of my hand at a lot of these racetracks, because that's where every time I reset, that's where I start off at. And yeah, looks like this is the 11th place car. This is the 074 Quality Racing out there. Just spun it, got it all wrong, coming down the hill, and oh no, there was a GT3 car parked on track doing a hard reset. Doesn't look like any damage, but another really close call there.
Yeah, it looked like it was the Going Racing Amethyst car that got caught up and turned into the corner. And we'll take a look and how this goes wrong. So this is the first incident then, just going through, and that looked like curb on entry, back steps out, and suddenly, I'm facing the wrong way. I didn't really do too much wrong. But for Jake Roll and the Going Amethyst car, look, he'll get the car on the inside, thinks, oh, no, don't want to go there. Suddenly, he's completely out of position, and he's back first into the wall. And that is a hefty whack there. And that Ferrari does not look very, very happy. A prancing horse suddenly finds itself that it's being put to pasture.
You know, it's interesting how easy it is to get distracted, because we're so on the edge, especially at this track and through Puhan in particular. It's a very tricky one. So when you see someone get shaken, you know, someone not familiar with racing might think that's silly, but you have to remember how much focus it takes to be right at the limit of what you can do around here. Because I remember there was a case where I was helping my team in spotting after I'd gotten out of the car, and my teammate was in. We were in I think in a podium position. I had told him something like 11 hours left or something like that, and he thought I said car left, and he was in Puhan, and that scared him, and he suddenly like chucked the car off into the barrier. So yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta really be able to focus and be able to handle all these things coming your way that you can't get rattled.
Gap then 4th and 5th is down to just 1.3 seconds out on circuit. So for Carlos Hernandez and the World of Sim Racing team, as we focus back just a little bit further at this point to the chasing number 9 Apex Missers team in 11th position. The race for 4th and 5th overall is really starting to hound its way back in here, Joey. But we have another issue, and this one is coming up towards Stavilo and co. That is Thomas Baker, and that's Aerokinetic Pink, which is not for the first time over the last half an hour has been caught up in issue.
Yeah, this is an Audi. You know, we're used to seeing those Audis running pretty strong, and I think it was just a solo kart incident there. It looks like he got loose, spun by himself, and then just kind of parked on the track, but thankfully nobody got collected, and he is back out on track. And something else to note, I know that our GT3 overall leader, Young Park, came into the pits, handed it over to Ross Booth. Looks like he's getting back out on track right now as he's coming up out of pit exit. The reason why I mentioned this, they were pretty close to the Pro-Am car, which was the 2nd overall GT3 leader, and looks like that GT3 2nd place car is in front of our Pro-Am leader, so they do stay only 1 lap down right now.
They certainly do, and, you know, Joey, let's just have a little discussion here. After all the balance of performance changes, right, and how the Porsches been nerfed and all of this, and everyone's going to drive Lamborghinis and Audis, is it cathartic that a Porsche leads?
You know, I think it's always a roll of the dice, you know, and It's not always about which car is the fastest. Joe was mentioning earlier, this race is 10 hours. You don't know what's going to happen. If I remember correctly, it was the Audi that was really dominating for so long, and now it's the Porsche out front, and sometimes it might be Dory at the end because she just kept swimming.
It very much might do, and that is the car in 7th position. That's the PG-13 car. Trent Brown is there behind the wheel, and that does not look happy over at the inside then of Stavelot corner. And it looks like he's had a little bit of help, was trying to avoid a bit of lap traffic. Oh, absolutely tanked the twin-turn sim racing car. This is definitely worth a replay then here, Joe, because it's caught up 2 cars very much in a place you wouldn't expect any contact.
And I'm trying to figure out, you know what? This actually started with the 223 going off first. Yeah, and you can see they were kind of offline because I was trying to figure out, well, were they, had they positioned the car wrong, or was this completely on that prototype? But yeah, the prototype probably did not expect a car going that slow coming through that corner. So you're used to anticipating them being in a certain way, and they clipped that outside, and then unfortunately for the 223, they were just kind of wrong place, wrong time, the way they just speared across the track into them.
This is also going to be funny to say here, Joey, but I think that 223 car has just saved the 056 a very hefty repair bill.
Yeah, it was just kind of a chain reaction out there, and I'm not really quite sure what to think, but I think ultimately that prototype was out wide on the marbles and lost it, but he was only out there because that GT3 car was just kind of in the middle of the track.
Sometimes it happens, you find yourself in the middle, and then you sing Jimmy Eat World, or whatever it is that you manage to do. Side by side, though, up they go. The Quality Control 079 sees the Satellite Racing Blue 67 fly through, and that then is a change for 9th position as David A. Williams starts his recovery and passes Zoltan Vona for place. So that's how quickly you can find changes, and the Satellite Racing Blue car was right up there at the very beginning and was always making great progress. He knows he's only just got to look a little bit down the road. Rui Pinto, drivesvr.com LLM here, Joe, is right there for the taking.
Yeah, this has been great seeing them try and get back into things. The 025 about a second away. They've had some good luck here. Sometimes it does help to have that carrot in front of you to help you push, because when you're just driving and you really can't see the results of if you're gaining on the car ahead, it can be a little bit demoralizing. So for them to chase down the quality control and now the drive SVR potentially, this hopefully should help kind of pick up the pace a little bit and give them something to fight for.
Blue Chew GT Black down in on the pits, the 102. They've got a drive-through penalty, so they will be serving that. But the chase very much on in the middle of your prototype division. David A. Williams has got his eyes on that car, a car just in front in drivesvr.com/LLM. And then the 2 other cars in front are battling for position. Blue Chew Black and World of Sim Racing, they now find themselves on the same piece of real estate, Joey.
They do find themselves on that same piece of real estate. It's good to have a little bit of a battle out there on track. And you know what's even better? Look at all those fans in the grandstands out there, standing room only here. And I think it's like about midnight here at Spa-Francorchamps. Got to really hand it to all of the fans that have come out today.
Like midnight, apparently, to Joey Atterbury, ladies and gentlemen, is 10 to 8 in the evening. It's a nice evening, but I wouldn't say it's close to midnight just yet, my friend. Still, though, Joe.
Like it.
Yeah, it feels like it. It's pitch black dark, and I think this is something that goes really underrated, actually, Joey, in what iRacing does, because this is a sim session which is put in for the 29th of November. It got dark really quick, really early.
It did get really dark really early, and it's kind of like where I'm at up here in the Northwest, that seems like by 4 p.m. you got the sun already setting. And yeah, it's been dark for quite a long time for these cars, and that means quite cold temperatures as well. You know, you mentioned the November date, and here in Belgium, I'm looking at the temps right now, and looks like it's all the way, under 70 degrees. These cars are pretty hooked up and making very fast lap time.
They certainly are. We've been focusing on 4th and 5th. Dan Neese now with a chance to break away because James Whitehouse just runs his own line and does exactly the right thing here, Joe, as a lapped car in the GT category. Hold your line. It is the responsibility of the Dallara P217s to work their way around, and they managed it. They had to wait, they had to be patient, and then once you get a bit of clear real estate, well, there you go. You can go running off into the distance.
Yeah, and honestly, we heard a lot of talk about that when Ozzy and Justin and DJ were in here discussing about the interaction between the classes, and they've repeated it time after time. Stay predictable. It might feel rude, but everybody has their own race. Everybody has the right to the track. So it's not the responsibility. It's honestly better if he holds that racing line. Yeah, he's going to be in a bad place at a bad time a few times throughout the race, but as long as those prototypes knows where he's going to put that car, that means that they should hopefully both be able to get out the other side. And if you keep at it, then eventually it's going to pay dividends, because that car that you're racing against will probably find things in bad timing themselves at some point soon. So in a 10-hour race, usually things kind of even out in the terms of traffic. You can sometimes get a little worse than others, but you just have to trust that the law of averages will work out.
Yep, the law of averages comes very, very important here. Still 8th and 9th positions are to be settled outright, or what was going to be that, but there's always going to be a chase as down through. Focus still on the Nice-Hernandez battle. World of Sim Racing team Blue Tube Black, both there together and both trying to push on with what is their race. Now, when it comes to night racing, it's a little bit different. We've talked about on how you go and pick your line, but you can see here when you're in with a lot of vehicles, you've got all of those lights going through. Imagine driving on the freeway here, Joey, and you look behind and the car behind you's got the lights on full beam into your cockpit, and how that's dazzling and it really scares you, and you know, don't do that. That's what all these drivers have to deal with all the time at night.
Especially in the sim world, a lot of them have that virtual mirror turned on, and it looks like Carlos Hernandez has really gotten a great run on Dan Neese through Blanchimont here, coming up the hill, not quite close enough to make a move going into this chicane right now, but definitely closed it up from about a second back, and now he's all the way tucked up under that rear wing. And one thing Dan Neese is definitely going to know is those headlights get very bright the closer that they get to that camera.
They absolutely do. Because they get brighter, it becomes more of a worry. Flicking through then the Lassour's hairpin, the right-hander. This all used to be public road up this section. This road here from Lassour's all the way up to Lake Combe used to connect the towns of Spa and Francorchamps here, Joe, all the way up until the early 2000s when Spa-Francorchamps bought the land outright and decided they can make some changes. Let's have some side-by-side just behind it as well. David A. Williams has found the back then of Rui Pinto. It's too wide, it's too deep. Dan Neese on the outside as well. Everywhere you look, there's some great racing. Neese is going to lose out in his race with Carlos Hernandez, and David A. Williams makes the pass from Rui Pinto. We don't see a move for about an hour here, Joe, and we get two moves on the same corner, on the same lap, in about 3 seconds away from each other.
Yeah, David Williams is definitely on it. That's not to say that Pinto isn't giving it full beans here, but the 025 just doesn't seem to be a match to the pace of the 67. And credit to him, because he made David work for it. It had to be a few laps, and I think the traffic eventually kind of just helped David out to finally gather him up. And Rui actually was fighting him for it. He held him off to the side through La Source, and it took until that Kimmel Straight where David could finally get that slipstream to finally make that stick. So now that he's passed, we'll see if he runs away, if maybe Rui can hold on the coattails with the slipstream.
Yep, slipstream's important. The number one car has just come in and out of the pits then, so Blake Reynolds taking that stop. But what was key, Joey, about that stint is that looking at Blake Reynolds' times, I think might tell you all you need to know. Before his pit stop, which was a 2:11, he'd done a 2:07, 2:05, 2:05, 2:05, 2:07. If you want to compare that to the Satellite Racing red car, which is still out there going, 2:05, 2:05, 2:05, 2:06, 2:05. So they are running kind of similar, but it's about where you get the traffic. And I think Alex Gal is encountering better traffic right now, and as such, he managed to extend that stint out gap from about 45 to 55 seconds on that stint.
It is a pretty significant gap, and each time that they go through that and are gaining on it, it's just kind of like twisting the knife in the side a little bit more when you put more and more time on it. And when you're the lead car up front, it feels good because really this satellite racing red car has been hooked up all night, no matter which driver is in it. And right now it's Alex Gal, and he's catching traffic at a great time. The car setup is really working for him. The nighttime doesn't seem to bother him. Everything's just going right for this 64 machine.
Well, for the moment, because Alex Gal's 64 machine has got a battle in front in prototypes to navigate a way around. It's Apex Missers, and Quality Control Racing 074. They've also got to all go around the Composite Performance 12 out there, which is the 212, down in 38th position overall. Mo Islam behind the wheel, but a little search to the inside. Andy Ticehurst keeping Martin Zayeveld a bit of company here, Joe. Sometimes that's what you need, is just that little bit of company, a small bit of anxiety behind that's going to keep you driving forward at 100%.
Yeah, you get a little bit lonely, especially at night, because you're in darkness, and if you don't have a team talking to you, then it can get a little lonesome because you might not know what all's going on out there. But things get a little frantic here between these two, trying to settle this 9th place. So looks like Martin's going to be able to retain it for now. Had to make a bit of a dive going around Hageman to try and make sure that he wasn't caught out and held up.
Yeah, Hageman held his line, made life very difficult for Andy Ticehurst, but Ticehurst now has to use his pace to grab that back again and find that pace. So in comes the Blue Chew black car and the Drive SVR.com LLM 025. So those two battles, which had just seen overtakes, have just seen two cars come into the pits, Joey, from both battles.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of the prototype fuel window has been open maybe from the last lap or two, and it will be continued open for the next handful of laps from most of the cars on track. It looks like our leader is on lap 17 of his stint, so I expect maybe another 4 laps out of our 64 leader. But we are seeing these pit stop cycles start to come through, and yeah, it's always important to remember those ins and out laps also matter in terms of the track position once you finally get back out there and racing.
Yeah, and track position often gives you a way to score results, and often we find that drivers want to be the first drive to come into the pits because it dictates the tempo of how quick they can attack the pit lane in comparison to someone else in front. Maybe they're a little bit quicker than the driver in front, they get checked up. It's very easy to get involved in incidents out on circuit. Still a number of drivers still going around in the GT categories out there. We've been keeping an eye out on how they've been doing, and the story of NRG Supplements has been an interesting one. The 203 over the course of the day. They started, Joe, up really high in the field, qualified with Brian Boomsma. Boomsma got the car right up there, was racing in and around in second. The moment that Brian Boomsma handed the car off to Adam Preston, that's when the trouble started for the team. They've been working really well to get back, and they find themselves still inside the top 10.
Yeah, they started third in the GTs, so they're down 5. That's not too bad considering what they've gone through. But that's within all of the GTs. I think right now, I believe they're 5th in class in the GT Pro-Am. I need to double check on that, but it's still a top 5 within their class. That's the main concern. Where are we in regards to our peers? And their next one up the road, I think, is actually 12.5 seconds, which is definitely doable. If you're within 20 seconds of your rival in a race like this right now, where things are spread out so much, you actually have a shot at trying to get a position.
Certainly do. It's going to be 3 wide behind, though, as the Going Racing Amethyst has got to try and decide where to go. The BRT Thor car, Colin Dana, behind the wheel, falls back into rank. Rui Pinto doesn't get what he wants there. That was right across the nose, and So you talk about be predictable. If you have a little moment like that, and you're on a car like that Dallara, which absolutely loves, okay, power balance aside, absolutely loves Joey. Just mash the throttle fully to the floor, let me go and drive away from a GT car. That's the last thing you want, GT car over the nose.
Definitely, and once again, it's everybody's got to get along on the same playground out there, and GT cars have to be aware of the prototypes coming up behind, and looks like right now we've still got a battle. I believe this is Dan Neese and Carlos Hernandez. Oh no, it looks like Dan Neese got it wrong in the braking zone. I'm not sure if he actually made contact with the Hernandez car in front of him, but now he's back on the racetrack, but he definitely lost it and out into the runoff area.
Definitely looked dramatic, and I think it's dramatic enough for another look with the Global SimRacing Channel. That there, for number 14, Dan Neese, would have been a very, very shocking moment for him. So let's see, he moves over to the outside. He tries to find an angle, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. How does he, I think he does make contact, but how does he only make front to rear contact going through? We'll need another look at this. This is the onboard view of it, Joe. You can see on the brakes, has a wiggle, thought about it, and then ran out of time. Oh, he got away with one.
Yeah, there was inches to spare between his nose and the rear fenders there of that LMP2. So that's one of those things where sometimes you just get lucky because, yeah, you think if he had maybe hit the brakes maybe a fraction of a tenth of a second later, then they maybe would have made contact. And if he made contact, that could have been a penalty because it's up to him to try and safely overtake there. So, yeah, all kinds of fascinating things that come out of that you just kind of have to wipe your brow, put that behind you, and refocus forward.
And that refocus is needed here. 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 8 seconds remaining on the clock here for your MTEC, your Majors Teams Endurance Championship, and the run up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion, some of the fastest corners in sim racing, and by design also some of the fastest corners in motorsport to go with. It is Andy Ticehurst and Martin Zayeveld looking to go side by side, and the Apex Missers are going to have to let a quality pass go through as the 074 Quality Control Racing team find themselves with another move to move themselves back up into 8th place, Joey.
Yeah, back up into 8th place. That was Andy Ticehurst there. The next car on his list is actually going to be his own teammate in the other quality control car, but he's up about about 5.5 seconds up the road here from Ticehurst. We'll see what kind of lap times Andy can do now that he's got a little bit of clean track in front of him.
Yeah, he's got that clean track, so he's got to now start driving away. He's got to catch the 079 car, which is next, the other quality control racing car at this point, which is ahead of them, the 079. So for Zoltan Vona, he might see his teammate Andy Ticehurst in the not too distant future. So those two actually not a million miles apart from each other. It's about 5 seconds, 5-6 seconds right now here, Joe, because Alex Geller has now put the lap on them, and they are both in this race 2 laps down on the race leader.
Yeah, so they should probably be aware, because a lot of times teams will have like a Discord or something that they're all kind of hanging out in and keeping in communication, which is actually really helpful, because if you're letting each other know, you know, what fuel stints are possible, things like that, or if there's incidents on the track and whatnot, then that can honestly really give you a bit of a heads up. It's helpful to work together in that sense. But we'll see if they also will, you know, kind of let them know, hey, I'm faster, I'm coming through. Looks like our top 2 have pitted in, though. Gal and Kundinger are both in the pits.
Well, Gal certainly is in the pits. At least at this point, Zayeveld behind has come in, and you're absolutely right there, Joe. Carter Gundinger has come in the lap before and is sat there looking to take service. Now, Joey, when it comes to service of the Dallara, they have a lot more crew to help with than they do the GT crew. But when it comes to fuel, when it comes to tires, when it comes to getting everything sorted, just how much of a coordinated shuffle is it to make sure that everyone's in and out successfully?
A lot of practice. It's a lot of practice, and yeah, you're right. It's a little bit like a dance, but it's choreography. You do your one step, and you can't jump one foot in front of another. And The problem is when you start to try to rush, that's when things go bad. If you just take your time, usually it all goes okay. And today's safety standards, you're usually done with the tires and driver service before the car is done being fueled. And here in iRacing, I believe that you can't even do the tires until the car is done being fueled. So the rules are a little bit different here in the simulator than in real life as well.
Well, that is certainly true, but Joe, I'd have to say there is one reason I want Super Formula cars in iRacing, if at all possible, and that is to animate the pit crew when they go through and do their pit stop, because they full-on roll over the front nose of a Super Formula car with wheel gun in hand to make sure it's the quickest way around the car.
So basically, you're looking for the Dukes of Hazzard's animation.
Yes.
Yeah. Nah, that would be absolutely cool. Yeah, I'd love to see more of them in, but I'm sure there's those who don't have the latest in the graphics cards that might not be as interested in that. But watching here, we're getting close to now the 2-hour mark to go, and this is where I'm wondering how many of these GT cars have got the timing right, because I'm looking down here and I'm seeing most of them between 9 and 12 laps into their stint. Now, I believe if we saw correctly, it was about 50 minutes. Was that the max stint length we saw at the beginning?
That's what we saw at the beginning, yes, Joe. Now elaborate.
Yeah, so essentially, for those that aren't familiar with this style of racing, what you want to do is you want to try and set yourself up to be the first to pit last, essentially. So they try and work it backwards. If you can go a 50-minute stint, well, you multiply that by 2, and that's an hour and 40 minutes left. So we've got about 24 minutes before, theoretically, we should see them take their penultimate pit stop. And again, that's partly down to, well, we don't know if we're going to get a second caution. So you really want to get your pit stop out of the way as early as you can, because if you don't pit and everybody else does, then that means that you're going to lack that track position.
That's certainly true. Here's Trent Brown, the PG13 car 2, the 056. Now, they're not coming down in for an instant point penalty. They're coming down for the penalty of them saving their own race on the side of another GT3 Lamborghini, Joey. It was a great save, but it's landed them with a little bit of trouble. And nope, don't do that again. You're going to be driving down the pits.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting choice from race control there. The way I saw that incident, I know there is a really slow, pretty much parked GT3 car on the track, and this car went out to avoid it. And yeah, it went, maybe lost control, but bit of an interesting one because both cars suffered negatively in that incident, but looks like the 056 is going to take a penalty and might as well get some new tires and fuel in the car if you got to bring it down pit lane.
Yeah, gotta have service. Why wouldn't you? Gotta have service when you're out there and trying to make things happen. So they'll take their service. There has been a driver change in the 64 car, which leads this one outright. Gabriel Roos has got back in behind the wheel, so has had a long time to charge up, basically, the batteries, the racing batteries, and will have an ability to go out there and go for it again. Completely different, though, Joe, from when he started.
Absolutely, yeah. The last time he was in the car was lap 39, and we're currently on lap 214. So he's lost a lot of light, but I'm sure he's been keeping abreast of things. It is a bit jarring, though, if you were racing in different conditions. Thankfully, since it has been pretty cool, we haven't seen the temperatures lower that much with the sun going down. That's really the big thing, honestly, is has it changed either the handling of the car because of a change in temperature, or has it changed the grip that you've got going into corners, through corners, things like that, because you don't want to overshoot it. Because essentially, that's the tough thing, is you got to remember that when you're doing a team race, your teammates getting in the car, we got somebody off course here. This looks like maybe down into campus, but you're getting into the car kind of blind here. You have to trust that the information that your teammate is giving you on how it's driving, how you remember it driving, is accurate, because especially if you're racing at the top where it is that sprint race level, you have to be pushing absolutely from the word go.
You certainly do, and I'm sure that we'll be seeing that over the course of the racing, the final 2 hours and a bit of spare change that goes through. And I'm sure now that in at least these early moments, you've all got to try and find just a little bit of performance out there. Speaking of performance, a composite performance from the Composite Performance 191. They are out there in the lead. They've got a big lead, and that Porsche still proving that it still rules the roost in terms of balance of performance. But we've seen that the balance of performance is a lot better. And it's also interesting to talk about balance of performance, Joey, because it's not as simple as make every car at every track exactly the same. It's not going to be like that. Some tracks suit certain cars better than others, and you cannot penalize as much a car for just being good at being really fast in a straight line compared to a car, for example, that's really, really good at tight technical corners. It's a marrying act, it's a balancing act, and you've got to give these GT3 cars their personalities to say, well, look, you know, this is why I choose X car over Y car.
You're right. You can't just make them all the same. You have to let them express their own personality, if you will. Another way to think about it is that they all have to play on the same playground together. And if you bring a toy to the playground that doesn't fit in with the other toys, then you're not going to be allowed on the playground with the other kids out there. And so it's just kind of shaping the toy to all fit in on the same racetrack. But like you said, there's going to be horses for courses. There might be a faster top speed car. There might be a car that's really good through the twisty stuff, and you got to let it still be itself.
No one wants to be the person who turns up with an imaginary ray gun which does infinity damage to find that your best friend's turned up with their imaginary ray gun that does infinity +1 damage, Joe.
I usually would show up with my slammer and everybody else's pogs became mine, but I'm not sure how many people in this group will get that reference. So yeah, it's man, it's getting down to the hour mark now, so it's really coming in. I gotta say that 191 team has been playing maybe a little bit overpowered themselves, considering they still have that one lap advantage over Precision Racing Black. So, I mean, especially if we get a caution now that they're not getting that lap back the way it sits, because I believe, yeah, they're trapped behind their class leader. What they need to do right now is, I think, make up what looks like about 10 seconds to catch up to them and try and be ahead and hope we get that yellow.
That would be the way it goes. Let's go through then the classes here as we've ticked over the 2 hours to go mark. We'll start then in your prototypes, because Satellite Racing Red, they do hold the lead, but that gap is at 50 seconds right now for them over the Penguin RC Simulations LLM team that finds themselves in second. 5 currently on the leading lap. Composite Performance, the third team, they're going to have one on top or one on the podium on each category, it seems, because they find themselves in third, with the World of Sim Racing team in fourth and Blue Tube Black in fifth position. Your top 10 rounded out by Blue Tube Blue, Satellite Racing Blue in seventh. They're making great strides up the field, passing the Drive SVR.com LLM machine, the Quality Control 079 racing car in ninth position, and that's the 079, and the number 9 Apex Missers team, which started 10th and is 10th at this point in time. Joe, you've been keeping an eye down over on the GT3s and how they've been playing out.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Composite Performance right now with Ross Booth back in the car recently for Young Park has been leading the way by a big margin, more than a lap ahead of Precision Racing Esports Black. That's Nicholas Schwartz right now, but that's second overall in the GTs, but leader in the GT Pros, Pro-Ams. Now, that's going to be something, I think, where they will probably want to beat them, but more out of a sense of pride, because they still are at the highest of where they need to be in their class. Third overall in the GT cars is Eugene Mastelv right now in the Gowan Racing Ruby car, the 208. That's second in the GT Pro-Ams, whereas to get to the second in the GT Pros, you have to go actually to fourth in that class. Century Sim Esports right now, James Whitehouse currently running that. Another one that's almost a lap down from the next car ahead, and actually I think 2 laps down from the leader of the Pro class. So the Pro class is very, very far spread apart. And then rounding out the top 5 of those GT class cars, another one in the Pro class, that's going to be the Torque SimSport 107 machine. Andre Wolf has recently hopped in. I think he's about to finish his first stint pretty soon there.
Yeah, he's certainly down on the chase, and his search definitely continues out there overall. An hour 56 and 13 seconds remaining here in your MTEC Endurance Series Round 3 here from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. We're going to step aside for just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with the next chunk of racing after this. We have this magical formula here with the Global SimRacing Channel. The moment we go off and have ourselves a little break, something big happens. And two things big happen. One, there was a massive incident involving the PG13 056, which we saw and replayed up at the top of Radion. But secondly, there's been a change here, Joey, for P2 overall in GT, and crucially for the GT AMs, or the Pro-Ams, it is now going to be that Go Racing Ruby team that find themselves now ahead of the Precision Racing Esports black outfit.
With a big wiggle coming out of the final chicane there. Yeah, that's Eugene Maltsev in the 208. You mentioned it, second overall in GT3, but leading that Pro-Am category. And you're right, just went by the other Pro-Am car of the Precision Racing Esports, Nicholas Schwartz. And now that he's in front of him, we'll see what kind of pace that Ferrari has out front. They are still a full lap down from our overall leader, but this is still a top step on the podium for the Pro-Am guys.
I mean, you take it. They don't ask you how you get there. They ask you how many wins you have in category, and that's the way that he's managing to do it at the moment, as Eugene Mount said. The Going Racing Ruby car has done very well to move into position. We had been keeping an eye out on the almighty charge of the number 67 Satellite Racing blue car out there over the course of racing today here, Joe. And I believe you've had a chance to walk down the virtual circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps paddock, and down at the bottom of that paddock, you found a David A. Williams.
Yeah, 67 team, as you mentioned earlier, was really up at the sharp end with their sister team earlier on and has been having to claw their way back. David, you and Paul have been doing your darndest to get back in. You've made it to 7th. I mean, what's realistic, you guys feel?
Well, thanks first for having us. Appreciate it. I don't know, man. I think there's only one other car that's on the same lap as us right now, so maybe P5 in class, maybe a P6 overall, possibly. But with all the trouble we've had today, being in 6th in our class right now, pretty good.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, what's been motivating you guys then to try and stick with it out there? Because having so many setbacks can always be a bit demoralizing. But like I said, it's been impressive how hard you guys have been pushing up through it all.
Really just don't know when to let each other down. So, we want to try to compete for the season points, so we got to finish this race. We can't not finish races and expect to be in the season points. So we need some kind of points out of that, and just not wanting to let Paul down. I know Paul's put a lot of effort into this race. Even though I'm a family man and I only get a few hours a week, if I'm lucky, and I don't have the paces he does anymore, I want to at least help him finish the race. So trying to stay out there.
And if I remember correctly, I think this is the longest race of the season, if I'm remembering right. So I guess if you're going to have an issue, this would be the one where you do have a chance to try and fight back.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we've definitely had our issues today. I don't know if you guys are aware or not, but Paul's iRacing crashed when we were leading. And then I think 3 or 4 laps into my second stint, my downshift button hung, like the button itself broke. So it was just constantly on. So I couldn't shift. So every time I would upshift, my car would immediately downshift. So struggled to get back to pit lane. Then I took my wheel off, put Paul back in the car, took my wheel off, went and started a new switch on the wheel. Came back down and got ready for my next stint. It's been an eventful day.
That's definitely one of the more bizarre problems I've heard of with a sim rig. Also, a correction for myself, we have the 12 hours at Le Mans a little bit later. So this is not the longest of the season, but the second longest. So, well, how has it been dealing with the darkness, though? Because we've seen a lot of drivers seem like maybe they've been a little bit out of sorts, considering it came so early in the race. In fact, more than half of the race has been in the pitch black.
I would say my lack of seat time has definitely impacted how much the dark is affecting person. Going around La Source, I'm finding it really hard to find the inside wall because of how the P217s, that caution thing, that display up there that does nothing is up there, that's in the way. And then you got the shadows coming off the wall. And then coming into the bus stop, same thing. It's a lot of shadows there, so I'm really having a hard time picking out the apex for that first right-hander in the bus stop. So the dark is definitely impacting me for sure. Everywhere else, I would say it's okay, but those couple of areas specifically are giving me some issues.
Well, David, I actually wanted to jump in here and say hey, and I thought you've been doing a good job out there. I know you've been kind of in a few battles, and one question I wanted to ask you, Paul is in the car right now. Are we going to see you jump back in, or is Paul going to round it out for the race?
I think unless something happens, Paul's going to take it to home for us. He's got more pace than me. There's no doubt about that these days. So it used to be marginal, like maybe a 10th or something. I think Paul's probably got 4 tenths on me now, if not more. So definitely more beneficial for our team to have him in the car. Plus, I got like 5 demerits or 6 demerits or whatever those things are called now, so I need to stay away from GTs as much as possible.
It's understandable. Well, it certainly seems like this has been a bit of a different beast from Autobahn, where everything's so frantic, David, but hopefully we'll get to chat with you more in the future.
Yeah, I hope so, and I would agree. Yeah, I definitely like this endurance style racing a lot more than sprint races, that's for sure. But yeah, I hope I get to talk to you guys again.
That was David Williams there for the 67 team, currently sitting 7th overall in the prototypes, but 6th in the pro class right now there, Jake. And I like the good spirits that we're hearing out of them, because it's so easy to get frustrated, especially with how much effort they put into these races, Jake. I've seen so many drivers over the years get just super red in the face if things don't go right, and especially if it's not their fault. But these guys seem like they're really genuinely having fun.
Yeah, and sim racing at the end of the day is a game. You do this as a form of entertainment, and you're there. This is your challenge. This is what you're going out and you're trying to get better and better at, to be a better racing driver out here in iRacing. But at exactly the same time as you see that, you look at the hours here, Joey. You look at the preparation time that drivers put into sim racing. I remember watching Mac Backham and seeing how great Mac Backham was about 3 years ago. As a racing driver over at Porsche Coanda. And he put in something like 100 hours worth of practice around the Nürburgring over the course of 6 to 7 days just to race a 6-lap race at the Nürburgring. It's like if that's how dedicated the top end of sim racing is, that they're going to put hour upon hour upon hour of practice, then these drivers here who are doing it for casual are still going to be putting an incredible amount of hours in, try and get a result out of what is effectively a very tough 10-hour race.
I think it's a really neat and fascinating part about sim racing that you can do that. In the world of real racing, there's no way that you can do that amount of practice in the real world before you go to an actual event. It's just the hours, the time, the money it would cost. It is not possible, but here in the virtual world, you can boot up at any time that you have your free time, I guess. Load up your laps and just get after it. And it's pretty cool to see, and you're right, some of these competitors take it to the absolute extreme, and it definitely shows. The more practice and more repetition you have, the better off and better prepared for the event you're going to be.
Yeah, preparation often gets yourself the results that you've been looking for, and we've seen that over the course of racing action. But it has been over at least the last hour or so that we've settled down into that endurance rhythm here. Those gaps that we have naturally seen have stayed pretty stagnant out there, and it has been a bit of a juggling act between who's going to make a move and who maybe isn't as much in a position to go and make a move. It has been a case of a story of a couple of drivers here and there, and at least when it's come to prototypes, there is your leading machine out there. Gabriel Roos, 53 seconds to the good for the Satellite Racing Red Team, Joe. But behind that, you got a former pro Stripe out there in Blake Reynolds in second position. Now, this is the sort of driver that you look at, and when you're trying to build a team, especially in the real world, you know, you're looking at, okay, well, what experience do you have as a driver? How many years can you put back in? In terms of sim racing, Blake Reynolds is one of the few drivers that you could say, yeah, he's got all the experience and he could have another 10-year career, 15-year career on top of it.
Indeed, and you know, it's not just with that black stripe over on the oval side. We got to remember that he's a champion, a former champion in the Majors regular series that takes an insane amount of talent and practice and being able to catch the car in situations like that, that he's managed to claim that one. There's very few people that have done what he's done, being able to take that Majors crown. So he's got experience with a lot of these drivers out here in this community, and he was probably one that a lot really wanted to try and lure him in, but Penguin RC Simulations were the ones that did it.
Absolutely, and the right team at the right time is going to make the right offer, and then there you go. That's where you're going to try and find the pace that's there. And we've been talking about where you put drivers and what's the right composition to put drivers. Most normally, if you've got a free choice, Joey, fastest driver goes in at the end. There is no ifs, no buts, no ands about it. But there's two sort of contrasting philosophies. Fastest driver goes in at the end, or safest driver goes in at the end.
Yeah, and I think that there's even more to it. You have to have the fastest driver for the conditions at the end. Now, when we think of a race, we just think, all right, noon, blue sky, sunny day. But here we were just talking with David A. Williams, and he mentioned he's not as confident in the night as his teammate Paul Darling is. So you got to have the fastest driver, but the fastest driver for the conditions when the checkered flag falls.
You absolutely do, and that's correct. And I often go back to that one Top Gear episode where they did a 24-hour race at Silverstone in a BMW 5 Series diesel, I think it was. And the Stig was actually a lot more comfortable in the dark than he was in the light. He was a lot quicker. He had a lot more going on. And, you know, you get drivers that get a little bit shaken up here and there through certain parts of the circuit and get themselves caught up. Of course, Richard Hammond had his moment with the Mosler, which is like, okay, do not put this driver in the dark again, even though it's not your fault. You've rattled the driver, and the last thing you want is to send them back out in the dark. Sometimes in sim racing, you've got to look at it as in, okay, this is what I want to do. I don't want to get caught up in anything. And, you know, it's going back here, Joe, to what happened earlier on, just about 20 minutes ago, with the PG-13 car, is that you go up the hill at Evolution Radion, you have that contact with the Go-In Racing Amethyst car, and that sort of thing will knock your confidence back a good 7 or 8 pegs.
It'll knock the confidence back, but one thing that I was going to talk about with the nighttime that you were mentioning is that some drivers like the nighttime, and you said that the Stig was just so fast at night compared to these other drivers. And one thing to remember, guys, the racetrack hasn't changed at all. You know, it's not like all of a sudden you're driving a different racetrack with different turns and different braking points. Everything is the same out there. I just think it's the variables that come at you more often, and that really separates the true fast professionals from those other guys who aren't quite up to speed.
Certainly does. Another penalty has just come in, and it's the Talk Sim Sport by hshirts.de machine. The 282 has caught another 10 instant points and will be taking that drive-through penalty. Now, Joe, we talked about earlier on how the racing was okay. Well, we're not happy with the penalties, but it's all on you to drive cleanly. 45 instant points around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. That is tough any given day of the week. I think the iRacing 24-hour gives you, I think, about 180, I think it is, before you start reaching Penaltiesville. So 45 plus 10 for that. You are really asking them, okay, get neat, get narrow, because every incident is going to cost you. And there'll be some teams that are going to look at it and go, well, we just accrued 30 instant points in the opening hour, and go, well, what have we got to lose?
Exactly. And it's funny that you bring that up, because ironically, Spa's the only track that I won't do endurance races at anymore because of the incident points. It's the only endurance race I've ever done where I lost safety rating. But it's so deceptively easy to rack those up here. Just because if you're pushing the car, it's, you know that you've got that paved runoff to the outside to kind of save you. So you let the car off into there, or you're just pushing a little bit harder because you feel like you do have it. You really have to change your mindset to try and make sure, like you said, that you leave that space and don't rack them up and drive extra clean. It's the same for everybody, so there can't be any complaints. Now, interestingly, we had another big wreck, and I think this may have been another race-ending incident. This is for the 255. This is fascinating. Watch this. That is almost a carbon copy of what we saw at the beginning of the race. I think it was a Lamborghini that touched that curb on the way in the exact same way, and it spat the car out.
Absolutely. And the BMW, let's see, goes on the curb. Yeah, it just brakes. It just brakes, and it's a different property when you're braking, Joey, between having all 4 tires on the asphalt and having 2 tires on the asphalt and 2 tires on a raised curb, and having that curb beveled like that and finding yourself in trouble. It's so easy for the car to just want to effectively just go to the place where there's more grip. That's why things like limited slip differentials exist.
I agree. I think that What we're seeing, though, is a digital rendering of what happens in the real world, and it doesn't cross over exactly, you know? Yes, it will upset the car, but drastically upsetting it that much, in my opinion, it was a little extreme.
Well, either way, that car is damaged and is in the pits, and I can't change anything about that. So I'm very, very sorry. I don't have the authority on it. But
you can't open up those files on the back end there?
No, I can't. God. Right. Still though, we got some amazing racing still to come along. We're an hour and 36 minutes exact away now from the end of this race, and you talk about drivers looking for milestones. Now when you get inside the final three, you then look and you're trying to go, Joe, to 90 minutes, 60 minutes. You're counting down and counting down. Oh, I've only got this much left. Seems easy, but this is the most torturous hour and a half that these drivers will have trying to get to the end, because it will feel like every corner and every single time they blink and breathe and drink and do whatever they need to do, it feels like it goes on forever.
Well, and that's why you really probably don't want to be looking at the clock at this point, which is, it's hard not to do, because if you don't have a whole lot to focus on, you know, you can be trying to check out other things. But that's where I think it pays to make sure that you double down on what you're doing in the car. Look at every corner, focus on every approaching corner, and try to get the best and the safest run out of that. Because if you do that, everything will fall into place. And before you know it, the stint is going to be over just due to that. It's kind of one of the things of, you know, a watched pot never boils. So just don't watch the pot. You try and do your job and get the meal fixed, and eventually it'll all be ready.
Blake Reynolds then, and the number one machine is down in on the pits, so pit stop coming through. So too is the 51 down in on the pits of Ike Estefania. And it's so interesting to see how drivers choose to line up their cars in the pit boxes, Joey, because you get some drivers out there, like the 51 out there of Estefania, who decide, you know what, I'm going to line up almost 45 degrees perpendicular to my pit box. And when I do, I'm going to make the pit crew, the virtual pit crew, run around almost into the lane of traffic to try and change my left rear tire.
I'm laughing over here, and yeah, you know, it was not ideal, the parking angle that they were at there, but I know from personal experience, sometimes like when I'm running VR in the sim, I have a lot of the pit lane stuff turned way down. Couple that with nighttime and cars going by, you can almost miss your pit stall, and that can be a really embarrassing moment.
It can, and I've seen so many drivers do it, and a lot of drivers also don't tend to realize, Mr. Peak, that there is a difference, and the pit lane has its own ethereal world to it. Everyone thinks, oh, you can just drive through everyone in the pits because you're in the pits and you don't want damage in the pits. No, that's not quite how it works. You can drive through everyone in the pits if you're in the pit boxes.
Exactly. Yeah, it's over there, and I've seen that more so on the oval side over the years, where everybody tends to be pitting in under yellows, and there have been accidents. We've seen drivers get turned and have race-ending wrecks just because they were kind of at the wrong place and not paying attention. It's really tricky, honestly, because in the real world you have a little bit more perception of what's around you. In the sim world, it's always really difficult to get that same sensation, the same peripheral views, to try and make sure that you know what all is going on. So you just kind of have to give that extra little margin to try and make sure that you don't throw it away in a really silly ways. I think we're going to hop on board here and see what it's like with some of these LMP2s in the middle of the night around here.
Yeah, we are absolutely going to do that. So let's have a listen in with Finn Lazia, fourth position out there at this moment in time, and driving about, looking to try and chase down the gaps that are needed in the number one Penguin RC Simulations LLM machine. I'll tell you what, Joey, just looking around here and seeing Flynn Lazier driving around in this Penguin RC Simulations LLM machine, the one thing that I'm noticing more than anything else is the fact that you've got a circuit that feels so ingratiated with the surroundings around it. You don't often get that from new track design, but you just feel like you're driving through a middle of the forest here in the night.
It's a pretty surreal feeling. And there's not very many racetracks in the world that can give you this feeling. You know, you think of other famous endurance races like Daytona. Well, guess what? You're in this giant 33-degree banking stadium with huge grandstands all around you. Le Mans, you're racing through the flat French countryside out there and into a really another big stadium section. But here at Spa, you're racing through these gorgeous green hills that really dive you up and down through this mountain, and then finally up into this stadium complex where everybody's waiting with the checkered flag at the end of the race.
So that's how much you can chase through on a lap. But just to demonstrate again, I was just looking from the nose, the number one. Every time that you're going up through, this is the last bit of light that you see, and you get this massive left, right, left. You can see just in front. The only way you know there's a car in front is that you're following the light beams, Joe. And sometimes it's a dangerous game when you're following light beams, because it's like, oh, that's how the track goes still? Okay.
Yeah, like I said earlier, you got to race your own race. You can't get target fixation, especially at nights. And man, I'm glad that we're riding with Flynn here, because apparently he's the fastest car on track right now. He is a lap down from the leader, but he's trying to make good work on this. And I actually got a chance to meet his grandfather one time, flying home from the Daytona 24. We were, since I lived in Colorado for a while, we were, heading the same way. We were on the same flight, so we had a nice chat. And he was telling me about Buddy a whole lot. This was a number of years ago, so Flynn still hadn't quite grown to where he is now in racing, so I hadn't asked much about him. But clearly he's good both in the sim and the real racing world.
Absolutely, and you get a lot of drivers now who have that commerciality and are able to bend through and make both sim and reality work. Of course, the biggest example, of course, is Max Verstappen, and it's rather unique when you talk about him, Joey, as a driver, and that, Red Bull have this really successful esports team, and Max is not a part of it.
Yeah, you know what? I don't follow the professional esports a ton with the real world guys, but I know that he's very popular, especially with the really high-ranking teams and whatnot. And I also just want to say that it's this newer, younger generation that now is fully professional in the real world that has bridged the gap. The older professional racing car drivers, you don't see them on the simulators as much, and these newer guys, they've really bridged the gap between the simulator and the real world, and it's really cool to see.
Everywhere you look, Joe, there is another sim racing driver coming in, trying to make something happen. Romain Grosjean's got his own team. Fernando Alonso, for a time, had his own team. You look over and you start wondering, okay, Tony Kanaan's got his own team now. Jean Alesi has his own esports academy out there. And just every time you're looking over, okay, I see something here. There's a brand new name that has written themselves in sim racing folklore and has gone, yes, this is the sim racing that I want. And then you see Jacques Villeneuve on a controller.
Honestly, one thing I love of what sim racing has done is I don't have any, family background in racing, so I didn't really have connections to get to meet all these people. So for you and I to get to call a race alongside Tony Kanaan, for me to get to work at GSRC with guys like Richie Hearn, who I watched on TV growing up, it's been honestly a dream come true that it is bridging the gap now, and that especially with the pandemic kind of bringing sim racing into the eyes of a lot of these professional racers. It's been kind of the thing that a lot of us have been needing, to really just have that opportunity to get to be this close to a lot of these drivers. As my goodness, Flynn is cutting it close there with Boomsma. Thankfully, he was able to get some space there coming into the right-handers. But yeah, no, man, I can't, it's going to sound silly to a lot of people that don't understand how important video game racing is to guys like us. But I can tell you, for me, it's been life-changing, frankly.
I think all of us are here because of the video game industry, the esports boom, and just how incredible that year on year this has grown to be something that is truly incredible. And you're looking even at the top of the American sports ladder over, Joey, at just how good esports has been. You know, William Byron said that he found esports before iRacing knew he found him. Christopher Bell's been having a really good run of things as well. You know, everyone's sort of looking at it, and there becomes a dichotomy of what is sim racing and what should it be in this world. Should it be a standalone as its own entity, make its own stars, its own heroes, and create itself in this world? Or does it need to piggyback off of the real world a little bit and essentially become a development, a feeder for what the world has, and create brand new drivers that can, you know, cross cultures and be massive in appeal? It's that dynamic of, well, where does it stand? Who should get what, and who should get who, and who's good and who's not good? And you know, it's a two-faced coin where you look at it and go, well, both options are correct.
I agree. I think that both options are correct, and the one thing that we have to remember about the simulator is that it's still the digital rendering. You know, it's code on the computer. It's not the exact same thing as what happens in real life, and the concepts are the same, the applications are the same, but when it comes into reality, there is a little bit of a difference. That doesn't make it a bad thing. Now compare that to real racing as well. It also needs to stand on its own, but in my opinion, I think sim racing has a far brighter future than real racing, simply because of the cost and also the audience that's involved in it. In professional racing, you're looking at such a very, very small percentage of the world that can go out and do that. And now here with the technology that we have, and really the pandemic boom, like Joe was talking about, sim racing has burst into the limelight, and you get to have a steering wheel and pedals inside your living room for $350 or so and be able to compete on the screen just like how the pros are.
Absolutely, you do. Race leader in then, Satellite Racing Red, Gabriel Roos is going to jump into the pits. Then we'll go down to the final box in this incredibly long pit lane, take the service, and then go back out and away again. And we were looking at 40 minutes in terms of a pit stop length here, Joe. They are right on the cusp of splash and dash for one more stop in their home.
Yeah, there's going to need to be a bit of fuel saving here. Now, some of that is taken up because it is such a long pit stop, so I think that's going to help. I did see that Kundinger's hopped out of the car. It looks like Dornenberg is going to complete their race. Gabriel Roos looks like he's going to stay in because he just got in, so I wonder if that's going to be him in the final two once they wrap it up as well. And again, we don't know how many incidents we've been racking up. I think it's been actually even harder at night to really be able to gauge how many we've been getting. So I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be close, because it's kind of felt like it's cleaned up a little bit, but at the same time, when they had that caution, we got to remember that's even more of a chaotic start than the regular one because they're so mixed up. So it's something where there could be so many things that swing it either way.
There are a lot of things that can swing a race and can get everybody up and down and all around. CMSRacing.com Endurance, the 278, they started 50th. They said hello, a little bit of a shout out to us. They're up into 23rd overall, which would put them 6th in class in category as they go through. David Anderson behind the wheel. There's Mark Nistor, who's been in there. David Nelson's had stints. Brett Stevens has jumped into the car as well. So they've really been chopping and changing with their 14 dynamic out there. And there is no proven formula for which 14 dynamic is the right way to go through to get the results that you want. But I tell you what, it's so nice to see a car, Joey, go from the back of the field, or the almost back of the field, and just quietly whittle away places.
Agreed. And yeah, if you're going to try to predict the outcome of an endurance race, I think you could what is it, Doctor Strange going through all the different outcomes, you know, and it doesn't matter, you know, there's just so many different things that can happen over the course of a 10-hour race. But one thing's for sure, if you keep your visor down, you know, keep out of trouble out there, you can keep chugging along and pick off position by position, and eventually you're going to find yourself up towards the front of the field here.
Yeah, and the closer they find themselves up to the front of the field, the more points that they're going to be accruing out there overall. Let's talk championship coming into this one then, Joe, because we haven't had a chance to really have a discussion. LMP2 Pro standings have been cool. BRT Odin today in 12th position are your championship leaders, 225 to the 209 of the Blue Chew Black team. This has been the sort of race where it has been throwing up here, there, and everywhere. And for Satellite Racing Red, this is probably the free kick they've been looking for all season to get themselves back in the title picture.
Exactly. A win does great things for you, not just points-wise, but momentum, psychologically. Racing is so much a psychological sport, and when you have that confidence, yeah, I mean, maybe there's nothing really physically there that's changed, but if you believe you can do it, then it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing. So yeah, I'd say Satellite Racing is going to be sitting pretty if they can bring it home in an hour and 19 minutes. Blue Chew Black, though, considering they're sitting second in the points, 4th place is not too bad for them right now, so I feel like they're still one to worry about it if you're Satellite Racing Red.
Yeah, they're one to worry about, certainly. And in terms of the Pro-Am that's been going through, well, it's been the Quality 079 that has control of the Pro-Am at the moment in LMP2. But the 079 is 7th in the championship right now with 1 win to their name. So they've won 1. The Quality 074's won another. And they've been dominant, but neither of them have the championship lead. That belongs to Blue Chew Blue, Joe. And they find themselves, at least in category, 3rd in class looking to chase.
I think they might actually be in 2nd in Pro-Am right now, if I'm seeing correctly, because they're...
Oh, yeah, they just pitted.
Yeah, so the 079 ahead of them, actually not that far. So they could indeed take the win. Oh, nope, like you said, they just pitted. Sorry. I was so caught up in looking at the standings, I glossed over what you said there. So, yeah, so they'll fall down behind Quality's 079 because of that. Or will they? Because they have pitted as well. So, oh my goodness, it is all over the place at this point. No, Blue Chew is leading. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just going to hand it over to you, Jay, because it's just gone haywire on me.
Blue Chew Blue is leading, okay? Yes. And as much of a tongue twister as that is, they're leading the championship. And according to our championship graphics as well that we've had a look at here, Joe, the graphics blue as well.
It's prophecy. It's just meant to be.
It's just meant to be. Joey, let's talk GT Pro at the moment. Blue Chew GT Black came into this one with a commanding championship lead, winning 2 races out of 2. It hasn't been as plain as sailing. Composite 91 have looked really good. And in terms of the GT Black outfit, they're down 36th position. They are still cycling out there on circuit, but they are a ways down. And this one effectively is let's push this one under the couch. We'll probably save the 5 cents that we've got in our pocket for a rainy day and go, ooh, couch money.
It looks like they're maybe 19, 20 laps down of that GT overall leader. And, you know, I know that there's quite a few of GT Pro-Ams mixed up in really the overall GT fight. So even though they're this 20 laps down, I think it's worth it for them to stay out on the racetrack for those pro points, because they're not looking too terrible in terms of a points haul.
No, I don't think so at all. And it's certainly showing how many points that they can grab up there at the moment, because you look at GT-Am is certainly or Pro-Am, certainly the most populous, but again, the GT Pro-Am has been very, very interesting. Twin Turn have run into a lot of troubles today. The Satellite Racing GT3 has run into a lot of troubles out there. You've got eyes pretty much searching around Composite Performance and their 12 entry. which is, again, a long way down the order as we get GT Pitters out there at this point. I'm looking down the top 4, top 5. No one's really standing out here. So effectively, if everyone has equally as bad of a performance, Joey, GT Pro-Am might as well just stay as it is, heading over to round 4 of the championship.
Agreed, and one thing is that we call it pros versus pro-ams, and, you know, it really only is differentiated by the I rating, but there's plenty of sleepers out there that are very, very fast with low I rating, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how it ends up. But we were just talking about that Blue Chew GT Black entry that's having a terrible day. They're 20 laps down from a GT overall leader, but put that in perspective, that's P6 in GT Pro points. So yeah, there is still a reason to stay out there on the racetrack for those guys.
Absolutely. Everyone wants to buy a ticket for the end. An hour and 15 minutes away as we are closing in on the final few stops out there in the races that they've got. So they've got everyone all focused up on, okay, reaching the final stages, reaching a level of happiness that they can be confident of. And there was a little bit of radio chatter there, Joe, between Brian Boomsma and the Tom Guest, the two NRG team cars that are going together. Now, they spent the majority of the season of majors pretty much showing up and going, hey, we're going to dominate sportsman, and did. So my question to you is, when it comes to sportsman categories, do you believe that certain drivers who are out there should be promoted up to the officials if their times are as close as they can possibly be, that they're running around top 3, top 5s of practices and qualifying efforts?
Well, I'm of the idea that they should take, as he's going to come into the pits here, Will Boomsma, that if you win the championship of a lower series, get promoted automatically. You get promoted up to the next class, because clearly you're the best of that class. And well, you could always be shuffled back down if they find you're struggling. But I mean, to me, it should be a case of a merit-based system where you earn your way forwards and upwards.
Unlike, say, for example, the F1 feeder system, maybe, Joe, where it seems like where it seems like the winner of the Formula One series is always determined to be a test driver the last 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's honestly one thing that I do like about.
That's the wrong way.
Whoa, yeah, that's way offline. It's another Lambo there. Not sure who that we're looking at though. Brian Sharp in 22nd.
Well, for Brian, that is not the way a car is supposed to be looking. And they themselves will now move into the pits. But very, very swiftly, that one goes wrong for the Not Recommend Motorsport, which is seen a bit more backwards than forwards. Let's catch this on the GSRC replay. See how easily it can go wrong. It looks like here, Joey, this is under braking. On the brakes, looking to go through. Oh, it's a lazy one as you go through, because the back end's just going to step out, and that's when you take all the aerodynamic grip of the car out. Just absolutely, you're reliant on mechanical grip.
And oftentimes the reason why the car ends up spinning like that is you're in just a little bit too fast, too deep going into the corner, so you're still standing on the brakes. You're trying to tell the car to turn, so all of the weight is forward over those front tires, and nothing is holding down the back end. All of a sudden, the back end comes around, but he actually did a great job reversing out of the racing line once the cars were clear of the track there, and good job, heads-up job by Ryan Sharp.
Yeah, absolutely. So some great heads-up work has been going through. Joe, you've been having a wander in the cold and chilly night here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and who have you managed to run into?
If you think 70 degrees is cold, then I don't know what to tell you, but I've caught up with Ayrton Williams racing for the 64, the other satellite car, since we were talking to David not long ago. Gabriel Roos right now is in that machine. We're going to pull Ayrton in and have a little bit of chat, a minute gap to their nearest rival, but as we've seen, you can't take anything for granted, especially what we've seen with your sister car, Ayrton. So is everybody kind of checking their routers, make sure that the connection is nice and good so that you don't fall victim to the same thing?
Yeah, well, luckily the boys that are currently in the car are both European, so they've got better connection to the server than I do, that's for sure. But yeah, it all seems good so far, but you never know, unfortunately. The internet issues can hit us at any time. It can be what happened to me last time, so, you know, at Road America, but we're hopeful. We're, you know, a minute in front, it's looking good, so that's all we can do. All we can do is pray that we don't have issues.
Well, then let me ask you what the overall impression has been of the race so far. You've only got about an hour left. Obviously, leading to me says that it's been going well, but I mean, realistically, has it been a slog, or has this been kind of a cruise?
In all honesty, for me, it's been a bit of a cruise. When David got caught up with traffic early on, he got stuck behind traffic and was taking it nice and easy. I got pretty much to sit out front with 20-second gap, so I had no pressure on me. But Gabe was fighting with the guys quite early on, but once my stints came along, we built a little bit of the gap, got out in front, but then when we had that restart, I had quite a few issues. Had a couple of times where I nearly went off, and had a couple of times where I did go off. But otherwise, it was fairly smooth sailing for my 4 stints. And Alex and Gabe have seemed to have done like a pretty damn good job themselves as well, especially if we're a minute in front now.
What was your team's philosophy on who was put when? Was it down to who was available, or did you try and, you know, do the traditional safest hands at the start, quickest driver at the end? Because you were put in second and took a big chunk of the middle one. So how did you guys plan this out?
Oh, well, partly the fact that the race starts at 2 o'clock in the morning for me, so if I got the stints over early, if I got my stints over early, I'm obviously not going to be buggered by the, like, you know, I won't do the last stint because I'd be absolutely buggered, and I am currently buggered. But yeah, it's 12 o'clock in the morning for me now, pretty much, or sorry, 11 a.m. in the morning. But yeah, it was mostly I needed to be in the car early to make sure that I wasn't driving tired. That's definitely why I took those, did that quad stint straight away.
Definitely one of the unique things about endurance racing, team racing on the sim side. Let's talk about the championship, though. The LMP2 Pro standings. You guys came in 4th in the points, but a lot of your rivals aren't having great days, and you guys are kind of making the best of it. So with still much of the season left to go, does this feel like it kind of recharges your hopes?
Oh, definitely. Definitely after Road America. Like, that should have, in all honesty, we should have had that in the bag. But, you know, issues are issues. They're basically our mechanical failures, you know. Sometimes in racing, you start a race, in real life, you have a mechanical failure straight away. That was our mechanical failure. But this definitely does. Like, Gabe and Alex have been on it the entire race. They've been so quick. It's ridiculous. I've been, you know, there or thereabouts, not as quick as I would like to be, but I'm still happy with how my stints turned out. So yeah, it definitely, for me personally, it definitely revitalizes this championship for me. I'm sure the other boys feel the same as well.
Well, crossing fingers for you that things continue to go well for the remainder of the race. I'll let you get back to your team, and hopefully you'll feel a little bit more rested after celebrations.
Surely. Thank you very much, boys.
That was Ayrton Williams for the number 64 team, Jake, running in the lead by about 57 seconds.
The sister car, by the way, has just made a pass on Blue Tube Blue for 6th place. So they've managed to jump up through. World of Sim Racing team is a ways away at this point in time. About 2/3, if not 3/4 of a lap right now. The difference there between those two. So it looks like, at least for the moment, Satellite Racing Blue have reached as far as they can go. They've got an hour and 7 minutes to go and make their way through. Joey Atterbury, you've also been on a little bit of a wander and a meander. You found the number 1 garage, and you found Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, certainly looks like we have Blake Reynolds joining us here in the commentary booth. Blake, take us through, I know that you've done 2 stints in the car so far. Has it been pretty smooth sailing, or have you dealt with a lot of GT traffic?
Not smooth sailing, not at all. It's been very tough all day. We've been getting caught up in the traffic. Whoever we're racing at the time in a draft tandem would get the better traffic, then we lose the draft. It's just been frustrating. But luckily we've we seem to be on the strategy of not saving fuel at all. That's kind of where these gaps have kind of opened up, people trying to make a certain fuel number, and we just don't really care about that. We're just trying to go as fast as we can. I did the best I could, and Flynn's doing that right now.
You mentioned it, yeah. Flynn is in the car right now. He's one of the fastest cars on track, and actually that last lap time looking 204.9. It's been a while since we've seen a prototype in the 204s. Are you confident that maybe Flynn can crawl his way back up to the leader here?
It's too big of a gap, you know. It's like a whole minute, and we're on the same pit cycle right now, so I don't think that can happen unless a mistake happens from the satellite car. But I mean, we have 5 minutes of damage right now from the front end. We caught a lap car on the restart. It's kind of funny. We have such a fast car every time, and I actually like the restarts a lot, the safety cars, but every time we get some sort of damage that then ruins the rest of our race. So I don't know. This season's been tough. The last season was much easier for our Pigment RC car. Yeah, it's just it's been a long day.
Talk to me a little bit about the damage, because we always see it on the screen, you know, but we can't exactly translate to how it affects you guys in the car. Now, the damage that you had, where is it really affecting you guys in a negative area?
Straight away, of course. So actually earlier on the before the safety car, our teammate in the 025 bump drafted us down the back straightaway, and it gave us 2.5 minutes of diffuser damage. So that's great. Love new damage model. And then we got that fixed with the safety car, went to the back of the line, got going again, and that restart crashed, and it was 5 minutes, and we can't even see it. And the only place it's affecting us is on the straightaway, because when we had the diffuser damage, I was so slow. I was doing 07s, 06s, nowhere near the front guys. We almost got lapped. And then this front damage, it's only straightaway where we seem to be the best in the corners. We kind of brought a higher rake setup. We were down on straightaway anyway compared to these other guys. It's probably why we're not saving fuel. That's kind of what's going on in the way this new damage model is affecting this car.
Yeah, well, and you also mentioned you're on a higher rake setup, and for everybody listening, that means the front end is essentially pointed downhill. You got a lot of front end response out of it. Do you see that it helps the car more at nighttime versus daytime, or is it pretty well rounded?
Well, the car is damaged and we're going fast at night, so I assume it's helping at night. When Flynn was in the car, right when it became night, it was apparent that it was starting to sway our way. And obviously before the 025, when Nate was in the car, he got up to second and was actually running down the leader there. So if we didn't have damage, I kind of wonder if we could close that gap, since we kind of brought this little different ideology of setup. It's been good so far. I love the infield. Sector 2 is fantastic. Like, I'm just full mat, no problem. The tire's been great, no overheating. Love downforce.
I can understand that, especially through that part of the track. But I got to wonder, Blake, now that you've got the Coke Series behind you, has that freed up a lot of time to really focus on stuff like this? Are you kind of just freewheeling, or what plans do you have?
Oh, really just this stuff. I've been loving sports car racing. You know, about 5 years ago, I was doing the major series heavy, just the main championship series. And then I kind of went away from that and went more into the Coke Series, and had my success there, but I've kind of pulled out of there now. I kind of want to just pick what I run and what I'm interested in, and this has pretty much been it, is the MTEC stuff. Last year, running for that championship was fantastic. Obviously, these are your different cars, different combo, so it's a little different, more IMSA style, but I like IMSA. Who doesn't love IMSA? I'm sure everyone watching loves IMSA. Yeah, so this has kind of been my main interest, and I'm looking forward to doing this for most of next year. I've got some plans, just doing it and finishing out the MTEC season here, and then with my own series, SimCar, we're doing IMSA style stuff, same car combos.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we knew that you were versatile because of your time, getting to call your races in the regular majors series. But your car has a bit of a close moment there coming into Fanye's. But I honestly, I honestly love seeing drivers kind of diversify, if you will. So I already kind of knew it, but it's still so cool to see you go from that heavily oval focused realm to switching over here to sports cars and showing that you haven't lost the edge. You're helping a team to a podium, and it just it makes me pine for the days of when racers just went out and raced whatever car and did that.
Yeah, man, the last 24 hours have been kind of insane. Zach Johnson here, we love this guy. He just broadcasted my Xfinity series. We were running at Road America last night with Xfinity cars, and I kind of got beat by my good buddy Alan Bowes and Nate Stewart, and even my teammate here earlier, Justin Nasir, was in that race. So a couple people in this race were running stock cars not even 24 hours ago, and it's pretty cool to kind of imagine that. You just come over and you just run sports car, or I mean, not even sports car. We're running prototypes. Like that, it is pretty cool to think about.
It's quite a different change of pace between a carbon monocoque car and those old tube frame cars that are about 3,500 pounds. And I got one last question before we let you go here. Are we going to see Flynn closing out the rest of the race, or are we expecting another driver swap at the next pit cycle?
It's pretty much Flynn. We saved him for the last half of this race because we knew the track was going to cool down, and he's our qualifier, but I did the qualifying today. I told him, because we have to do, I'll give you a short rundown here. So pretty much the 64, the 13, the 64 and the 13 are within a pit stop of us, and they only have to do one more pit stop, we think. And we've just been behind. We couldn't get that extra lap like every pit cycle like they could. So we're a couple laps behind them. So we're having to do a third fill. It's probably going to be something short, 6 to 8, maybe 9 gallons. Well, I'll have to look at the calculations here. But I told Flynn, like, dude, I mean, we've almost got a minute in the car behind. Actually, so he came out 41 seconds ahead of this 13 car. He's now 1:01. I told him he needed to gain 20 seconds before the end of the race in order to even have a chance. Yeah, so that's pretty cool that he's actually, while I've been talking here, he's gained like 10 seconds on the 13 car. So those guys are either having to save a lot, or they caught traffic or something, or maybe Flynn's just a god. I mean, he is an Indy Lights driver for a reason.
We've had the camera really on Flynn here for the majority of this interview, and you're right, he's a rocket ship out there, and hopefully that the rest of the race goes well for you guys. And I think unless anybody else has anything that they want to pitch in here, we're going to go ahead and let Blake go. And like I said, good luck to you and Flynn closing it out the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
That was Blake Reynolds there, the driver of the #1 car. They're currently sitting in that second place position overall.
I tell you what, he makes Christian Horner look like one of the most tight-lipped people I've ever heard in my life. He is a complete open book and a wonderful character for this series. We are going to step aside one final time, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Your MTEC Endurance Series is going to come down to the final hour, and as it does, it's going to be a case of satellite and also composite performance, looking at victories in category. It's not over and done with yet. Stay with us. There's more to come here with GSRC.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ride around the world. I'm Mick Claridge, and I'm going to ride around the world on my bike.
My son, he gave me advice at the start of this ride. And he looked at me and just said, "Dad, don't be a moron."
Let me do my animal signal to gain their respect. How's it going, Sally? Yeah, I'm alright, Mick. How's it going? Worse than that bit in Lord of the Rings where they got into the top and the spiders in the tunnel. I'm just hoping there's a spider at the top of this one to kill me. freezing.
And I failed. I moroned up the ride.
.52.5 minutes remaining here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. It has been a wonderful performance in all four categories. It is going to come down to the wire in a couple, but at least out in front in overall terms, it is domination right now for the 64 Satellite Racing Red, knowing they've got an advantage over the one Penguin RC Simulations LLM team. And on top of that, over in GT3, there's the 191 Porsche that has been head and shoulders above the field over the last hour as they find themselves with a one-lap lead. The big difference maker happened in the last hour of racing, Joey, when the number 107 Talk Sim Sport by Wagner Schweiss Technic machine found itself pointing into the barriers over at Blanchimont, which has caught out many a team over the course of today, and it caught out the leaders just a couple hours from the end.
They did catch out that Audi earlier in the race, and they're back out there on the track turning laps, which is the most important thing because they're still P2 when it comes to the Pro GT3 stuff. And I know that they're coming up to the end of their fuel stint right now, so they might drop down a couple positions from where they are currently sitting, but it's still a good showing after how hard they hit that wall.
I'd say they're in the window right now, Joe. Any time from now for the GTs, if you pit in from now, that's it. Fuel it up, you're good to the end.
Yeah, exactly. And that's honestly kind of what I'm thinking it'd be best to do from here. It's like I said earlier, be the first to pit last. So might as well cover yourself off just in case. Now it's getting a lot less and less likely the closer it gets to the 30-minute mark, because I do believe they have a rule that they don't throw the caution with 30 minutes left. So you've basically got a 20-minute window where we could see the yellow be thrown. But you really, it's kind of one of those things where if you're good to make it to the end, it costs you nothing to come in. There's literally no downside to make sure and cover yourself off. So might as well pit now.
Yep, so you might as well have the time, get yourself in, make sure that your strategy's there on point as they go through. Pit stop cycle is happening in your LMP Pro-Ams at this point. We have a bit of side-by-side through Stavelot Corner, running on through towards the curve of Paul Frere and Blanchimont out there on circuit. That was said Talk Sim Sport car in the 107. Just getting past the Aerokinetics purple machine, the 222, Robert Gambill behind the wheel there of that machine out on track. So some nice work being done there in the BMW. But we're talking about LMP Pro-Am because that's been something that we haven't really touched on. Right now, we are in the pit stop window, and Tommy Joe Valenzuela, the DriveSVR.com LLM car, is in the pits right now. So it's a case of who wants to take the lead. The answer is surely the Quality Control Racing 079. It could go anywhere, Joey.
Yeah, and I think as soon as we saw that car hit the pits, the Quality Racing went streaking by down the front straightaway and up through Eau Rouge. So I think that 079 will have a pretty good grip on the lead here once the pit stop cycles come to an end. But something to note also, they're working lap 13 of their fuel stint, which should line them up pretty good for what Joe was talking about being one of the first prototypes to pit before the end of the race.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And Joe, we've been talking about these windows. We believe the prototype window to make it home, you're good to go from here, is about 8.5 minutes time from now. So they've certainly got that. Some drivers, though, aren't looking at that as a window. Number one, which we had a very nice in-depth discussion before we jumped over to our commercial break, certainly had that. But look at how close it is going to be there as we take a look at your leader in your GT Pro-Am. Precision Racing Esports Black have a big moment, have a massive moment, and they save it. Oh, that could have been their race.
And that was after Gowan was given a look, so they must have really gotten their head there. But man, great save, because we've already seen, what, about 3 or 4 cars completely end their race in that corner.
I'll tell you what, that's the position, and the call over the radio from Josh Gowan over to the Precision Racing Esports team car there, Joey, was Code Brown.
If you're not familiar with that, let me tell you, it is not the UPS delivery man out front.
No, it's I've got a spare set of overalls for next time you come in and make a stop. So you definitely got that to consider in the future. Still, though, it's been a really incredible race. Second and third there on the table together, trying to get these results in your GT AM category. And I think it's so cool, Joe, that we got GT AM second and third at this point, showing that you just got to buy that ticket to the end, and then wherever you finish means that you get a very nice seat at the proverbial train that allows you to have that ride home. So there are a lot of happy moments then. So Jeff Evans with work to do as he will now get back into the rhythm and try and chase down Josh Gowen, who's been driving very, very well.
Yeah, we got to remember about that Pro-Am class, because, yeah, it's easy to treat it as just, an Am category, but it's in the name. It's Pro and Am, so you're teaming up those two drivers together, and both can make a big difference. Yes, they're all looking for the fast Am driver that can come in and try to put them in a good position, but if your Pro driver does their job well, then you see situations like this where they're vying for an overall podium within the GT cars. And yeah, they have just been really doing a phenomenal job out there today to hold their own and show what they can do with the talent that is on board with this car. And great job by the 208, because remember, they just served that penalty. They chased down the 217, and almost as soon as they got there, they now snatched that position up. So they're not letting anything stop them.
No, they're absolutely not, and they will refuse to in the final 45 minutes of this race. This race started 9 hours and 15 minutes ago, and was one of those races where, especially in the early stages, we were talking about tyres and balance of performance in GT, Joey, and essentially what it's boiled down to, looking at what we've got today, is that there are a lot of cars out there that are really, really quick. There are also a lot of cars that are really, really consistent. And I think there is a great balance between the two right now in terms of how you are going to go about winning races. The great drivers will make the quick cars really, really quick. But in terms of consistency, when you look down to a race like this today, consistency has paid off.
Consistency for sure. And I think anytime you talk about endurance racing, it is about that consistency. We just saw that Lamborghini almost lose it through Blanchimont just a few laps ago, and we had made the remark that there's already been a handful of cars that have lost it just by touching those curbs and the new model and figuring out the new BOP and where these cars like to be driven, not to mention the new track updates as well that iRacing has supposedly implemented out there. So I think this really is the test bed for this new season that's going on with iRacing. And ultimately, yes, it's about consistency out there and not necessarily about the fastest car.
It is, and we've seen that over the course of racing that we've gone through. There have been a couple of good results, and we've seen stories early change from good to bad and to here, there, and everywhere. Now, something that we haven't really seen is how far the World Sim Racing team have dropped after their pit stop, I do believe it was, that they've just gone through. So they just made a pit stop about 4 or 5 laps ago, which will force the likes of Satellite Racing Blue, who are 2/3 of a lap ahead of them, then into a pit stop soon, and they'll be there in about 3.5 minutes to say, hey, we're good from here. But Satellite Racing Blue, they really have been working, Joe, on that recovery.
Yeah, and I think they're sitting in a great position. They've got about 2 or 3 more laps in this stint if they want to stretch it out. Again, I feel like it's better to try and pit early on this one. And they might have a shot at trying to challenge the Blue Chew Black in front of them in the 14, because they pitted 3 laps ago, and the Penguin RC Simulation team pitted 5 laps ago. They're both, I mean, in the case of the number 1 car, I don't think they're going to find any way to try and make it to the end. They have to make another stop. And Blue Chew Black is looking pretty likely to have to take another stop as well. Now, that said, Satellite Blue does need to take a stop themselves, so that'll even it out. But they're 14 seconds behind the 14 car, and, well, I guess a lot farther away from the 1 car. But, you know, if those 2 cars in front of them have to pit, that means that the distance we see now could be the distance later on. So push hard, and you could catch up to a 4th place finish.
Now we've got GTs coming down then into the pits right now, and they'll be looking at their pit stop strategies as they go through. Simon Graf making that final stop then in the 107 Talk Sim Sport by Wagner Schweiss Technik out there at this point. But, Joey, this is now the time where I'm going to say to you, this is the worst track in the world for the Splash and Dash.
It is, you know, because that pit lane is just so long. I think you could probably fire up the espresso machine, make a macchiato in there, and drink it by the time you even get down to your pit stalls all the way down here at the endurance pits on the downhill.
Tell you what, you could look over and you could see everyone just flying by, and you know, you can wave your hand out the cockpit and whatever else, and it's like, oh yeah, oh, I'm still racing, oh okay, and just go about it. Then at point, there is the Satellite Racing red car leading this field. As it stands, they have an entire lap on the field. Dominic Dorenberg is just behind, and I believe they've just come out after getting themselves through. They're going to be due a stop in the not too distant future, but one lap on the entirety of the field. That is truly a sign, Joe, that you have done your job as a endurance sim racer. If you can put a lap on the field, you feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that's where you know you're sitting pretty. You don't need to take risks because you're at risk of very little, but they're going to be pitting in this time, and this will be, I'm pretty sure, the last of them, since we've seen a few do 20, 21 laps, and that was lap 19 for them. Yeah, I'd say that the 64 is basically just covering their bases.
Absolutely. They know they've got nothing to lose by pitting in. 40 minutes to go. Fill her up, let her go. And now back on the leading lap goes Composite Performance 13, and they'll be hoping that their work, especially late on, is going to get them some rewards. You never stop pushing in a series like this. There's no such thing as giving up. You never know what happens in a race like this. We've seen cars go around here, there, and everywhere, and it might just be that it is a patience game out there today. And I've just seen a few flashes of the lights of Simon Graf. He wasn't too happy with Ian Lake in the Blue Chew GT black car, which has been finding penalties here, there, and everywhere for track limits. So it looks like some friendships coming into play here, Joey. And this is the season, so Christmas card lists are being written and very frantically rewritten.
And let me tell you, drivers, they don't forget things that happen on the racetrack. They have this strange memory that they remember the exact turn, exact moment, exact car number, and exact finger to point.
They do, and yet when the shoe's on the other foot, I can't remember that happening, correct?
That's exactly how it works. It's funny how that happens, huh?
Yeah, it's uncanny. It is absolutely uncanny out there when it comes to racing. And, you know, I keep remembering, Joey, Sebastian Buemi in Formula E, where he's just walking along the paddock and he's go, you, I've got a problem with you, I've got a problem with you, you did this to me, you did that to me. It's just, you gotta love racers.
Trust me, I can go back in every single one of my races and point car numbers and turns, and yeah, I remember it all.
Very easy to do that, and you know how important a race is when you're out there and you're trying to put it all together. 38 minutes then, 23 seconds, and we are talking about how gaps are really important to keep in mind, and we've been keeping an eye on pit stops. We're looking here at some of the GTs that are out there. There's your leader, Ross Booth. Look a little bit in front of that. It's about 6 seconds now, the gap between Flynn Lazia and the Penguin RC Simulations LLM machine, Joe, and then that number 13, I believe, that's come through, unless that gap's go through. Yeah, in fact, actually, they've just come down in, they've made their final stop. So that's the chase that's on. We know that the Penguin car's got to come in for a splash at some point, but the chase is 6 seconds and a splash. Or is it going to be more look behind at the Blue Chew team, which we were talking about with Brandon Roseborough behind the wheel, that they might be in a bit of trouble and need to splash and dash themselves?
Yeah, and that's where things get tricky. Is like, okay, well, we know they need to stop, but how long is the stop going to be? And if it is that splash, you know, just a couple laps, and that's going to shorten it a lot. So there's a lot of math that's being done right now, and hopefully they've got better brains than us for that sort of thing. But it's kind of also a case of you've made your bed, and now you've got to lay in it. So these drivers are just pushing as hard as they can while trying to run as safe as they can, knowing that, you know, what they can make, they can make. Just don't make mistakes from here, and the race is now kind of determined where you're going to finish.
Certainly has. Satellite Racing Blue have just dived down into the pits in prototypes, so Paul Darling will look to set himself off on his merry way home. And Gowan Racing Amethyst just coming out of the pits right now after their pit stop. So we've had a few races here and there which have come down to some very fine margins out there. But one team we haven't really talked about that has been just knocking on the door in there here, Joey, Century Sim Esports. They're still in 3rd position right now. They're having a really, really good run in the 105.
Yes, in the 105, in this Ferrari out there, this yellow Ferrari that's going down the downhill. And you're right, just kind of crawling back in there, staying in it. And they're in the pro category, so that's 2nd in the pro in the GT3. And I'm looking, they have a ways to go to catch the next GT3 car, but also have a huge gap behind them. They're looking pretty good. I'm seeing 35 minutes left, and they're on lap 13 of their fuel stint. That might be something to keep an eye on. That might slip them down a few positions.
They will have to do the proverbial splash and dash then, and that will be coming up with about, I'd say, if they're looking 20, 21 laps on the stint, maybe looking at around 20 minutes to go is the right time for that to start appearing up on screens. Maybe we'll just have to keep a little bit of focus on that 105, and when it decides to make its final call, the 079 though, in LMP Pro-Am comes in. CJ White for the Quality Control Racing team, Joe. This is an important stop because it is going to give Blue Chew Blue the lead in category back again.
However, Blue Chew Blue still needs to stop themselves. They're on lap 9 of their stint. So, well, they could make that from there. That's going to be really, really close, honestly. It all depends. But if you ask me, I don't think they're going to be able to get there. So we'll watch and see as we see more of the LMP2s now come and take that little bit of fuel that they need to finish this out and then try to get back out on track. It's been a long haul today. The teams, the drivers, everybody involved in the effort to make the race happen are going to be extremely exhausted. So it is a lot easier to make some silly mistakes when you find yourself lacking focus.
Absolutely, and that doesn't just go for the drivers, that goes for us as well. This has been a wonderful show, and hopefully we don't make any big faux pas towards the end. As we just see, or just noting there's Gabriel Roos. He's just gone past the 024 Blue Chew Blue car, so that is putting a 2nd lap then on the Pro-Am LMP leader. That's a nice bit of work there by the Satellite Racing Red team, as they have gone running through and take the position quite nicely out there on track. Still though, we've seen a lot of cars try and make their way to the end, and we haven't really talked about them at all over the final 3 hours. They haven't really done much, Joey, but in the early stages, we couldn't stop talking about them in the opening hour. The M Plower, the Eisenblut car, Joshua Easy behind the wheel, a team which has been working with Scarlett DeMarco, Joshua Easy, Lars Vila. Those three, yeah, they're a bit down the order, but they're still giving it a go. 32 laps off the lead, 12 laps off of the composite.
Yeah, they are a little bit further down the order there, but we've talked about it how many times now. You just have to stay in it with endurance racing. You don't know when the fortune will turn your way, and I know that they're a handful of laps down there, so you're not going to take home the checkered flag tonight, but there could be series more attrition with the cars in front of you. So keep that visor down, keep turning lap times out there, and you never know where you can end up.
You never know, and just look at your stopwatches, ladies and gentlemen. Joe, you're keeping a very close eye at yours, because we're about 2 minutes and 35 seconds away from not having another caution in this race.
Indeed, there's a rule in this series that they do not throw the full course yellow because it takes so long with 30 minutes to go or beyond. So after this, they're safe, and it's going to be green flag racing to the end.
Yeah, and green flag racing to the end means that it is all on strategy. You've got to do your work out there on the circuit. No one is going to do your work for you. You're going to have to deliver the results as and when it happens. We were talking championship overall as well here, Joey, but right now the late stages of the race. I know that the 88 has to potentially come down in and make another stop out there for James C. Walker, and that's going to be due because they're on lap 12 of their stint. But BRT Odin have done a really good job at limiting the damage after being effectively caught out with a penalty in the opening 10 minutes of this race.
If you're going to have to swallow a pill, I would definitely take it at the beginning. And not only this BRT Odin team, but I'm really looking at the majority of the prototype field. I know that we've talked so much about our leaders and they're working lap 256. BRT Odin only a lap and a half down, 2 laps at 254, and then the last prototype running on track 244. So they're only 10 laps down, and the majority of them are there in that 253, 254. So I'm really impressed that all of these prototypes are really still on the track and turning very competitive lap times.
Yeah, they are, and they are certainly finding out that even in these late stages, as we reach in-sim time, knocking on the door towards 10 o'clock in the evening, that this has been a strong race, it's been a tough race, and it's one that they have spent the most time in the dark about. And this is one where I get to start talking real world here, Joe, and the importance of the Spa 24 hour as a whole. And I know that we don't get LMP2s often to go and join with that, but as a staple, this Spa-Francorchamps circuit is probably the most versatile circuit, or one of them, in the world. It can host any race to a really strong standard, but when it comes to the 24 Hours of Spa, that is a staple. And to see that the 24 Hours of Spa had to move their schedule on the calendar due to a clash with Formula One, you start looking at what Spa means and the history and the legacy that it has, and actually how important it is to the history of racing.
Well, and you know, I was actually working with the SRO when that was announced and was in the paddock, and let me tell you, there was a lot of sports car drivers that were pretty upset that had happened. So yeah, that ruffled a lot of feathers, and like you said, it's a lot more important than maybe some people give it credit for. It means a lot to drivers. It's definitely a marquee event. It almost kind of has gone under the radar in that sense that to the people it's important to, it's extremely important to, and those that it's not, they just don't understand the degree to which they place that value.
And that's quite actually important in a lot of things in the world, actually, that value very much differs from person to person. And Joey, the value today of how drivers have gone about their business, and they know that coming up in the future that this is an iRacing platform that is only going to get better and better. It's only going to see better updates as time goes on, and crucially is getting more and more accustomed and attuned to what the real world is. I mean, we're just talking about it, you know, the other day, brand new BMW hypercar is coming in, and that opens the door up for many different opportunities as and when manufacturers go in and build their own hypercars and decide, hey, this is what we want, this is where we want sim racing to be. And the next generation of prototypes in endurance are coming along, trying to be more sustainable and also promoting more cooler designs. I love it. I absolutely love the new designs. All the prototypes don't look like the same boxy structure. They look vastly different.
And let me tell you, when you hear them, I don't know if you've been hearing any of the clips, but go watch them in testing, especially launching out of pit lanes, because the new LMDH cars, they use their hybrid motor to get going, and then it fires that internal combustion engine once they get on the pit lane speed limiter, and those Cadillacs with those V8s sound vicious when it happens.
You're absolutely right, and I'm sure that there is a lot to look forward to with googly eyes everywhere, but I'm sure that we're going to be seeing that in the not too distant future. Some great racing coming up as well with GSRC. If you haven't had the chance to already, you are here for the first time, you're watching all of this amazing endurance action with MTEC, you want to try and understand more, you can always like, share and subscribe with the Global SimRacing Channel for more amazing content, and head over to the Majors website and www.majors.com, I do believe it is. And I'm sure Joe will correct me on that. But it is one of the great all-around series. I don't think there is an organization in sim racing, Joe, that has something for everyone.
It is majorseries.com, just since you're mentioning it. And yeah, I mean, I know we have to be impartial as far which series we cover, but to me, the majors is special. To me, it is one of the ultimate tests in sim racing, and the drivers that have found success there deserve a ton of emphasis placed on the skill and dedication required to do so. And that's kind of why I know we're often praising the skill of Christian Challenger. Being the only guy to have taken as many championships and as wins as he's had is honestly the testament to the ability that he's got. And that's why we're always talking about how incredible of a driver he is, because he's basically dominated a series that requires you to be an insanely versatile driver, but also a very, very fast one. So yeah, I will always tout the majors as one of the best things, one of the best leagues on iRacing.
Now, let's get into conversation right now. This is the 208 Gowan Racing Ruby car with Josh Gowan. Boss is behind the wheel, so to speak. They last pitted on 224. We're on lap 235. You expect they've got a splash and dash somewhere in the back pocket, or it's going to be mighty, mighty close when they come to the line, and they're going to be looking down at that fuel gauge, and they're going to be whispering, "Fuel! Give me more fuel, please," as they go through. But Joey, this is for GT Am, or GT Pro Am, I should say, because they're with the 217 Precision Racing Esports black outfit, Nicholas Schwartz, who has got essentially 4 more laps in the back pocket, and Nicholas Schwartz has got to bring it home and try and chase it down. 2:23 last time from Schwartz. Looking at the times from Josh Gowan, that was a 2:19, so 4 seconds quicker that last lap. But some are playing to fuel, others are playing to splash and dash.
Others are playing to splash and dash, and I think that the 208 Josh Gowan, like you said, the boss behind the wheel right now, I think he's looking like he's in a pretty good position. I know that lap 13 on the fuel stint, but traditionally also iRacing, the cars, as they get lighter, they get faster. Now, if we don't have to worry about that full course yellow anymore that we were talking about and being the first cars to pit, it's not a bad strategy call to run it as empty as you possibly can to maximize that lap time. But Jake, even looking at it, you know, when he comes in, it looks like he's got almost a whole lap to the car behind him, and then even more to the next Pro-Am car.
That's big, and it's also worth talking strategy between 107 and 105. So Simon Graf, who is out there at the moment, has come in about 7 laps ago now at this point, so he'll be on lap 8 right now of his strategy. Century have put James Whitehouse, their quick driver, back in, and he's only done 3 laps, so it's a case of James Whitehouse has got to chase that down. And Simon Graf, let's not forget, was one of, if not the quickest driver out there on track, Joe, for nigh on 8 hours of this race before issues befell them.
Exactly, which, you know, that's why I keep saying you can't count your chickens. It's you got to focus on your own race here, and that will make everything fall more in line. But I'm looking through the field, and yeah, these pit stops are making it kind of fascinating, the ebb and flow, because we've got the 14 chasing down the 13 in the prototypes, but I do believe that the 14 is going to need another stop unless they're trying to save fuel here and get to the end. And that's where what I mentioned earlier, they've got Paul Darling in the 67 with a shot at maybe catching up to him. It's a minute 37. We know it's about a minute going through pit lane. So it depends on how long that pit stop is and how fast the Blue Chew guys think they are compared to someone as quick as Paul Darling, who's definitely got the red mist down.
Certainly will. He'll be trying to gun it about. And Paul Darling's lap times, actually, when you compare it to the 14, 0.6 of a second a lap quicker, Joey. They are going for it. They absolutely are. Difference is, though, have they left themselves too little too late here with 22 minutes on the clock, as that was a little bit dicey with Josh Gowan in the Gowan Racing Ruby car. they're getting on the wrong side of the road in comparison to Brandon and Roseborough.
Yeah, it looks like just a little bit of confusion, but it looks like for the most part, these prototypes are going to get by here. And I think this is Dominic Dornberg and Brandon Roseborough here on track, these two prototypes that we're watching going up through Eau Rouge. And I think Dornberg's going to get a little bit of a draft and no real threat there because these cars are not battling for position. One thing else that I want to point out with this prototype field, Flynn Lazier continues to be a rocket ship out there. Last lap time, 2:04.9, easily the fastest car on the track.
Well, easily says a lot, and is about a second a lap quicker than the Satellite Racing red car that is out there at this point. Lights on and lights are flashing out there for Peter Houston, then for the Blue Tube Blue team. The O24, the leaders in their category, they're racing the Quality Control Racing 074 out there, which is, by comparison, as they run through double gauche, the left-hander, exactly half a lap behind. So it's going to come down to who has a pit stop and who doesn't for Blue Tube Blue, who are in 7th place. They started in 6th. And overall here, Joe, they're having a really, really nice day despite the loss of one. They were up as high, especially in the early stages. They were challenging for the race lead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, whoa, as I just saw a car sideways, Quality's 063 seems to have had a problem down in the bus stop. Oh, and there was a few cars involved in this. We might want to get a replay. There was a car off course in the 255 when they spun, so I don't know if that distracted them, but they got hit by a couple people.
A lot of people, and one of them was Paul Darling, who was caught up in it. So the Quality 063 was being driven by Gaitis Pasakins. Let's get some words in. Pasakinskas, who was there behind the wheel, and then suddenly, chain reaction, and Paul Darling, who was last to the scene there, was 4th in. I'm going to have to take stock because everybody decided we're going to jam up the chicane inside the final 30 minutes.
I think this is a good move out of Paul. It's really quick thinking on his feet right here. You see he just comes up to cars stopped on the track, and he has to read right now, does he have damage and pull it into pit lane? And he does do that. I think that was the safe move rather than trying to limp a hurt car around a 2-minute lap time.
Guys, the 67 got a meatball from that. That's why they're in. I was going to say they should have been set to go to the finish, but this has completely scuppered their plan.
They were looking for a top 5 finish if they could possibly do it. Now, they're probably not even looking at a top 15 if they're on the wrong side of it, depending on how much the required repairs are inside the final 19. It just goes to show you that a race like this, for any position, is never, ever over, Joe, until the race finds a checkered flag.
How about the World of Sim Racing team? That promotes them into 5th place. They still need a pit stop, and so does Blue Tube Blue. It's now going to be a question if they have enough to keep ahead of Apex Missers, who are good to go to the finish. So essentially, we're looking at the 51, the 024, and then most likely the 14 needing to pit in here to complete this race with enough fuel.
It's going to be close between the 51 and 9, I'll tell you that much for free. So keep an eye out on it. This is still going to be, to the end, a case of watch who's diving into the pits, where, when, why, and how. And it's going to be all about getting the big run off at the end of the race. You can't quite get this one all done, but a top 5 in this race will be big points as they go through. There is the number 13 of Dominic Dorenberg here for the Composite Performance 13 team, who I believe have just lost a position now to Blue Tube Black, who have just moved up then into 3rd position.
I think that's right there. It looks like Brandon Roseborough got around Dominic Dornberg. But the key here, Joe just mentioned it, that number 14 Blue Tube Black car working lap 15 of their fuel stint, they have to come in and take fuel. So I'm not so sure if Dominic Dornberg is really worried about having to race that car right now.
That might also be very true in this situation. So for Dominic Dornberg, just looking at where they are in terms of stint, They are going to be out there. They last pitted, and they are only on about lap 9 of their own. So they're good to go all the way to the end. Not so much Blue Chew Black. And you are correct there. That's what they're racing against. But they also know that number 1 might have to come in and make a stop. And that's also what they're trying to race against here.
Yeah, I think the 1 is iffy, but I mean, if they have to pit in, then so would Satellite Racing Red, because that's 7 laps in. I think the 1 should be pretty good. The 64 is the one that maybe needs to watch out and just save a little fuel, but they got a minute 53 seconds, so they could probably cruise here for these last 15 minutes and still be pretty good. So yeah, it's more going to be watching this number 14 team and seeing when they decide to come in. We're getting word that it's about 8 laps left in the race. 8 plus 15 is definitely way over the max stint that we've seen for pretty much everybody in the LMP2s.
By about 2 laps or so, so that's going to really hurt, and it's going to check up as they run through Blanchimont, and now over to the final chicane where they've got to find the angles through. Mechanically speaking, they're gripped the same, and the Blue Chew Blue car almost gets a tap behind from the Blue Chew Black car and the Composite Performance car. Suddenly, we got the both Blue Chew cars then together, and I'm not sure they quite know what they're doing here, and the connection right now, not necessarily the best. Peter Houston lets them both go, but very nearly got turned around for his troubles, Joey.
I think I saw Peter Houston on that previous lap also get a pretty big yaw drift angle in front of these 2 cars. And let me tell you, when you're Brandon Rosberg or Dominic Dornberg fighting for a podium position, that's the last thing you want to be dealing with is a lapped car that's really loose in front of you. You just want to say, hey, bud, get it under control out there and let us by.
Absolutely. If you can just stay out of trouble now. We've already seen what's happened to Paul Darling, and the 67 has not had the best end to the racing out there today. But it is still been a really strong showing out there from those 2 teams, both of whom have been looking to try and score some big points and looking to try and make some big results. But when you start 14th and you got eyes on a podium, Joe, I'd say job well done.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Is always you always kind of take that, where did we start, where did we finish, and that'll help inform things. Now, you can get caught up in thinking, oh, well, we lost time here, we lost time there, we made this bad strategy call. But if you finished a gain ahead of where you started, then you can't complain too hard about that. And that's where I always try and take some encouragement on these. So 14 minutes left to go. We're on lap 16 for the number 14 car. So 4 more laps, maybe 5 if they're really, really trying to stretch it. And then they absolutely have got to come in.
They absolutely would, and it's worth comparing lap times to those behind who could play a factor in the final stage of this one for the Blue Chew Black team, who would have to come down in and make a stop. 2:05.5 for them on that run. The World of Sim Racing team has just jumped into the pit, so too Blue Chew Blue. So they're both pitting in the final stages. This is going to bring Apex Missers now into play. This is the moment, Joey, where Apex Missers could start jumping up, and then the Quality Control 074, I think, is way too far behind. So let's see where Apex Missers find themselves, with Frank Schmitz behind the wheel bringing them home.
Definitely, I think that Apex Missers is going to take advantage of this opportunity here, and that's the number 9 machine. It looks like they're going to move up probably into the 6th spot, and I'm looking at the fuel numbers for the rest of the cars in front of them. I just don't think that they're going to have the track position to move up more than that, but it looks like they're going to jump up into the top 5 here with Frank Schmitz behind the wheel.
Yeah, they're past the World of Sim Racing team, who came in for their splash and dash, and they're gone by a good margin as well. So this is really working out for the number 9 team, whose strategy seemed to be on point, and it gives them a fantastic bit of room to go and work with over the final 12 minutes. They deal with 2 vehicles, the first of which was the CMS Endurance car. The one just in front of that is the Talk Sim Support by 8shirts.de. So still, those cars getting a little bit close out there in the final stages of racing, but It has been a long, long haul for it. And you can almost taste the fact that the checkered flag is around the corner 5, maybe 6 times. You're only 30 kilometers or so away from it. 35 Ks out, Joe.
I want to give some credit to all the teams and drivers in this series because we still have 39 cars out on track out of 53 starters. That got a little tight there as Smits comes upon Graf. Thankfully, got on the brakes there in time. So we have a decent amount of teams that are going to see the finish here. Although I say that, I think we may have lost the 67 after their incident because they haven't been back out on track yet. I haven't seen them officially remove their entry, though.
No, that's also very true. I have just seen Paul Darling, though, leave server, so that would pretty much say that car ain't getting fixed. We ain't coming back, which would be a real shame to speak of right now, as once more the focus falls on those cars out there that want to try and get those final couple of results through, those final positions. Like to the 8 shirts talk car's going to come in for a splash and dash, and through the opening corner will go the quality control 063 machine, as well as the car in front, the Apex Missers, which is there at this point in time. Running up then the hill, they go Eau Rouge and Radion, and yes, it's had its changes over the years, and it's had another one changed to what is Racing Outright. But there is something just absolutely astronomical about a sheer rise up the hill where you're just hoping that they're still gripping the car as you go through, Joey.
I think that we talked about this a little bit. There's not very many corners in the world that can even compare to that section of racetrack. And there's a few of them here in North America that I've gotten the pleasure to drive, and Mosport being one of them. But the downhill plus the uphill, the compression that you get, then plus over the curb that you would have at Eau Rouge, like it would be so phenomenal to drive.
It really would. And this is one of the few racetracks actually in the world where it is surprisingly cheap to watch racing at, Joe. It's the sort of place where a lot of British series actually find themselves coming to Spa-Francorchamps just because sometimes it's a little bit easier to even travel to as your one away day. Oh, car off in front of Frank Smits. That's the Drive SVR LLM car of Tommy Joe Valenzuela.
We've already seen that there's been, as they come back on track, you got to be careful of that. They could get a penalty for unsafe re-entry. The 51, the 255, and the 072 were the ones that we saw just narrowly avoid making a big wreck right there.
That could have been disaster there for Tommy Joe Valenzuela and the entirety of that LLM team. The 025, which was running 4th in category, had just lost the position to the 063, actually, who are coming down in for their final splash and dash. As also in comes Blue Tube Black. So I think they might be a little bit safe, and they've got the lap. So Blue Tube Black should be okay where they are. Blue Tube Blue, by comparison, it's close between Blue Tube Blue and the 074. It's not close enough though, Joey, and that's going to be, if Blue Tube Blue can keep it on the island, theirs.
I agree, and looking at the Blue Tube Black, I don't think that they can fall back anymore. Apex Missers just went by them on track, but they're still, call it 2 minutes behind. So looks like Blue Chew Black is going to stay there into the 4th place position, barring no more incidents at all. And then same thing with that Blue Chew Blue car as well.
Yeah, so we are starting to get things sorted up the hill. We can see there making a big rise is Peter Houston in the Blue Chew Blue machine. That's passing the Aerokinetics purple car of Robert Gambill, who is out there. Aerokinetics, 3 cars, and they're going to get 3 finishes here, Joe. They've done very well with their 3 teams today.
I mean, that's more than a lot of teams can say. In fact, I'm not sure if we have any other teams that are going to get 3 that are going to be able to see the checkered flag. Because you think about Satellite lost one of theirs most recently, and they lost actually another one very, very early on that we haven't spoken about, Satellite White. They were the first LMP2 to go out of this race. Qualities lost their 261 car. Blue Chew lost their GT Blue car. So yeah, it's pretty impressive that you've been able to get everybody consistent and safe enough to get to the finish line here, which in itself is kind of an achievement. Sometimes, in some cases, these endurance races aren't even a case of, oh, well, we want to win this, we want to get a podium. Just having the car running at the end for some teams is in itself an accomplishment.
Certainly is, and we have seen how much of an accomplishment these endurance races are and how important these series are to developing the culture, because these sorts of leagues and events that come through and these sorts of series, Joe, they help to prop up a lot of the confidence that is there for iRacing special events. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the other cool thing is that those iRacing special events are even more special to so many drivers, or just, you know, accomplishing your goals in them means a little bit more because that goes on your stats and whatnot. So these do present these sort of test beds to try and get used to things, even if it isn't the full distance. Like iRacing will often do the Spa 24 here. So this 10-hour race is a great chance for these drivers for later in 2023 to come back around and be like, okay, we've done about half that. So all we got to do is the same thing over again. Absolutely. And if you can get that sort of muscle memory in, you can be really happy with the way that the results end up in the back of the mind. So you've got to make sure that those results end up showing. It's almost a one-lap situation for the entirety of the field for Satellite Racing Red, as they will make their way past the number 84 BRT Thor car, Ryan Carwile behind the wheel of that. And for Gabriel Roos, the entire team, Alex Gal, who's been there as well, Ayrton Williams, we had a talk with them earlier, of course, here, Joey. And this has been a team that Satellite, when it comes to majors competition, I don't think there is a better team out there that challenges on everything and consistently does well than this team.
Just look at the lineup. You got to be impressed with all of those drivers, and then every single time that they hit the track, no matter which venue they're going to, they're consistently fast out there, and tonight is no exception. It really has been the story of the number 64 car all race long, no matter who is in it, and it continues now with only about 4.5 minutes left. The time is winding down, the decisions are winding down, and you just got to close it out for a few more laps.
Just a few more. 4 minutes and 17 seconds left, going through the right and the left of the Fania chicanes, and now it will lead over to the campus corner here, this right-hander 90 degrees, and this is a very unique circuit, and it will be a unique, this is actually one of the circuits that I love about iRacing's Rain, which is scheduled to come along soon, Joe. Not sure when soon, we don't quite know, but one of the things that I think this circuit will bring, along with the Nürburgring, is one part of the track is wet, another part of the track is dry. It's one of those few circuits where it's long enough to have that happen.
Indeed, and it's known for that unpredictability with the weather as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing how accurately iRacing is able to model that. Because, I mean, for me, I love sport that has unpredictability in it, and Rain really does that, and that's going to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons in sim racing like it does in real life. And this track, I have to wonder if there's going to be a lot of leagues that really loathe when they come to this track, especially if they leave that weather system on random.
I wonder as well, because you're in a very hilly climate and you've got a lot of trees around you, and it's very, very easy for the moisture just to stick in the air, and that's what I think would make this track really good. 2 laps to go then here of the 10 hours of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in your Majors Teams Endurance Championship. and the third round overall. Satellite Racing Red about to drive themselves back into championship contention, Joey, and knowing just how important it was for them to get back onto winning ways. They've chosen a very big race to try and get their, I would say, scenario back into play. Well, look, just in front of them right now, that is the car in second position, the Penguin RC Simulations LLM team, and Flynn Lazier is trying everything not to get lapped.
He is, but he's doing a tremendous job out there. I don't think that Gabriel Roos has been able to close in that gap at all. Flynn has continued to be one of the fastest cars on track. Both leaders right now. Let's see here. Gabriel last lap time 204.8, Flynn 205.4, but it hasn't been very often that Flynn has dipped into those 205s, mainly been in the 204s this whole stint.
Yeah, and that's great news for the way that his race has been going, and the entire team's under the eyes of Blake Reynolds, who has been absolutely fantastic in terms of talking with us earlier on. Flynn Lazier will have 2 laps to go, and just looking behind Gabriel Roos in the background, he will get the signal from Barney the flagman. You've got 1 lap to go, and if you can just complete these 7 kilometers and 4 meters, Joe, you just won a 10-hour race here with the Major Series.
And I think the nicest thing about this is that even if they do have some sort of strange problem, the worst they're going to finish is second. There's only one other car on the lead lap with them, the number 1 that you were just talking about. So they really are in a great position. About the only thing that could be better is if they had lapped them and are practically guaranteed this one. So we'll watch them get to have their victory lap, if you will, and it's been just a flawless run from them out there today between Gabriel, Ayrton, and Alex to try and bring this thing up to victory lane.
And you'd say as well, Joey, that over the second half of this, there is a problem. It's not as cruel as, say, Le Mans rule or out there in France, because when you get to that, of course, what happened with the Toyota, 5 minutes away from finishing the race, and they didn't even get a classification.
Yeah, I think some of those rules over there can get pretty wonky, but most importantly, it looks like this Satellite Racing Red team is going to survive the night, because I believe they've already taken the white flag, and hopefully none of those wonky rules will come into effect here.
I hope not either. This has been a world-class drive from this number 64 team. They started in position number 1. They will finish in position number 1. And on top of everything else that they have gone through, they have looked maybe challenged in the early stages, but the moment that they decided to spread their wings, they haven't looked back since. From the team which has consisted of Gabriel Roos and Alex Gall, and of course when they go and look through Ayrton Williams, they'll know they are winners here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. 10 hours, and they have done so fantastically here today. There are a number of drivers to keep an eye out on heading towards the line, and I believe the first of those drivers, at least at the moment, is the 191, but they could be overtaken over this final lap by the 024 Blue Tube Blue team. But at least for the moment here, Joe, this is work that the 191 team, they have, against the balance of performance, they're going to win this one in the Porsche.
And by 2 laps, mind you. Gowan Racing, the next one down, the 208, which is also the Pro-Am. I mean, if you want to go by the next pro driver, I guess it is still 2 laps, because it looks like they are still on the same lap as the 208. But I mean, it's even farther behind that they're going to finish. So this has been an absolute stomping that they should be proud of.
They absolutely should. And for the duo of Ross Booth and Young Park, they have certainly spearheaded a fantastic drive all the way to the end of this one, and they know that this is going to be worth it. Rounding the final couple of corners, Ross Booth will take the flag for the 191, and they will win their category in GT3. Just behind them, coming across the final corner, is Peter Houston. That will be a LMP AM category victory that they will be very, very pleased with. And then there's the wait for the 208 Gowan Racing Ruby car, which really stayed quiet, Joey, for a multitude of laps over the course of this race. And they got themselves over to the line, and they've proven that as the GT Pro-Ams, they absolutely deserve to be up there. Wonderful result from the team, and it's a Ferrari taking a victory here at Spa.
You mentioned it there, Nicholas Gowan coming home, 208 car number there across start finish line. Second place overall in GT3, taking the win in Pro-Am. And also, I want to give a shout out to that number 107 Torque Sim Sport car. That was that Audi that hit the wall, fell way back, and ends up on the GT overall podium.
Yeah, and absolutely wonderful then with the podiums all completed as they've gone through. There will be a lot of celebration. There are a lot of donuts up there at Rouge and Radion. Not the easiest place to do them, but this is sim racing. You can do your donuts wherever you like. We're going to jump away for just one moment. We'll come back with post-race coverage here from this MTEC race at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. 10 hours done and dusted.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ride around the world. I'm Mick Claridge, and I'm going to ride around the world on my bike.
My son, he gave me advice at the start of this ride, and he looked at me and just said, "Dad, don't be a moron."
Let me do my animal signal to gain their respect. How's it going, Sally? Yeah, I'm alright, Mick. How's it going? Worse than that bit in Lord of the Rings where they got into the top and the spiders in the tunnel. I'm just hoping there's a spider at the top of this one to kill me. Freezing.
And I failed. I moroned up the ride.
A race of 10 hours, which took absolutely everything for a lot of teams to go and find the checkered flag. A race which didn't really feature that much attrition, that was run with smoothness, and for a lot of teams run with dominance here today, knowing that every result was going to matter. Let's get confirmation then of your results as we take a look through the LMP category to start. It was the Satellite Racing Red team. They didn't manage to lap the field. They were one car short, and it was the number one Penguin RC Simulations LLM team they couldn't reach. But Satellite Racing Red are your winners in category. Third position would belong to the Composite Performance 13 team. A really strong result for them, seeing as they started 14th on the grid, with Blue Chew Black starting and finishing in 4th position, with the Apex Missers in 5th overall. World of Sim Racing team would finish off in 6th, with the first of the AMs being the Blue Chew Blue team, taking their victory over two Quality Control racing cars, the 074 ahead of the 079, who have both been fantastic, and it makes 3 different winners in 3 in the Pro-Am category of LMPs. We're leaving the championship leaders coming into today's race, BRT Odin, rounding out the top 10, Joe.
11th was DriveSVR.com, and then they had Quality Control Racing 063 finishing behind them. Got a feel for the PG-13 car too. They looked pretty quick today, but couldn't stay out of trouble and just got caught up in too many incidents. Tin Top Motorsports prototype for the 072 was 14th, with Precision Racing Blue fighting for a top 5 until very late, and then winding up down in 15th. No, excuse me, it was Satellite Racing Blue. I got the two blue teams there, got them mixed up. They were the ones there that had that incident with all of about 30 some minutes to go, and then suddenly they found themselves in pit lane with a meatball flag, couldn't get it back out in time to see the checkered flag. And then Recycled NRG was the last of our drivers to see the checkered flag in the LMP2s. In 17th, it was a DNF for Grizzly TFR and Satellite Racing White. Only two of the LMP2s. Joey?
Yeah, and then taking home the win there in the GT3 overall composite performance there. Really dominated once the Audi kind of got out of the way about halfway through the race. And once they got out front, there was no turning back, and demanding, to be able to put down that pace like that all race. And then Gowan Racing Ruby 2 laps down, but more importantly, the Pro-Am win there in the GT3 class. Third is Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schweitz Tech. Century Sim Sports in 4th place. Precision Racing Esports Black in 5th. CMSRacing.com Endurance there in 6th place. NRG Supplements 7th. Aerokinetics Pink 8th. BRT Thor 9th. And Aerokinetics Green in 10th place in GT3.
And then looking over the page here, the likes, of course, of those who still managed to find some finishes here. The Aerokinetics Purple, the BRT Heimdall team found a finishes. So did Multi21 Racing and the Quality Control Racing 255 team. A little bit down, the M Plower Eisenblut team found struggles. So too did Talk Simsport by 8shirts.de. Twin Turn Sim Racing had their fair share of adventures, as did the pole sitters, Tin Top Motorsports, and a lot of trips down for the championship leading Blue Chew GT Black team. They'll want to come back with a better performance, as will Composite Performance 12 over through, the likes of which there are a couple of retirees through, but we've just hit about the end of the list then as they go through. The likes, of course, of the World of Sim Racing team in trouble. Apollo Racing Club looked good early, but found troubles as well. And the GTIM Racing Purple team also on the wrong end. The last 4 cars then, Blue Chew GT Blue, Satellite Racing GT3 AM, and Aerokinetics Blue and BRT Loki finding out their troubles today. But the one thing we can get confirmation and guarantees on is that our winners today were part of the Satellite Racing Red team. We have ourselves Gabriel Roos, we have ourselves Ayrton Williams, and they are going to be stood by with Joe Peak.
Congratulations, guys. That was an impressive win out there, nearly a lap ahead of your nearest rival. Only one other car managing to complete as many laps as you did in the end. I mean, do you take that with a sense of pride that you've managed to put on that impressive of a performance, a legendary track like this?
Do you want to go, Gabe?
Take that one.
Yeah, it does. It does. It really does. Like, it's a track that anytime I've raced at, I've struggled with. So to get a win here at a 10-hour race in an LMP2 overall victory is awesome. I'm ecstatic, in all honesty, and it revives our championship, and that's the main thing.
Gabriel, you were given the anchor role today to bring it home, as well as starting it. Do you feel any pressure for those sorts of situations, especially with the start being so sketchy, knowing that that's the easiest place to get in trouble? And then the finish, obviously, when you guys were in such a solid position, not wanting to throw it away.
Yeah, the start didn't feel that bad, honestly, because I had Paul qualifying behind. So that felt really good, going down Camel Straight. The first time I felt that he won't try to jump me there. Other than that, the last 3 stints I did, I think we started off with like a 50-second lead. And we got hit by 3 GT3s, I think, during that time. So that was pretty sketchy.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun, especially considering the limited number of incident points that you guys had. Gabriel, what number were you guys at? Let me check. I can see myself now. It looks like you guys were at 30 incidents. So you had a pretty wide margin, I'd say, comparably. Were you taking it extra easy to try and make sure that you didn't get those drive-through penalties?
Yeah, for sure. After half the race, I think we had 18 incidents or something like that. So
It's always harder during the nighttime because everything gets a little bit off. Cars don't see you as well and stuff like that. So good to have that for the late part of the race.
Ayrton, you were on the opposite end of Gabriel's situation, where you have to sit and watch him drive the car home to the finish. Does it make you nervous to not be in the cockpit for those situations?
It sure does, especially when we pretty much got half spun by a GT3. That was terrifying. It was so close to getting rear-ended after the spin as well. So that was super lucky. That was obviously terrifying, but otherwise I had full confidence in Gabe. Gabe's a good driver, same with Alex. They're both fantastic drivers. I had full confidence in them regardless.
Well, again, guys, congratulations. You are 10 Hours of Spa winners. Go celebrate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ayrton Williams and Gabriel Roos for the 64 Satellite Racing Red Team. I believe Joey Atterbury has caught up with our winners in the GT Pro class for the Composite Performance 91 car.
Yeah, looking like we got Ross Booth entering the booth here, driver of the number 191 Composite Performance. Ross, what a race out there, ultimately taking home the checkered flag, but you didn't find yourself in first place the whole race. What was that like chasing that Audi for the first half?
Well, those Audi guys are in a whole nother league. They had that car set up really, really well. Their pace was outstanding. I'm not really sure what happened to them, but really happy to see one beside our name there with 4 hours ago, and just trying to keep it clean and stay on the track. We were struggling with some handling problems through Blanchement, and just doing our best to hold on there.
Well, you guys did a great job holding on, and I mean, not just hold on, you put 2 laps on the rest of the competition out there, so that had to feel pretty good. Now, looking at the end of the race, Ross, you ended it out. Was that strategic, or was there maybe a faster driver earlier on in the race, or was it all planned out already?
Park and I had a great game plan going into this. And honestly, that's the way our strategy worked out. We made an adjustment after the safety car. We actually got really messed up on the safety car as we were coming to come into pit. The safety car came, so we had to stop in a closed pit. So we started at the tail end on the safety car, which we were thinking, oh man, this is over. But thankfully, kept our heads down, and here we are.
That is certainly an incredible comeback drive, and yeah, like I said, it wasn't always out front for you guys all night. I actually want to bring in Young Park because I know that he's one of your co-drivers out there in this Porsche. Young, did you have any hair-raising moments out there with any prototype cars, or was it pretty much smooth sailing for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much the expected, dives that, but, we just watch out for them. We know they're coming, so it's pretty manageable.
Well, and last thing I want to talk to you guys about, and really feel free, whoever wants to answer this is the first test bed of this new GT3 BOP tire model, track model. What did you guys think of it?
I really enjoy it. I think if the fuel was at 100% in this league, there would be a lot more strategic driving from a tire point of view. You really can run the car hard for 80% fuel in MTEC, so it doesn't play a factor as much, but moving forward, I think it's going to be a really great change. And with regards to the BOP, there's a lot of people testing the Porsche and saying it's terrible, and here we are. So.
Well, Ross, I know that you love that Porsche and her hips out there, and I expect to see you in that Porsche for the rest of the season. And once again, congratulations to that entire Composite Performance 91 team taking home the GT3 win here at the Spa MTEC 10 Hour.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Looks like that is probably going to do it. I don't see any more people ready for interviews over here on my end, Jake.
No, I don't either. So that will bring then our performances to a close, and the performances
of all of these drivers who have done an incredible job out there to get some incredible racing. Want to give a massive thank you to everyone who has been watching here over on YouTube here, this incredible 10-hour endurance special, and a massive thanks to the entirety of the team here who's been getting it done. Zach, who's been here the entirety of the time, from the three, of course, who were here for the middle of the race, from Ossian, for DJ, and for Justin, and of course to Joey and Joe, who have been with me, as well as Michael in the very early stages of racing. On top of that, you can catch all of our stuff here on the Global SimRacing channel, and we want to give a thanks to all of the fantastic hardware and software that helps us get things done, especially thanks to June Lalonde. Her music is incredible. You can catch that on Bandcamp if you haven't already. As you can also get in touch with us on social media if you haven't already. Of course, we've got our Facebook, we've got our Instagram, and as well as that, we've got our merch store. Head over to gsrc.storenvy.com to keep yourself through. Mark down in your calendar the next races that will be coming up, and some races apparently that are a little bit that have gone through, so make sure you check out all of our upcoming events. But we are in the Christmas spirit. That was some great racing over week 13. Until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.